The screen of the phone displayed a page of reading that told me that there were 3 ways to survive in a destroyed world. Some of them were already in oblivion, but the reader was sure to stay alive, the screen assured me. It was the last page of the last section, at least that's what the alert informed. This unexpected fact did not surprise the owner of the phone. The young man began to move his fingers erratically on the touch screen, hoping that it was just a glitch in the device. He did not believe that it was really over. The young man continued his unsuccessful attempts to get his phone working again while riding between people in a stuffy public transportation car. The protagonist was wearing a white shirt with a blue tie and a black suit. A briefcase was dragging over his shoulder. His deep black eyes were brimming with wonder. His deep black eyes were brimming with amazement. The name of the protagonist was Doc Ja. It was a pleasant, sunny weather, and the train carried the young man quickly along the road, along with his occasional traveling companions. The young man had a name and surname that was unusual to pronounce and understand, which almost always provoked various unaccustomed situations when meeting him. For example, employees who were not very familiar with him could interpret his name as information that he was an only child in the family. Kim Doc Ja, that's what his father called him, so that his son could live as a strong man even if he was alone. But in reality, everything was not so poetic, and the main character by fate was an ordinary bachelor and spent a lot of time alone with himself. The young man was of age. He was a graduate of a third-rate rural university and was currently working under contract in a branch of a large company. The way home from work was long, so the guy had a hobby of reading web news on his phone to keep from getting bored on the way. But this day's trip was different from the previous ones. Doc Ja sat motionless between the passengers and continuously stared at the screen of his phone. Suddenly, he heard a pleasant female voice jokingly warning him that if he was so dependent on the gadget, he might get sucked inside the device. The young man, who was immersed in his thoughts, was startled by the surprise and looked up at his traveling companion. A beautiful and slender girl stood in front of him. It was Yu Sang-ah, who worked with the young man in the human resources department of the company. Doc Ja was extremely surprised by this unexpected encounter. From her beauty, the young man embarrassedly said hello and shyly asked where exactly she was going. It turned out that they were equally heading home after a day of work. Although they hadn't talked before, the girl easily struck up a conversation. She was friendly and told him that she was lucky, and the relationship manager was away on a business trip today. Doc Ja could smell the pleasant scent of her perfume. He couldn't concentrate on the conversation and was amazed that he met the most popular girl of the company on the subway. The guy asked if the beauty always took the subway, although he was sure that starting from the deputy director and finance manager, everyone offers her a ride. The young man was surprised when the girl confessed that she commutes to work by bicycle because she has overtime hours and neglects working out, and recently the transportation was stolen. Yu Sang-ah was very beautiful, and Doc Ja wondered. Seeing her up close and personal, he was beginning to understand the feelings of men in love with her. But this girl was not his level. To understand the general picture, it should be noted that the unusualness of today was not only in this, without exaggeration, pleasant meeting. In the course of the conversation, he learned that even on the way home, the girl was not wasting her time, but studying Spanish. They are really from different worlds, he concluded disappointingly. Doc Ja tried to compliment the beautiful girl, noting that she was very persistent. Yu Sang-ah asked what her colleague was reading so hard. The guy looked away from his traveling companion and was embarrassed. He raised his phone high up so that the girl wouldn't see anything, although it would have been easier to turn it off. After a few minutes, he pulled himself together and showed Yu Sang-ah his reading. It was a short story. He said he was learning Korean as if to justify himself. It turned out that Yu Sang-ah also likes novels and reads famous authors of this genre. There was no answer to the question about Doc Ja's preferences. He tried to hide it. He was trying to hide it. It was true that his hobby was to read novels on his way home, but how would the people around him perceive him? He didn't have the courage to admit to these unusual preferences. He was afraid of being ridiculed because of this years-long fantasy novel. Methods of survival ended today. This novella is of great importance to the protagonist. Almost half of his life is inextricably linked to this book. He had been reading this novel since his 3rd year of high school. He remembered how he had endured the humiliation and bullying at school and how the ghostly world had saved his heart. He remembered how he failed the entrance exams and went to study at a third-rate rural university. The book was a faithful friend. He remembered how he failed the entrance exam and went to a third-rate rural university, and the book was his faithful friend. Deok Ja did not notice how he was completely immersed in memories. He even remembered the moment when he was hired to work in a branch of a large company. The guy felt devastated at the end of the story of this book, and at the same time pleased that he had finished it. Today, the epilogue of Ways of Survival would be released. The young man was shocked that the author of a little-known and not popular novel had spent whole years writing more than chapters. This book really wasn't read by many people. Views of the first chapter, about in the 10th chapters, and views after the 50th chapters. Perhaps this story is dedicated to him? Deok Ja dared to leave a comment thanking the author of the book. The guy wanted to donate to him but had too low salary to realize it. The young man shared with Yu Sang-ah that he tried to post the short story on the recommendation board, but he was shamed. He assured his colleague that the story was really interesting if you persistently read to the end. Suddenly, the girl reminded Deok Ja that it's been almost a year since they started working at this company. The guy was embarrassed, changed the subject to the book, and kept the conversation light. They recalled their career path, and the guy confessed to Yu Sang-ah that his contract period was almost over, but it felt as if he had just gotten a job yesterday. But the boy had forgotten that Yu Sang-ah's contribution to the company had been recognized, and she had been promoted to a full-time position. The girl looked at Deok Ja with embarrassment. Suddenly, he remembered this fact and apologized. He said that he should learn foreign languages more conscientiously. The girl assured him that there were many other factors that had an impact. Deok Ja didn't want to admit that Yu Sang-ah was impressive, but he was sure that if this world was a novel, the protagonist would be someone like her. The young man reproached himself for not even trying to develop. He was reading novellas while this beauty was working hard and studying. That's why it was predictable that Yu Sang-ah would become a full-fledged employee and his contract would be terminated. The girl called out to her colleague, interrupting his thoughts. Realizing and sensing his depressed mood, she offered to show Deok Ja the application she was using. The guy continued to stare in front of him and pondered on how his life would have turned out if he had a different genre. He meant if the genre of his life wasn't realism. His gaze stopped on a huge repulsive skate. The young man suggested that it would be interesting to try to live in the fantasy genre. Meanwhile, the horses were moving vividly in their box, which was held by the boy sitting opposite. Deok Ja asked himself if he could become a protagonist, but he accidentally said the question out loud. Yu Sang-ah looked at the guy confused and asked him what he meant. Deok Ja calmed her down and told her to ignore it, that everything was fine. Deok Ja remembered his colleague's suggestion to show him his app, but he was sure it wouldn't help him because his genre of life was realism. He was convinced that he was not a protagonist in this genre, but a reader. Deok Ja, who lives the life of a reader. The life of a reader. Yu Sang-ah was excited. Her slender legs squeezed into the seat, and her eyes looked around anxiously. Deok Ja couldn't believe that he had found a like-minded person. Yu Sang-ah was not just interested in the topic of conversation, from which she concluded that she was actually living the life of an ivory. The young man smiled back at her. The girl thought about it and promised herself to live like the young man and be devoted to her life. The conversation stopped, and Deok Ja finally enjoyed the silence. At that minute, the protagonist could never have foreseen that a message would unexpectedly arrive on his phone. The message was a reply from the author of the short story to Deok Ja's approving comment. It was words of gratitude. The guy stared at the phone screen excitedly. He couldn't believe that the author of Ways of Survival had replied to him. There was another message that said that the author was able to finish the novel thanks to Deok Ja and even won the contest. Is he really being written to by the author himself? Had Ways of Survival really won the contest? Deok Ja couldn't believe it. It didn't fit in his head. The guy decided to congratulate the author and asked what kind of contest he had won. The answer was that it was a little-known contest, and in addition, the novel would be monetized. The author continued that the monetization would begin when the epilogue was uploaded. He announced that he wanted to send Deok Ja a thank you gift and asked for his email. The world was on the verge of something still unexplored, and Deok Ja had no idea what events were in store for him in the future. The young man asked if he really had to wait for the gift, to which he received a confirmation, and thanks for the fact that thanks to him, this story was able to take shape and appear in the world. The author had said that the contest he had won was a little-known story, so maybe it was just fiction and nonsense. The screen alerted him to another message. He opened it dreamily, hoping for some kind of reward, like a gift card worth thousands of dollars. But the message said that monetization would start in the next few days, and this announcement should have helped somehow. Deok Ja thought about it. He started checking the favorites section of his phone and was amazed at what he saw. The novella he had been reading for so long had disappeared. Was it really possible for it to be deleted for monetization without notifying the readers? It was very strange. Suddenly, Yu Sang-ah shuddered. She was startled. The girl heard uncharacteristic sounds coming from everywhere. The chaotic shouts and screams of the passengers were in response to someone or something intending to get inside the car. The next thing that happened was that it was a total mess. The horror of the whole place. People were screaming, fussing, and panicking. Yu Sang-ah grabbed Dokja's hand and clung to him. He tried his best to assure her that everything was fine and nothing serious could happen. Dokja instinctively glanced at his cell phone. The clock on the screen showed. He froze in anxious anticipation. He was lucky to have caught the moment when the time changed. The young man remembered the monetization that was also supposed to start at. Suddenly, the voice of the dispatcher rang through the carriage. He was confused and frightened and begged all the passengers to run away as fast as possible. Yu Sang-ah was trembling. She turned to Dokja with incoherent questions, begging him to explain something, but he couldn't understand anything. Sparks and rapid streams of fire spilled out of the carriage. Passengers were frantic, hiding behind each other, shouting frantically. The voice reported that the free service of the planetary system had been stopped and the main scenario was about to start any minute. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, someone shouted out that it was probably the Tokubi, the fearsome goblin. Snippets of phrases and fragments from the novel he had read floated uncontrollably through Dokja's mind. His hair stuck to his sweaty forehead. Everything was familiar to him, the sudden stop of the subway car and the darkness that surrounded him. He tensed. The familiar scenes from the first chapters of the novel replayed in Dokja's mind. Someone shouted that it was all nonsense, arguing that the subway was often slowed down. Yu Sang-ah anxiously confirmed that it could be Tokubi, but that's impossible. It can't be. Dokja questioned the girl, thinking he heard her statement amidst the chaos that was going on around her. But her horror was genuine. This absolutely could not have happened. This is not possible. Dokja tried to pull himself together as best he could, but his wide-open eyes exposed his fear. The phone screen informed him that a strange creature with two small horns wrapped in a mat was flying in the air. The creature was too unusual for a fairy, too sinister for an angel, and too peaceful for a demon. It's Tokebi. It's Tokebi. Dokja, along with Yu Sang-ah and the other passengers in the carriage, looked fearfully at the fireball hanging in the air. With their eyes wide open, they couldn't believe what was happening. They still didn't know for sure what was in front of them. Finally, the fireball dissolved, and in the air they saw a small, white, furry creature with small horns. The frightened Dokja and Yu Sang-ah, along with the others, stood motionless and stared at the mysterious creature in front of them. At last, Tokebi began his speech, but it was in a language that no one could understand. It was a strange set of sounds. The subway passengers began to ask each other if someone could translate it and tell everyone what was required of them. Some noticed that the creature was quite disgusting, while others thought it was augmented reality and not a threat. Only Dokja realized the seriousness of the situation. Looking at the panic among his companions and the mess around him, he thought intensely, in ways of survival, the appearance of the Tokebi was always a bad sign. But the guy kept doubting. He was still trying to find some explanation in his phone. When Yu Sang-ah listened to Tokebi's speech, she suggested that it could be Spanish. At least she thought so. She suggested to talk to the entity. Dokja asked the girl if she knew what was in front of her and what she would try to negotiate with him, jokingly adding that Yu Sang-ah should borrow some money from him. But suddenly, Tokebi spoke in Korean language that everyone could understand, asked if everyone could hear him, and grudgingly said that the Korean patch didn't work correctly in the beginning. He was approached by an irritated passenger and asked if this was a movie shoot. The guy was in a hurry for a job interview and didn't want to be here for long. Dokja was surprised at such audacity of the guy. Tokebi remarked that he didn't know about the late interviews, and he is told that most of the people will arrange the start of monetization in... But the passengers kept pressing to start the train. Tokebi reassuringly asked to take their seats. He intended to deliver important information. The carriage was in chaos. Some demanded compensation for lost time. Others refused to cooperate. Children thought they were in a cartoon. Dokja had no doubts. The situation was escalating. The angry people were shouting at each other, and the discontent was quickly turning into aggression. Dokja already knew what was happening. He ordered the bewildered Yu Sang-shu not to move, and firmly told her that he had to stop the angry fellow travelers immediately. Yu Sang-ah looked at Dokja with a worried look on her face. The fearsome eyes were bloodshot, and the voice was unrecognizable. The entity demanded everyone to be quiet immediately. Suddenly, the head of one young man turned into a bloody mess. The shocked people froze in their seats. They were scared to death and looked at each other helplessly. A weightless silence filled the space. People hid behind their bags, cried in random hugs, squeezed into the seats of the carriage. The huge, horrifying, sinister, ominous smile that appeared before them informed them that this was not a movie set. The development of events was hard to predict. The entity continued to plunge everyone into darkness. People's heads exploded over and over in different places. The voice said that this was not even a dream. The voice said that this was not even a dream. The voice said that this was not even a dream. And definitely not a book. Terrible red eyes with narrow white pupils stared at each and every one of them, choosing new and new victims. The creature did not stop his speech, clarifying that this was not the reality in which everyone lived. He wondered if he was explaining it clearly enough. Doc Jaw was sweating profusely. He recognized Tokibi's point that it was real. He still had some hope up to this point, but now everything was in place. The part of him that didn't believe in this situation was instantly silenced when this carriage turned into a horrible bloodbath. Tokibi didn't calm down. He kept pressing and asking if the lives of the passengers had not been pleasant and peaceful up to that moment. He said that they were born, breathed, ate, defecated, and multiplied whenever they wanted without paying any bills. They really lived in a beautiful world. Takabi's eyes glistened with pleasure. He assured that those good days were past because there was absolutely nothing free in the world. The suffering of the people trapped in this attraction was beyond description. They didn't know what their future would be like and waited fearfully for their fate. Suddenly, Yu Sang-a and Doc Ji heard a voice from the crowd asking the entity if they could give him money. They both tensed up. They realized that it was Manager Han from the finance department. This young man always used personal connections to get a high position in the company. Finance Manager Khan kept on offering as much money as this sinister entity could only wish for. Just let him name the amount and everything will be solved. Khan assured him that he would give as much money as he could to get out of here, to which Tokebi asked if the man was really offering him the usual bailout money. He dismissively said that money is good. The manager was convinced that there is nothing that can't be bought. But then Tokebi declared that money is plant fibers that people use by mutual consent. He went on to say that it only works in their space-time continuum. At that very moment in Han's hands, all his money turned to ash. The Tokebi looked at the dumbfounded Han and warned him that if he offered him any more money, which the creature thought was just paper in the macroscopic world, his brains would be blown around. The entity assured that such actions would only make people's debts grow, but it would only speed up the process to embarrass people to earn money and see everything with their own eyes. Suddenly, Tokebi's little horns began to grow rapidly. The creature was informed that the hash channel was open. The passengers watched this entity fly and could not believe that this was really happening to them. After a moment, a small blue screen appeared in front of each person in weightlessness. They asked each other what it could mean. Each passenger scrutinized the screen in front of them, hoping to see a chance of rescue. Various emotions raged on their faces. Doc Jaw was staring at his screen as well. His eyes were wide open as if he was afraid of missing or not understanding the important information that had been prepared for him. The screen displayed an envelope and a clarification underneath that a basic script had been received, and Doc Jaw was hesitant to open it. The message contained the task Proof of Significance. To earn it, one had to kill one or more life forms in a min, and earn coins in the process. Failure death. Tokebi approached the agitated Doc Jaw and smiled cheekily, rubbing his paws together. The creature wished him success dismissively. The creature gloated visibly in anticipation of the bloody spectacle. Tokebi asked to be entertained by the exciting show. The passengers stared intently at the blue screen in front of them. They were confused, rereading their assignments, and unable to believe the horror. Yu Sang-a cautiously took out her cell phone from her pocket. Barely audible, she started to dial the police number, biting her nails in excitement. She turned to Doc G in a panic, helplessly asking him what to do. The boy calmed her down as best he could. The boy reminded Yu Sang-a about the game their development team had created, a game where the world was destroyed and only a few people survived. He insisted that she thought it was all a game. And it was indeed a game that all the people in the train car were in. Doc Jia tried to convince his colleague of this. He explained to her that it was simple and every game had rules. Both of them had to follow them, but Yu Sang-a could not control herself. Doc Jia was visibly nervous, but he assured her that their main task now was to understand the rules. The young man looked around with determination and had no choice but to act immediately. He analyzed. So the Tokebi pulled out his antennae. Its little horns gradually grew and really became like a device to receive information. Doc Jaw looked at the dead bodies lying around like garbage, all these mutilated people who until recently were planning something and rushing somewhere. He saw an office worker, soaked in the blood of the dead, sitting in the corner holding his breath and trembling uncontrollably. He also saw the grandmother leaning against the window, reciting a prayer and raising her hands in the hope that someone in heaven would hear her and stop the madness. The beautiful Yu Sang-ah was holding Doc Ja's hand, and he could not believe what was happening, but there was little doubt. People were calling for the door to be opened, beating on it with their fists and hammering on it. Doc Ja forced himself to accept reality. But one thing was certain. He knew that the novel Survival Methods, which he had been reading for years, had become a reality and was unfolding before his eyes. Doc Ja closed his eyes and sighed. He was thinking hard, trying to decide what he should do to survive in this new world. Suddenly, a loud male voice was heard throughout the carriage, urging everyone to remain calm. Doc Ja and Yu Sang-ah turned their faces in the direction the voice was coming from and were told to exhale and stop making noise. A sturdy young man asked for attention, informed that he was taking control of the situation because in the case of a national calamity, a small disturbance leads to large casualties. A wave of discontent and distrust crept through the crowd. People asked who he was and what he meant, to which the young man showed everyone his ID. The broad-shouldered, short-cropped guy explained that he was an army lieutenant who was serving in Unit 9. Doc G stared at the lieutenant's face. The passengers whispered among themselves, discussing the soldier and his rank. Meanwhile, the military officer told the anxious people that he had received a message from the unit the day before. The message said that a Level 1 national disaster had been declared and that an immediate gathering of troops was needed. But the unit itself had not made contact, with people panikedly demanding that the lieutenant contact the president and the Blue House. The military officer apologized and said that he was just an ordinary soldier and didn't have a direct line to the Blue House, which did nothing to anger the tense crowd. Doc Ja was permeated with doubt. He didn't doubt that this situation was really a national disaster. He doubted the lieutenant named Lee Hyun-seong. Doc Ja knew of him even though he had seen the lieutenant for the first time, but that name was deeply imprinted in his mind. Steel Sword. Lee Hyun-seong was a lieutenant in the Korean Army. He was one of the important minor characters in Ways of Survival. Doc Ja remembered that even his speech and behavior was completely the same as the one in the short story. But something was still bothering Doc Ja. He replayed the details of the plot of his novel over and over again in his mind. The boy wondered if Lee Hyun-seong had been presented in the novel in the way he had actually appeared before the crowd. Doc Ja was sure, as the only reader of the novella, that the first mention of Lee Hyun-seong appeared after the end of the first script. Then what was happening now? If only he could reread everything. An unidentified passenger shouted out that the Prime Minister had given a speech and the situation was truly a Level 1 national disaster. Yu Sang-ah held out her cell phone to Deok-ji. It was just broadcasting the South Korean Prime Minister's speech. He said that unknown terrorists had become active in an undetermined number of areas in Seoul, and the government would do everything possible to stop them. People were alarmed that the Prime Minister was speaking, not the president. Rumors circulated that the president had been assassinated, but no one could confirm this fact. People only read comments online and shared with each other. Only Doc Ja knew it was true. But suddenly, all the passengers shrieked and looked away from their phones in horror at what they saw. Right in front of their eyes, right during the speech, the Prime Minister was brutally murdered, with a bloody stain on the wall behind him. The broadcast of his speech was interrupted, and the people were addressed again by Tokebi. He was furious and staring at everyone from all the phone screens. His big eyes were blood red. His crazy smiling mouth with sharp teeth said that this was not just terrorism, but something much worse. Tokebi was annoyed that people thought the situation was a game, but agreed that according to the information he received, Koreans play games well. Due to this fact, the sinister monster suggested making the task harder. What other level of difficulty could be expected, no one knew. In the next moment, a large blue screen appeared in front of the crowd of people with the numbers. The numbers decreased over time and soon the screen showed the time was getting shorter and shorter and the numbers were already visible. People looked helplessly at this process. But suddenly a countdown of minutes appeared on the screen. The passengers watched in horror as the time decreased and waited for the verdict. Subsequently, they were informed that as an additional punishment, if the first murder did not occur within that period of time, all living things in the car would be destroyed. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-seong tried to calm the crowd, but people were panicking, asking if he had heard the message and why the police were not being sent to them. Doc G saw that everything was happening as he thought it would, and that these were the events from Ways of Survival, but he was still worried. The young man assessed the situation, so the secondary character Army Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung showed up on the train, which is understandable and predictable. But the soldier wasn't the only one Doc Ja was waiting for. He was expecting that guy, tall, slender, and mysterious. Doc Ja was pale and sweaty because, according to the story, that guy should have been among them by now. Suddenly, Doc Ja heard passengers pleading to block the front door and saw bloodstains on the window of a neighboring car. People rushed to the door in hopes of blocking it in time, but at the same moment their bodies were pierced by a powerful electric current. The passengers stood reassuringly near the inaccessible doors and watched the strange light that spilled from the invisible fence. Yu Sang-ah, along with Doc Ji, stood in the middle of the crowd and watched in horror as something transparent appeared in front of the door. They heard a message that warned that until the scenario was completed, access to the carriage would be restricted. Meanwhile, Tokebi appeared again on the screens of the smartphones, laughing and saying that somewhere interesting things were happening, and somewhere interesting things were just about to happen. The entity offered to do everyone a small favor by showing what would happen to them if nothing happened within minutes. In a flash, the screens showed identically dressed girls sitting at their desks. It was a classroom at the Pan High School for girls. The voiceover commented threateningly that the time that had been given had already been exhausted and that they would be charged accordingly. Blood splattered all over the classroom. The screams of those begging to be rescued merged into the darkness. The screen showed a girl who was desperately trying to escape, but the predatory hands were relentlessly closing in on her. On the faces of the subway passengers, emotions raged. Some were angry at their helplessness, others trembled with fear, some froze in shock. But gradually the voices became less and less. Dead bodies were lying between the desks, and in the middle of the class, one girl was strangling another girl with all her might. The passengers of the train watched this action with bated breath, covering their faces with their hands in horror. The voiceover summarized the broadcast, showing those who managed to save their lives in this terrible place, on the Bay Channel. A single bloody girl, a student of Thepan Girls High School Year B class, looked at the people on the screen with frightening indifference. The titters reported that it was Lee Ji-hae. She stood alone in the middle of her, until recently noisy classroom, and remained silent. Tokebi was triumphant. He thought this was a lot of fun. Doc Ja could no longer contain his anger and hatred for this monster. The passengers continued to stare at the screen in horror. They couldn't believe that they had actually witnessed such horrible events. As panic grew, the image of the bloody girl frozen on the screen continued to emotionally crush the people watching. Yu Sang-ah stood beside Doc Ja and trembled madly. The young man didn't know how to help her or himself. His thoughts raged in his head. The more he recalled the story he had read, the more questions he had. Doc Ja wondered why that guy hadn't shown up yet. There were events that he remembered from the book, but some of them were unknown to him. The only way to find a way out of this situation was to reread the novel that no one was interested in until now. But neither it nor copies of it existed anymore. But suddenly, exhausted by the futile search, Doc Ja saw the attached file in the message that had recently notified him of the beginning of monetization. The phone screen did indeed display a file with the caption, "3 ways to survive in a ruined world that could be saved." The guy held the gadget in front of him and couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes dazedly as if he didn't trust what he was seeing. It was the full meaning of the novel, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. Doc Ja was hesitant to open it. He wondered if the author had really sent him a copy of the novel as a gift. But that sounds like piracy, doesn't it? On the screen in front of him, Doc Ja saw a list of his specialties as well. The unique skill slot was activated, and he was sure that this was a game in the middle of which the passengers of the subway and himself were in the middle of. Doc Ja dared to open his characterization window for a long time, convincing himself that it would be better to know its contents as soon as possible. The screen informed him that Doc Ja could not open the window. He was dumbfounded. The young man knew if he didn't view the characteristics window, he wouldn't be able to find out what attributes and skills he had. Could this really happen? After a moment, he remembered that he had forgotten to open the file first because of his excitement. He was informed that his special attribute was increased reading speed. Doc Ja was stunned. He noticed that it took him less than a minute to read the first act of Ways of Survival. He couldn't believe that this was his attribute, but thanks to it, Doc Ja was able to find some details and explain some things to himself. Above the front door, he saw the number of the carriage. It was a number, something very close to the number he had seen in the novel. Finally, he remembered everything and realized he had found the source of his anxiety. In Ways of Survival, the action took place in a railroad car numbered. The reason why the events were slightly different from what Doc Ja knew was because the wagon in which he was enslaved was behind the protagonist's wagon. Doc Ja hastily began to recall what had happened to the people who were riding in the car with the number. Yu sang. Ah asked Doc Ja if they should stop those crazy people. He looked into the neighboring carriage through the sweaty glass. The passengers couldn't escape the worst of it. There were only two left who had managed to survive. Meanwhile, in Doc Ja's car, the madness began. A man tried to escape from the strong arms of a determined young man determined to kill. The man desperately begged to be released, but Kim Nam-un was relentless, ordering his victim to shut his mouth immediately. His beleaguered eyes wished for retribution. His hands beat his defenseless opponent with feral fury. Doc Ja knew exactly who had to survive. And the victim continued to resist with all his might under Kim Nam-un's vile curses. The man held on to his fragile life to the last. The frightened Yu sang, ah, covered her mouth with her hands, afraid to make a sound out of her beautiful mouth. Doc Ja noted to himself that she would probably die. Doc Ja was rereading a passage in the novel that said that only Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung and Kim Nam-woon had survived the train carriage. He concluded that his life was over. Suddenly, a tall man dressed in a business suit intervened and grabbed the aggressor's wrists firmly and ordered him to stop. The man in the suit shouted while holding Kim Nam-woon's wrists, asking how could such a brat treat an older man like that. Doc Ja recognized the man. It was manager Ham Mano. But what he was doing here, Doc Ja found it hard to understand. The aggressive white-haired young man shouted that Ham Meng-o didn't understand what was going on around him, and it was better for him to stay out of the way while he was still alive. He also pointed out that the situation was desperate and that the cornered crowd had already begun to destroy each other. Kim Nam-un noticed that it was unlikely that the army would come to rescue them. Kim Nam-woon told Ham Young, oh, that given the situation, they should kill someone too. But Ham Young-o was reluctant to be involved until the last moment. Kim Nam-un was still holding the exhausted man by his clothes and kept demanding that they together with Ham Men-o choose who they should kill now. The manager knew what Kim Nam-woon was thinking and still desperately convinced him that killing a man for his own survival was an atrocity. And he was absolutely right. But is that the case in this situation? Lieutenant Lee Hyun-seong stood there deep in thought. Kim Nam-woon said that they would all die if they didn't kill. This is beyond control, and who would blame them? They were all in a new world with new rules. Everyone who was unlucky enough to be on that train had to make a choice. The young boy Kim Nam-woon, who had adapted to the survival ways world the fastest, kept beating someone on the floor. He was the one who drove a wedge into the crack. Kim Nam-un was pushing people who were still stopped by doubts to take decisive action, convincing them that otherwise they would all die. This white-haired young man destroyed their ghostly understanding of morality. He still continued to deliver crushing blows to his victim with indifference. The lieutenant stood in the middle of the crowd, with only one thought in his mind. If the first death did not occur within the next 10 minutes, everyone here would die. While among the bloodied passengers, Doc Ja remembered reading one particular paragraph of his novel. They were like executioners pulling a lever at the same time. That was exactly what was happening to the people around him right now. Because they didn't want to know who killed the prisoner. Another passage flashed through Doc Ja's mind. His gaze stopped on the boy who clutched his terrarium to his chest. Doc Ja watched the infuriated people as if he were rereading the same paragraph of the ill-fated book over and over again. It was as if he was watching this scene from another world, watching the production. In the novella, the grandmother was the first to die. By changing something else in the beginning, Doc Ja would have less information about the future. But was it right to silently watch the death of this elderly woman for the sake of being able to foresee future events? Doc Ja was confused. Yu Sang Lee anxiously told Doc Ja that if this continues, this grandmother might die. The girl wanted to protect her. Doc Ja stopped her, warned her that she might die, warned her that she was acting recklessly by going there, but the girl didn't give up her intentions. Suddenly, Doc Ja grabbed Yu Sang-a's hands and pulled her close to him. He looked into her beautiful and sincere wide-open eyes and worried. Even though the genre of the story had changed significantly, she continued to shine as brightly as before. But no matter what, the person willing to change this situation was unfortunately not Yu Sang. Because she is not the protagonist of this world. Doc Ja begged Yu Sang-a to stay, to listen to him at least this one time, after which he promised not to interfere with her. The girl was stunned by such persistence and determination from Doc Ja. Shocked, she obediently sat down on the bench of the carriage. Doc Ja was thinking. Frankly speaking, he thought it was too early for him to intervene. This was not his original plan, but he had no choice. His inaction was not due to fear of Kim Nam-woon or anyone else. It wasn't even because he agreed with the inhumane methods of his fellow travelers. Doc Ja closed his eyes from exhaustion and fatigue. His passivity was explained simply by the fact that he was just waiting in the middle of the stuffy, bloody carriage, waiting for the right moment. And now, at last, that moment had come. Doc Ja stared resolutely and appraisingly in front of him. Doc Ja jumped up from his seat and rushed with all his might in the direction of the fight, where the men, along with Kim Nam-woon, were finishing off their victim. The first person Doc Ja grabbed onto was Kim Nam-un. The blonde man was very surprised at this unexpected development. Next, Doc Ja started throwing away from the victim all the young men who huddled over her in a pack to perform the brutal murder. The young and determined Kim Nam-un did not expect that with one single precise kick, Doc Ja would put him on his shoulder blades. Kim Nam-un got up from his fall and his face flushed red and disfigured with rage, demanded that Doc Ja explain his actions. At first glance, it might seem as if Doc Ja pushed Kim Nam-woon to save his grandmother, but that wasn't his only purpose. Doc Ja was looking for a solution. He was sure it was right here in the epicenter of events, amidst the moans of the victim and the screams of her executioners. "This is it! I found it!" In the midst of the darkness and chaos, the same little boy stood motionless in the middle of the carriage, clutching his terrarium. Doc Ja asked the boy insistently to borrow his unusual treasure for a while. The child did not object. Doc Ja disgustedly ran his hand into the transparent container and took out one ugly giant horse and gave it to the frightened boy. Doc Ja urged the people who continued to finish off the poor old lady to stop immediately, warning that they wouldn't survive, even if they killed this grandmother anyway. The stunned executioners suddenly stopped and looked at Doc Ja with anger and surprise on their faces. Even the lieutenant didn't expect Doc Ja to be so brave. He stood in the middle of these dangerous people who had already crossed all their moral boundaries and resolutely told them to listen to what he was about to say. Doc Ja said that the death of his grandmother could buy them some time, as it would count as the first death. But what next? He asked all these people what they would do afterwards. None of them had a single answer. They all looked at Doc Ja in silence. The guy continued, "If what Tokabi said was true, then each of them would have to kill a person themselves. So who should die after Grandma?" But not everyone was taken in by Doc Ja's speech. There was a young man who wasn't interested in these persuasive words. He laughed in Doc Ja's face and said they should just kill a coward like him next. Doc Ja didn't back down. He told the defiant Kim Nam-un that he knew his answer in advance. Doc Ja tensed and smiled faintly. The aggressors objected to Doc Ja, not wanting to risk their lives, but the young man said he knew a way to survive without becoming a killer. Meanwhile, Doc Ja continued, he reminded that the conditions of this scenario were not kill a person. Doc Ja raised up his hand with a grasshopper clenched in his fist. The guy said that the scenario is killing one or more life forms. Doc Ja stood in the middle of a car with a terrarium filled with horses. The passengers on the train looked at the young man and waited for his next move. Suddenly they began to guess what Doc Ja was getting at. They saw a large number of grasshoppers that were in the box. People started shouting that Doc Ja had insects, and everyone present wanted to get their hands on at least one grasshopper. The explosive frenzy they had unleashed to kill the poor old woman began to change direction. It was now directed at Doc Ja. He tried his best to hold on to the box, but it was getting harder and harder for him to do so. His heart was pounding so fast in this tense situation, and for some reason, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. The eyes of the people around him were burning. They wanted to grab the coveted horse at any cost, and Doc Ja was enjoying it. Was he always like this? After a moment, Doc Ja mercilessly crushed the helpless insect in his palm. It crunched like a fresh leaf and spurted out green liquid. Then Doc Ja tossed the terrarium upwards as high as he could. The box flew up and flipped in the air, followed by a great number of anxious eyes. The Konnigs jumped out, not knowing that the joy of their freedom would be short-lived. People were nervous, arguing and fighting. Some resorted to openly threatening Doc Ja for such a prank, while others rushed to the floor to catch at least one jumper. Doc Ja looked at the time meter to see how much time he had left until he could think of something else to do. The scoreboard was showing, so he had no more than 3 minutes to think about it. Kim Nam-woon turned to him and asked him why he did that. "Couldn't you just hand out those jumpers?" Kim Nam-un didn't calm down. He looked at Doc Ja unhappily and waited for an answer. Under the blond man's tense gaze, Doc Ja said that there were only 3 jumpers left inside the box. Kim Nam-un laughed and asked if Doc Ja had planted the terrarium because there weren't enough insects for all of them anyway. Doc Ja answered in the affirmative. But Kim Nam-un did not calm down. He kept laughing loudly and continued to mock Doc Ja. Kim Nam-woon insisted that Doc Ja be honest and first of all admit to himself that he just wanted to see the spectacle. The blue screen alerted the activation of the unique skill character reading. and Doc Ja saw that Kim Nam-un was tough, loose, and bold. The following was the following. Kim Nam-un, years old, constellation sponsor sucking, unique attribute Chunabai, unique skill unusual adaptation, knife fight, eclipse, generalization best not to mess with. Deok Ja knew that most of the Chunabai who appeared in the novella couldn't stand the horror their reality was turning into and committed suicide. But Kim Nam-un was different. Mad Demon Kim Nam-un Chunabai. This young boy, who would later receive this nickname, was no ordinary Chunabai. He had been waiting for the destruction of the world from the beginning and adapted to it with incredible speed. He had suggested to Doc Ja to join forces with him because he sympathized with him. Kim Nam-un was offering Doc Ja a deal. The blue screen periodically gave clues, and this time it said that the understanding with the Chunibai had improved. Meanwhile, the passengers of the carriage fussed about looking for the scattered grasshoppers, the crowd occasionally erupting into hysteria and coarse profanity. Amidst the surrounding chaos and disorder, Doc Ja confidently replied to Kim Nam-un's suggestion that he preferred to be alone. The two young men were so different in their views and values, like light and darkness. It was unlikely that anything decent would come out of their cooperation. Kim Nam-un dismissively said he was sorry. Doc Ja knew if he teamed up with him, he was guaranteed to survive, and Doc Ja would have done that if he hadn't read the novella to the end. However, he is a reader who knew everything about Kim Nam-un, his past, present, and future. Chunibye pushed Doc Ja away and went to his grandmother's house to finish his business. The bloody old lady was lying on the floor and trembling. Kim Nam-un associated that he couldn't let the horse he caught escape. The next moment, Doc Ja's strong hand grabbed Kim Nam-un's wrist without any words. The blonde man irritably stopped. Kim Nam-un, through clenched teeth, told Doc Ja that he had a personality disorder and asked why he was stopping him. Was he playing the justice fighter? Anyway, old farts are all the same, Kim Nam-un remarked, reminding Doc Ja of how much this character annoyed him while reading the novel. Kim Nam-un said he hates people like Deok Ja. Kim Nam-un said he hates people like Deok Ja. The Kim Nam-un came close to Doc Ja's face and ordered him to step back, his eyes filled with rage, confirming the cruelty of this character. Doc Ja was adamant, and the next moment Kim Nam-un gave him a crushing blow to his jaw. From the surprise and power, Doc Ja fell to the floor. Kim Nam-un was satisfied. Doc Ja tried to get up despite the pain. He had foreseen such a development and was once again convinced that Kim Nam-un was a scoundrel. Kim Nam-un continued to mercilessly deliver blow after blow. His hands were so strong and fast that Doc Ja could only dodge and not retaliate. He realized that such skill in hand-to-hand combat was due to only one thing, and that was the exclusive skill of the Chunibai attribute. The clue that indicated the use of the Eclipse skill appeared on the screen again. Doc Ja was surprised that the Chunibai could already use all of this. Even Kim Nam-un himself couldn't believe that he had become so strong. He raised his hands up and laughed evilly and smugly. Doc Ja assumed that because of Kim Nam-un's abilities, the protagonist had recruited him to join him, even though the Chunibai was an outright psychopath. Once again, the screen announced that the rapport between the two guys had increased, and Doc Ja wondered if he should use this skill to his advantage. Suddenly, in front of the shocked Doc Ja, the screen informed him that the conditions for using the exclusive skill stage, Omniscient Reader, had been met. Meanwhile, the people didn't give up trying to capture all the grasshoppers. The insects quickly spread around the carriage and well camouflaged themselves according to all the existing laws of nature. But after a moment, they paused their unsuccessful search and were distracted by a strange sound coming from the direction of the men's fight. Kim Nam-un was swinging his arms and legs in a display of incredible skill, but Doc Ja was masterfully dodging again and again. Chunibye was losing control, nervous and cursing. He couldn't understand why, with all his agility, he couldn't overpower Doc Ja. Finally, his patience ran out and he wailed at the top of his voice, asking Doc Ja why he couldn't hit him. It was because the first stage of the exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader, had been activated. Kim Nam-un kept trying to reach at least some part of Doc Ja's body, but it was all in vain, as if he could sense where his opponent was aiming. Kim Nam-un's fists were flying in front of Doc Ja like bees, but they couldn't sting him. When the second skill was activated, Doc Ja stopped Kim Nam-un's punch a millimeter away from his eye. Doc Ja began to anticipate the movements of the restless Kim Nam-un, as if he could read his mind and know his intentions. In between unsuccessful attempts to hit his opponent, Kim Nam-un shouted insulting phrases and accused Doc Ja of being too fidgety. But with his skills, Doc Ja was only able to dodge Kim Nam-un's attacks. Doc Ja was not ready to attack yet. He had to buy time. Meanwhile, Kim Nam-un reminded Doc Ja that he only had minutes left. Doc Ja looked at the screen that showed the numbers. and cursed. The grandmother, Kim Nam-un's victim, was lying face down on the floor. Doc Ja was anxious because he knew if Kim Nam-un killed her, the scenario would pass. Doc Ja couldn't stand it and rushed to the old lady's aid. No matter what, he couldn't let Kim Nam-woon go to the next scenario. Kim Nam-woon knew that Doc Ja would not leave his grandmother and purposely stood behind him. Doc Ja looked back sharply as he heard Kim Nam-un's knife open. The blue screen showed that Kim Nam-un had a level 1 knife fighting skill, and his goal was to stab Doc Ja in the heart. Kim Nam-un began to swing the steel blade relentlessly until it reached Doc Ja's forearm, who was still covering his grandmother. The sharp knife left a deep cut on Doc Ja's arm. The pain pulsed through his body, so painful it was as if his skin was on fire. Despite his injury, Doc Ja, with trembling hands, lifted the old woman, who was barely breathing, off the floor. He was barely able to stand on his weakened legs, but he picked up the emaciated grandmother and carried her to safety. Doc Ja cheered himself through the pain because he knew that if he lost to Kim Nam-woon now, he would die. The weak die, the strong survive. What a predictable world this is. A world where man is wolf to man, where the strong hunt the weak. Doc Ja's mind flashed back to his beating in a dark alley. Then he remembered how his supervisor threw a bad report in his face. Yes, the weak die, that fact just became more obvious. Yes, Doc Ja had to become stronger if he wanted to survive. But Kim Nam-woon mocked the helplessness of the traumatized Doc Ja and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Doc Ja, standing with his back to Kim Nam-woon, named his school and the class he was in, then asked if insect eggs were considered a life form. Kim Nam-woon looked confused. Doc Ja raised his hand with a skate clenched in his fist, and this answer, yes, insect eggs are definitely a life form. After saying that, the brave Doc Ja crushed the poor grasshopper with all his might. Kim Nam-woon, still holding the knife in front of him, asked Doc Ja, why on earth should he be embarrassed by this? At the same second, Kim Nam-un lunged towards his opponent again, trying to strike, but suddenly the screen alerted Doc Ja to receive the coins. There were coins. The young man was determined, and without much thought, he put all those coins into the bodybuilding. The screen confirmed the success of the investment. As a result of these actions, Doc Ja's body construction went from level to level and became incredibly strong. Kim Nam-un's knife bounced off Doc Ja's chest like a rock. Kim Nam-woon tried to strike Doc Ja again and again, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. His knife was powerless. Doc Ja told him that during the mating season, grasshoppers lay more eggs at a time. Tired, wounded, but not broken, Doc Ja told Kim Nam-un that he would not be the one to die, but Kim Nam-un. But Kim Nam-un didn't relent. He smiled sinisterly at Doc Ja. His frenzied eyes wanted blood, murder, and suffering. He kept stabbing at Doc Ja's chest with his knife. The harder he hit, the farther his knife bounced. Kim Nam-woon was losing his temper and cursing. The blue screen said that the time was up and it was time to pay the bill. After that, the carriage was filled with unbearable screaming. The basic scenario of proof of significance was over. Pulgwan Station, train, carriage. There were only one person left alive. Suddenly, Tokubi's voice was heard. He was amazed and pleased as he assessed the results of his bloody antics. He smiled sweetly as he put his chubby little paws to his mouth and asked what was going on as if he had no part in it. Tokubi said he had been checking the other carriage the whole time. He hovered under the ceiling and enjoyed the sight of the bloody bodies that lay around him. In the midst of the gloom, horror, and unshod human suffering in the wagon stood a man who had managed to survive, thanks to his extraordinary efforts. The basic scenario of proof of significance had been passed. Pulgwan Station, train, carriage, a man was alive. It was the stately Lieutenant Lee Hyun-seong who turned out to be not so brave. Yu Sang-ah also survived despite Doc Ja's anxious premonitions. Lee Gil-yoon, who was carrying a terrarium with horses, was also lucky, as was the manager Han Myung-oh, who tried to bribe Tokebi. Kim Daok-ja was also alive. He couldn't even imagine for a moment what a normal daily commute from work to home would be like for him. The sharp knives fell to the floor with a clang. They no longer posed any threat to others, nor did they offer any advantage to their wielder. Kim Nam-woon clung to Doc Ja and begged loudly and desperately to save him, arguing that human life was priceless. To which Doc Ja replied in his own words that this is the rule of the old world, and the new world needs different rules. But Kim Nam-un continued to shout and beg, grabbing Doc Ja's clothes with his hands as if they were his last chance. His arrogance and disdain were gone. But there was no miracle. Doc Ja was adamant and unrelenting. Under his gaze, Kim Nam-un died. Doc Ja thought about it. So much had happened in that period of time that had changed him beyond recognition. He accepted that he had become just like Kim Nam-un. Standing amidst the bloody streams, Jia knew that he had the opportunity to save all those people, and he would lie if he said he didn't feel any guilt. But he was confused about something else, namely why he was still so remarkably calm, as if he was just continuing to read a novel. Meanwhile, the blue screen displayed the results that Jia had killed the living creatures, which were the grasshopper jumper and the grasshopper eggs. The screen showed that the amount of coins received by Jia had been halved due to killing the unresisting creatures. The remaining coins paid for the character enhancement. Once again, the screen signaled the reward in coins. At the same moment, Jia heard a loud rumble spreading through the carriage and looked around. The train resumed its heavy movement with a screech, smoke rising upwards, and the screen wrote that due to the massive killing, Jia had gotten the achievement Serial Killer. It also reported that Jia had earned more coins for normally going through the scenario. Coins were deducted for using the channel. Next, the extra reward would begin to be given out. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung and the little boy Lee Gil-yoon tensely listened to the rumble of the train. One world had been destroyed and a new world had been created on its ruins. All the passengers who were lucky enough to survive the carnage could not believe that the train was finally moving. They were all hoping to get home as soon as possible. But a new challenge awaited them. Out of the flames and soot, opening its repulsive maw, a huge unknown serpent rose above the ground. The beautiful Yu Sang-ah and the manager Han Man-oh stood at the window of the carriage, dumbfounded as they watched this horrifying sight. And only one single reader, Jia, who had read the mystery novel from beginning to end after years of reading it, was now standing on the train, ankle-deep in blood. He was the only one who knew how the world was going to end, so he watched the monster outside the window without much emotion. Han Man-oh was the most panicked of all, shouting hysterically that the monster was approaching, demanding that the train move again, and covering himself with his hands chaotically. This snake-like monster is an ichthyosaurus and is commonly referred to as a sea serpent. Yu Sang-ah, along with Han Man-oh, watched it move past the window pane. Later, in Ways of Survival, this monster is categorized as a class, grade monster. The novel prioritizes the scenario, hence as long as everyone is protected by it, there will be no attack from the outside. Jia was focused and wary. He scrutinized the tokabi flying in front of him and drew conclusions. Jia was counting the stars above him. Total. No wonder this creature was so happy. The stars above the tokabi signified the number of Suziers connected to the channel. The constellations are the most mysterious entities in the world of Ways to Survive. They are the source of all misfortune. They watch over everyone, sitting atop distant nebulas. To be more precise, they watch over everyone through channels that are controlled by the tokabi. If the events had unfolded according to the Ways of Survival, Kim Na-mun should have killed most of the people in the carriage and survived, but the screen informed Jia that as a result of Kim Na-mun's character's death, 2 constellations showed dislike towards him, and it was like a bug, because Jia was the one who killed Kim Na-mun. Now that the Suzer's preferences have started to show, and it really seems like the story is starting to get serious. Jia picked up Kim Na-mun's folding knife from the floor. Until yesterday, Jia was the one watching the constellations, but now the positions of both sides had been changed. Jia thought if there are constellations that hate him, there must also be constellations that favor him. After a moment, the screen reported that several constellations admire your script and are providing you with coins. Jia whispered that no matter what, they can look at him all they want, but they will pay with their lives at the end. Suddenly, Yu Sang-ah called out to him. She asked him if he was all right, but she didn't scare him with this sudden call. He was puzzled, as he was immersed in his thoughts. Jia took Yu Sang-ah's hand. They looked around and saw the grandmother, who was not alive. The boy apologized to Yu Sang-ah for not being able to save the old woman. Yu Sang-ah looked Jia straight in the eyes and spoke to him confusedly, with fragments of unintelligible phrases, the meaning of which the boy could not understand. In the end, she could only express her gratitude for what she had done, but Jia didn't quite understand. It turned out that Yu Sang-ah was thanking him for tossing the insect terrarium in the middle of the carriage and throwing it right in the girl's direction. But the romanticism of the moment was interrupted by Jia's dry reply that it was just a happy accident, not his purpose. Yu Sang-ah, stunned by this frankness, continued to stand next to Jia. He emphasized that such a moment will not happen again. Yu Sang-ah may not know everything, but she is smart enough to survive in this chaos. She most likely understood what Jia meant. Jia's actions not only saved someone but also killed someone, so he didn't give himself the right to receive thanks from Yu Sang-ah. Meanwhile, Tokebi took comfort in the fact that he had proved his worth as much as a person. While Tokebi was thanking the E constellation for favoring him, Dokja was pondering that there were more survivors than planned. He was only betting on Lee Hyun-sung. Dokja looked around and his gaze stopped on Lee Gil-yeon, the only child who was in that ill-fated carriage and fortunately survived. The boy stood orphaned in the midst of the dead people and silently clutched his hands, which were accidentally stained with someone else's blood. Dokja remembered the first time he had seen him, the aloof little boy clutching his terrarium of horses tightly to his chest. After a little thought, Dokja quietly placed his hand on the boy's fragile shoulder and turned to him. The little boy turned his head. He had big, beautiful, but frightened eyes. Dokja asked if the boy wanted to live, but it was far from sympathy. It was just hypocrisy. Dokja asked Lee Gil-yeon to go with him. Looking at the situation, the boy had no choice but to agree. Dokja immediately received coins from the sponsors who were pleased by the act. He didn't care if it was disgusting, but he also wanted to survive. Cradling the baby to his side, he thought that given the upcoming events, he needed to capture the Suziri's attention. A lot had happened today. Even the guy behind the judge's door had turned out to be a psycho. Tokebi was glowing and smiling happily. Hanmin-oh's manager hoped that maybe it was over and hesitantly asked Tokebi, or would he let them out now? Hanmin-oh had managed to survive despite his long tongue, which couldn't help but confirm the fact that he was just a pampered man. He claimed that they all passed Tokebi's requirements, but why was he taking the subway if he had a new car? Tokebi mocked him, and while pointing to the events outside the window, he clarified if he really wanted to get off. Amidst the fog and gloom, an incredibly sized snake with a mouthful of sharp teeth peered through the glass. Hanmin-oh did not calm down. He kept shouting and demanding something under the surprised looks of his traveling companions. But in any case, Tokebi was amazed. He told the people that he didn't have any special expectations about this wagon, but unexpectedly, many passed the scenario. They proved that even grasshoppers deserve to live. Tokebi continued that the passengers should be rewarded for the difficulties they overcame. So for the scenario, they are eligible to get Constellation sponsorship. He really could not understand why the tired and exhausted people did not react to this incredible news. The Tokebi tried to explain to them that they were very weak at the moment. Only Dokja knew what Constellation and sponsorship meant. Tokebi explained, if people participate in the next scenarios like this, they will die in a flash. But there are merciful beings who sympathize with them and are willing to sponsor them. But still no one except Dokja understood anything. Then the Tokebi couldn't stand it and said that instead of listening 100 times, it was better to see everything with your own eyes. At the same moment, a blue screen appeared in front of each of the passengers, and personalized messages were sent out to everyone at the same time. Dokja stared thoughtfully at his screen. He had 4 sentences. Yu Sang-ah stood across from the guy and suddenly turned to him for help in an embarrassed manner. She said that she got some 2 strange suggestions, but Dokja cut her off to tell the girl to calm down and think of it as a qualifying test. Deep in his heart, he was happy for Yu Sang-ah that she still had those 2 offers of support. One of the main events in the ways of survival, the selection of a sponsor, began. The sponsor selection is a system in which the constellations that look at everyone through the Tokebi channels can choose a person they like and make him their embodiment. Dokja had a number of such constellations, but the constellations never revealed their real names, and their identities were hidden behind the names Abyss, Prisoner, or Judge. But this was not a problem for Dokja, as he had read Ways of Survival. The screen was asking him to make a choice. So, the Black Dragon of the Abyss, the powerful entity that was the leader of the Black Cloud Suzir group. Dokja tentatively recalled that the entity had a very long name. If he became an incarnation of this constellation, he would be able to obtain powerful attack skills. Considering that physique and strength are vital in the beginning, then it is the best choice. At the end of the incarnation, he falls into madness and becomes a murderer. He most often prefers humans with the Chunabai attribute. In the novel, this constellation was Kim Nam-woon's sponsor. He was really skillful in attacking the enemy. But why did he choose Dokja now? He stared at the blue screen and couldn't believe that he was actually seeing this choice. Dokja went to the second choice. The name Hellfire Judge has a vicious and immoral connotation, but Hellfire doesn't mean it's a demon. I've Flame and Judge, an entity with wings behind his back and a sword in his hands, which executes the sentence of fire, and it is none other than Archangel Uriel. This was also a good option for sponsorship. The constellations of absolute good are powerful, but they impose senseless restrictions on the use of their power. Now the third option, hidden intriguer. This constellation had the silhouette of a man with fiery eyes who was wrapped in a black hood from head to toe. Dog Ja, the only reader, was seeing this variant for the first time. He couldn't remember this constellation, perhaps it was mentioned in passing, but the young man was sure that this constellation was weak. Even the name didn't give Dok Ya confidence and trust. So the last constellation was the prisoner of Guanyin's ring. Dok Ja looked at the screen and sweated profusely. He was excited at the end of the list. Dok Ja nervously swallowed the non-existent saliva in his dry mouth and thought he was not at all prepared to receive an offer from such a constellation so early. Prisoner of the Guanyin ring. Prisoner sounds negative at first glance, but you have to pay attention to what follows. The Guanyin ring is the smallest prison in the world. He lives and endures the pain of the Kaiden on his head, master of the mountain of fruits and flowers, beautiful monkey king with a piercing fiery gaze, great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Among all the characters in the novella, only one was supported by this constellation. Dok Ja was somewhat confused in this regard. He remembered this powerful constellation very well. It was written in the novel that it could destroy hundreds of incarnations with a single stroke of its staff and destroy thousands of monsters with a single strike of lightning. But why did it choose Dok Ja? Could Dok Ja win? There were too many different thoughts going through his mind at that moment. Tokebi hovered over the passengers and said that one of them had made an interesting choice. In front of the 5 of them, their blue screens were still glowing. The Tokebi went on to say that if a choice had been made, he should leave them for a while to prepare for a new scenario, and the people had a chance to take a break. Dok Ja stood in the middle of the carriage with a boy named Lee Gil-yun next to him. The young man asked everyone else to come over to him, even though they had a hard time doing so because of their uncertainty. Lieutenant Lee Hun-sung shook Dok Ja's hand and introduced himself. He was glad to meet him, even though the place was dubious. Lee Hyun-sung noticed that he was a soldier. He was probably already a soldier, but he had a powerful grip when shaking hands. He complained that he couldn't contact the unit. His strength did not go unnoticed by Dok Ja, and he decided to take Lee Hyun-sung with him. The lieutenant thanked Dok Ja for saving all those people and himself. Suddenly, someone patted Dok Ja's shoulder, which surprised the guy. It was Han Man-oh who, with the disdain of his superior, praised Dok Ja for his good work. He still thought that Minasoft still existed and he still had a position and influence over others. But judging from the sight outside the window, it was different. Dok Ja, to make everyone realize the seriousness of the situation, began to explain that this was not a joke, and he was sure that even though no one was saying it out loud, it was clear to all the passengers. He showed everyone the game interface, which indicated that to prove their worth, they had to kill. He drew their attention to the characteristics and skills window, and asked if there were any others who did not understand what was going on here. Dok Ja continued that all the events around here are like a novel he was covertly reading when he was at work, and it's reality, not a dream. Lee Hyun-sung asked, if Dok Ja is sure of what he said, then what should they all do? Does he have any ideas? The screen suggested that the lieutenant was being trusting of Dok Ja. Dok Ja thought about it and said that the only solution was for everyone to get out of here as soon as possible. But no one shared his opinion. The horrifying head of the serpent was still visible in the window of the ill-fated carriage, opening its saliva-filled mouth wide and repulsive. After Dok Ja's speech, the companions began to sound the alarm. Lee Hyun-sung wanted to report to the army. Yu Sang-ah thought their heads would explode on the way out, and Han Man-oh shouted hysterically as usual. Suddenly, their discussion came to an abrupt halt. The carriage was filled with a violent rumbling sound. Everyone looked at each other fearfully. But what was that? Dok Ja didn't understand anything either, but he could guess that if Tokebi hadn't returned, the next scenario hadn't started yet. So his guesses made his heart grow cold. Dok Ja listened to someone incredibly strong, desperately trying to get in. Dok Ja's doubts slowly dissipated. It was him. There could be no mistake. Dok Ja had never been so scared and pale in his life. This is the true protagonist of the story. Dok Ja remembered the passage in the novel where the people in the carriage were mercilessly burned alive. Dok Ja approached Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung and said that they had to leave the train car immediately. Lee Hyun-sung was confused. He had no idea how to do it. The front doors of the carriage shook and rattled under the onslaught of an unknown force. Dok Ja summarized that if they didn't get out, they would die before the next scenario began. The big and broad-shouldered Lee Hyun-sung was sweating and shaking with fear. He convinced Dok Ja that maybe there was no enemy behind the door. Dok Ja was adamant in his decision to leave the carriage. He said that this persistent guest had probably survived by killing a man. The carriage was filled with smoke and soot. Lee Hyun-sung and Yu Sang-ah stood shocked and motionless. Doc Ja asked if they still wanted to meet this mysterious man. They all started looking for the exit and checking the carriage doors one by one, but all of them were not working. The previous scenario is over and the current barrier has been removed. Doc Ja sat on the floor in frustration. They have to find a working door. Among the 8 doors, 3 more remained unchecked. Doc Ja did not give up hope that at least one of them would be serviceable. Amidst the rumbling and raised dust, Doc Ja froze in place in anxiety and foreboding, but he had no other choice but to move forward. Doc Ja knelt down beside another door, hoping to open it. Suddenly, a frightened Yu Sang-ah called out to him and asked him to come over to her. Doc Ja and then the rest of the surviving 5 approached Yu Sang-ah and her find, namely the half-open door. All the passengers looked at them with fear and then started to slowly move them. Doc Ja said that this door was their last hope. Everyone as one was digging on the unyielding mechanism, but there was no result. Lee Hyun-sung summarized that still this door was broken too. Suddenly, Doc Ja got coins. He could use the coins to increase his strength like before, but it would be too risky to spend them in the initial scenarios, as there was no telling what might be next. Doc Ja's character description skill was activated and he could see the capabilities of everyone here. Doc Ja asked Lee Hyun-sung to use his skill, but the lieutenant didn't understand anything. The blue screen gave out full information about the martial artist. Age, years old, sponsor constellation, steel master, unique attribute, soldier who turned a blind eye to injustice. Overall, a good set of qualities. Doc Ja turned to the lieutenant and asked why he hadn't opened the characterization window at the beginning and familiarized himself with his capabilities. Lee Hyun-sung hesitated and was embarrassed. He replied that he just didn't know how the skills worked and how to use them. Doc Ja told him to think about what he wanted to use, and that was it. Lee Hyun-sung heeded the advice and focused on his skill. After a moment, the lieutenant walked to the door and swung it open with a mad scramble. It seemed to Doc Ja that the soldier had successfully activated his stigma, mountain engine. Lee Hyun-sung himself was as happy and surprised as a child. Doc Ja ordered them to run as fast as they could because he knew that the doors leading to the car would break soon. But that was not their biggest problem, as Doc Ja remembered from the novel. They all ran as fast as they could, sparing no pains, with little Lee Gil-yeon on their shoulders. But suddenly they heard Tokebi's disappointed voice above their heads. The passengers stopped and looked at him anxiously. Tokebi hovered above them in a meaningful silent pause. Tokebi looked tense. He reminded them that he had asked them all to stay put and not to go anywhere. The passengers froze in anticipation. They looked at each other confusedly, and only Han Man-oh shouted nervously as always that he should not have gone outside, and he had anticipated the danger. Tokebi flicked his short limbs and reassured the people, saying that they were extremely lucky, even though there was no turning back. Doc Ja looked at the blue screen excitedly. He understood a lot of things and was no longer surprised by the situation. Doc Ja continued to run and urged Yu Sang-ah to do the same. But the girl had doubts. She read on the screen that the bridge should be destroyed, but this process had not happened yet. In fact, Yu Sang-ah was right. They all got off the train too early, and that's why the bridge was still intact. In other words, it should be 100% destroyed. It may not be fair, but without it, people had no chance of completing the scenario. Doc Ja was worried that they didn't have much time, but he hoped for a breakthrough. Everyone was desperately running. The boy Lee Gil-yeon closed his eyes tightly in fear and held on to Lee Hyun-sung on his back. Manager, Han Man-oh was also running. His small glasses were barely clinging to his skinny face. It was a sea serpent, an ichthyosaurus, but with its size it might have been a sea commander. He insisted that everyone keep running, assuring them that they would be able to use the bridge before the monster destroyed the crossing. The people had meters to run. The speed they were moving at should be enough to reach the other end of the bridge before it collapsed. Tokebi watched the commotion of the frightened passengers with satisfaction. He concluded that the easy game was not interesting at all, was it? Doc Ja ran through the firelight and ashes, conquering the fear of the unknown. But Tokebi again decided to make things difficult, which made Doc Ja angry. He snapped his short fingers again, which didn't bode well. The blue screen flashed with messages, informing that the consciousness of the dead was returning and the surroundings were filled with dark ether. All the time Yu Sang-ah tried to keep her mind on running and not look back, but a mad wheezing behind her made her do so. She saw a zombie behind her and screamed as hard as she could. Some of them were missing their heads, and the blue limbs of the dead were reaching out to the passengers who were still running. Lee Hyun-sung did not let go of Lee Gil-yong's hand for a moment. Suddenly, dust began to rise around them, and the lieutenant called out loudly to Dokja. The guy sensed from Lee Hyun-sung's anxious cries that they were running out of time and immediately ordered everyone to get down on the ground immediately. The huge, enraged ichthyosaur was slashing the bridge, the only crossing that existed with all its fury. The crackling and rumbling filled the entire area. He, along with Yu Sang-ah and Han Mang-o, stood in the middle of the surviving part of the bridge, which was plunging into the abyss a few meters ahead, while behind them, the zombies were leisurely approaching. The frightened trio stood confusedly on the edge of the abyss. Because of the panic, they could not develop a plan of action. Through the abyss that separated the two parts of the crossing, through the dust and falling rocks, Dokja could clearly hear the echo of his name. Dokja knelt down in the middle of the surviving part of the bridge. He clutched his head, trying to beat the dizziness. He heard fragments of phrases of a woman's voice. Dokja saw a horrifying picture of the collapsed bridge. The dust was clogging his lungs and his brain refused to work or perceive reality. Dokja clearly heard Yu Sang-ah calling out to him. The frail girl, despite her fatigue, continued to hold Han Mang-o's forearm. She called out to Dokja, trying to determine his condition. Dokja rose to his feet. He analyzed everything that had opened to his eyes. The bridge had been destroyed. Although he had foreseen it, he hadn't expected to be left with Han Mang-o and Yu Sang-ah. The boy Lee Gil-yoon, along with Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung, reached the safe zone unharmed. But Dokja did not know how to proceed. His confusion was clearly visible on his face. Suddenly he saw a notice that someone had received the blessing of the constellation. Yu Sang-ah was approaching Dokja while still supporting Han Mang-o. She was surprised that suddenly strange things began to happen in her mind. The constellation that had chosen Yu Sang-ah to be her incarnation was interfering in the scenario to save her, a rare occurrence even for ways of survival. Dokja wondered, activating the character description, which constellation had sponsored the girl. But Dokja was unable to view Yu Sang-ah's character, which annoyed the guy a lot. He speculated that the girl might have a special sponsor or have a mental barrier skill, but that should have been impossible for now. Yu Sang-ah, meanwhile, did not stop trying to shout to Dokja. She was desperately trying to warn him of the danger. The girl shouted that there was a threat behind him, and Dokja instantly looked back. A massive fist whistled past his ear. Dokja reacted in a flash and deftly kicked at a very familiar silhouette. The assailant fell to the ground with a thud. He looked ahead of him and saw his opponent's figure begin to rise after the fall. The entity was wearing very familiar clothes. Raising dust, the figure continued to emit a beastly growl. Dokja was preparing for his next attack. He recalled the plot of the novel and the human-type demon of the first class. It was a metamorphosis of a human infected with black ether. It was a metamorphosis of a human being infected with black ether. They were not different from zombies, but with a special biological host, they were extremely dangerous. Dokja noticed the name inscription on his clothes. Yes, it was Kim Na-moon. His bleached hair, along with his once white shirt, was stained with blood. Dokja activated the unique skill Omniscient Reader. But Kim Na-moon's character was unconscious, so Dokja's skill didn't help him. Kim Na-moon attacked Dokja again. Kim Na-moon saw that his skill didn't work and realized that he had no choice but to immediately cross this paired bridge. But there were 3 passengers. One of them must stay and die. The even bridge is a bridge of light created by the blessing of a constellation. Only an even number of people can cross. If an odd number crosses the bridge, it will disappear in a flash. Dokja, dodging Kim Na-moon's relentless attempts, called Yu Sang-ah over to him to fulfill the crossing requirement together. But suddenly, over his shoulder, Dokja saw that the previously weak and frail Han Mang-o had grabbed Yu Sang-ah tightly and threw her on his shoulders, hoping to be the first to cross the bridge with her. Yu Sang-ah frantically fought back, struggling and pulling away, not very happy to be in such company. Dokja looked at them doomedly in their wake. He was sweating profusely. His body was failing him, but he would not let go of his life-saving prey. Yu Sang-ah continued to call out for Dokja's help as she was caught in his steel embrace. Dokja was sure that those two had left him. The screen was filled with new messages. The constellation Hidden Intriguer admired the gullibility, and Hellfire Judge was pleased with the acrimony. Dokja received coins for it. He couldn't understand why the manager could move so quickly. What kind of skill was that? But this information wasn't available in the character description. I guess, Doc Jia thought, this was the stigma of lame running, fast one-legged horse that Han Meng-O had gotten from the constellation Stubby Rascal. Doc Jia felt sorry for himself for miscalculating, thinking that these two were not on the list of characters in Ways of Survival. It was Kim Nam Un Un Un, his eyes burning green, his face stained with blood, and his eyes burning green, his face stained with blood. Next, as if on cue, all the zombies rushed towards Doc Jia. They roared and wheezed, coming from different directions. Doc Jia elbowed one of the attacking zombies away from him. One question pulsed in his mind. How could he still cross the bridge without a pair? Doc Jia threw one demon after another away from him and wondered if he could neutralize one of them and cross with him, but the chance of success was too small. Doc Jia looked up and saw a smiling Tokebi who reminded him, drawing his attention to the blue screen, that there were minutes left to the end of the scenario. Tokebi noticed that Doc Jia was holding up well and mockingly asked if there was a constellation that would grant this unfortunate incarnation its favor. The four rescuers watched Doc Jia's desperate struggle with horror. Doc Jia pulled out the folding knife he had recently taken from Kim Nam Woon on the train and swung it erratically at the advancing zombies. Doc Jia was getting closer and closer to the edge of the ruined bridge under the onslaught of crazy creatures, and dark water was bubbling between the sharp stones far below. Doc Jia felt completely helpless with hopelessness. This time he really didn't know if he could survive. He didn't have any of the skills needed for battle. The boy stood alone one step away from the deep abyss as a blue translucent large book suddenly descended on him from above. It mysteriously unfolded its fragile pages in front of the dumbfounded Doc Jia. The guy had no idea what kind of help it could be. It was the activation of character bookmarks, of which there were 3 slots available. Doc Jia looked at these messages and didn't understand anything. Although Doc Jia had read more sections of survival ways, but he had never seen such a skill name. Meanwhile, the zombies were closing in. He had no choice but to try to activate the first tab. He intuitively knew how to use this skill. Doc Jia began to rustle through the translucent pages, and the corresponding past stories began to appear in front of his eyes. But the level of the bookmark skill was very low, and the activation time was reduced to 1 minute. Unfortunately, only a fraction of all the skills that Doc Jia had were activated. In the meantime, the zombie Kim Nam Woon opened his horrible mouth wide and attacked Doc Jia. But the guy prepared a sharp blade of his own knife for the demon. At the same moment, Doc Jia slashed Kim Nam Un's throat with a sharp swing of his hand. Dark red blood splattered on Doc Jia's face. Kim Nam Un wheezed with suffocation, his eyes fading, and he slowly sank to the ground. Kim Nam Un's bleached hair was stained with blood. He sat down on his knees and raised his thin arms with all his might. Choking on his own blood, Kim Nam Woon whispered faintly that he didn't want to die. At last, Kim Nam Woon fell to the ground with all his breathless body. Doc Jia stood beside him with a knife in his hand and watched in cold blood. Kim Nam Un had been neutralized, but a whole army of other zombies continued to press Doc Jia to the edge of the abyss. The guy knew who he was waiting for, but this someone was very late. At least Doc Jia thought so. He had to hold on no matter what. Doc Jia clutched his knife in his outstretched hand, his only weapon against the invading monsters. Suddenly a bright light flashed behind them. Doc Jia had finally arrived, his eyes full of determination and his clothes and face stained with blood and dirt. A tall and slender young boy dressed in a black shirt, black pants, and a long black cloak walked out to meet him. The young man stopped a few meters away from Doc Jia, his clothes fluttering in the wind like a sail, making his image even more mysterious. He looked Doc Jia straight in the eyes with a stern gaze. They stood opposite each other amidst the crawling zombies. Between them lay the body of the slain demon, Kim Nam Woon. The boy asked Doc Jia who he was. After this question, Doc Jia thought that he would have to kill this character as well, which made him feel uncomfortable as he thought it wasn't real. The mysterious young man came right up to Doc Jia and abruptly grabbed him right by the throat. His strong hand clenched mercilessly, and Doc Jia wheezed. Doc Jia could neither inhale nor exhale. This strong young man lifted Doc Jia off the ground with one hand and held him down effortlessly. Doc Jia clutched at his assailant's arm, trying to free his neck from the steel grip. The character looked down on Doc Jia and asked him how he managed to survive. Meanwhile, Yu Sang-ah was anxiously watching from the opposite side of the bridge. They couldn't move any further as they were obstructed by a high-voltage wall similar to the one blocking the exit of the carriage. Doc Jia was still being held by a strong hand. The mysterious guy was shaking Doc Jia's soul out of him and asking him his name. Doc Jia was in a desperate situation. He was worried that his opponent might be the protagonist. Doc Jia introduced himself. The young man in black replied that it was a strange name with a strange sound. But Doc Jia was not surprised at all. The young man in black replied that it was a strange name with a strange sound. But Doc Jia was not surprised at all. A moment later, Doc Jia felt a sharp pain from a strong blow directly to his chest. From the suddenness and intensity, he bent almost in half. Doc Jia barely swallowed his saliva, but to the surprise of his opponent, he did not give up. He noted that Doc Jia was quite strong. The mysterious character also said that he was surprised at how quickly Doc Jia realized how to use the coins. Doc Jia thought this type was a monster. They had only gone through one main scenario and one additional scenario, and this guy had already become too strong. Suddenly, he ordered Doc Jia to answer his questions and not to talk too much. Doc Jia knew he was in trouble. The previous Yu Jun Hak was more dangerous than other characters. And after 3 regressions, his personality had undergone strong changes. Now, for the sake of achieving his goal, this guy would stop at nothing. They were standing on the edge of the cliff, and Doc Jia's feet slipped from time to time. He didn't fall down only because he was still held by Yu Jun Hak's throat. The young man pressured Doc Jia and forced him to answer all the questions. But Doc Jia courageously held on and did not agree to such conditions. In response, the opponent's steel fist swung again. It suddenly hit Doc Jia's stomach. But despite his swing and strength, something went wrong. This didn't surprise Yu Jun Hak. His punch stopped on Doc Jia's palms. He replied that pro gamer Yu Jun Hak was younger than him and couldn't be a worthy opponent for him. Also, Doc Jia remarked that Yu Jun Hak should have shown some respect to him, which caused the mysterious character to be very surprised. He asked Doc Jia if he knew who the guy in front of him was, to which Doc Jia replied in the affirmative and added that he worked for a game company, and to be honest, not too long ago, Yu Jun Hak was just a novel personage to him. Doc Jia slightly exaggerated Yu Jun Hak's fame and importance when he told him that he was a fan, and Yu Jun Hak seemed to be a celebrity in the novel. But Doc Jia was really a fan. He both loved and hated Yu Jun Hak's character at the same time, also rushing curses and supporting him after a moment. Doc Jia also said that he followed Yu Jun Hak along the path of the story in chapters that he persistently read one after another. Yu Jun Hak didn't really trust Doc Jia's words. It had been a long time since he had heard that kind of talk. He told Doc Jia that he forgave him for his arrogance, but it wouldn't change his situation. Doc Jia could see it himself as he continued to hang over the abyss with Yu Jun Hak's arm around his neck. Yu Jun Hyuk was only interested in one question, how Doc Jia managed to survive the subway train, and it was no surprise to him. Doc Jia was pondering how he could benefit from this interest, and offered Yu Jun Hyuk to pardon him if Doc Jia would tell him about his own way of survival. Though why these conventions, Doc Jia thought. Yu Jun Hak would find out all by himself anyway, just by looking him in the eye. In that case, no matter what Doc Jia said, would this regressor really believe him? Suddenly, blue screens appeared in front of Doc Jia, informing him that the conditions for utilizing the level of the unique skill Omniscient Reader had been reached. It was suggested that he activate the skill. Yu Jun Hak was analyzing Doc Jia. In the carriage, Lee Hyun Sung and Kim Nam Woon should have survived, but this guy survived instead, which surprised Yu Jun Hak. He needed more information about the events in the carriage, or else he would have to kill Doc Jia. All these thoughts Doc Jia heard, which was a complete surprise to him. Could he really be able to read minds like in the case of Kim Nam Woon? From behind the blue screen, a cheerful as ever Takabe looked out. The scoreboard showed the time. Yu Jun Hak was wrapping up his interrogation. As Yu Jun Hak realized, Doc Jia had managed to survive by mopping up the scenario by killing insects. The character looked at Doc Jia in surprise and couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Doc Jia replied that he was just lucky. Thanks to the explosion in the previous carriage, he was able to spot a terrarium with horses by a fallen child. Doc Jia imagined how shocked Yu Jun Hak was by this retelling. Only Lee Hyun Sung and Kim Nam Woon were supposed to survive after the various carriages. Yu Jun Hak recreated the events in that train car in his mind. He saw that this time it wasn't like the last regression, and he was the cause of the explosion that killed all those people. The boy gazed into Doc Jia's eyes. Everything that was happening around him was suspicious to him. Yu Jun Hak thought that Doc Jia was too calm for a novice and was unnaturally good at adapting to the changes in the world. Yu Jun Hak doubted whether Doc Jia really killed Kim Nam Woon, and if he did, it was quite dangerous to use him for his own purposes. Doc Jia told Yu Jun Hak if his questions were over, then maybe he would let him go after all. Doc Jia suggested to peacefully get to the ox because there was very little time left to complete the task. Yu Jun Hak didn't agree to this suggestion and clenched his fingers even tighter around Doc Jia's neck. The character said that it was too much of the same, and in an instant, his eyes shone with a piercing light. Doc Ja immediately recognized that look. This skill of Yu Jun Hak was called Sage's Gaze and was a level 1 skill. A Sage's Gaze was a very strong analysis skill that could read not only the window of the character's attributes, but also the hidden information about them. Doc Ja didn't know why Yu Jun Hak hadn't used it until now. However, Doc Ja didn't know all of his own skills and attributes, and this was an opportunity to obtain information about himself, even if it was in Yu Jun Hak's hands. Suddenly, the power of the light from Yu Jun Hak's eye turned against him and burned his face with merciless fire. He couldn't realize what was happening. Uncontrollable trembling spilled over his entire body and terrified Yu Jun Hak. Deep scars appeared around his eye, stretching across his forehead and down his cheek. He realized that Doc Ja was the cause of what had happened. But what exactly had he done? What skills had he used? He irritably asked Doc Ja, who the hell was he anyway? Doc Ja, dumbfounded and confused, looked into Yu Jun Hak's eyes. Doc Ja didn't expect himself to have such a skill and didn't even know how it all happened, but he definitely understood one thing. He had a skill that would protect him from the Sage's Gaze. Doc Ja was shocked by this discovery, first the bookmark and then the fourth wall. Yu Jun Hak kept his gaze on Doc Ja, thoughts crowded in his head, rapidly changing each other. Suddenly, both of Yu Jun Hak's eyes lit up with an orange glowing light, and he now definitely decided to kill Doc Ja. The guy considered these thoughts of Yu Jun Hak and tried to stop him. Doc Ja realized that there was no way to trick Yu Jun Hak and decided to change his strategy. He once again offered him a partnership and remarked that Yu Jun Hak wouldn't go through the scenario alone. Yu Jun Hak didn't understand where Doc Ja got this knowledge from and didn't trust him, even though Doc Ja was desperately trying to convince his opponent that he could help him. Yu Jun Hak, despite Doc Ja's skills, still didn't assume for a moment that there could be another regressor in this world. No, Doc Ja couldn't be him, period. Doc Ja had assured Yu Jun Hak that he had information about the future that he did not have, but Yu Jun Hak was adamant in his intentions. There was no way he could believe that there could be another prophet other than Anna Croft, and even in Podun, Korea, but he was still worried. Yu Jun Hak asked Doc Ja if he had a glimpse into the future, and knew that Yu Jun Hak was coming here, to which he heard affirmative answers. Doc Ja added that he knows about the special power that Yu Jun Hak has, but he is also well aware that no knowledge will ever be perfect. He asked Yu Jun Hak again to take him as a companion to make up for what he lacked. Yu Jun Hak pondered, if Doc Ja is a prophet, he will definitely be useful to him, not only because of the script, but also for the upcoming battle with the members of Zarathustra. But can he be trusted? Yu Jun Hak thought about it for a while as he made a plan to check on his companion. Yu Jun Hak finally pulled Doc Ja away from the precipice and said that he had decided to take him with him. Doc Ja still hadn't fully released his neck from Yu Jun Hak's steel hands, but he felt a little relieved after his words, although he didn't fully believe what he said. Meanwhile, Yu Jun Hak took Doc Ja by his shirt collar and quickly pulled him along the bridge. Doc Ja could barely keep up with his gait and asked him to wait. The repulsive zombies slowly dragged behind the guys, their eyes burning with green light and their open mouths showing off sharp teeth. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung, along with Yu Sang-ah and the boy Lee Gil-yoon, watched the events on the opposite side of the bridge with excitement. Yu Jun Hak walked forward with a steady, brisk gait, his tinkling footsteps echoing around him, pale and focused. Doc Ja trembled with excitement and uncertainty as he silently followed Yu Jun Hak, who never let go of his collar for a moment. Doc Ja comforted himself that at least he had survived and, despite everything, had managed to convince the regressor to take him with him. It had not been easy for Doc Ja, and he had used up too much of his energy. He was worried about his skills being disabled, but it was for the best and safer. The blue screens were blurred in space and didn't alert him. Doc Ja walked and thought about how fast he was able to get Yu Jun Hak on his side and cross the bridge. The guys stopped in front of the energized wall that separated them from Yu Sang-ah, Lee Hyun-sung, and Lee Gil-eon. Regressor pulled Doc Ja closer by his clothes and asked a single final question. It was that if Doc Ja really thought he was a prophet, then he should know everything about his future too, right? After saying that, Yu Jun Hak lifted the dazed Doc Ja by the collar with one hand and carried him along the bridge. Doc Ja's attempts to free himself were futile. Suddenly, an ichthyosaur rose from the water below, noisily splashing the dark waves around it. The boys stood at the edge of the crossing, and Doc Ja had a very bad feeling. The boys were standing on the edge of the crossing, and Doc Ja had a bad feeling. Yu Jun Hak was holding Doc Ja by his clothes, and behind the frightened young man, The red mouth of the ichthyosaurus was opening wide. Regressor asked Doc Jia if he would unclench his hand now. Yu Jun-hak was testing Doc Ja's prophecy ability in this cruel way. The massive jaw of the ichthyosaurus snapped its giant teeth together. Yu Jun-hak held Doc Jia over the bubbling, turbulent pool of water in cold blood and waited for an answer. Doc Jia gazed into his opponent's eyes, convinced that Yu Jun-hak was a psychopath after all. Doc Jia tried to calm down as much as he could at that moment. He convinced himself that he knew this guy better than anyone, and if he was the same Yu Jun-hak, Doc Jia, before giving his answer, asked to tell Yu Jun-hak two things, which surprised the regressor very much. First, Doc Jia is not Yu Jun-hak's subordinate, so he demanded to be treated fairly. Secondly, Doc Jia should have teamed up with Yu Jun-hak, and the latter should guarantee him equal cooperation. Yu Jun-hak didn't take Doc Jia's words into consideration, at least he didn't take them seriously. He replied that he would certainly agree to these conditions, but he wanted to hear a clear answer to his question first. But Doc Jia knew how this fight was going to end, even though he had hoped for the opposite. He said with all his courage that Yu Jun-hak should unclench his damn hand and get the hell out of here. In the same instant, Yu Jun-hak opened his palm, his long, strong, pale fingers immediately straightening, releasing Doc Jia from the annoying suffocation. He was released into a free fall over an uncharted abyss, shrouded in thick fog under Yu Jun-hak's aiming and disdainful gaze. To his frantic shout, Doc Jia plunged deeper and deeper into the net of the all-encompassing abyss. The gusty wind fluttered the black cloak of Yu Jun-hak, who stood at the very edge. He looked smug and proud and said, without concealing a sneer, that he had finally believed all of Doc Jia's prophecies. At that moment, Doc Jia flew straight into the open mouth of the ichthyosaur. A row of sharp-pointed teeth whitened amidst the vast darkness into which the frightened young man was falling. Doc Jia held his breath and plunged into the dark waters. He swam between the rocks and debris that can only hide the deep ocean floor. Doc Jia was going through a bad time in his life. He was having a hard time, but he talked himself into holding on and not passing out from oxygen deprivation. Finally, Doc Jia pulled himself out of the nasty liquid and took his first breath. He moved further downstream, trying to get his bearings. Doc Jia periodically spit up the liquid substance and analyzed that somehow he had managed to reach the stomach of the ichthyosaur, and not even in pieces. Doc Jia took out his phone and tried to illuminate the place he had finally reached. The view he had gotten was impressive, to say the least. His weak flashlight illuminated the huge stomach of a predatory animal, in which a variety of debris of unknown origin was floating. Doc Jia tried to ironize this turn of events, supporting himself with foul language, and yet the situation was not an easy one. He took a breath and summarized that Yu Jun-hak was a psychopath who seemed to be testing him before taking him on as a partner. He knew that after failing his first regression course, Yu Jun-hak never made friends again. He was a strong regressor, respected by people as a savior, which inspired him to become a loner. So this is a test, and if Doc Jia wants to be on a level with Yu Jun-hak, you have to prove that he is able to figure out what's going on by his own strength. Doc Jia sat down on a rectangular piece of unknown buoyant material in a lotus pose and immersed himself in his own thoughts. Doc Jia noticed that the ichthyosaur had begun to move, and according to the survival methods, it should begin to secrete intestinal juices within an hour of eating. So Doc Jia didn't have much time left. Suddenly he heard Tokubi's familiar voice mocking him, saying that the beginning was much more interesting. Doc Jia sat doomedly on a piece of floating slab inside the giant ichthyosaur and looked at the insolent Tokebi. As usual, the overly cheerful essence noticed that Doc Jia didn't look confused at all despite the difficult situation. Doc Jia raised his head and looked sternly at Tokubi, saying that he had been expecting him and was not surprised to see him in this unpleasant place. He assured him that he would not only get out of this place unharmed, but he would also become strong enough to be able to resist Yu Jun-hak. Meanwhile, Yu Jun-hak stood on the edge of the ruined bridge and watched the ichthyosaur swim past him, splashing through the dark water. So Doc Jia summarized that in the end, Yu Jun-hak would have no choice but to take him as a companion. Tokebi didn't believe what he heard and asked Doc Jia if he understood that the guy was waiting for him. Doc Jia answered in the affirmative and asked Tokebi if he had come for his coins. Tokebi pretended not to understand. Doc Jia made a clarification that he should pay Tokebi with his coins for the failure of the script, right? Didn't he understand correctly? To which Tokebi laughed out loud. Does he really need any coins? He told Doc Jia that perhaps in that case one should pay with one's life. Tokebi was amazed that Doc Jia had thought of paying with coins. Now he understood why the guy had attracted the attention of the Suzer, so Doc Jaw could be saved if he paid for the failure of the additional scenario. Tokebi announced the amount of coins and said that after paying him, Doc Jaw could keep his worthless life. The guy was dumbfounded. He checked his balance and saw that there were only coins and turned pale. Doc Jaw tried to convince Tokebi that the price was too high, but to no avail. Tokebi asked if Doc Jaw wanted to die and was sorry for his coins. It was up to Tokebi to accept them or not. He suggested that if Doc Jaw was not satisfied with the above conditions, he could end it right here and now, to which Doc Jaw replied that he was ready to accept death. Tokebi did not expect such a response from the young man, and he asked Doc Jaw in surprise, what exactly did he mean by that? Doc Jaw couldn't bear it and sharply told Tokebi to get it over with, if that was the case. Doc Jaw remarked that of course this creature couldn't hurt him because it was making a good profit thanks to Doc Jaw. Doc Jaw said that he was enjoying the constellation, and that if Tokebi was planning to massacre him, he probably wouldn't go down into the ichthyosaur's belly to see him. Tokebi was nervous, his eyes lit up red. He started to threaten Doc Jaw, but suddenly the guy turned to him by name Bishan, a low-ranked Tokebi. Doc Jaw asked if the streamer's activity was worth his. Tokebi was shocked by what he heard and had no answer to it. He was dumbfounded that Doc Jaw knew his name, as an ordinary person could not know it. Doc Jaw in turn noticed that the constellations had become stingy with donations, and the enjoyment of Tokebi's broadcasts had waned lately. Tokebi just opened his mouth to argue with Doc Jaw, but the guy interrupted him, demanding him to first close the channel and then continue the conversation. Tokebi thought about it. It wasn't often that he was put in a stalemate. He had little time to make a decision. So, Tokebi approached the blue screen and began to press key combinations, turning off the broadcast, then turned to Doc Jaw and said it was done, and they could begin. Tokebi Bacon had no way of understanding to the end. How could Doc Jaw, the most ordinary man, know about his broadcast? A terrifying curiosity froze on his white face. Doc Jaw continued to sit on his floating slab and tuned in for a long conversation with Tokebi. The boy said that the source of his knowledge was not too important right now. He asked Tokebi if he wanted to become the king of Tokebi, if he wanted to overtake Stumpy and Jetta and become the best deterrent among demons and monsters. Doc Jaw extended his hand to the puzzled Tokebi in hopes of cooperation. His raised hand fluttered in space and waited for an answer. Doc Jaw repeatedly approached Tokebi with an offer to cooperate. The guy looked promisingly into Tokebi's eyes directly. Doc Jaw whispered, as if it were a secret, that he would make Baichin king of Tokebi, to which Tokebi himself could not answer as he was in deep shock. Doc Jaw's tantalizing words echoed in Tokebi's mind over and over again. There was a promising silence between the two men. Suddenly, Tokebi threw his thick white head back and laughed loudly. He began to shame and humiliate Doc Jaw for what he had made up. Tokebi said that he should have guessed Doc Jaw's intentions after the guy refused to support Suzur when choosing a sponsor. Indeed, it was like that before crossing the bridge. Tokebi pointed out that he was not a constellation and therefore could not sponsor Doc Jaw, so he refused the offer. But Doc Jaw said that Bihan misunderstood him. Doc Jaw clarified that he doesn't need to sponsor Tokebi, but his channel is another matter. That's what Doc Jaw was interested in. Tokebi did not understand what was required of him and his channel. Doc Jaw tried to make it as simple as possible. Doc Jaw said that he wanted to make an exclusive contract with Tokebi's channel. Tokebi was very indignant when he realized that Doc Jaw was referring to the stream contract. Tokebi covered his face with his thick, short paws and laughed with his whole body shaking. That's what Doc Jaw wanted. Tokebi laughed suspiciously. He said that he couldn't understand where Doc Jaw had heard of such a thing, and how could a person use the phrase containment contract. Doc Jaw insisted that it was in the absence of a sponsor that he should be contracted. He asked Tokebi what reason he thought constellations were connecting to the channel. Actually, the subscribers of Starstream can be categorized into groups. The first group, seekers of entertainment who come to kill boredom. The second group are the incarnation seekers who contract their found protégés. Doc Jaw continued, if Tokebi wants the channel to become popular, at least one of these X groups must be catered for, namely either those who resort to fun or those who are looking for a prospect to sponsor. 1. Doc Jaw also remarked that he had even given Doc Jaw a hint about this, and he had not yet realized. That's why the number of his subscribers is still not more than 3 digits. Doc Jaw merged. He rushed Doc Jaw to get to the point faster. That's why the number of his subscribers is still not more than 3 digits. Doc Jaw merged. He rushed Doc Jaw to get to the point faster. Doc Jaw suggested that he could make Tokebi's channel satisfy both groups at the same time. Tokebi looked at Doc Jaw incredulously. The guy said it doesn't matter how interesting the incarnations are. The constellations who are looking for a protege leave the channel after choosing a sponsor. What if there is an incarnation who never signed a contract with anyone? And what happens if the abilities of this incarnation surpass those of other incarnations with sponsors? Dokubi continued to listen with his mouth open. Finally, he realized why Doc Ja had never chosen a sponsor. Tokebi asked if he had understood him correctly. Doc Ja confirmed his assumption. The boy asked Tokebi if he thought the Suzer is already getting steam from his ears, and advised him to open his channel quickly. He assured Tokebi that the constellations were apparently already dying of curiosity as to what this desperado had done resisting that regressor. And why was he eaten by an ichthyosaur? To which Tokebi replied that a normal human could never defeat a sponsored incarnation. And Doc Ja was just about to prove otherwise and advised Tokebi to talk less and do what the guy said. Didn't he promise Bien to make him king of Tokebi? Tokebi reminded Doc Ja that he still owed him for failing the coin scenario. Doc Ja replied that he actually didn't fail anything. Doc Ja rose from his full-height stove and confidently declared that he was fulfilling all the necessary conditions right now. Tokebi looked down at Doc Ja with his red eyes and doubted the truth of what he said. Doc Ja asked him to open the channel, said that the channel should be about to start. Doc Ja looked confidently at Tokebi and waited for him to start his broadcast. In the ichthyosaur's stomach, debris, parts of cars, and human bodies floated in the repulsive liquid. Tokebi was visibly worried, as he had never closed his channel until today. Tokebi finally opened the channel and at the same moment started apologizing and reassuring the constellation that the broadcast was suddenly interrupted due to a server error. Assured that none of this was on purpose, Tokebi told the constellations that he would never allow any sponsorship as he would simply disappear. Meanwhile, Doc Ja was checking his capabilities on the screen. Tokebi kept apologizing to the constellations and emphasized that he always took his streamer vows seriously. Doc Ja made Bien open the Star Streamer store to pick something for himself. Tokebi was still begging his constellations for something. Doc Ja asked Tokebi for help to find the search button in the virtual store, as he couldn't manage on his own. Finally, Doc Ja got into Tokebi's wallet and started working. He was interested in the items on the search for Ancient Dragon. Doc Ja found one item, but according to Ways of Survival, the owner of this heart was now in Italy. The sponsor stuffed this highly ranked item into the lucky man's mouth along with a silver spoon. Tokebi watched in amazement as Doc Ja skillfully found what he needed in the virtual store. It was the great demon's pupil, purest star, and so on. Doc Ja, meanwhile, was ordering. Tokebi asked Doc Ja why he wanted the slime and spike, to which Doc Ja replied that it wasn't his sprava. Tokebi reminded the guy that his expenses are not compensated even if he regrets them later, but Doc Ja knew that. He told Tokebi that if he didn't like something, he didn't have to look at it. Suddenly, an indignant Tokebi reminded Doc Ja that he had not yet accepted his offer of cooperation. Doc Ja knew that and suggested that Tokebi discuss the terms of the deal after he had completed the scenario. Tokebi reminded Doc Ja to do a good job and clean up the script because he already has to go. Doc Ja sent him away. Doc Ja tied all the slime pouches to his belt and took one of the spikes in his hand. The rest he stuffed in his pockets. Tokebi snapped his fingers and wished Doc Ja good luck. He told the guy that he hoped for a positive ending to this story for Doc Ja. After saying that, Tokebi flashed with a blinding bright light. Doc Ja was standing on his floating slab, holding a spike in his hand. His phone was showing, which meant that there wasn't much time left before the gastric juice was released. The young man took out one of the pouches he had purchased from Tokebi's virtual store and squeezed the black, thick slime onto his palm. Then Doc Ja raised a sharp spike up and smeared it thickly with the slime. The boy was determined as he had no other choice. Doc Ja tensed up. He anxiously watched the esophagus of the ichthyosaur holding the blackened spike in front of him. Suddenly, gastric juice began to gush out from the glands of the esophagus. Doc Ja watched these dangerous streams in horror and decided what to do next. Doc Ja tightly clutched the spike, his only weapon, and said he had to get out of here alive at any cost. He took a desperate swing of his arm to strike the spike as deeply as possible into the ichthyosaur's esophagus. Meanwhile, the gray-blue serpent, unsuspecting, floated calmly and majestically in the dark waters, on which a thick fog was slowly descending. In an instant, the ichthyosaur wriggled in piercing pain. It rose swiftly above the waves and roared with all its legs, opening its red mouth. Its gastric juices, secreted more and more intensely with every passing minute, formed a deep, turbulent vortex of whirlpool. Doc Ja was hit by a wave of vile liquid that instantly began to eat away at his shirt. creating holes in the fabric. The guy, through the unbearable pain of the burns, inserted another lubricated spike into the muscles of the ichthyosaur's esophagus. Doc Jaw inserted spike after spike until they were all in place. The boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Doc Jaw was very tired. He looked around with half-open eyes. The once white shirt was dirty and holey. The sleeves were missing altogether. Suddenly, Doc Jaw saw a cluster of lightning bolts behind him, from which Tokebi then appeared. He said the action was amazing. The guy was barely hanging on to the elastic muscles of his esophagus, but he still felt extremely relieved that his plan had worked. Tokebi approached the stuck spike and said that Doc Jaw had done an incredible thing. He had closed the gastric juice holes with those spikes. A small number of soothsayers at this time were smiling contentedly. It was also a discovery to Tokebi that the mucus of the hammerhead seahorse, the prey of the ichthyosaur, protects the skin from gastric juices. Before the stone boar's spike could seriously take effect, Doc Jaw hung onto it and poured the remaining mucus on his skin and clothes. The ichthyosaurs were eating the ground seahorses en masse, so they were forced to evolve in such a way to protect themselves from the stomach juices, which is why Doc Jaw survived. Doc Jaw ordered Baiken to open his purse again. Tokebi agreed to open his treasure again. When the two of them looked into the purse, they saw a strange blue glow. There was a large ball of light on thick branching threads that emitted a bright light. It had the appearance of a mysterious otherworldly eye. Doc Jaw took out the bullet and handed it to Tokebi. The boy advised to auction the find and sell it, but in the meantime, Doc Jaw offered to trade the bullet for himself for the Broken Faith. Tokebi clarified that Broken Faith already had a possessor, but Doc Jaw confidently stated that he would definitely be next. Tokebi again through his channel approached the soothsayer through his channel with a noticeable subservience, offering to watch a short commercial, after which the next scenario was to begin. Doc Jaw was surprised. The guy approached the screen and saw that it was labeled as Side A. Tokebi said that he had made some changes to the new script according to preference. All Doc Jaw read carefully. He noticed that Tokebi had drafted the contract without his usual traps. It was quite unexpected. But Doc Jaw was worried about the missing detail signature. Tokebi insisted on simply agreeing in words as soon as possible. The containment contract required a pledge in exchange for a soul. Doc Jaw asked about the percentage. Tokebi hesitated and hesitated, then agreed that Doc Jaw was right. The percentage should be set. Tokebi proposed. In exchange, he promised to eliminate the commission for the use of his channel. The donations Doc Jaw received in the future should also be divided, but Doc Jaw did not believe it. Tokebi was very surprised at the refusal. He insisted that in the business world, this was the normal distribution of parts. The blue screen displayed a young, strong guy who was shouting. Above him was the inscription, WI. Black shadows of soothsayers against the starry sky watched the broadcast. Meanwhile, Tokebi was receiving coins from an iron hand. Doc Jaw told Tokebi that he himself is an incarnation without a sponsor, and when such a character is donated, the constellations pay Tokebi a huge commission. Tokebi was embarrassed. He wanted to make up for it with a smile, but it was strange. Then he asked Doc Jaw, isn't he profiting at his expense now? Doc Jaw was standing in front of the blue screen. His clothes were dirty and torn. One foot was shoeless. The guy confidently told Tokebi that he agreed to the distribution of percent. Doc Jaw just laughed in his face and said that Bishan could only take the commission, and he would not give up even a penny. Tokebi started to bargain the guy down to then, but Doc Jaw was adamant. He threatened Tokebi that he would switch to Channel 2 altogether, as he had heard that a certain Jitta was quite successful now. He also reminded a furious Tokebi that the commercials he had interrupted his channel for would soon be over, and the constellations were already starting to get nervous with discontent. Tokebi did not expect this development and was very annoyed, but he had no choice and wanted to sign the Doravir as soon as possible already on any terms. Doc Jaw stated that Tokebi had to pay him a guarantee of coins. He held out his palm to Tokebi and laughed loudly. Meanwhile, the ichthyosaur, feeling pain and discomfort in his esophagus, began to intensely draw water into his mouth and rinse his throat. Doc Jaw was suddenly caught in a rushing stream of water and tried his best to stay afloat. Finally, the ichthyosaur spat Doc Jaw out of its mouth, and the young man found himself in an open body of water. He swam to the coast of the canal and got to the surface. Doc Jaw had been without fresh air for 4 days, even though the goal was no more than 2 days. But if it took Yu Jun Hak that long to catch the ichthyosaur on the 4th circle of regression, Doc Jaw was still fast. So if signing a containment contract with Tokebi would give Doc Jaw a lot of coins, he was on the right track. The boy reminded Tokebi for the debt of coins. Doc Ja was surprised that he who didn't sign any contract in reality became a phenomenon because he was once the only reader of the novel. Doc Ja looked at the blue screen and read about the unique skill Fourth Wall. There it was again. Tokebi suggested that it could be a system failure. Doc Ja agreed and asked Tokebi to fix the system since he couldn't open the characteristics window. But Tokebi denied that there could be a glitch at all. Who would have thought that even Tokebi with his absolute power couldn't block Doc Ja's characteristic window? So with this, the guy planned to masterfully fool everyone around him. Doc Ja, half undressed, walked forward with confidence and determination, holding the only spike he had left, one of his boots still floating in the ichthyosaur's stomach. At last, Doc Ja found the long-awaited half-blocked exit window and then soulfully burst through it. It was deserted and eerie. Now the real thing began. There were rocks on the road, no cars, and various signs on the multi-story buildings around, indicating the recent vibrant life of the city. Suddenly, as if in another dimension, a giant stone rhinoceros appeared, speeding straight at Doc Ja. Then just like that, out of nowhere, a huge green mantis rose up in front of Doc Ja, raising its thin paws. The rhinoceros stared at the ground with violet eyes and dug the ground ominously with its strong hoof. The mantis flicked its sickle-shaped jaws threateningly. Doc J noticed a large store that was not working and had damaged windows and doors and decided to break in. Doc Ja started scooping up bags of all sorts of convenience food, juices, water, chocolate bars, and bars. Doc Ja's mouth was clamped with a piece of cloth moistened with something bright blue. The boy added more milk, kefir, and canned goods to the groceries. The young man was carrying 4 bulky bags of assorted food and walked towards the exit. Du Ja thought that this should be enough for him for a while. By the time the effect of the item wore off, Doc Ja should have already reached the subway. The boy spent too much time changing his clothes. Doc Ja almost reached the door of the store as he suddenly heard a woman's voice behind him. It was faint and quiet. He stopped and looked around. There was no one in the store at first glance, but in the empty hallway there was a clear request for help. Doc Ja tensed up and listened again. He was already holding the blue cloth in his mouth. At the same time, his soul was raging with sympathy and caution at the same time. On the floor, he saw a girl who was rubbing herself from cold or fear. He was very surprised to see a living person here. She had shoulder-length black hair and brown eyes, and had a medical mask on her face that covered her nose and mouth. Doc Ja threw the girl on his shoulders, and without leaving his bags, he quickly went to the exit. They had very little time to catch the subway. Doc Ja ran along with his burden down the devastated street. The Oksu ground station was already destroyed, and the nearest subway entrance was at Gimho Station. Doc Ja ran as fast as he could with all his strength and stamina. At last, they both reached the desired station and stopped in front of the door. He and his companion were standing near the steps leading down to the subway entrance. The doors were closed and the protective roll-up gates were down, and the sign Gimho could be seen orphaned at the top. Doc Ja swore. The girl was holding onto Doc Ja's shoulders, but her arms were getting weaker by the minute. The guy looked around and decided to try to get in from the other side. He turned his head to the girl and told her that the 4th entrance was also closed. And again they both saw a familiar picture. Again the area was completely deserted and all possible entrances and exits were closed. Doc Ja and the girl went down the stairs and approached the roller shutter gate. They grasped the bottom of the roller shutter itself and began to open it on their own. Surprisingly, the gate gave in and with a characteristic sound rose up. Doc Ja and the stranger did not even suspect what was waiting for them inside. Doc Ja held the saved grasshopper hammer spike in front of him just in case. The people on the other side of the subway tensed up. They were puzzled when they saw Doc Ja and his companion demanding to open the door, and they were not at all friendly to the new guests. Doc Ja said that he had a wounded woman with him, but the people in the subway were not planning to let them in, arguing that there were already too many of them, and chased the travelers away. Doc Ja covered his mouth with the blue cloth again. It was strange to him that the passengers wouldn't let him and the girl in because there were so many of them inside. Was there really such a plot twist? Doc Ja raised his spike higher in front of him, causing the disgruntled passengers to be startled as they watched the strange couple in amazement. Then Doc Ja and the girl completely lifted the roller blind and went inside. All the people who were greeting these guests promptly rushed out. Doc Ja placed his food bags on the floor and closed the roulette behind him, then carefully placed the girl under the wall. He took out a blue cloth from his mouth and held it out to the girl. It couldn't completely restore the body from the effects of the poison, but this thing at least neutralized it. Speaking of which, was there such an additional character like this girl in Ways of Survival? Doc Ja was willing to bet that from the beginning, she had every chance of dying here. Doc Ja and the girl sat silently on the floor and rested. The boy wanted to try to look in the description for some clues for further action, but suddenly a man from the crowd pointed at him. The young man and his companion were tensely looking towards a bunch of people approaching them. One of the men was blinding Doc Ja's face with a handheld flashlight. Ahead of the organized group stood a tall, middle-aged man. He had an aggressive attitude and asked Doc Ja who he was. Doc Ja looked tiredly at the crowd and thought that he had no other choice but to introduce himself if he was approached. The men wondered if they had heard him correctly, but they were not interested in what he had said. But they were not interested in Doc Ja's name. They wanted to know who he was and what he was doing here. One of the men recognized his companion, which meant they had crossed paths with her somewhere before. One of the men recognized his companion, which meant that they had crossed paths with her somewhere before. The man who seemed to be the leader of the group smiled down and said that he had guessed the intentions of his charges, but he had to ask for permission personally. Another person standing behind the chairman laughed and said, pointing at the frightened girl, that Chul Soo Hyung Nim should be the first to do this to her, but Doc Ja didn't remember such a character. The men demanded that the young man give them his companion, and then they looked at the bags of food as well. The leader, Chul Soo Hyung Nim, smiled in satisfaction and roughly ordered Doc Ja to leave his supplies and leave, in which case he and his men would keep the boy alive. Doc Ja watched the group of these people. He noticed that in reality people were acting even more stereotypical than their imagination, and this did not seem to be a positive trend. Doc Ja understood the intentions of these men perfectly and made the only decision that was right for him. His hand slowly reached down to pick up the spike lying on the floor. Chul Soo Henim mockingly asked the boy if he had heard his demands well, but Doc Ja knew that from now on it was either him or these bad men. Chul Soo Hyung Nim put the knuckles on his fingers and swung one against the other so that sparks flew between them. He asked Doc Ja, "Is this guy so sure of himself that he's willing to fight this fight?" The presiding officer fixed his hair and asked Doc Ja if he really thought that if he shined his heels now, he would finish them all off. Meanwhile, the rescued girl was sitting quietly on the floor under the wall with her head bowed, with Doc Ja's jacket on her shoulders and a blue piece of cloth with a poison neutralizer still sticking out of her mouth. Doc Ja suddenly struck Chul Soo Hyung Nim's face with a sharp blow. The faction leader didn't even have time to defend himself from this unexpected insolence. He flew a few meters away from Doc Ja, hitting the wall with speed and screeching. His men called out to him, trying to make sure he was conscious. The men in the group were very surprised and complained to each other that they could not overcome Doc Ja no matter how much they beat him. They were curious as to who was sponsoring Doc Ja. In turn, all these men were struck by Doc Ja's blows. One of them with a damaged eye was trying to shout to Henim. Another was suffering because his legs were broken. Others were not moving at all. Doc Ja walked over to the wall where Chul Soo Henim was sitting and addressed him by name. He clarified that the man was from Choldu's group. Chul Soo Hyung Nim was not surprised and asked how the young man knew him. The chairman noticed that Doc Ja was probably one of the men who had killed many people. He stood in front of him and silently looked down at Chul Soo Henim. There was an oppressive pause between Doc Ja and the man, and then Chul Soo Henim said quietly that he saw an incredible resemblance between them, and Doc Ja was horrified by what he heard. For the first time in his life, Doc Ja was scared of himself. He remembered his difficult journey in this reality, how he threw the box of horses at people and left them hopeful, how he killed Kim Nam-woon. He remembered Kim Nam-un's face and how he had told Doc Ja, laughing, that he just wanted to see the people who were going to pick up the grasshoppers on the floor suffer, but he couldn't admit it to himself. Doc Ja became nervous. He rebuked the man that Chul Soo Hyung Nim was not in a situation where he could open his mouth without permission, and he couldn't help himself. Doc Ja pierced the man's wrist with all his might with a spike. Doc Ja had planned to hit the man just once to teach him a lesson, but he couldn't stop now. He kicked him with all his might until he heard voices behind him. The rescued girl continued to sit in the corner under the wall, while one of Henim's underlings begged to let their leader go. Doc Ja came close to Chul Soo Henim and took him by the collar of his shirt. The man's face was bloody. Doc Ja asked him why he did that, to which Chul Soo Henim replied that it was better to just kill him quickly and not mock him, because in this world, man to man is a wolf. Indeed, Doc Ja recognized that they were alike. The guy couldn't and wouldn't deny what Chul Soo Henim said. Perhaps he really did say the right things. Doc Ja raised his leg for the final blow. The breathless body of Chul Soo Henim continued to sit by the wall. His men began to furtively approach him on their knees, hoping that their leader would call out to them. Dokja turned around and walked towards the girl. He threw her back on his shoulders, picked up his food packs, and moved forward. He ordered Chulsu Henim's men to lead him to his main group. Dokja looked at the map of the subway lines. The red color was the one he was following. The boy first found where he was and then began to memorize additional branches from that point just in case. At last, Dokja and Chulsu Henim's men reached the main group. The boy saw the surprise on the faces of all present, men and women sitting on the floor, some sleeping on blankets. The station was crowded. Dokja turned to the Choldu group. He asked for help for the wounded and the girl who had been found. Dokja carefully lowered the rescued companion from his back. Suddenly, he heard his name from wherever he was. The guy started to look carefully into the crowd. At the same moment, Dokja saw a worried Yu Sang-ah, who kept calling his name. Behind the girl, he saw a lieutenant and a little boy named Lee Gil-yoon. Yu Sang-ah rushed into Dokja's arms and was happy that the boy was safe and that they had met. But the most agile was Lee Gil-yoon, who was the first to cling to the boy and embarrassed him a bit. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung was also happy to see him. He started apologizing for what had happened, namely that the three of them had left Dokja behind. But at that moment, there was little they could do to help him. Dokja took out a cookie from the bag and gave it to Lee Gil-yeon. The kid told the kid that Yu Jung-hak was right when he said that Dokja would resist. Dokja was surprised and asked the boy if he knew where Yu Jung-hak was, to which the kid replied that he didn't know where Yu Jung-hak was. Lee Gil-yeon told Dokja that Yu Jun-hyuk had just left the station yesterday. Dokja thought about it, trying to put all the information into a logical chain. He thought about it and tried to put all the information together in a logical chain of thought. Dokja, along with Yu Sang-ah, watched as the men carried Henim under their arms, looking for help. Yu Jun-hek is a regressor living the same life. In this, the third circle of regression, he is born an all-consuming monster. And yet, he is the one who appeared to make a drastic cleanup. But no matter what, Yu Jun-hak is in a hurry. Dokja didn't notice that he spoke his thoughts out loud, after which he asked Yu Sang-ah to ignore it. Dokja didn't notice that he spoke his thoughts out loud, after which he asked Yu Sang-ah to ignore it. Dokja turned to Yu Sang-ah and said that there was someone missing from their company. He asked where their other companion, Han Man-oh, had gone. Suddenly, Dokja noticed that he and his friends were surrounded by men. They came closer and closer, narrowing the ring. Each of them was holding a heavy bat. As the young men came closer, Dokja, along with Yu Sang-ah and Lee Hyun-sung, looked at them suspiciously, not understanding anything. Little Lee Gil-yoon clung tightly to Dokja's legs. Manager, Han Man-oh came out of the crowd and shouted hysterically as usual, pointing his finger at Dokja. All that could be understood from his jerky, nervous speech was that Dokja was a horrible, slippery type and should be chased out of here immediately. At the same moment, a graceful hand was placed on Han Myung-oh's shoulder. A voice behind him turned to the manager and said that all survivors should get along with each other and not talk nonsense. A tall, friendly young man in a black sweater and white pants stood beside Han Myung-oh. He turned to Dokja and assumed that he was the new guy who had arrived today. The stranger asked the guy's name kindly. His name was Cheon In-ho. The sincere guy had a beautiful open smile and blonde hair. This name seemed familiar to Dokja. He extended his hand to the stranger to greet him. Dokja realized that the young man probably had a sponsor and was probably the leader of this place. Cheon In-ho thanked Dokja for bravely going into battle with the monsters to save this entire group of people, but Dokja didn't quite understand his interlocutor. Cheon In-ho turned to the crowd and invited everyone to come closer and meet the brave new member of the group who had brought food to help them survive. The hungry people were very excited about the food. From every corner, the crowd could be heard saying words like food, groceries, provisions with delight. Cheon In-ho watched with satisfaction. Cheon In-ho smiled broadly, spreading his arms as if for a hug, inviting Dokja to Gumo Station. Dokja smiled back, but his thoughts were different. He was holding his food packets, which he didn't plan to share. However, Cheon In-ho decided otherwise without considering the owner. Dokja resented this, but Dokja remained silent as he wanted to understand Cheon In-ho's intentions. At that moment, there were only a few people at Gumo Station, along with Dokja at least. That's what Cheon In-ho said. It was less than Dokja had realized. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung said that when the explosions went off, only those who were near the station and those who were directly on the train survived. Lee Hyun-sung sadly continued that everyone who went through the first scenario had probably taken someone's life. No one talks about it, but everyone understands it. All the people who were here were murderers in one way or another. Lee Hyun-sung warned that Gimho Station is now split into a core group and an alienated group. Somewhere nearby, the voice of Han Man-oh, who is now a respected junior member of the Hangan group, could be heard emphasizing to the crowd that their leader was working hard and would soon get them all out of this mess. Not far away sat a woman who was cradling a small child to her chest, constantly begging for food. The mother was comforting the baby as best she could. Nearby, Chol Soo-hyung-nim was promising the people that everything would be fine soon, and action would be taken by the government. Han Myung-oh and Chol Soo-hyung-nim stood side by side and unanimously told people not to give up hope. Dok-ja watched the action with suspicion, but still did not understand the situation. Chol Soo-hyung-nim continued his fantastic stories tirelessly. Dok-ja shifted his dumbfounded gaze to Yu Sang-ah. She began to tell him that the food distribution was being done by the core group, but the food was running out, so they assigned people to be sent to the surface to get it. Yu Sang-ah pointed to the girl that Dok-ja had rescued and said that her name was Hee-won. She had gotten here with everyone else and was on the list of people who were sent upstairs to look for food. Yu Sang-ah continued. In fact, there were a few other people who left besides Hee-won, but the only ones who didn't come back were from the alienated group. Dok-ja turned to Lee Hyun-sung and said that it looked like he had been offered to switch sides, but he seemed to have declined, though Dok-ja roughly understood why. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung lowered his head down and was embarrassed. He replied to Dok-ja that he just thought he should do it. Lee Hyun-sung shared that he didn't know much about things like morals or ethics, but something inside told him that it would be wrong. Of course, right now, it's hypocritical to speculate on what's right or wrong. Dok-ja looked sympathetically into the lieutenant's eyes and reassured him that duplicity is not a judgment. It's what's in the heart that counts. Lee Hyun-sung was moved. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. Wing saw the smiling and smug Chol Soo-hyung-nim standing with his cheerleaders. He asked Dok-ja to give him a moment of his attention to have a serious talk. Chol Soo-hyung-nim had some suggestion. Yu Sang-ah along with Lee Gil-eon and Haiwan were sitting nearby. Holding the grocery bags tightly in their hands, they watched the further developments. Chol Soo-hyung-nim warned Dok-ja that he was going to be blunt. He offered to join his group, which scared Lee Hyun-sung, but Dok-ja was ready for the offer. Chol Soo-hyung-nim offered Dok-ja a high position to lead the group together. Dok-ja barely audibly asked what would happen if he refused. Chol Soo-hyung-nim laughed out loud. He thought it was funny. His smile was not so friendly anymore, but rather seemed sinister. The guy didn't even mean to say no. The guy didn't even mean to say no. The guy didn't even mean to say no. Chol Soo-hyung-nim pressured Dok-ja, calling him a hero who saved people from monsters. He emphasized that with his strength, doesn't Dok-ja have a duty to lead everyone? At the end of the speech, he simply asked him to cooperate for the sake of the people. But Dok-ja realized that it was just a simple manipulation for gain. Meanwhile, Chol Soo-hyung-nim continued. He asked Dok-ja, doesn't he see these unfortunate people? Chol Soo-hyung-nim pointed to the weakest with his outstretched palm and pointed to the small children, women, and old people. Dok-ja noticed a scoreboard hanging from the ceiling with numbers engraved on it. Opposite the 4 numbers was an exit sign. Lee Hyun-sung asked Dok-ja if it was normal for a guy to say no to Chol Soo-hyung-nim. Dok-ja asked a counter question. Would the lieutenant want Dok-ja to say yes? It turned out he didn't, but Lee Hyun-seong couldn't get out of his head what Chol Soo-hyung-nim had said at the end of the conversation. Namely, when Dok-ja had said no and assured him that he would never change his mind, Chol Soo-hyung-nim had said he doubted it. He warned Dok-ja about it, to which the guy just shrugged his shoulders and made a joke. Then Dok-ja offered his friends something to eat since it was already late in the evening, and he was sure that everyone was hungry. Dok-ja opened the bags of food and there were various drinks, cookies, etc. He told his comrades to take turns taking whatever they wanted. The lieutenant, the boy Lee Gil-eon, and the girl Yu Sang-ah approached the bag. They dipped their hands inside and picked out what they liked. Suddenly they felt sharp stares. Suddenly they felt sharp stares. The crowd of hungry, angry people gathered around them, reproaching Dok-ja in front of each other for taking all the provisions when there was not enough food around. The crowd was rioting. People reminded Dok-ja that he had come to save them all, but he was not behaving appropriately. They demanded that the supplies be given to a certain Cheon-in-ho for further distribution. Dok-ja remembered that this Cheon-in-ho was from Gimho Station, the person who was feeding his power to the desperation of these people. This was someone who really shouldn't be trifled with. Dok-ja looked furious. He held the bags of food tightly to himself and was not going to give in. Meanwhile, the disgruntled crowd was closing in on Dok-ja. People were demanding that he give the food to the guy for fair distribution, reproaching him for not being a worthy person. Behind this action, Chul Soo-hyung Nim was standing behind him and watching. He told Dokja that he would not be able to get this crowd going, and from now on, Dokja would realize that he could not survive here if he did not obey him. Chul Soo-hyung Nim approached the crowd. He spoke to the people in a sweet voice and began to calm them down, saying that there had been a misunderstanding, but Dokja had decided to cooperate with them. The manipulator continued to assure that the food would definitely be transferred and distributed. He looked down at Dokja and made it clear that he was in his movements, but Dokja stopped him. Tension rose again. A ringing silence enveloped the room. Dokja sat on a bench with bags of food and looked boldly into the crowd. He said that of course no one would be left without food, much to Chul Soo-henim's satisfaction, but that was not the end of his appeal. Chul Soo-henim started to hold out his hands for the bags, but suddenly, Dokja said that no one would get food for nothing. An anxious whisper spread between the people, and they started asking the guy if Dokja was really going to sell the food and not give it away for free. Dokja answered in the affirmative and added that firstly he was not doing charity and secondly he didn't trust Chul Soo-hyung Nim and his mouth. People started asking how much money Dokja wanted for his products, and he told them that he only accepts coins. Yu Sang-ah apologized and asked Dokja if he really thought he made the right choice. The coin price seemed too high to her. Dokja gave the lieutenant, Yu Sang-ah and Lee Gil-yun, each a box of cookies and cereal for free, as he felt sorry for them, adding that next time they should pay a coin each if possible. The guy also shared the food with the rescued girl, and to Dokja's surprise, she said she didn't want to accept any gifts and would pay for everything right away. Dokja wanted to change her mind, but she looked at him sternly and said that she would not take anything for free, period. The girl gave Dokja a hand, introduced herself, and thanked her for saving him in the morning. Her name was Jung Hee-won. Dokja was a little embarrassed. Jung Hee-won got up from her seat and asked Yu Sang-ah and Lee Hyun-sung to pay for the food, instead of begging for it with pitying looks, since Dokja had risked his life for the food. The girl reproached the others for trying to take the heat like the others. The comrades shrank back and lowered their heads. Yu Sang-ah apologized and said that she had made an ill-considered move and that she didn't want to eat meatless food either. Lee Hyun-sung also offered to pay. He asked if everyone knew how to exchange coins, to which Yu Sang-ah replied that they had recently learned how to do it. Lee Gil-yun touched each other's index fingers and said the amount of money they wanted to exchange. Lee Gil-yun touched Dokja's finger and a blue disc formed between them. Suddenly, Dokja noticed that the kid had given him one more coin. It turned out that the kid had paid for the day's candy bar. Jung Hee-won drew everyone's attention to this responsible act and said that even a child understands the situation better than adults. The girl told Dokja that the core group monopolizes the supplies, and then people, like animals, eat what they are given. It's like the core group has trained everyone to send people to the scouts as if they were slaughtered, and the same thing happened to Jung Hee-won this morning. That's why she respected Dokja's position so much. Lee Hyun-sung suggested to Dokja that he lower the price from coins to coins as he did for his comrades. The lieutenant was worried that no one would buy anything from them because of the high price. It was late evening and the stars were scattered in the dark sky. Dokja took Lee Hyun-sung's suggestion into consideration, but he remained adamant. Yu Sang-ah was sitting on the floor with her eyes closed, and Lee Gil-eon was sleeping soundly with his small head resting on her legs. Jung Hee-won was leaning down next to her. The lieutenant looked at the girls and the boy and turned to Dokja. He urged him to take a nap while he was on guard, but Dokja refused, arguing that he still had work to do. The lieutenant didn't understand what Dokja was going to do, but he apologized and didn't insist anymore. When the sun finally peeked out at Gimho Station, the morning had come. Despite the darkest night, there was still light spilling out all around. Jung Hee-won was the first to wake up. She woke everyone around her with her surprise scream. She shook her empty bags and couldn't believe that all the groceries had been bought up during the night. Dokja noted to himself that Jung Hee-won was actually quite strong in spirit. But it wasn't just the group of aliens who were buying up the food. Suddenly, a makeshift tarpaulin curtain opened, and Chul Soo-hyung Nim's graceful hand slipped through it. He called for attention. Chul Soo-henim announced that from today, the food ration would be reduced to 3 cookies per person. A wave of discontent spread through the crowd. The crowd did not agree to such conditions, thinking that only the scouts would eat enough. But Chul Soo-hyung Nim suggested that the people should join the scouts and earn more food. But the crowd knew that almost no one who joined the scouting units would return, except for Choldu's group. But Chulsu Henim continued to encourage the people to find their own food. He calmed the crowd down and told them that there was no need to become a scout. There was another way. The manipulator continued. He reminded them that yesterday, Doc Ja had made them all realize one interesting thing. Doc Ja himself was looking at Chulsu Henim with a sinking heart. Suddenly, Chulsu Hyungnim turned to Doc Ja directly and said that he had made the worst choice by refusing to cooperate, and that he would regret it. He said that Doc Ja's conditions made everyone realize that there is nothing seamless in the world. Whoever wants food must prove that he is worth it, and then it will be decided what value can be exchanged for. At the end of the speech, Chulsu Hyungnim thanked Doc Ja for his helpful advice. At the end of his speech, Doc Ja saw a zombified crowd in front of him. Doc Ja wondered how the crowd could be so unreasonable, but it was just the skill of incitement. Jung Hee-won angrily remarked to Doc Ja that he had let the main group grab all the food again. Wasn't that an attempt to weaken her power by facilitating transactions between people? Doc Ja excused himself that he really wanted the people to wake up on their own, to which Jung Hee-won rebuked that, in that case, he shouldn't have sold the food to the core group since the situation hadn't changed. Doc Ja noted the girl's prudence. But Doc Ja also pointed out to the girl that he had earned quite a few coins, namely not just one, but a whole lot. This answer angered Jung Hee-won. She thought Doc Ja's action was meaningless and didn't know how to trust him now. Jung Hee-won asked if he had left any food for himself. Only Yu Sang-ah continued to believe in Doc Ja. Doc Ja smiled contentedly, despite Jung Hee-won's reproach. He told her that he had sold every last bit of food. Jung Hee-won points her finger at the smiling and carefree Kim Doc Ja. The girl asks Yusan if she trusts the hero. The young hero looks with a bit of bewilderment towards the boy who holds out food in his direction. Kim Deok gently rubs the boy's unbrushed hair and asks him not to share the food with him because he's not hungry. The young hero continues to rub the boy's hair and asks all the other members of the group if they have any food left. A huge crowd gathers near the men armed with clubs to purchase food from them, but several men are outraged that there is a hefty price tag on the provisions. Kim Doc-ja stands on the empty railroad and stares into the distance, trying to see what is in the depths of the tunnel. He hears the voice of a girl, Jung Hee-won, whom he rescued a while ago, and turns to face her to see what she wants to tell him. Ji Hee-won squats down with a calm expression on her face and explains to the hero that everyone who went towards the tunnels is missing. The girl hopes that the man is not going to follow them. Oh, the girl stares at Kim Doc for a while and then asks him with the same calm expression whether she had time to thank him for saving her. Ji Hee-won rises to her feet and slightly bows her body in a pose of gratitude for her rescue, while Kim Doc climbs up on the platform and looks at the girl puzzled. The girl points somewhere in the direction of the camp, and Kim Deok notices two young men, one of whom is limping badly after the altercation with him. Ji Hee-won looks at the limping man with hatred in her eyes and asks the young hero not to touch him because she wants to settle the score with him personally. Kim Doc-ja looks at the girl whose clothes are slightly tattered from the recent incidents. He ponders whether Ji Hee-won was able to choose a sponsor. Several men approach the old woman and try to persuade her to join the scouting party. But Ji Hee-won is about to stop them, and so she heads in their direction. Ji Hee-won looks at the young hero with horror in her eyes, who tries to dissuade the girl from her reckless actions. The girl is outraged and asks the hero why they have to watch the mayhem going on inside the camp, and Kim Deok explains to her that it's the best decision right now. Ji Hee-won can't believe the words of Kim Doc, who recently saved her. She is filled with anger and screams that the hero is talking nonsense. Kim Doc doesn't lose his temper, he explains to the girl with a calm expression that even stopping the villains right now won't solve the problem. The man points out that the problem of the camp is the food, and if this stumbling block is removed, the whole problem will disappear entirely. Kim Doc. Ja pulls his cell phone out of his pocket and stares at its screen, while the girl anxiously examines the young hero and tries to figure out what his words mean. A dark silhouette appears on the ceiling of the underground subway, with a huge number of electric shocks tending to it, and people shun away from the place. Lee Gil-young, Yu Sang, and Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung look towards the mysterious Tokebi creature who greets all the people in the subway station with a loud voice. The young hero, along with Ji Hee-won, also watch the creature, who tells them that his predecessor has been disciplined. A huge amount of lightning circles around Tokebi. He rubs his hands together and informs the people that he will now be in charge of this scenario. Cold sweat drips down Tokebi's face profusely because his predecessor BB Hyun was constantly turning up his nose and being proud of his group, and he notices that the people around him are very quiet. Tokebi makes a snap of his fingers and a huge amount of lightning bolts, as if at his command, fly all over the subway station. A huge amount of products begin to glow with a bright yellow light and rise to the ceiling, flying away from their former owners. People watch in horror as the huge amount of food they have been collecting for so long flies away from them into the sky. The Tokebi creature looks at all the people and says that everyone better prepare for the next challenge and not waste their time on nonsense. He calls all the people Earth's trash and then snaps his fingers, and all the food disappears into thin air as if it never existed, and the people clutch their heads in horror. People stare in horror at the place where their food was just a short time ago, and Tokebi laughingly says that now the real fun will begin. The head of the refugee camp spreads his hands and asks everyone to gather to him, so he can make an important announcement to all the people who are at the station. The man explains that very few people are currently in the scouting party, and all those who do not join the party will lose any chance of getting food. The head of the refugee camp is very angry about the situation in which the entire food supply has been destroyed. He does not know what to do because of the announcement of limited provisions. Ji Hee-won looks at her hands with tears as she holds a packet of cookies, and Kim Dok-ja tells her that she should have listened to his warning. The young hero looks at his settings and sees a caption saying that his understanding of Cheon In-ho's character has improved because he anticipated his train of thought. Ji Hee-won looks at the young hero with a bit of surprise and asks about how he knew there would be a food theft, and Kim Deok explains about how he only assumed that Tokebi was unlikely to leave people alone. Kim Deok looks at the information boards and is surprised to find that a living tax has appeared that wasn't in the original novel. The young hero makes the assumption that it's a consequence of his contract with Bi Hyun. Kim Dok is distracted from his musings when he hears the voice of Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung beckoning him over. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung is frightened by the events and asks his friend what to do now that food supplies are low and suggests that he join a reconnaissance unit. Lee Hyun-sung is very surprised when the young hero gives up on the idea of joining the reconnaissance team and asks how their team can get provisions under such conditions. Kim Deok silently looks behind Lee Hyun-sung, and the lieutenant turns around to see what the young hero saw behind his back. The whole group turns around in the direction the young hero is looking, and are surprised to see the railroad tracks where a huge number of people disappeared not too long ago. Kim Dok-ja explains to his group that the world has long since changed, and now in order to get food, they must learn to hunt monsters. Lieutenant Lee Hyun continues to stare at the rails that run parallel to the platform, and doesn't believe that the hero is going to go to battle with the monsters. Kim Dok's team descends to the rails and inspects the refugees who have been left on the platform and are preparing to leave. Cheon In-ho sees Kim Dok's team off with a smile and says that they will need a team to carry the script on their shoulders and wishes them a good journey. And the young hero notices that the head of the refugees breathes a sigh of relief after they leave. The young hero remembers the crazy man who met him on the train. He thinks that he needs to anticipate Cheon In-ho's future actions. The refugee head looks at Kim Dok-ja's group with a horrible smirk, and the young hero realizes that Cheon In doesn't trust him at all. Cheon In offers to take Kim Dok-ja's team, one of his group members, to explore the tunnels further and get information about them. A long subway tunnel with rails running along it is dotted with the bodies of people who will never wake up again, and the smell of blood in the air. A man from the refugee camp shrieks loudly as he accidentally steps on a human body, and the sound travels the length of the tunnel. The man's trembling voice asks Yu-sang to take his hand, pretending to be concerned for the girl's safety, only to hear her rebuke him for being scared out of his wits. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung suggests that the man from the refugee camp could cause a lot of trouble, but Kim Deok just sighs and says to ignore him. Kim Deok worries about young Hee-won-chi, who hasn't fully recovered from the recent incident. But the girl asks the hero not to worry about her well-being and to show more attention to the boy. Lee Gil-young walks behind the rest of the group and listens to the conversations between the guys who are worried about his safety. Jong Hee-won argues loudly with Lieutenant Lee Hyun and talks about how great she can fight because she used to practice martial arts. The group continues to walk slowly along the long tunnel as they speculate about what qualities and skills they might need to cope with the dangers ahead. Kim Deok explains to the boys that the world has changed a lot, so the vulnerability of women or children is just a silly prejudice. He turns to Lee Gil and asks for a show of strength to prove his point. Lee Gil-young nods silently and slowly squats down. He puts his hands on the ground and a light green glow starts to appear from it. The group notices a long green line appearing from the boy's hands and heading somewhere deep into the tunnel. The boys notice a cockroach on the other side of the green line rubbing its paws on the ground. The boy informs his team that thanks to his ability he can communicate with bugs, so thanks to the cockroach he has learned that there's no danger ahead. The boys thank him for his help, and Lee Gil turns toward the team and says that he doesn't want to be an extra burden and is willing to help if needed. The young hero rubs the boy's head, and Jung Hee-won notes that there's something else besides bodies, but she can't see anything because of the darkness and complains about the smell of blood. The whole group stops momentarily and a blue bar pops up in front of their faces, informing them that an additional script has been received. Kim Deok and then the rest of his group notices that there is a huge carcass of a strange monster lying a few centimeters away from him. The guys look in amazement at the earth rats that lie immovable and try to figure out who could have massacred them in these tunnels. Kim Deok scrutinizes the corpses of the earth rats and makes the assumption that only Yoo Jun-hyuk could have dealt with them. Lieutenant Lee Hyun offers to finish the script thanks to these monsters, but Kim Deok shakes his head negatively and says that he needs to hunt on his own to successfully complete the script. The young hero turns toward Jung Hee-won and interjects the girl about how good she is at kendo, which she talked about not too long ago. With the help of the bones of rat sops, the group arms themselves with homemade swords. A message pops up in front of the group saying that the constellations are highly interested in the primal side of humans, and therefore sponsoring it to the tune of 100 gold coins. Yu Sang notes that the weapons, though looking rather primitive, are very well made, and the young hero asks the group if they each have 100 gold coins. Kim Deok Ja tells his group that she doesn't expect too much from him, but asks them to keep 100 gold coins to pay the tax and spend the rest on character enhancement to survive. Earth rats slowly crawl out of the dark depths of the tunnel, emitting a horrible stench, and the monsters quickly rush towards the humans. Field Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung holds his bone sword tightly, and with a slight movement of his hands, he slashes the monster's belly and topples its body to the ground. Jung Hee-won moves like a cat and dodges the numerous attacks of the rats that try to reach her body with their sharp claws. She slices the torso of an earth monster in half with her bone sword and continues to dodge the attacks of the other monsters. One of the monsters dodges the girl's sword and flees into the tunnel in terror to avoid being slaughtered. Lee Gil-young, despite her young age, has no trouble dealing with the monster and hits it on the head with her sword to stun it. Yu Sang quickly runs to the boy's aid and plunges his bone sword into the creature's torso to finish off the stunned rat snake. Kim Deok Ja quickly takes care of his opponent and looks at his team with a bit of surprise. He didn't expect the boys to do such a good job. Yu Sang finishes off the last rat sucker, and the young hero is still amazed that his group was able to take down a group of underground monsters without a single injury. Jung Hee-won comes up to the young hero. She looks at the several monster bodies that lie under his feet and asks Kim Deok how many he has defeated, and the man replies that he has defeated 4 monsters. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung holds his bone sword tightly in his hands and proudly declares that he was able to single-handedly defeat 3 monsters, while Jung Hee-won unhappily clucks and says that she only managed to kill 2. Kim Deok calls up the information panel that shows the main characteristics and general information of the lieutenant. He is very surprised by the small gap in the monster-killing result. And the young hero stares at Lee Hyun-sung, who has managed to get a useful skill that increases his starting characteristics, and Kim Deok tries not to give off a sense of envy. Yu Sang-ah and Lee Gil are studying the monster carcasses. They are thinking about how to cook them properly, and Kim Deok points out that there must be a way to cook the monsters. Everyone in the group turns sharply to the confident Kim Deok Ja. The group suspects that the young hero knows too much about the disaster that happened. The young hero realizes that his words look too confident, and he tries to look away from the group's faces. There's an awkward silence in the group, but then Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung comes closer to Kim Deok Ja and hesitantly asks how much the hero knows about what's going on around him. Kim Deok Ja is frantically thinking in his head to give the right answer, and at the same moment, a sign pops up in front of him, saying that the constellations are very interested in the hero's answer. The sudden appearance of the monster interrupts the silence within the team, and everyone turns at the loud shout of the man in glasses. An earth rat dog attacks the man with glasses. It firmly grabs the man's legs with its jaw power and tries to drag him into the darkness. Yu Sang-ah runs towards the man without the slightest hesitation and grabs his arm to try and pull him out of the monster's grasp. The earth rat dog turns out to be a surprisingly strong creature and has no problem dragging the men with great speed deep into the tunnel, and the bodies of the girl and the man dragging helplessly on the ground. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung didn't have time to grab the girl's hand. He freezes in a pose with his arm outstretched, and Jung Hee-won covers her face with her palm and says she expected trouble from the man. The guys notice a huge hole right in the middle of the railroad tracks, made by a rat dog to escape with his prey to his lair. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung and Jong Hee-won stand near the hole in the floor and stare into the endless darkness, worried that their friend may be in trouble. Kim Dok. Ja declares that he will take Lee Gil with him because his ability will help him catch up with the creatures. Young Hee-won is extremely indignant that the young hero asks Lieutenant Hyun-sung to look after her because he wants to go in search of his friend. Lee Hyun-sung examines the girl closely and notices the huge bruise that covers her entire neck. He realizes that Jong Hee-won is better off staying under his protection. The lieutenant says that the team will definitely give a sign if something happens, so he suggests to wait for the guys near the hole made by the monster. Lee Gil-young holds the young hero's hand and uses his ability to walk through the pitch blackness where human eyes can't see anything. Kim Dok. Ja follows the boy and thinks about how it would be tough without the special ability, but his thoughts are interrupted by Lee Gil-young's voice. Lee Gil-yeon points out to the young hero that he made the two of them to be together on purpose, and now they are following the monster, and the boy's musings surprise the hero greatly. The boy goes on to say that Kim Dok purposely gave the monster opportunities to get away when he grabbed the men. The story moves back a few minutes to the moment when the monster grabbed the girl and the man. The boy watches Kim Dok-ja's facial expression intently. Kim Dok. Ja is greatly surprised by the boy's attentiveness, and to his right, pop-ups appear every now and then to inform the hero that several constellations are watching him curiously. The young hero realizes that the boy is quite intelligent, so he decides not to hide the truth from him and tells Lee Gil that the monsters are herding their prey into the lair for safekeeping. Kim Dok brings up a memory of Yu Sang-ah being held by a monster when she was trying to save a man, and he explains to the boy that there may be valuable resources in the lair. The boy listens to the young hero's explanation with amazement. He is amazed that there could be valuable items in the monster's lair and is not at all disappointed with the hero's decision. Lee Gil-young looks at Kim Dok without taking his eyes off his face and says that the hero is not a bad person at all because thanks to him he is still alive. The boy squeezes the protagonist's hand tightly. His eyes are filled with gratitude, but his face doesn't express any emotion, and then he says that he believes the hero. There is an awkward silence between the boy and the hero. They look into each other's eyes for a while, and the constellations sponsor Kim Dok with gold coins because this event has moved them a lot. Kim Dok is very surprised that Gil-young can reason so maturely, but worries that the child may not know everything, so he asks the boy why he trusts him so much. Several constellations hold their breath and watch the developments closely. Kim Dok is worried that there are a lot of nasty adults in the world who might take advantage of the boy's kindness. Lee Gil and Kim Dok approach the end of the tunnel and soon find themselves in the monster's lair. The boy suddenly stops and addresses the young hero with a question. Kim Dok-ja is greatly surprised by Lee Gil-young's insight when the boy asks the hero about whether he is the main character or a celestial. Kim Dok. Ja explains to the boy that he is neither God nor the hero of the story. He tells him that he has always been jealous of the protagonists he has read stories about. The boy is sure that the young protagonist must know a lot of information about the horrors of the world around them, and so he asks if he can make a wish at the end. Lee Gil-young has read a great many stories in which a great reward awaits the winners at the end, and that's why he asks Kim Dok if there's anything like that in this story. Kim Dok scrolls through the memories in his head and remembers the crazy guy he had to deal with in the first scenario in the train car. He scrolls through his mind the huge number of people who he believes that there is bound to be a big reward at the end of this nightmare. Kim Dok. Ja puts his hand on the boy's shoulder and tells him that he will be able to make a wish. He rejoices in the fact that the tunnel is very dark and no one will see his expression. Kim Dok and the boy come a little closer to the lair, and bright rays of blue light gradually illuminate their silhouettes. The young hero thinks he is a mean adult because he saved the child. Lee Gil-young holds his bone club tightly with both hands, and Kim Dok-ja continues to keep one hand on the boy's shoulder while holding the bone sword with his other hand. A blue die pops up in front of the group to indicate that the script has been updated. Several tongue of blue flames brightly illuminate the room in front of them. Kim Dok and Gil-young see a huge blue chest that is in the middle of the room, and a message pops up in front of them, saying that they have entered the treasure room of the Earth Ratsops. The boy's about to say something, but Kim Dok instantly covers his mouth with his hand and tells Gil-young to take his time because there's more than just jewelry in the treasuries. Gil-young and Kim Dok hide behind the trunk of a large tree and watch as the silhouettes of Earth Ratsops appear in front of the treasury. The young hero and the boy look around carefully and suddenly hear the familiar voice of a man accusing Yu Sang-ah of something. The man with glasses and the girl are tightly braided by tree vines. Manager Han from the finance department accuses Yu Sang-ah of taking the subway, and that's why they got into such a mess. And the girl doesn't understand her former colleague's train of thought. Manager Han continues to insist on his position and points out that Yu Sang-ah used to always ride a bicycle, while the girl is very surprised by her colleague's statements and points out that he stole her bicycle. Kim Dae-ok listens carefully to the arguments between Yu Sang-ah and the manager. He realizes that Han Myung used to ride the subway on purpose to spend time with the girl. Manager Han and Yu Sang continue to argue loudly and figure things out between themselves, and the man points out that they should have just gotten into his car, and then he wouldn't have had to steal the bike. Kim Dae-ok grabs his head with his hand. He's tired of hearing the useless argument going on between Han and Yu Sang, and an alert pops up in front of him that one of the constellations doesn't like the pointless argument. The young hero is tired of hearing the pointless argument and decides to move to action, so he picks up a long stick. Yu Sang and Manager Han are so engrossed in the argument that they don't notice the group that came to rescue them, and Kim Dae-ok clutches the pointy stick tightly in his hand and aims it in their direction. Kim Dae-ok stands up to his full height and holds the stick tightly in his right hand, which he is about to throw in the direction of the arguing people. The long stick flies out of the young hero's hand like lightning and rushes toward its target with great speed, ignoring all obstacles in its path. The pointy stick flies towards Manager Han, who continues to ask Yu San about the fact that the girl should have accepted his offer a long time ago. Manager Han notices that the girl is looking frightened and turns her head towards the pointed spear that is flying towards him. The pointed spear crashes with a huge clatter not far from Manager Han, making him squeal in fear, and the constellation sponsors the young hero for interrupting a useless argument. Yu Sang-ah looks with great interest and yet incomprehension at Kim Dae-ok, who just threw a sharpened spear in their direction. Lee Gil stands behind the young hero. He is very frightened by Kim Dae-ok's actions, but does not dare to say a single word. Kim Dae-ok calmly stares at his spear, which is firmly embedded in some strange glass, while cold sweat drips down his face in small drops. Cracks begin to emanate from the hole that the spear has made, spreading very quickly across the entire surface of the glass. Manager Han watches carefully as the glass that was previously between the branches of the trees begins to crack. A huge rumble spreads throughout the room, and Yu Sang and the manager watch in horror as something tries to get out of the broken glass. Lee Gil-young watches with even more horror as a huge silhouette emerges from the tree, while Kim Dae-ok holds his sword tightly and prepares to fight. A huge creature emerges from the shards of glass, dark sparks emanating from it, and behind it, a huge number of tentacles can be seen wriggling at an insane speed. The huge creature with long arms is heading towards Kim Dae-ok and Gil-young in front of the hero. Information pops up that the script has been updated and is now dedicated to destroying the Guardian. Lee Gil-young is startled by the sight of the treasure guard. He covers his mouth with his hand to keep from shrieking in terror, and Kim Dae-ok asks the boy to keep his emotions in check. The boy turns away, feeling nauseous from the over-excess of emotion, and Kim Dae-ok concludes that Gil-young has suffered severe mental damage due to the death of so many insects. Gil-young has a weary face to the young hero when he asks him about using his mute contact ability, and the boy says he can use his ability once or twice at most. Kim Dae-ok instantly travels a great distance and is near Manager Han and Yu Sang-ah to free them from the vines of the tree. The young hero cuts the roots of the tree, but his knife has melted so badly that only one hilt remains of it, causing Kim Dae-ok to assume that there is a demon-type monster in front of them. The huge Guardian of Darkness slowly turns to look at the boys. From under its hood, you can see one eye that glows with a yellow glow. Kim Dae-ok quickly draws his bone sword and asks his companions to stay away, because more than anyone else he understands the danger of the demonic creature. The young hero notices an information plaque that says, "The Guardian of Darkness has received the blessing of the Demon King." He realizes that fighting the monster will be an impossible task for the group. The Guardian of Darkness opens his mouth and Kim Dae-ok tries to make out what the monster is trying to tell him. The young hero sees the clue that the Darkness Guardian is using an aura of fear and realizes that he can't avoid fighting this demonic creature. Kim Dae-ok neutralizes the fear effect thanks to his exclusive fourth wall skill and awaits the monster's further moves. The young hero stares without a shadow of a doubt at the Darkness Guardian, whose huge silhouette towers over him, and waits for the moment to counterattack. The Guardian of Darkness lets out a loud roar of anger and indignation as he realizes that his ability has no effect on the hero, more dark sparks enveloping his huge torso. Lee Gil hides under a tree trunk, He's very much frightened by the huge creature, and he puts his hand on his stomach and tries to calm his heartbeat. Kim Dok examines the monster carefully, but he can't find a single weakness in its body. He really wants to avoid a fight, but he doesn't see a way to do so. Yu Sang-ah is standing behind the young hero. The girl manages to make out some of the words of the huge demon, even though it is difficult. The Darkness Guardian pauses for a while and continues to mutter words quietly. He concludes that the girl is able to understand his speech. Yu Sang-ah communicates with the huge monster in his language. She apologizes to the Guardian of Darkness that his pronunciation of words is very bad and has a slight accent. The huge creature calms down. It says a few words and points a finger towards Yu Sang-ah. Kim Dok looks at Yu Sang-ah with amazement. He is amazed that even after significant changes in the world, the girl remains as brilliant as she was in the normal world. The young hero turns towards Yu San and asks about what the huge demon is trying to tell them, and the girl says that the monster is asking to become her mother. The monster points back and forth to Yu San and then to Manager Han and asks to become a mother, to the surprise of the whole group. The Guardian of Darkness points his finger towards Manager Han, and in the blink of an eye, a long tentacle rushes towards the man. The tentacle climbs into Manager Han's mouth, open with fright, and tries to crawl as deep into his body as possible through his throat. Manager Han is in great pain and discomfort, but the tentacle pays no attention to this and continues to crawl through his throat. Kim Dok takes his bone sword in two hands and rushes to Manager Han's aid, while the girl looks fearfully in the direction of the hero and asks him what he is up to. The young hero knows that demons are parasites that use bodies to produce offspring, so he aims for the tentacle to chop it up. Kim Dok takes a quick swing of his bone sword and chops the monster tentacle that intended to take control of the manager's body. The young hero strikes several blows at the Guardian of Darkness, but each time more acid falls on his sword and clothes, causing him pain. Kim Deok is completely oblivious to the worried voice of Yu Sang, who fears for his life and focuses all his attention on fighting the monster. A huge number of tentacles rush towards Kim Dok's body, but the young hero doesn't hesitate to fend off the monster's attacks at the speed of sound. Kim Dok is surprised that one of the tentacles managed to break his bone sword into several pieces. The young hero dodges the tentacle's attack and realizes that he needs to come up with new tactics to fight the demonic beast, or he won't survive the fight. Kim Dok constantly dodges the monster's attacks and jumps back from another strong tentacle attack that raises a column of smoke underneath him. The young hero runs away from the demonic creature and yells out that he knows Tokebi is beside him, who is watching what is happening. Tokebi appears out of the void and is illuminated by bright flashes of light. He is very surprised at the fact that the young hero suspected his whereabouts, and Kim Dok asks him to get a package for him. Tokebi starts to mock the young hero, and with a horrible smile on his face says that it's not his job to deliver packages, and it's a job for Bi-hyun. Kim Deok talks about how Tokebi is now working in his buddy's place, and asks him to familiarize himself with the angry notices from the constellations who are voicing their displeasure with what's going on. Tokebi Biryu apologizes profusely to the constellations, and uses the information panel to try to find the package that was supposed to arrive for the young hero. The young hero continues to run away from the demonic monster, and while dodging its many tentacle attacks, he notices a message on the information panel that he has received an item from the exchange. The story shifts back to a few hours ago when Kim Dok was negotiating with Bi-hyun to auction off the rare item and exchange it for an item called Broken Faith. A flash of bright blue light appears in Kim Dok's hand, and the young hero tries to summon the Broken Faith item to help him defeat the monster. The weapon quickly materializes in the hero's hand. An information panel pops up in front of his face that tells him that the power of contract is in effect. Kim Dok stops abruptly, and with one swing of his new sword, he fends off several attacks from the shadow monster that almost reached his body. The Shadow Guardian looks at Kim Dok's jaw and his new sword in bewilderment. He shakes his head from side to side and lets out a shriek of anger and indignation. Tokebi Biryu rubs his hands together and laughs at the hero because he's going to use the broken blade to defeat the Dark Guardian. Kim Dokja holds the broken blade tightly, and Biryu points out that the hero doesn't have the right skills to use the sword to its full potential. Tokebi chuckles at the hero's short-sightedness, and Kim Dok says that he knew perfectly well that it was the broken blade that he would get. Tokebi Biryu stops laughing and watches with a little bewilderment at what the hero can come up with a broken sword, while the dark demon scrutinizes the hero's further actions. A bright blue light bursts out of Kim Dok's hands. It blinds the huge monster, causing it to step back. Biryu flies aside in fright. Tokebi Biryu can't believe that the young hero can use the sword to its full potential and asks how the hero managed to achieve such an effect. The story moves to the moment of the agreement between Kim Dok-ja and Bi-hyun, when the young hero was buying several items through the information console. The broken sword brightly emits a blue light that streams from its broken blade, the information console reporting that a unique skill has been activated. Kim Dok holds the activated Sword of Faith tightly in his hands as if to absorb all the energy around him. The Dark Guardian lets out a shriek and sends all his tentacles to deal with the annoying Kim Dok-ja who dares to challenge him. The young hero clenches his teeth tightly and prepares to fend off the demonic creature with his new sword. Kim Dok swings his sword towards the monster and instantly slices through several tentacles, causing the demon to scream in unbearable pain. The severed huge tentacles fall to the ground with a loud clatter, and Kim Dok covers his face with his hand to keep the dust out of his eyes. He believes that with this sword he has a good chance to win. Kim Dok tries to catch his breath and bends his legs slightly at the knees. The sword requires a huge amount of its wielder's mana to function. The young hero uses his ability as a reader and tries to find the necessary pages in the book that will note the monster's weakness. Kim Dok once again jumps back from the demonic monster's attack, and a notification pops up on the information panel in front of him that a unique bookmarking skill has been activated. A huge book consisting of blank blue sheets appears behind the young hero's back. Kim Dok realizes that he is not a first-class swordsman, so he develops his own fighting style. The information panel notifies the hero that the skill activation time will only be 1 minute, and the hero himself will only receive a fraction of the skill from the person he is about to copy. Kim Dok draws his sword a little to the side, and behind him appears the green silhouette of the swordsman, whose data he decided to copy with his ability. The Shadow Guardian continues to strike again with his tentacles without hesitation, and a deafening roar comes out of his mouth. Kim Dok repeats the movement of the hero from the story who fought this monster. First, he chops off the creature's left leg and right tentacle. He clutches his sword tightly with his 2 hands and waits for the Guardian to open up to strike after a series of continuous attacks. Kim Dok waits for the right moment and abruptly jumps high up and rushes with his huge sword towards the body of the huge monster. The young hero strikes hard with his 2-handed sword at the monster's weak spot in the groovy and lands behind its back, and the monster's scream of pain echoes throughout the cave. The Shadow Guardian opens its mouth with a dark liquid dripping out of it. Its scream is quickly replaced by a death rattle, and its body sinks to the ground. Gil Young curiously peeks out from his wooden shelter and surveys the battlefield, hoping that Kim Dok was able to take down the monster. Yu Sang-ah tries to bring Manager Han to his senses and translates the monster's last words, who asks the hero how he knows such attacks. Kim Dok sits immovably with his back to the monster for a while. The abilities used have exhausted his body, and he can hardly make a move. Cold sweat drips down the young hero's face as the silhouette of the man whose experience Kim Dok had copied continues to stay by his side. Kim Dok. Ja slowly rises to his feet, all his applied abilities dissolving into thin air, and he holds a broken blade in his hand and tells the monster that he reads a lot. The huge monstrous creature lies immovable on the ground, a huge wound left by the broken blade on its body, and Kim Dok wipes the sweat from his face. Tokebi Biryu is surprised to notice for all the listeners that the young hero is holding an ether blade, and the hero's information plaque lights up with a message that he has been sponsored for 500 gold coins. Kim Dok looks at the broken sword with a bit of annoyance that he won't be able to use anymore. He corrects Tokebi's comment and points out that he didn't use the ether blade. The guys gradually get closer to Kim Dok, and they hear Tokebi Biryu strongly displeased with the young hero's progress, but still going to give the award for completing the script. A large number of blue information panels appear in front of Biryu and Kim Dok, and they indicate that several constellations are admiring how the hero was able to complete the script. Tokebi Biryu is distracted from his information panel and points a small finger at the monster creature and asks the hero why he doesn't finish the monster. The huge monster lies immovably on the cold ground, its eyes glowing with a faint yellow glow, and from its mouth comes quiet sounds that remotely resemble words. Biryu is greatly surprised by the young hero's decision to spare the demonic creature. He points out that the first person to kill the demonic-type monster will receive 7,000 coins. Kim Dok swings the sword shard away from Tokebi and refuses to kill the monster. He goes to the treasure chest and asks not to be disturbed. Manager Han appears out of nowhere. He quickly runs up to the body of the demonic monster and stabs his sword into its head to finish it off. An information bar appears in front of the entire group informing them that the demon-class monster has been killed, and a small smile appears on the manager's face. Manager Han starts laughing crazily. He shouts loudly that he will now become really strong and calls Kim Dok an underachiever. Kim Dok. Ja and Yu Sang look at Manager Han with great surprise. They didn't expect him to do such a thing. Manager Han continues to laugh like a madman. He calls Kim Dok Ja a total loser who can't do anything, but he doesn't notice the huge amount of messages that appear on the news screens. Han Myung pays attention to one of the information screens, which says that the great demon king will haunt him until his death. Kim Deok explains to the manager with a calm expression that he didn't kill the monster because he feared the wrath of his patron, and the boy looks at the young hero with admiration. Manager Han falls to his knees in front of the vanishing body of the demonic monster. Only after the young hero's words does he realize what a terrible mistake he made. Kim Dok. Ja turns to his companions and notices the admiring gaze of Gil Young, who has been looking at him all this time, and a message appears in front of the hero that the constellation of the hidden schemer admires his immorality. The group stands in front of a huge treasure chest that glows with a bright purple glow, and the young hero offers to open it. Yu Sang finds a magical energy restoration bracelet in the chest, and Gil Young was able to find an old iron shield for himself. The girl sighs heavily because she was hoping for better rewards in the chest, but Kim Deok rubs the boy's head and notes to himself that the protagonist has already cleaned out the treasury. Kim Deok looks toward the chest and asks his friends not to be upset about the bad gear because there's something left in the chest that they need. The young hero points to a small item, which is a magic furnace, and a message pops up on the information panel saying that there is only a one-time possession of this item. Yu Sang looks closely at the magic furnace that the young hero is holding in his hands and wonders what it's for, and Kim Dok says that he knows what it can be used for. Kim Dok carefully places the magic oven on the ground, after which he sets it on fire and spins the earth ratfish's thigh on the magic fire to cook. The ratsucker meat is cooked. The young hero talks about tasting it first, and Yu Sang and Gil Young are drooling profusely from the tantalizing smell of the meat. As they sit around the magic fire, Gil Young and Yu Sang wait impatiently for Kim Dok's verdict after tasting the monster's meat. Kim Dok opens a large piece of the meat with his teeth and stops for a moment. He chews the meat slowly but doesn't say anything. The young hero tells his friends that the meat is not dangerous, but tastes good, and Yu Sang and Gil Young each take a large piece. The guys enjoy the meal. Several constellations say that they know this wonderful flavor, and Manager Han stands nearby and tries not to choke on his saliva. Manager Han hides a bone of meat behind his back and apologizes for overreacting earlier, and Dok Ja suggests that the manager join in and forget about the past. Manager Han's face freezes with a strange smile when he hears Kim Dok Ja's words that the hero doesn't want to anger people who already have one foot in the grave. The whole group takes a seat by the magical fire and quietly enjoys their meal, with the open treasure chest still glowing not far from them. Yu Sang looks admiringly at Dok Ja and asks him how he could have guessed to cook a beast he was seeing for the first time in his life, and the young hero doesn't know what to say. The girl looks at her piece of meat with a little sadness and says that it is thanks to Dok Ja's knowledge that they are able to survive in this difficult world, and she is useless. They continue to discuss the situation and the fight with the demon, while the magical furnace provides light and warmth for the group. Yu Sang points to a magical chest that is keeping her busy. She says that the lid has some symbols on it that look like letters, and this remark surprises Dok Ja. The girl points to the symbols near the open lid of the chest and says that it's a box of random items, judging by the letters on it. Yu Sang claps her hands in joy with a smile on her face, and Dok Ja once again marvels at the girl's genius and language skills. The group stands in front of a chest of random items, and the girl suggests that the young hero should be the first to open the chest because he has the most right to what will fall out of it. Dok Ja comes close to the chest and places in it carefully the 7th grade demon core that he managed to get from the defeated monster. In addition to the core, the young hero puts a broken sword that is no longer useful into the chest, and Yu-san watches carefully to see what the chest will give out. Tokebi Biryu appears behind the backs of the heroes and broadcasts live to the constellations who want to know what the young hero will get out of the chest. Dok Ja closes the chest, and the whole group is illuminated by bright purple rays that slightly blind the protagonist and make Tokebi very surprised at what is happening. Tokebi Biryu says that he has no idea what is about to happen and informs the constellations that the broadcast is over. An information plaque appears in front of the group and tells them that the chest will give out a reward that looks like a sword. The young hero is surprised to learn that the item will be related to a constellation. He was not expecting something like this at all and hopes that he will get at least an A-class item. A bright light emanates from the chest in a single beam, and gradually subsides. The information bar announces that there will be a top-class item. Dokja turns to his friends and asks them if they're ready for the chest to be opened, and at the same moment reflects on what was in the story he was reading. The young hero pulls out a beautiful blue sword from the chest. Gil-young can't contain his admiration and utters a huge, "Wow." Dokja raises his new blade up so that everyone can admire it, and a brief message about the sword appears on the information panel, stating that it is a star relic. Yu Sang covers her mouth with her hands in admiration and talks about how the young hero has gotten a truly unique item, and manager Han sits by the fire and finishes his meat. Dokja looks at his friends uncertainly and asks them if he can take back such a valuable artifact, and Yu Sang and Gil-young nod and say that the sword belongs to the hero. Dokja talks about how they can now leave the monster's lair before the new rat bags show up and asks the looking Gil-young to use the ability. Gil-young grabs his hand over his mouth to keep from throwing up on his friends, and Dokja puts his new sword away in its scabbard and looks at the boy warily. Gil-young reports that there are absolutely no living insects nearby, so he won't be able to use the ability to take the group out. The group looks around and notices that a huge bunch of bugs have died due to the Darkness Guardian's aura, and now the boy can't use the ability. Gil-young closes his eyes and says that he senses another insect not too far away that he can use his ability. The boy's eyes instantly open, and he makes contact with the insect on the surface in hopes that it will show the group the way. A bright glow emanates from the boy's body, and from the ceiling comes the loud thud of someone's huge feet trying to break through the stone. Gil-young's head turns upwards, and he stares into the stream, completely oblivious to his friends who are concerned about his strange behavior. The night streets of the city are enveloped by the loud sound of an insect that passes by the high-rise buildings of the city. A huge insect that looks very much like a grasshopper profusely beats its paws on the ground to fight up to the group because Gil-young has taken control of it. The group looks up at the ceiling where a vibration comes from, and Dokja realizes that there are many high-level monsters roaming on the surface. Dokja shakes Gil-young by the shoulder and asks the boy to come to his senses. He is worried that if the insect lord shows up here, the whole group will be finished. The young hero manages to get through to Gil-young and asks him to interrupt his ability as soon as possible, but the boy looks at Dokja dumbfounded and doesn't understand what the problem is. The huge insect stops hitting the ground with its huge limbs because Gil-young interrupts the use of the ability. Dokja looks at the ceiling that was just recently shaking from the monster's blows. He marvels that the boy can call out a strong monster from a great distance. The young hero rubs the boy's head and tells him that his skill will be under a ban for a while, and Gil-young only nods silently in response. Dokja informs the group to wait in the monster's lair for a while until other insects appear nearby. The young hero and Gil-young are surprised to learn from Yu Sang that the girl has a similar skill to the boy and will be able to be a guide. Yu Sang gets close to the boys and says she can help the group through the darkness, and the manager is surprised to see the girl's enthusiasm. Yu Sang activates her pathfinding ability and uses a long thread to lead the group back to the subway tunnels they left from. Dokja asks the girl to never tell her about her attribute or how the ability works, otherwise it might play tricks on her. Dokja scrutinizes the thread that Yu Sang used to lead the group out of the monster's lair. He assumes that the girl has made some sort of vow to her patron. The young hero uses his unique skill, character description, to find out more information about the girl, but his ability tells him nothing. An information window appears in front of Dokja, informing the hero that his ability is currently gathering the necessary information. The young hero looks at the information panel with interest and continues to follow the girl who leads the group out of the darkness. Bright rays of light appear near Dokja and Yu Sang's faces, and the whole team hears Tokebi's nervous voice swearing at his colleague. The group looks towards Tokebi, who appeared in front of them without any emotion, and only Yu Sang is a little worried about what is happening. Tokebi Bihyun looks at each member of the group with a satisfied expression and asks them how they've been doing in his absence. Dokja and the guys get to the rest of the group and share the food with them. Young Hee-won hasn't eaten anything in a while, so she eagerly pounces on a piece of meat. Tokebi Bihyun communicates with Dokja through telepathy and asks him how the last test went. Dokja looks at Bihyun and realizes that Tokebi is using a special voice channel where only they can communicate with each other, and it is a violation of the rules. The full group walks along the railroad tracks. The guys are holding huge pieces of meat, and Dokja and Bihyun are chatting amongst themselves about the recent incident. Bihyun's face contorts into a snide smile, and he talks about how he's not going to give a shit about the situation around the warning the department gave him. Tokebi remarks that he was quite surprised when Dokja found out about the magic chest that was in the monster creature's lair. Dakja is a little surprised and freezes for a second when he learns that Bihyun is the creator of the magic box, and Tokebi is upset that he couldn't personally witness the events in the Ratsop's lair. Jung Hee-won is distracted from his food and notes that thanks to the young hero's efforts, the group has several magic items, including a magic furnace. Dakja tells the girl about the items they managed to obtain from the lair, and Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung breathes on his new shield. Lee Hyun-sung gently wipes his new shield that the team obtained from the monster lair. It seems as if he is glowing with happiness as he holds the item. The lieutenant is distracted from wiping the shield and looks at Dakja with eyes full of happiness and devotion. And a notice appears in front of the young hero that Lee Hyun-sung's devotion has increased. Young Hee-won notices the brand new shield that Lee Hyun-sung got and asks Dakja if there are any of the items for her. The group walks along a long railroad track that leads somewhere forward and isn't going to end, while Dakja and Young Hee-won discuss the decision to provide supplies to the people. Ducky-ja along with the rest of the group make it to the refugee camp. They have huge chunks of meat with them and scrutinize the people. The refugees are arguing amongst themselves, and the group notices that all the people at the station have a disturbing atmosphere. In front of each person floats an information sign, warning that a tax on life is about to be written off, and people are screaming in fear and grabbing their heads. A girl looks around at the people at the station, his whole face covered with the emotion of terror. He asks the other refugees to share coins because they are not enough for her child. People frantically run up to each other and ask to borrow 100 gold coins to pay the living tax. Panic reigns throughout the station. Dakja and Jung Hee-won turn toward the loud voice of a girl asking the refugee guards where her sister, who has joined the scouting party, is. Tough men stand in front of the girls and laugh at them. One of the guys suggests that the girl should go on her own to find her sister. The men have a horrible grimace of a snide smile on their faces, and the refugee guards continue to persuade the girl to join the scouting party to find her sister. The girls look at the refugee camp guards in horror. Tears appear in their eyes, and Cheon Hee-won grits his teeth hard with anger and bares his bone sword. Cheon and Ho heads over to the group and greets Dakja. He notes that the young hero has a huge amount of coins at his disposal. The head of the refugee blag uses his skill of provocation and asks the young hero how many gold coins he has. After Cheon's words, all the people at the station turn towards Dakja and slowly head towards him like some zombies and ask for coins. A girl tightly grasps Dakja's hand and begs in a loud voice to give her just 100 gold coins so she can save her child. Cheon spreads his hands and states with a smile that he doesn't have enough gold coins to help all the poor people, but notes that the hero will definitely be able to solve this difficult task. Dakja clenches his teeth tightly and glares angrily at the head of the refugee camp. He's well aware that Cheon is just manipulating the crowd. A huge number of refugee hands reach out to the young hero asking him to give them gold coins, and Dakja ponders on how he should proceed. Dakja sees several refugee hands in front of him that are covered in blood. He realizes that in front of them are people who have taken someone's life, yet they don't want to take responsibility for their own existence. An image of Tokebi Bihyun appears on several screens in the subway station, announcing that there are 10 minutes left before the life tax collection begins. Dakja silently contemplates how he should proceed, with information windows appearing in front of him now and then to inform him that the constellations are watching his choices closely. The young hero is disturbed by the countless howls of people. He addresses everyone gathered at the station and talks about how he might be willing to give them coins. Dakja looks up at the huge crowd of people from below and asks them in a haughty voice why he has to give coins to all these people. Cheon laughs loudly at the young hero's words and says that he anticipated Dakja's answer, and the people indignantly ask the hero why he can't share the coins if he has a lot of them. Dakja half-heartedly looks at the head of the refugee camp, who points out that the idea of selling food was the young hero's idea. All the people at the station shout angrily towards Dakja. They talk about how he has left them without money and demand their coins back. Yu Sang and Lieutenant Hyun Sung try to calm down the mad crowd. They ask them to come to their senses and explain that Dakja is not a bad person at all. Cheon watches from the sidelines with a smile on his face and tells the young hero that this is his last opportunity to share the gold coins, while Manager Han stands nearby and smiles broadly. The head of the refugee camp asks Dakja in a languid voice to return the coins to all the people and watches to see what move the young hero will make. Dakja looks at the head of the refugee camp with a glassy stare and asks what if he doesn't return the coins to the people. Dakja's group surrounds the young hero to protect him from the crowd and prepare to fight, and only Hyun Sung tries to calm people down. Several feet of people slowly head towards Dokja with the intention of taking all the coins by force, and Cheon-in continues to stand his ground. A few people with a crazy smile rush towards the young hero with the intention of taking the coins by force, and Cheon-in smiles and says that Dokja has chosen the worst of all possible options. The refugees arm themselves with iron sticks and attack Dokja with the firm intention of finishing off the young hero, smiles flashing on their faces, and confidence in their imminent victory. Dokja quickly draws his legendary sword and without hesitation cuts off the arm of the first man who decided to attack him. The rest of the attackers watch in horror as his comrade's hands fall to the ground and slowly back away from the hero. The man who lost his hand screams loudly in pain. The blood does not stop pouring for a second, and his comrades do not even try to help him and only move away from him with horror on their faces. Blood drips from the long sword. All the people who were going to forcefully take the coins from the young hero are now frozen in horror in front of him. Dokja looks over each of the people at the station and asks them in a calm voice why they all think what happened to them is his fault. The man with no arms continues to scream in pain, while Dokja scrutinizes him and uses his ability to check his characteristics. The young hero examines the information panel and realizes that the guards of the refugee camp have pretty high characteristics. He understands why this man was so confident. The people look at the young hero in horror as he explains to them that all the troubles that happened to them during the incident had nothing to do with him. Dokja points his finger towards the head of the refugee camp and says that all the refugees are afraid of the people who are at the head of the camp. Cheon-in looks at Dokja with a smile on his face and says that his words don't make any sense, and the young hero asks why the strength of his entourage is so great compared to the others. The refugees at the station start to talk amongst themselves. They start to realize that the real villains are the people who were controlling them. A man comes out of the crowd and asks the head of the camp in a loud voice how they managed to get so much money, and Cheon-in tries to justify himself and says that he sold a few things. Cheon-in looks at the young hero with a smile and some disdain as he continues to open people's eyes to the horrible truth. The young hero talks about how a few days ago there were 87 people at the station, and now there are only 50 left. The refugees look amongst themselves, and the man points out that most likely the people died from the clutches of the monsters that are on the surface. The boots of the young hero are brightly lit by the light of his long sword. Dokja asks the men in surprise if they really believe that all the scouts died from the clutches of the monsters. Dokja urges the people to come to their senses and reveal the truth that no one from the core group has died in all the days of scouting, and the people who joined the squad have not returned. Dokja points his finger in the direction of Cheon-in and his henchmen and explains that the core scouting group, for some reason, was only getting stronger every day. The story is transported back a few minutes to the moment when several people rushed at the hero with the firm belief that they would get gold coins from his body. But Dokja asks everyone at the station a rhetorical question. How did the main divorce squad know that you could get coins for killing people? Several men with wooden bats trap a young boy. They count the money they managed to get from the boy's body and think about what they should buy. A man in the crowd is furious when he realizes the horrible truth about Cheon-in and heads towards him, while the head of the refugee camp frantically accuses Dokja of lying. Tokebi Bihyun announces that there are only 7 minutes left before the life tax is announced, and Cheon-in's guards block people from getting through to him. Cheon-in's aides stand in front of him and arm themselves with guns. They try to ward off the disgruntled people who have figured out the deception of the head of the refugee camp. Dokja speaks to the refugees in a loud voice and asks them to defeat Cheon-in with their own hands if they have any pride left. Cheon-in hides behind the dogs of his men and gingerly looks back at Dokja, who urges the men to deal with him for all the trouble he has caused. Dokja points his sword in the direction of the head of the refugee camp and his guards and tells all the people behind him that this is now a new world they all have to live in. The refugees are trembling with fear. Some of them begin to fold their hands in prayer, but most realize that there is not much time left and arm themselves with improvised objects. A huge crowd of refugees rush at Cheon-in's guards with desperation in their eyes, determined to fight to the bitter end. A bloody meat grinder begins at the subway station. A woman who recently asked for money for her son arms him with a gun and asks him to stay by her side. Lieutenant Hyun-sung rushes into the battle with the others. He had hoped to resolve things peacefully, but realized he had no way out. Several men rush at Dokja, but he slices through their torsos with his two-handed sword without too much difficulty. 2 men with severe wounds lie before the young hero, unable to fight and begging for leniency. A bone sword is thrust into the throat of the man who had recently begged for mercy. He looks in horror at the girl in front of him. Dokja loses his composure for a moment and is surprised at such cruelty that was shown to the man and looks at the girl who is holding the sword. Jung Hee-won pulls her bone sword out of the man's throat and talks about finishing off all the villains who bullied people. Jung Hee-won holds his sword tightly, its blade covered in blood, and information panels appear in front of the young hero to inform him that the girl's attribute is blossoming. A huge sword that creates strong wind vapors appears above the girl, and an information panel reports that Jung Hee-won's attribute has transformed into an evil destroying judge. Dokja looks at Jung Hee-won with surprise and notes to himself that she has gotten the strongest of the judge's attributes, and the girl uses her hand to ask the young hero to step aside. Jung Hee-won's companions continue to hold their weapons and look with anger in their eyes at the girl who has gained new abilities. Jung Hee-won smiles and asks Dokja to leave all the scum to her, and an information placard appears in front of the young hero, informing him that Jung Hee-won is ready to become his sword. The girl turns towards the armed men, her face overflowing with hatred, and huge scales of justice appear behind her due to the activation of the skill. One of the scales quickly tilts downwards, and the information panel announces that the constellations have approved the use of the special skill. Bright flames envelop Cheon Hee-won. The girl is ready to defeat anyone who stands in front of her, and several men pay no attention to the strange skill and rush towards her with weapons in their hands. Cheon-in is actively fighting the refugees. He blocks a powerful blow with a wooden bat with his hand and looks around. The head of the refugee camp shoves the man who attacked him away from him with a powerful leg kick and is angry that no one is guarding him. Cheon-in's face is covered in small scars as he angrily surveys the battlefield, not sure what the rest of his team is doing while he is being attacked. The head of the refugee camp opens his eyes wide in surprise when he sees Jung Hee-won, who is covered in the blood of her enemies, not far away. Jung Hee-won breaks through the crowd of bandits and slashes their bodies with her sword. A fierce red vortex swirls around her, preventing her from getting close to them. With her hand, she blocks a heavy blow with an iron bat. The girl clenches her teeth in pain and glares menacingly at her assailant who has managed to touch her. Jung Hee-won takes a wide swing of her bone sword and effortlessly counterattacks the man who attacked her. As Dokja stares mesmerized at Jung Hee-won as she frantically makes her way through the ranks, Yu-sang stands behind the hero, her gaze showing that she is very worried about her friend. The girl holds tightly in her arms her lover, who has been badly wounded in the stomach, while Lieutenant Hyun-sung and Gil-young look at the bloody battlefield that Jung Hee-won has set up. Jung Hee-won fights her way through all of Cheon-in's acolytes and points her bone blade at him, with the blood of her enemies dripping down it. There are a huge number of people lying on the floor of the subway station. They have lost their battle, and now will never be able to get up from the cold concrete. Cheon-in takes a hard look at his comrades, who are now lying on the ground and will not be able to help him. The man's body is covered with numerous wounds, but he does not pay attention to them. The face of the head of the refugee camp lights up in a terrible smile. He is about to say something to the girl, but immediately gets hit with a sword and does not have time to finish his sentence. Jung Hee-won, without delay, delivers a final blow to Cheon, and who has been profiting from other people's misfortune for a long time. Now the fight is over. The girl and her friends inspect the battle scene, which has turned into a bloody mess of people's bodies, and Cheon-in is lying immovable at Jung Hee-won's feet. Tears appear in Yu-sang's eyes as she realizes how many people were killed in the battle, and her soul is filled with grief and despair. The people who couldn't collect the right amount of coins explode and leave this world forever. Lee Hyun clenches his teeth tightly and stands behind the back of the boy who closed his eyes. Jung Hee-won falls to her knees in front of Cheon-in's body. She releases her blade from her hands and stares at the floor. Dokja walks over to the desperate Jung Hee-won and silently holds out his hand to help her up from the floor. Jung Hee-won bites her lip and her eyes fill with tears. Only now she realizes what a terrible thing she did with her own hands, and the young hero tells her that this is just the beginning. The young hero helps Jung Hee-won up and walks with her to the other members of her group. An information window appears in front of all the survivors that informs them that the tax on life will be deducted every midnight. The signs that were placed on the pillars of the subway building are now colored red due to blood stains, and a message pops up on the information table saying to find the activation locations for the next scenario. As Dokja's group is about to head further down the road, Jung Hee-won shouts at the people who are left at the station and offers to poison themselves with them. After the bloody massacre at the refugee station, there are only 5 people left. A girl holds her son on her shoulders and says that they will go their separate ways. People look at Doc Ja's group with a smile and wish them a good journey. The guys are confident that the remaining refugees will be able to make it on their own. Jung Hee-won takes a quick look around at her friends. She puts her hands on her sides and suggests that they go ahead as soon as possible to find a new script. Doc Ja looks at Jung Hee-won, who has now joined his group. The guys realize that the girl is very strong, so no one objects to her being in the group. The guys look around and notice that Han Myung's manager managed to miraculously survive and disappeared into the semi-darkness of the dark subway tunnel. Deok Ja pulls out a small flashlight from his camping backpack and leads his group to the location of the next scenario. Jung Hee-won hits Doc Ja's shoulder with a light punch, causing the hero to be very surprised, and a message appears in front of his eyes that a girl has transferred 1,500 gold coins to him. The young hero asks the girl why she gave him such a large amount of coins, and Jung Hee-won explains that she was embarrassed to take a lot of money there, so she distributed it to each member of the group. Jung Hee-won tells the young hero with a smile that he has nothing to worry about because she got the most coins for the scenario she went through. The young hero remarks that if he were Jung Hee-won, he wouldn't share the gold coins, and the girl pats her friend on the shoulder with a smile on her face. Long Doc. Ja looks through the messages using the information panel. He's the only one who knows about getting more coins than the others because of his deal with Bi-hyun. The story is transported back a few minutes. Doc Ja stands in the middle of the station and extends his hand towards Tokebi to transfer the money to him as per their agreement. Doc Ja slowly walks ahead of his group through the dark subway tunnel. He is thinking of a plan through which he can increase the popularity of Bi-hyun channel. In the blink of an eye, an information window appears in front of all the squad members, announcing the receipt of the second main script. Jung Hee-won scrutinizes the information of the next scenario. On the information panel is written the condition of passing the next stage. The group has no problem fighting off several monsters that attack them in the semi-darkness of the battle. Jung Hee-won is very exhausted. She falls on her knees in the middle of the rail and tries to catch her breath. Throughout the tunnel, the guys encountered swarms of earth ratsops every now and then. And even though they were not much of a threat to the group, the guys were very exhausted. Doc Ja wipes the sweat dripping from his face with his hand and suggests that the team take a short break to rest and regain their strength. The group climbs up to the subway station and inspects it closely. Doc Ja suggests that there might be something useful in the station. Yu Sang and Lieutenant Hyun Sung suddenly stop and look around the station in horror. There is a dead silence between the guys and their faces filled with terror. The entire station is strewn with the bodies of people who fought the monsters and lost to them. The guys scrutinize each person but find no survivors. The Lieutenant Hyun Sung puts his shield on his arm and tells Deok Ja to go look for the abandoned items. The young hero thanks his friend for his help and rejoices at the fact that he has a former soldier on his team. Yu Sang timidly raises her hand. She really wants to help her team but doesn't know what to do, and Jung Hee-won looks at her carefully. The girls go to the restroom and ask Doc Ja to go with them, but the young hero refuses. Yu Sang and Jung Hee-won watch the guys who also want to go to the restroom. They are surprised that Doc Ja is not with them. Lieutenant Hyun Sung nervously scratches the back of his head and tries to find the words to explain where Doc Ja went, while Gil Young timidly stands beside him. The sun's rays illuminate the subway exit and strong gusts of air move the noxious clouds of smoke from side to side. Doc Ja runs outside of the subway station. He holds his breath so that the poisonous fog does not affect him too much. The young hero runs like lightning through the streets and into the park area near the exit of the university station. Doc Ja reaches the monument to the great monk Yu Jung and stops in front of it, the poisonous clouds of vapor continuing to follow the hero and waiting for him to lower his defenses. The young hero slowly walks closer to the monk's monument. A message pops up in front of him that one of the constellations is interested in his actions. Lieutenant Hyun Sung explains to the girls that Doc Ja went outside to pray, and Jung Hee-won looks at him perplexed and doesn't understand the young hero's action. The young hero crosses his arms in a prayer pose and begins to pray. He is still holding his breath so that the poisonous fumes of the mist won't poison him. Takabe is watching Doc Ja closely with his skill. He doesn't understand what the young hero is up to and why he is praying to the statue. Doc Ja jumps up sharply and equals the head of the statue and is about to make a sharp kick with his foot at the monk. Tokebi is horrified at the young hero's reckless actions and wonders what Doc Ja is up to. Doc Ja draws his sword and with a sharp lunge chops the monk's head in half. A message appears before him that the constellation has been struck by his actions. The deadly mist continues to surface, spreading terror and fear in its wake, and only the loud voice of a misunderstanding Tokebi interrupts the silence. Doc Ja returns to the subway. He builds a fire and eats meat in silence, ignoring the loud voices of Tokabi who speaks to him. Doc Ja stands next to the statue of the monk he chopped in half and hears Tokabi's voice asking the reason for his actions. Tokabi reproaches Doc Ja for ruining his channel, but the young hero asks him to keep quiet and continues to enjoy his delicious food. The story moves back a few hours. The young hero finds a power bank and uses his phone to learn about an easy way to break the seal for the 4C's monk skill. Bi-hyun keeps yelling at the hero and explains to him that the bald general can raise a big ruckus, and Doc Ja asks Tokabi to show a little more respect for the national hero. The boys are happy to see Doc Ja with his cheeks full of meat and ask him how his ritual went. A puzzled expression and bewilderment appears on the boys' faces when Doc Ja tells them that he has prepared a few things. Young Hee-won pulls on the monk's rags and asks the hero with some disgust what she needs these useless rags for. Doc Ja looks at the girl and asks him about the monk of the 4C's, but Jang Hee-won says she has no idea who the young hero is asking about. Yu Sang raises her hand with a smile and notes that she is well aware of the monk of the 4C's because she was studying for a history exam. The group continues down the dark and long tunnel, and Yu Sang tells her friends that the monk of the 4C's is a warrior who fought Japanese forces. Doc Ja notes that the monk's clothes contain great power, and Young Hee-won opens the information panel and is once again confirmed in the young hero's words. The young hero reveals that he got the monk's clothes quite by accident when he folded his hands in prayer, and a message appears in front of him that the constellations admire his shamelessness. Doc Ja continues to noodle his friends and says that the monk sent the item so that the guys can protect Korea. The group listens with admiration to Doc Ja's pathetic speeches, and only Young Hee-won realizes that the young hero's speech is a complete deception. Lieutenant Hyun Seong and Yu Sang are inspired by the young hero's words and thank the monk for his Dora, while Young Hee-won and Doc Ja walk ahead with indifferent expressions on their faces. Jang Hee-won examines the 4C's monk's clothes one more time with a smile on his face and talks about memorizing the general's name. Gil Young uses his mute contact ability, and the group manages to make it through the long tunnel without too many encounters with rat snakes. Doc Ja turns to his group. He asks them to be vigilant and not to relax because anything can happen. Blue panels appear in front of the entire group, and Doc Ja in a loud voice orders the group to move back as soon as possible. An alert appears in front of the team that an additional illusory prison scenario is starting, and huge currents of air rush towards them. Strong gusts of air rush through the group, trying to sweep people off their feet, but the team covers themselves with their arms and stands firmly on their feet, and Hyun Seong covers himself with his shield. A quiet voice calling the young hero by name suddenly echoes throughout the long tunnel, beckoning Doc Ja over to him. The young hero is enveloped by pink flashes of wind. He looks in surprise at the man who beckons him over. A man with long hair flies up to the young hero and touches his hands to his face. He asks Doc Ja not to tell anyone of his presence. Cold drops of sweat drip down the young hero's face. He is frozen with fear, and an information panel appears nearby, indicating that the unique fourth wall skill has been activated. Bright flashes of lightning envelop Doc Ja's body, and an information box appears in front of him, informing the hero that the illusory prison now has no effect on him. Doc Ja scrolls through his thoughts in his head. He remembers that the illusory prison shows a person the hardest memories to drive him insane. The whole group is affected by the illusory prison. The young hero turns to his friends and asks them to calm down. Doc Ja looks at his friends with horror as they are completely under the influence of the illusory prison and are immersed in their worst fears. Yu Sang holds her bone sword tightly. The 4C's monk's rosary lights up on her wrist, keeping the girl from being influenced by the illusory prison. Doc Ja runs towards Yu Sang to discuss the future plan of action, and the pink wind begins to hum more and more, trying to stop the young hero. The young hero asks Yu Sang to cover him while he destroys the illusory prison, and the girl silently nods to him in response. Doc Ja and Yu Sang stand with their backs to each other and prepare to destroy the trap. The young hero destroyed the statue on purpose to be able to resist the illusory prison. The young hero's eyes light up with a bright blue light that illuminates the entire space around him. He activates the skill, Destruction of Evil. A bright blue light like a hurricane spreads from the hero in different directions and destroys the pink smoke in the tunnel that imprisoned his friends. A huge gust of air throws Lieutenant Hyun Sung aside, causing him to fall headfirst onto the railroad tracks. Gil Young drops to his knees and clutches his head with his hands, then asks his mom to come to his aid and protect him. Jang Hee-won sits down on her knees, and from behind her back comes the loud voice of Deok Ja, urging his friends to pull themselves together. The group comes to their senses, But Jung Hee-won slowly rises from the ground, clutching her bone sword tightly in her hands and looking around at all the people in front of her with a vicious stare that scares Hyun-sung. Chung Hee-won makes a sharp lunge with his sword towards Dok-ja, but the young hero manages to dodge the deadly blow in time. Jung Hee-won's eyes fill with red light and tears flow out of them as she loudly declares that she will kill anyone who gets in her way. Dok-ja dodges another attack from Jung Hee-won. He performs a sharp kick to the neck to knock the girl out for a while. The young hero catches Jung Hee-won with one hand and asks Yu Sang to watch her for a while Gil Young and Hyun-sung stare silently at the floor and try to recover. Dok-ja asks Yu Sang to take care of Jung Hee-won. He bares his blade and warns his squad that this is far from over. Several ghostly entities called Spectra appear in front of the young hero, and Dok-ja is about to give them a fight. Lieutenant Hyun-sung's face is covered in cold sweat as he continues to rave and shout loudly that he will not let his commander down. As Hyun-sung regains consciousness, he clutches his head in pain, and Yu Sang is happy that her friend has regained consciousness and talks about what happened to them. Dok-ja manages to defeat the spectral ghost and is rewarded with a rare spiritual stone, while Hyun-sung continues to question Yu Sang about what happened. Hyun-sung is surprised to hear Yu Sung's story that they were trapped in an illusory prison, but now thanks to the young hero's actions, it's all behind them. Dok-ja holds the spectral stone in his hands. He approaches Hyun-sung and tells him that the battle with the ghosts wasn't difficult. Jung Hee-won continues to lie passed out beside Gil Young, who gradually comes to his senses due to the loud voices of his friends. Gil Young tries to get up but immediately grabs his head due to a sharp bout of pain, while Yu Sang looks over the boy with concern and asks about his well-being. Dok-ja takes a close look at Gil Young, who complains of a terrible headache and waits for the group to be able to move on. In Dok-ja's mind, images of the group being trapped in an illusory prison and Gil Young begging his mom for forgiveness with horror come to mind. Dok-ja gently strokes the boy's head. He's worried that Gil Young was badly injured after seeing the nightmare. Gil Young slowly walks over to Dok-ja and hugs the young hero tightly. The boy is very tired and trying to find comfort in his savior. Dok-ja puts one arm around the boy, trying to comfort him, and states that the group has almost arrived at the site of the new script. Yu Sang and Dok-ja look towards the bright light that illuminates the long railroad. The group realizes that they have almost reached the desired point. Dok-ja scrutinizes his group. He's not sure whether to keep moving because his team isn't ready for battle, and Hyun-sung is shouldering Jung Hee-won, who still hasn't woken up. Dok-ja's musings are interrupted by a loud voice coming from the other side of the tunnel, and the whole group turns their gaze to the source of the noise. A dark figure suddenly appears in front of the group, silently pointing its blade in their direction, and only a bright light illuminates the silhouette of a stranger. A girl in a school uniform that is covered by a cape stands in front of the group. She continues to point her blade at the guys and says that this is her team's hunting ground. Dok-ja is very surprised that he didn't notice the girl before, and Yu Sang remembers that she definitely saw this girl earlier. Yu Sang's mind flashes back to the footage that Tokabi showed when they first met, of the high school girl strangling her friend. Lee Ji-hai was the only survivor from her high school class, her gaze filled with indifference yet expressing terrible sorrow. Lee Ji removes her hood and looks in surprise at Yu Sang, who calls her by name. She looks around the group carefully and notices a strange object in Dok-ja's hands. Dok-ja clutches tightly in his right hand the rare crystal he got after defeating the spectral monsters. Lee Ji continues to point his sword at the group and asks the boys how they managed to get through the ghosts that guarded the area. Dok-ja scrutinizes the girl and an information panel appears in front of him that shows her characteristics and abilities. The young hero is greatly surprised to find out that the high school girl has a different patron from the one in the short story. Dok looks at the girl and realizes that she is a necessary companion for the sea battles that will be in the next scenarios. Lee Ji puts her blade away in its scabbard and suggests that the group follow her to the station, where there are other survivors. The young hero's team stands in a stupor for a while, but then follows the high school girl who leads them to the station. The guys, led by Dok-ja, find themselves at yet another subway station, the information window informing them that the group is now in a safe zone. Yu Sang scrutinizes the space around her. She notices the large amount of broken glass and the unsettling atmosphere in the station. Dok-ja scrutinizes the information panels and notes that there are several Tokabi in the area who are running their channels. There are several survivors on the station chatting amongst themselves, and a drunken man spots a newcomer group and heads over to them. The man greets Lee Ji with a cheerful smile and asks about the group the girl is leading. A high school girl looks at the man's face and remarks reproachfully that he has been drinking a lot, and the man agrees and notes that there is nothing better than alcohol these days. Another drunk man with a bottle in his hand approaches the group and notes that they are probably coming from the direction of Dongguk University. Yu Sang is surprised to hear one of the drunken men suggest that he can shelter her in his room for a small amount of money. The voices of the drunken men echo throughout the station, in some parts of which there is a faint light that slightly illuminates the stairway climbing to the surface from the subway. Li Ji is fed up with the drunken man's incessant chatter, so she brings her blade to his neck, which immediately silences the man. The schoolgirl asks him to shut up immediately and get out of her sight as quickly as possible, much to the shock of the drunken men who dare not object. The drunken men quickly move away from the group and leave the group alone. The girl puts her weapon away in its sheath and says that the group must now deal with everything on their own. Dokja and Yusang look at the high school girl walking away from them with a bit of surprise and consider their next course of action. The young hero asks the girl if Yu Jun-hyuk is at the station, causing Li Ji to stop abruptly in surprise. Li Ji's eyes fill with unimaginable cruelty after Dokja's words, and she turns sharply toward the group she recently led to the station. The girl clutches her weapon tightly and prepares to bare her sword. She looks at Dokja and waits for him to explain. Li Ji slowly draws his blade from its sheath, and with an indifferent expression on his face asks the young hero how he knows that name. Dokja introduces himself to the girl as one of Yu Jun-hyuk's surviving companions and says that he would like to see his comrade. Li Ji puts her sword away in its scabbard, but says that she doesn't believe the young hero, to which Dokja asks him to pass on his words so that Jun-hyuk can prove her personally right. Dokja asks the girl where Jun-hyuk is and is surprised that Li Ji calls him a master. The tension in the air is building. Li Ji doesn't like the fact that some people are interested in her master, and she is watching the actions of each of them closely. Li Ji thinks long and hard about Dokja's request to give Jun-hyuk a message that would clear her doubts about the young hero and his group. Li Ji slowly turns her head and calls out in a loud voice to the young man who has been behind her all this time. The young woman asks the man to keep a close eye on the new group and tells him that she will go to her master to clarify some things. The young guy is greatly surprised when Li Ji refers to the young hero's group as the master's friends, and he ponders the girl's words in confusion. Suddenly, the young man's face takes on a friendly color. He turns to the guys with a smile and asks them if they are really Jun-hyuk's friends. Dokja and his companions look at the young man, who seems to be glowing with happiness, silently and bewildered. He puts his hand on his chest and says that he and Jun-hyuk are best friends. The lamps of the subway station brightly illuminate the ceiling and walls of the subway station, and even the unpleasant humming of these lamps does not interrupt the young man's conversation with the group. Yu Sang finds a small bench and sits down on it with Young Hee-won, who is still not recovered from the incident with the illusory prison. The young man talks excitedly about how Jun-hyuk has become the leader of their group, and Dokja sits down nearby and pretends to listen to him. Dokja learns that about 3 days ago, Jun-hyuk appeared at this station and saved the people from the monsters and became the leader of the group. As the young hero looks at the young man with some sympathy and continues to praise Jun-hyuk, Dokja realizes that Jun-hyuk didn't save the people out of the goodness of his heart. Lieutenant Hyun-sung sits down on the floor and pulls out a small notebook. He raises his hand and asks the young man about the distribution of supplies in their group. Hyun-sung carefully writes down in his notebook the information about how the provisions are distributed within the group, while Gil-young takes a seat nearby and observes the lieutenant's notes. Dokja looks intently at the young man, who recounts that a certain alliance of landlords are providing the group with drinking water for coins and food. Several men are distracted from their conversation when they notice a new group coming up the stairs to their floor. The men greet the newcomers with a smile and offer to see the rooms, but a young man interrupts them and says that he will lead the group to the restrooms. The group slowly walks further up the stairs, and the men with smiles on their faces wave at them. Yusan looks around carefully and asks the young man what the word room means in this station and why it is used so often. The young man continues to lead the group forward and points to a small area where 2 men are fighting and explains that this is what is called a room. The 2 men are fighting each other on their fists, and a small part of the room is lit up with a green light next to them with a sign above it that says Green Zone. Dokja and his group look around and notice that there are a huge number of green zones all over the floor with people fighting near them. A young man looks around the floor with a sad look and says that the group will soon find out what these green zones mean and why people are fighting around them. Several people who are armed with sticks and iron bats stand in the green zone and prepare to give battle to the uninvited guests. Dokja stops and asks the young man why Jun-hyuk isn't taking any action against the landlord alliance that controls the 3-story area. The young man stops and his feet equal Dokja's shoes. And then he explains that Jun Hyuk wants the people to stand on their own. The young man slumps heavily after Dokja's question and sinks into his thoughts. And the young hero holds young Hee-won in his arms and looks at the young man as he continues to walk forward. Deok-ja ponders the situation at the station and is surprised to see Jun Hyuk doing something different from what he did in the novel. The group stops and Hyun-sung points towards the people and asks the young man where the crowd is coming from, to which the young man says that the restrooms are behind these people. A huge crowd of people stand in front of the entrance to the restrooms and urge them to let them pass. They promise to bring gold coins with them. A man clutches a baseball bat tightly in his hand and urges people to disperse to the sides before he uses force. Deok-ja looks on with indifference at the full man who is driving the crowd away from his territory and doesn't notice Gil-young about to head forward. The young hero asks Gil-young to stop, but the boy pays no attention to his words and deftly moves to squeeze through the crowds of people. Gil-young makes his way through the crowds quite quickly, but he suddenly stumbles and falls down, only to shriek loudly in fright. The boy falls to the floor and touches some green zone with his hands, while the crowd of people looks at him with surprise and some apprehension. The green zone turns red in a flash. A message appears in front of him that he has trespassed on private property. Gil-young slowly raises his eyes to the angry man who is not happy that some minnows have entered his territory. Two men with bats look down at the boy with a loud voice, ordering the boy to get off their territory. A man squats down to be the same height as the boy and asks the boy if he knows where he is. Meanwhile, a crowd of people run away from the red line in a hurry. A huge crowd of people rush past Dokja and his friends. The young hero watches Gil-young and a full man talking in surprise. The man rubs the surprised Gil-young on the head and explains to the boy that you can't enter someone else's territory without permission. The full man promises that he will teach the boy the basic rules of etiquette, and behind him, red turrets begin to appear and point their muzzles at the boy. The man smiles broadly and continues to rub the boy's hair while his companions stand behind him and wait for the turrets to open fire. Gil-young's eyes widen with horror as he hears the loud rumbling of the unfurling barrels of the autonomous turret pointing in his direction. Pildu has activated his Sing ability, Armed Zone, and the Mujin now demands the boy pay 500 gold coins for invading his territory. The fat man extends his sweaty palm towards the boy and demands him to give him the gold coins if life is precious. The bandit looks at the boy with a stern look and waits for payment for the passage, while Gil-young is very scared and doesn't know how he should act in such a situation. Rays of light reflect off the barrel of an automatic turret that is ready to open fire on the boy at any moment if he doesn't agree to the terms. The crowd stares at Gil-young, who is in a difficult situation, and they ask the bandits to let the boy go because he is just a child. Dokja asks Yu-sang to look after young Hee-won, and the young hero goes to the red zone to save Gil-young. The young hero approaches Gil-young to see what's going on, but the man with the bat looks up and asks Dokja if he's the boy's guardian. The man with the bat stands up to his full height and offers Dokja to pay for the boy's misbehavior, who at this point presses himself against the young hero's body. Dokja ponders the situation in his head. The people who are in front of him now are real thieves who steal from people to the last thread. Lee Ji-hai finds his foreman examining the glass door and beckons him over to inform him of a new group that recently came to the station. Jun Hyuk turns around at Lee Ji-hai's voice. He looks her over with a calm gaze and waits to see what the girl will tell him this time. Against the red sky, there are 10 silhouettes of people who are the main villains in the short story titled Ways to Survive. Among them, at the very bottom, is the silhouette of a man in a cap who is known as Kan Pil-do. He is the armed Lord Chunmuro. Dokja scrutinizes the people in front of him. He notices that the green area in front of him is much larger than the others on the station and makes the assumption that this is where Kan Pil-do is. The man taps the bat on his shoulder and reminds Dokja to pay in gold coins for violating the green zone space. The bandit looks at the young hero with a cold stare and demands him to hurry up with his decision, or his team will beat the coins out of him with their own hands. Dokja agrees to pay for the boy's misdemeanor, but in return he demands a meeting with Kan Pil-do to talk to him, and this surprises the man with the bat greatly. The young hero calls up an information window to examine the characteristics of the man in front of him and realizes that the men in front of him are just a bunch of Kan Pil's henchmen. The two men are surprised by the young hero's insight and surround him from different directions, but Dokja pays no attention to them and asks Kan Pil to show himself in front of him. Dokja trespasses into the private area with a quiet movement and continues to beckon Kan Pil to pay the fine. The young hero continues to call out to the crime lord while the armed criminals look on in surprise at the brazen man who dared to be on their territory. Behind the armed criminals, a bald man sits on a bench reading a magazine and paying no attention to the extraneous noise. The bald man distracts himself from his reading and warns the young hero that if he takes another step, he can kiss his life goodbye forever. The man does not take his eyes off the magazine and continues to scrutinize its pages, as if there is nothing more important to him right now. Dokja realizes that the bald man reading the magazine is none other than Gunlord Konpil, so he stops and looks directly into his eyes. The young hero notes that he doesn't want to pay the fine by only talking to the pawns of the weapons lord, and such insolence attracts Konpil, causing him to look away from his journal. Konpil fixes his cap and puts aside his journal. He notes that Dokja is a pretty eloquent guy and looks around with a smile. Dokja takes a closer look at the characteristics of the weapon hero through the information window and realizes that he is facing a serious opponent. The young hero looks at Konpil and ponders in his head whether he should negotiate with the weapon baron or deal with him once and for all. Gunpil sees that Dokja is clutching his sword tightly in his hands, so he urges the young hero not to do anything rash. Lieutenant Hyun-sung pulls out his shield and Gil-young snuggles closer to him as the baron's armed men begin to surround them. Several men with bats also approach Yu-sung, who is holding young Hee-won on her shoulders, the bandits ready to attack the young hero's group at any moment. Dokja urges everyone to calm down. He explains that the tenant is just looking for the owner of the building to negotiate for favors. The young hero points to the green area where the restroom stalls are located and asks for a place for him and his group in it, and a sign is painted on the area saying that 56 people out of 70 are in the area. The weapon baron offers to pay 500 gold coins for the rent, but Dokja notes that his group can't afford it. Gun Baron Konpil crosses his arms across his chest and looks at the young hero with a smile, waiting for him to make an interesting offer. Gunpil's eyes widen dramatically with surprise and interest when the hero offers him information about Jun Hyuk. The bandits begin to talk amongst themselves. They warn their boss that Dokja is looking rather suspicious. Dokja is going through a lot of thoughts in his head, and he remembers that his phone has the main plot of the fight between Jun Hyuk and the Landlord Alliance. Gun Baron Gunpil looks at the young hero with a serious expression and asks how he feels about Jun Hyuk. Dokja stands proudly in front of the Baron and says that Jun Hyuk is his companion, but notes that they went through deadly trials on their own. The Gun Baron is surprised that the young hero and Jun Hyuk didn't go through the trials together. The bandits get angry and prepare to use force, and Dokja notes that Jun Hyuk is his close friend. Konpil silently ponders the situation and the young hero's words. A huge number of numbers start flashing in front of his face as they move from side to side. Konpil-do uses his special skill of calculating profit and loss to figure out how best he can deal with Dokja now. Dokja stares silently at the weapon harrower and listens to his comments regarding the fact that the young hero might be a common crook who won't pay him anything. Cold sweat drips down Dokja's face as he considers how he can turn the situation with the weapon baron in his favor. Dokja turns his back to Konpil and says that if the weapon baron is not interested in cooperating with him, then he will simply leave this place. With a loud voice, the weapons baron orders Dokja to stop, and for a brief moment, a smile appears on the young hero's face because Konpil fell for his provocation. The man adjusts his cap and notes that Dokja must pay the fine for himself and the boy who crossed the territory. Lee Gil-young snuggles closer to Hyun-seong, worried that the bandits might attack at any moment due to the tense situation. The weapons baron notes with a smile on his face that Dokja owes him 1,000 gold coins for the inconvenience. Dokja refuses to pay Konpil, and at that moment the turret that was standing to his left blasts off fire at all the people around him. Yu-sang holds young Hee-won tightly and looks anxiously towards the young hero. The girl fears that Dokja's life is in mortal danger. Lieutenant Hyun-sung pushes Gil-young away from him and orders him to run into the crowd to hide among the people. Several bullets fly out of the autonomous turret, followed by a huge explosion that burns all the people who were nearby. Dokja covers himself with his hand from the explosion, acrid smoke enveloping him from all sides and flames trying to burn his body. Lieutenant Hyun-sung manages to block the machine gun turret's shots in time, much to Dokja's surprise as he stares dumbfounded at his partner. Hyun-sung turns to the young hero and warns Dokja in a loud voice that he won't be able to hold off the turret's fire for long. Dokja looks around the battlefield. He sees that Jung Hee-won is still unconscious and worries that this is a battle his team may not win. The young hero realizes that the battle is pointless. He approaches Konpil-do and asks to stop the battle because it is disadvantageous to both of them. The arms baron's eyes widen in surprise when Dokja tells him that he will go to the other world if he continues the battle. Big Konpil and Dokja hear loud footsteps slowly approaching their place of battle and look somewhere through the crowd. The feet of the two men stop near the fire, A familiar voice of Ji-hai comes from the crowd and points her finger at Doc Ja. Ji-hai from the high school tells her master about the young hero claiming to be his friend, and the weapons baron clenches his teeth tightly in fear. People continue to watch the battlefield between Doc Ja and the weapons baron and don't notice Jun Hyuk and Ji-hai, who are hurrying towards the battlefield. Jun Hyuk slowly approaches the scene and tries to get a glimpse of the man who made such a huge fuss and declared himself to be his friend. Jun Hyuk is greatly surprised when he sees Doc Ja in front of him. He didn't think the young hero would be able to survive and make it to this station. Doc Ja, with a smile on his face, waves towards Jun Hyuk and greets him, while Gun Baron Kon Pil waves his head from side to side. Jun Hyuk looks at Doc Ja with surprise, and Lee Ji-hai looks at her master and the young hero who managed to make a huge commotion in her absence. Doc Ja continues to wave at Lee Ji as if nothing had happened and asks how he's doing at the station. Jun Hyuk can't believe his eyes. He doesn't understand how Doc Ja got to this station so quickly and had time to have an argument with Gun Pil. Doc Ja asks Jun Hyuk to confirm his words that they are companions so that the bandits will leave him alone once and for all. Jun Hyuk is very reluctant to recognize Doc Ja as his companion in such a situation, and a huge number of constellations are watching to see if he will keep his promise. Jun Hyuk is about to say something, but Doc Ja interrupts him in the most brazen way possible and points out that it would be a good idea to use the restroom. Everyone who was present at the center of the event is sharply surprised at the fact that the young hero dared to interrupt Jun Hyuk so unceremoniously. The man's eyes light up brightly, and with a calm expression, he bares his blade to deal with the situation. Deok Ja looks at Jun Hyuk with a smile and remarks that it's wonderful to have such a good companion in such a disgusting time. The young hero shows with all his appearance that he is very happy to see the main character of the story, and Jun Hyuk frowns and turns his back to him. Lee Ji continues to stare in amazement at the master and the young protagonist as they chat casually as if they've known each other for a long time. Young Hyuk pulls out his sword and points it towards Kon Pil Do, and eventually the gun baron has to let Doc Ja's group go, the conflict having exhausted itself. A sly smile slips across Doc Ja's face and he asks the main character if he was hoping for his imminent demise. And Jun Hyuk sighs heavily and remarks that it would be nice not to see the young hero here. The young hero stares intently at the arrogant Jun Hyuk. He wants to punch him properly in the jaw, but realizes that the main character has a very high performance. Deok Ja continues to examine Jun Hyuk. He activates the information console and tries to get as much information about the main character as possible. The young hero notes to himself that the main character is progressing much faster than he did in the novel, which surprises him a bit. Deok Ja silently looks at Jun Hyuk and assumes that the main character fights a lot more often and takes more risks, so he's a higher level than in the novel. Jun Hyuk notices the young protagonist's stare. He asks Doc Ja to tell him if he has something on his mind and to stop staring at him. Doc Ja replies that he will stare at the protagonist for as long as he wants, while his mind is running through his thoughts that Jun Hyuk is annoying him a lot. Jun Hyuk is fed up with the young hero's overconfident behavior, and he considers the idea of just dealing with him so that he doesn't get in his way. The guys gather around young Hee-won, who comes to her senses, the girl clutching her head and trying to remember what recently happened. Jun Hyuk turns his attention to Doc Ja's friends and notes that the young hero has found some companions for him to go through scenarios with. An informational sign pops up in front of Doc Ja that Jun Hyuk is extremely displeased with him, and this message surprises the young hero greatly. Jun Hyuk activates his sage gaze. He examines each member of the group. He is extremely disappointed that Lee Hyun-sung has remained a weakling under Doc Ja's leadership. Doc Ja understands the main character's disappointment perfectly, but he can't do anything about it after all. He's just a reader who was lucky enough to see the future. Jun Hyuk's right eye continues to glow bright yellow because of the sage's ability, and Deok Ja stands silently by his side, waiting for the next rebuke. Jun Hyuk notices something unusual with his ability. He is surprised by it and focuses all his attention on one of Doc Ja's companions. Doc Ja tries to figure out where Jun Hyuk is looking, but the fact that his companions are standing too close to each other makes it impossible for him to do so. Jung Hee-won is talking to the group, who are very happy that the girl is awake. She notices that two men are staring at her intently and turns her gaze to them. The girl turns around and asks Deok Ja and Jun Hyuk in a loud voice, why are they looking at her so intently? Jung Hyuk continues to stare at the girl with only one thought on his mind. He has to get rid of Jung Hee-won by any means necessary. Doc Ja tries to lighten the mood and asks the main character why he left the gun baron alive. The two young men's voices carry through the long subway station. Jun Hyuk notes that Doc Ja is a prophet, so he can find out the answer to his question himself. Yoo Jun-hyuk uses a lie detector skill to make sure Doc Ja is telling him the pure truth. Doc Ja is greatly annoyed by the main character's arrogance, and Jun-hyuk notes that his level of vision of the future is still very low to make predictions many days in advance. The young protagonist expresses to Jun-hyuk his assumption that Kan Pil-do is needed alive to get through the next scenarios. Deok Ja stands across from Jun-hyuk, his feet a few meters away from the main character, and the young hero tries to figure out why the bandits who are lugging around Kan Pil-do are still alive. Jun-hyuk silently listens to Doc Ja's complaints about his decision to leave the gang alone. Jun-hyuk turns away from Doc Ja. He has to listen to the young hero's complaints and asks him to leave him alone. The young hero tries to reason with the main character. He explains that if he continues to ignore the situation, most people in Chunmuro will lose everything. Jun-hyuk turns his back to Doc Ja and tells him lastly that he is completely indifferent to the fate of the people who live at the station. Doc Ja is greatly surprised by Jun-hyuk's answer. His eyes widen and continue to stare at the main character, but he doesn't say another word. The young character stares at Jun-hyuk with a glassy stare and voices out loud his desire to punch him with all his might for his words. Jun-hyuk activates his self-defense skill and says that Deok Ja doesn't have the courage to attack him and waits for the young hero to retaliate. The main character turns towards Lee Ji-hai and tells the girl that it's time for them to leave, and Doc Ja silently stares back at the departing Jun-hyuk. Lee Ji turns around to look at Doc Ja's group one more time, and then silently heads off with Jun-hyuk deep into the subway station. A few backpacks are carefully placed near the column of the subway station. Doc Ja's group ponders their future plan of action and sets up a small camp. Doc Ja takes a seat near one of the concrete columns and studies the blue information panels that pop up in front of him now and then. A message appears on the information panel stating that the Constellation Bald General is greatly displeased with the suffering of the humans and is demanding revenge. As the group discusses the recent events amongst themselves, Doc Ja contemplates what actions he should take during the scenario. As Doc Ja talks badly about Jun-hyuk, who decided to abandon people to their fate, he is rewarded with gold coins from one of the constellations. Jung Hee-won notices the hero's restlessness and overthinking. She comes closer to him and questions him about the strange guy the young hero has been talking to recently. Deok Ja takes his gaze aside and replies to the girl with an uncertain smile that the first priority right now is to figure out what they should do about Kan Pil-do. Lee Gil-young sits by the broken window and thinks about his own thoughts. Yu Sang approaches him, trying to cheer him up and asking him how he's feeling with a smile on her face. Jong Hee-won has no reason to sit idly by. She holds her bone sword tightly in her hands and says she's going to go to Kan Pil-do to deal with him personally. Jong Hee-won suggests teaming up with the people at the station, like their group did at Jumho Station, to defeat the bandits who are bullying the people. Behind the girl, scales appear and red lines form around her because she activates the skill, Time of Justice. In front of Jong Hee-won, a message that the constellation of absolute goodness is silent and the red scales start to slowly disappear. Jung Hee-won is greatly surprised by the fact that her ability is deactivated. She can't understand why the constellation doesn't respond to her request. She asks Doc Ja why her anti-gang justice ability isn't activating, and the young hero explains that Gunpil and his minions may not necessarily be the bad guys. Doc Ja explains to his group that things may look different in the eyes of a powerful constellation, and his opinion may not be the same as people's. Jung Hee-won looks at the young hero with annoyance as he explains that justice is only about benefiting the majority, while Gil-young and Sang-ah turn towards the guys and listen to their conversation. The girl gets very upset that the power of the constellation left her in such a difficult hour because she wants with all her heart to save people from the bandits. Deok Ja asks Jung Hee-won not to get upset early. He explains that he has his way to defeat Kan Pil-do, but it won't be easy. Gun Pil-do is calmly reading a newspaper while sitting on a bench, unaware of the plot against him. Gun Pil-do puts his newspaper aside and yawns heavily because he's quite bored sitting idle. He tries to cover his mouth with his hand and wipes the tears from his eyes. The weapons general is sitting in his armed area, and there are a huge number of bandits around him who are armed with wooden clubs. The weapons baron's camp contains a huge amount of locked crates and supplies that the bandits have managed to get their hands on. Kan Pil continues to read the newspaper, turning the pages now and then with neatly folded blankets and food supplies lying beside him. Near the entrance to the restrooms, which is the largest room in Chunmuro, a sign is lit up saying that this place is a green zone. Jung Hee-won tries to find out the details of the plan to overthrow Gunpil, but her conversation with Doc Ja is interrupted by an alert that the third scenario will begin in 1 hour. Jung Hee-won turns around at the sound of loud male voices behind her. She tries to figure out what's going on. A man is standing in a small green area that is only for one person and demands the people around him to move away from him. Adokja asks the team to leave discussions of the plan to overthrow Kanpil-du for later and suggests they go in search of the room. Tokabi appears in the vacant space in a bright electric flash and suggests that they start the third scenario as soon as possible. Tokabi surveys Dokja's team with a smile and says that thanks to the newcomers on the station, it should be very interesting. After Tokabi's words, small information windows appear in front of all the guys and the guys scrutinize them to get a sense of what's going on. There is a look of horror and incomprehension on Lieutenant Hyunseong's face as he fully reads the information from the blue panel. Tokabi spreads his hands and says that the rules of the current scenario are pretty simple and consist of taking the green zone before anyone else. Tokabi flies a little higher and tells people to hurry up and take the green zone, or else they will be in big trouble. At the same moment, a huge number of people run to the zones that have appeared. Dokja and his team are looking around at the people who are trying to occupy the green zones as fast as possible, and only the young hero is completely calm. The girl takes out a knife from her pocket and rushes at the man who has managed to occupy the green zone faster than her. She makes several blows, and the man falls to the ground. The station goes into a complete frenzy, people with cold weapons or with fists rushing at each other to take the green zone. The man screams loudly in fear but continues to strike his victim. All the walls of the subway station are stained purple from the blood. Yu Sang surveys the people in the station who are attacking each other with madness and ferocity. She asks her friends, will they really have to fight for the zone? Dokja points out that there is no need to fight over the green zones because they can find a room that will fit more people. The young hero points out a few men who are shouting loudly towards the others and notes that the zones around them are only for one person. The weapons baron along with his accomplices have no problem occupying a large green zone that can hold about 70 people. Dokja suggests that the team split up in pairs to find a green zone they can fit in as quickly as possible without problems and decides to poison himself alone. The young hero warns his friends that if no one finds the room within 20 minutes, they should come back here, and the guys nod silently in response. Jang Hee-won and the rest of the guys run towards the upper floors of the subway to find a vacant green room, while Dokja stares silently after them. Dokja takes out his cell phone from his pocket and carefully reads the attached file with the script that the author sent him. The screen of his phone shows a large amount of text, including a message that there are no rooms left in Chunmuro right now. Young Hee-won clutches his sword tightly in his hand and runs down the long corridor with Lee Gil-young to find a vacant green area. Hyun-sung along with Yu Sang investigate the next floor in search of the green zone, but they only find the bodies of people underneath them and don't know what to do. Dokja sits quietly on a bench with a bloody mess around him as he studies the screen of his phone. The young hero continues to read the script on his phone, and suddenly he hears Tokebi's voice, who is indignant at Dokja's inaction. Dokja covers his phone screen to avoid showing the constellations and Tokebi that he has information about ways to survive. The young hero looks at Tokebi in surprise, who asks why Dokja is looking at the blank note sheet of his phone. Dokja shows the screen of his phone with surprise at the fact that only he is the only one who has access to information about survival methods. The young hero's face is covered in cold sweat as he scrolls through the survival methods script and rejoices in the fact that the constellations can't see the text. Dokja scrutinizes the file on his phone with the script of the survival story. He wonders who is the author of this manga. The young hero hears a loud voice of a man addressing him. He puts his phone in his pocket and turns around to the voice. Dokja sees the man's body lying in blood behind his back, and a little further away is a green area meant for one person. A young guy is clutching a bloody wooden bat tightly. He stands in the green zone and looks at the young hero in front of him with hatred. Tears appear in the young man's eyes and his face is stained in drops of blood. The man asks Dokja to stay away from him and stay away. The young hero waves hello and smiles slightly. He tells the young man that he doesn't need to be afraid of him because he doesn't claim his place in the zone. Dokja hears the familiar voice of Lee Ji-hai behind him, who laughs at him and says that the young hero looks a little too relaxed for this situation. Dokja turns to the high school girl and notes that the girl is also quite relaxed in such a crazy environment. After the young hero's words, Lee Ji-hai's face spreads into a wide smile. The girl holds her long sword on her back and looks at the man. The high school girl waves the scabbard of her sword from side to side and explains to the young hero that no one will come into her room because no one wants to deal with her. Lee Ji-hai hopes that Dokja will survive tonight because she was greatly impressed by his conversation with the master, and the young hero notes that the girl shouldn't worry about him. Ja looks up at the ceiling with a calm expression and talks about how you don't have to be in the green zone to survive the night. Lee Ji-hai is greatly surprised after the young protagonist says that he's not going to occupy the green room, and Jun Hyuk's figure appears behind the girl's back. The main character demands the high school girl to go back to the room immediately, and the girl quickly nods and walks away deep into the subway station. Jun Hyuk examines Deok Ja with all his equanimity and asks him if the young hero is really going to fight dangerous monsters. The young hero ignores Jun Hyuk's warnings that the monsters outside the green rooms are extremely dangerous. He just smiles and says that his team is up to the task. The main character looks haughtily at Deok Ja as if trying to gauge his determination. He is amazed by the young hero's decision but tries not to show it. Jun Hyuk turns his back to Deok Ja and heads after his companion, and the young hero turns to hear the loud voices of his friends who have recently returned to the meeting place. Deok Ja's friends have gathered in full and are standing not far from the green area the young man has occupied. Yu Sang, with a guilty look, tells the hero that they were unable to find a vacant room. Due to the tense atmosphere that flies in the air, the young man raises his wooden bat and prepares to fight anyone who encroaches on his territory. The Lieutenant Hyun Sung looks at the frightened boy in the green zone and asks Deok Ja if he's been able to find anything. Deok Ja raises his hand up, showing his friends 2 fingers. He says that they only have a couple options to solve their problems. The guys look at the young hero with surprise. They are very happy about the fact that Deok Ja has a couple of options to solve their predicament. The team gets close to each other to discuss further strategy. Deok Ja notes that the first option is the easiest and will allow everyone to survive. The young hero notes that there is a second way. It will be very difficult, and there is a very high chance that someone could die in the process. The guys look at each other and discuss the first option because it has a much better chance of survival for everyone on the team. Yu Sang comes closer to the young hero and asks him to tell them more about the first option. She is worried about the danger that is hanging over the group and hopes that Deok Ja will lead them to the right path. There is a sepulchral silence somewhere on the upper floors, where the stone staircase leads to. The sounds of people fighting for the green territory can be heard. Deok Ja, along with his team, climbs through the stairs to the top floor and points towards the green room. He says this is the first option to solve their problems. In front of the guys can see the green room, which is designed for 5 people. There are several people standing in it, armed with improvised objects. The young hero proposes to deal with the people in the green room and take their place inside the green room. They realize that the first option is the easiest, but it's also the most morally awful. Lee Gil-young is not at all intimidated by the young hero's suggestion. He says that if everyone is willing to take the first path, he will follow the team without delay. Gil-young holds his bone club tightly and heads towards the green zone. Yu Sang shouts at the boy and asks him to stop from rash actions. Yu Sang puts his hands on the boy's shoulders and asks him to take his time, while Young Hee-won comes close to the young hero and expresses his displeasure with the first option that Deok Ja suggested. Jung Hee-won talks very loudly to the young hero and explains to him about not wanting to step over someone else's life to go through this scenario. The girl puts her hand on her chest and says that a huge number of people in Jumo Station went to the other world by her hand, but she doesn't want that fate for everyone. The story moves back a few days. Jung Hee-won falls to her knees and there are countless bodies all around her, lying in their own blood. Jung Hee-won slowly raises her head to the ceiling and says in a quiet voice to herself that she doesn't want to become a monster. The girl clenches her fists and grits her teeth hard with anger. She explains to the young hero that she doesn't want to doom people to destruction. Lieutenant Hyun Sung, who has been listening to the conversation between Jung Hee-won and Deok Ja all this time, suggests that they choose the second option. Deok Ja's face breaks into a smile when he hears Hyun Sung's suggestion. He looks around at his team and is about to give the details of his plan. The guys look at the young hero with surprise. They realize that Deok Ja had been counting on the second option all along. Young Hee-won raises her head at the young hero and starts laughing nervously. She is glad that Deok Ja agreed to the second option without delay. The girl taps Deok Ja on his shoulder with a crazy smile and asks him why he decided to check on his friends at such a difficult hour, while Hyun Sung and Yu Sang look on with a smile. Gil-young looks at the young hero a little guiltily, and Deok Ja explains that no matter what choice his team would have made, he wouldn't hesitate to accept it. Deok Ja strokes the boy's head and explains the strategy the group will use to execute the second plan. The young hero explains that the second choice is very dangerous to execute. He asks everyone to follow his exact instructions and directions. He peers at the bloody glass and walls of the subway station and declares that his instructions may be absurd, but the squad is obligated to follow them. Doc Ja points out that if even one of them fails to trust him completely, the entire group will be left at that station forever. The young hero points to the red square that is on the railroad track and notes that monsters are sure to appear from there. A red wall can be seen deep inside the tunnel of the subway train station, and from it can be heard the rumbling of monsters that are ready to attack the station on command. Hyun Sung, along with Yu Sang and Jung Hee-won, go down to the railroad tracks and prepare to repel the monsters' attack. A blue information panel appears in front of the entire group to warn them of the beginning of the third scenario. Huge creatures that look like bears begin to beat their paws against the red wall and emit a loud battle roar. The guys are terrified to see the monstrous bears trying to break the barrier with their paws, and the group prepares to fight. Doc Ja puts Gil Young on his shoulders and with a loud shout orders his group to run towards the monsters. A huge crowd of monsters consisting of monster bears and crow-tops tears the barrier with their paws and rushes along the railroad tracks. Yu Sang, along with Jung Hee-won and Lieutenant Hyun Sung, rush towards the monsters and prepare to break through their countless ranks. The story is transported back a few moments. The guys are on the tracks, and across from them can be seen a red barrier that won't let anyone in or out. A Doc Ja says that as soon as the monsters appear, they should run towards them. He lowers his eyes down and picks up a small pebble with his hand. The boys watch Doc Ja's actions carefully, and the young hero clutches the small stone tightly and throws it towards the red barrier. As soon as the small stone makes contact with the barrier, a deafening sound is heard, and several lightning bolts turn the stone into dust. A huge number of monsters rush along the railroad tracks. A warning pops up in front of the group that the third scenario is starting. Yu Sang runs together with Jung Hee-won towards the monsters. The girls scrutinize the subway station wall on the left, hoping to find shelter. Yu Sang opens her mouth wide in surprise when she discovers some strange mark that is on the wall of the subway station. Jung Hee-won and Hyun Sung run on either side, but only Yu Sang notices the strange green panel that is located on the wall. The girl runs towards the monsters without a shadow of a doubt and stretches her hand towards the wall to touch the green panel. Yu Sang touches the green square and an information window pops up in front of her, telling her that the secret at Chunmuro Station has been activated. A bright green light covers Yu Sang and Jung Hee-won. A green area that can hold 3 people appears near the girls. Yu Sang turns back frightened. She is worried about the fate of Hyun Sung, who got separated from the girls and didn't have time to run into the green zone. The lieutenant is standing a few meters away from the green zone, using his shield. He is trying to fight off a few monsters, and Yu Sang extends her hand towards him. A yellow thread appears from Yu Sang's hand and covers Hyun Sung's body, and the girls together pull the magical thread to pull their friend into the barrier. Jung Hee-won and Yu Sang manage to save the lieutenant's life. The guys worry about the fate of Doc Ja and Gil Young, for whom there is no room in the green zone. The guys watch as Doc Ja carries the baby on his back and runs in the opposite direction of the monsters. Doc Ja runs as fast as he can and looks back at the hungry monsters, who are not even a meter behind him, while Gil Young clings tightly to the young hero's back and looks around. A huge monster bear catches up with Doc Ja and Gil Young, swinging its huge paw with the intention of delivering a heavy blow. Doc Ja continues to hold the boy in his arms and fights off the monsters with his legs, while Gil Young tries to bash the heads of the rats with his bone club. The young hero looks around to find platforms that hide green areas underneath. Doc Ja and the boy continue to fight off the crowd of monsters and spot a young boy at the station who is in the green zone. The young boy is clutching his baseball bat tightly in his hands. He is shaking with fear and is not going to leave his zone to the monsters. The young hero continues to fight off the monsters with his feet and contemplates taking away the green zone and the scared guy. Tokebi flies closer to the young boy, and a satisfied smile flashes across his face and tells him that it's time for penalties. The young lad notices that the lettering above his area is slowly being erased, and his green room begins to disappear quickly. The monsters immediately attack the defenseless young man and trample him with their feet to the ground, leaving him no chance of survival. Doc Ja lowers Gil Young onto the mole and watches as the monsters greedily devour the young man who has lost his shelter. The young hero and the boy stand shoulder to shoulder and prepare to fight the monsters that are slowly beginning to surround them. Doc Ja draws his sword and lightning-fast fights several monsters at a time, his mind racing with countless thoughts about whether he can become as strong as Jun Hyuk. As Lee Gil Young kills several rats with his hammer, the boy speaks to Doc Ja in a calm voice and offers to leave him here alone. Doc Ja refuses to leave the child surrounded by monsters, and Gil Young doesn't understand why the young hero doesn't act alone, since it's so much easier. The boy's words make the young hero think seriously about why he took a whole team of people with him and is trying to help them. A huge monster bear rushes towards Gil-young. The creature opens its huge maw and intends to swallow the child alive. Yu-sung, along with Young Hee-won and Hyun-sung, try to keep an eye on their friend's progress, but they can't see what's going on because of the huge number of monsters. Dok-ja clutches his two-handed sword tightly, which turns a dark blue glow. The young hero is about to strike a powerful blow to kill all the monsters at once. In the blink of an eye, the young hero shreds several monsters that have surrounded him and Gil-young, and the boy stands immovably still in surprise. Deok-ja approaches the boy and agrees that it would be much easier to go through the scenarios alone, but he doesn't want to. The young hero lifts Gil-young in his arms and tells him that in one novel there was a man who decided to do everything alone, but he ended up failing. Deok-ja stares intently into the boy's eyes, and the thought flashes through his mind that he is definitely not the main character in this story. The young hero looks at the frightened Gil-young with a smile and thinks about how he definitely wants to save the boy, even if he isn't the savior of the world. A new crowd of monsters surrounds the boys. Dok-ja holds Gil-young tightly in his arms, and a huge blue book appears behind him. Dok-ja asks the boy to rely on him. He activates his reader ability, and the book starts turning huge pages. The young hero activates the first bookmark, and his speed increases several times. He pushes himself off the ground and flies over a huge pile of monsters. With one hand, Dok-ja fights off the huge monster bears, and with the other hand he holds Gil-young, who hugs him tightly around the neck. But Dok-ja and Gil-young run through the crowd of monsters and notice a bright green light that hides a green room. The young hero jumps on the back of one of the monsters and then pushes off with his right foot to fly as high as possible. The monster bears let out loud roars. They flail their huge paws, but they can't reach Dok-ja because he flew too high. Jun-hyuk stands in the green area and watches with a calm expression as Dok-ja tries to fight off the monsters and save the child. The main character is standing in a small area that only two people can be in, and there are bloody monster carcasses lying near him. Jun-hyuk raises his gaze to Dok-ja, who runs up to him and arrogantly glares at him without saying a word. Dok-ja clutches the child tightly to him, and clutching his sword in his right hand, he stares at Jun-hyuk and calls out to him. Behind the young hero is a huge crowd of monsters chasing after him. Dok-ja looks at Jun-hyuk with a stone face and asks him to move. Jun-hyuk folds his arms across his chest and says that he's a little tired today and won't be leaving the green zone. The young character's face contorts in a huge anger directed at the main character. Dok-ja was sure that no one would use the hidden zones during the third scenario. Gil-young sighs heavily and points his finger at the huge crowd of monsters bearing towards them, and Dok-ja realizes that he needs to act as fast as possible. Dok-ja asks Jun-hyuk to let at least a child into the green zone, and the protagonist has no problem agreeing to the young hero's request. Gil-young tries to leave the green zone and asks Deok-ja not to risk his life for him, but Jun-hyuk holds the boy's shoulder tightly and doesn't let him leave the zone. Jun-hyuk, along with Gil-young, stand in the green zone and watch as Dok-ja fights back against the dangerous monsters, and the constellations express their regret for the young hero. Dok-ja clutches his two-handed sword tightly in his hands and deflects the monster's attacks. He turns his head back and examines the main character with a wary look. Jun-hyuk's face expresses no emotion. The main character observes the young hero with dispassion, and his entire silhouette emits a greenish light. A large number of monster bears rush towards the young hero with the clear intention of tearing him to pieces, while Dok-ja looks at Jun-hyuk with a smile on his face and tells him that he can't wait to kill him. The young hero uses his long sword to stop the jaws of the huge monster, and the other monsters gradually surround the hero. Gil-young looks at the young hero, who is covered by the huge monster carcasses. The boy is worried that Dok-ja may not be able to escape from this situation. All the walls of the subway station light up in purple tones from the huge amount of blood on them. There is a metallic smell in the air, and only Gil-young's lone voice echoes in the subway tunnel. Gil-young tearfully continues to call out for Deok-ja, while Jun-hyuk holds the boy's shoulder tightly and stares in wonder at the direction where the young hero was recently. Jun-hyuk stares at the monsters, hoping to see Dok-ja's silhouette. He's sure that the young hero is alive and has swallowed something. Dok-ja fights off a few monsters, and his left hand starts to glow with a bright yellow light, and a small object appears in it. The young hero takes a few crystals he got from the ghosts that created the illusory prison and quickly swallows them. A huge number of monster bodies lie immovable in the subway tunnel. Only the wind, which raises dust behind it, continues its leisurely movement. Huge gusts of blue light suddenly emanate from the bodies of the monsters the young hero is under. Lee Gil-young notices the strange glow and wants to run up to it as quickly as possible, hoping that Dok-ja is still alive. But Jun-hyuk won't let the boy out of the green zone. Doc Ja slowly rises up, objects and people begin to blur in his eyes, and an information panel appears in front of him, indicating the activation of the illusory prison. The young hero grabs his head from the unbearable pain and tries to look around. A faint breeze raises dust near the young hero. Doc Ja hears a strange voice coming from his left side and turns his gaze there. The young hero sees a small room in front of him, where a woman is standing silently over the body of a young man, with blood flowing out from under him. Doc Ja is horrified at the picture that unfolds before him, and the information panel informs him that the fourth wall skill is temporarily weakening. The young man lies silently on the floor while his body continues to expel blood in an endless sweat, as if it were a foreign liquid to him. The young hero stares silently at the burgundy-haired girl. He sees his worst nightmare in front of him and hopes that it will pass soon. Doc Ja drops his long sword and falls to his knees. From the horror of what he has seen, he begins to choke and tries to regain his breath. The young hero clutches his head, which starts to hurt even more. Sweat falls from his face in huge drops like a small rain. He looks up and is angry that he dared to swallow the crystals. Now he has the most horrible memories in front of him. The story shifts to a few hours ago when Doc Ja was able to collect some crystals from the spectral monsters that created the illusory prison. Doc Ja slowly rises to his feet. With the help of the crystals, he was able to become invisible to the monsters. But at the same time, he had to face hard memories. The young hero studies the information panel and waits for his special fourth wall skill to recover so he can return to normal. A calm voice of a girl sounds behind the young hero's back. Doc Ja's eyes widen with surprise and he hovers over the information panel. The mysterious girl turns to the surprised young hero and tries to find out if he is really the Jun Hyuk she is looking for. Deok Ja looks at the stranger with apprehension, fearing that she is a figment of his imagination because of the illusionary prison effect. The young hero scrutinizes the girl with golden hair. Her voice seems completely unfamiliar to him. The girl's eyes suddenly begin to glow with a red light. She scrutinizes Doc Ja as if expecting him to answer. The girl with golden hair continues to scrutinize the young hero. She asks him to introduce himself and tell her who he is. The young hero tries to use his unique skill, but the girl instantly blocks this ability with a mental barrier. The girl with golden hair fails to use the mental barrier, so the young hero gets all the information he needs while the girl continues to stare at him. Doc Ja learns with his ability that the girl in front of him is named Anna Croft. In addition, the young hero learns about the huge list of skills the girl can use. The young hero scrutinizes the information line, which states that Anna Croft is a prophet who sees the future. One of the girl's eyes glows a demonic red color, and the other eye looks more like a human eye. Anna Croft stands in front of the hero and waits for his answer. The young hero notes that he realizes who the girl is. Anna Croft is surprised by Doc Ja's answer, and the answer hears from the man that he too is a prophet. Anna Croft uses her lie detector skill and has no problem finding out that Doc Ja is blatantly lying to her. And the young hero realizes his mistake and ponders his next move. With a loud voice, the girl prophet demands that the young hero tell the truth about who he is and why he is here. Doc Ja stands nonchalantly in front of the prophet. He assumes that due to the weakening of his fourth wall skill, Anna Croft can easily guess who is standing in front of her. The young hero scratches his chin and tells the prophet in a calm voice that he is disappointed in her abilities. Anna Croft looks at the young hero incomprehensibly. She is very surprised by the self-assurance of the man standing in front of her. Doc Ja points to his left eye and says that it was he who sent the heart of the ichthyosaur to the prophet in exchange for his broken faith. And because of this, the girl has the pupil of the supreme demon. Anna Croft opens her mouth in amazement. She didn't expect to see the man who demanded the artifact of broken faith. The girl asks the young hero to give his name. An information panel appears in front of Doc Ja that says to restore the fourth wall skill. The young hero notices that the girl in front of him starts to disappear. Anna Croft's body gradually disappears from the white room space. The girl is very eager to know the name of the young hero, but her abilities are powerless before the power of Doc Ja's skills. The young hero with a smile on his face waves goodbye to Anna Croft and tells the girl that they will definitely meet on the other side of the continent. The body of the prophet disappears and leaves behind small blue squares, while Doc Ja continues to wave good-naturedly towards the place where Anna Croft was standing recently. The young hero sits down on the floor with a clatter. He gains immunity against the illusory prison, but finds that this skill is now useless to him. Doc Ja lies down on the floor and thinks about the situation. He doesn't like the fact that he met the prophet Anna Croft. The young hero wonders if the script is still going on. He worries that the crowtops may still be hanging around him. As his eyes close, he remembers Gil Young and hopes that Jun Hyuk won't hurt him. Doc Ja opens his eyes and he hears the voices of his friends who are very happy that the young hero survived and came to his senses. Yu Sang, along with Lieutenant Hyun Sung and Young Hee-won, stand over the young hero's body and are happy that their friend is with them again. Deok Ja covers himself with his hand from the bright light of the subway station lights. His head still hurts, and he hurries to quickly get up from the floor. The young hero looks around and notices that his head is resting on a soft pillow, and his body is carefully wrapped with a warm blanket. Deok Ja slowly rises and questions his friends about the third scenario, and the guys talk about how it's over and rejoice that everyone managed to survive. The young hero turns his head to the right side and picks up a large number of human bodies that are lying breathlessly on the floor. Only 2 living people are sitting on the bench. A girl is looking emotionlessly under her feet, and the guy next to her is covering his face with his hands and crying. The entire subway station is covered in blood. The bodies of monsters and people who failed to capture the green zone in time are scattered all over the floor. The young hero notes that it's not time to celebrate victory yet because they only lasted a day, and the scenario will last for a week. Deok Ja calculates how many days are left until the scenario ends and is about to get up, but Lieutenant Hyun Sung asks him to rest because the young hero hasn't had time to rest. The young hero asks what time it is, and Lieutenant Hyun Sung pulls his wristwatch out of his pocket and says it's only 8:30 in the morning. Deok Ja remembers the boy he left with Jun Hyuk and asks his friends where Gil Young is. Young Hee-won shows the young hero toward a long hallway, and Deok Ja looks at Gil Young with a little surprise but silently. Gil Young is standing next to Jun Hyuk and Lee Ji. They are chatting together about the recent monster attack, but Deok Ja can't understand what exactly they are talking about. The young hero tries to listen to the conversation between Jun Hyuk and Gil Young, but he can't make out their words because of his headache. Deok Ja remembers that before he gave Gil Young to the green zone, Jun Hyuk looked at the boy very intently, as if he had found something in him. Jun Hyuk offers Gil Young to follow along with him about putting up Deok Ja's group, and the boy looks at the main character with a calm expression and turns him down. Jun Hyuk notes that Gil Young can become much stronger because of him, but the boy continues to refuse the offer and the guys watch their dialogue closely. Deok Ja activates his unique skill to read the main character's mind and realize what he's up to this time. The young hero learns that Jun Hyuk saved the boy only to use his powers later, and this makes Deok Ja very angry. Gil Young turns towards his team and notices that the young hero has already come to his senses and is looking right at him. The boy runs with all his legs towards Deok Ja to hug him tightly, and Jun Hyuk along with Lee Ji Hai move deep into the subway station. Jun Hyuk is very annoyed that he spent a huge amount on Gil Young. He slowly walks along the subway station and plans to grab some item. Deok Ja uses his ability to try to find out where Jun Hyuk went, but he is very tired and Gil Young with tears in his eyes and a cheerful smile hugs him tightly. Jun Hyuk looks straight ahead and doesn't pay any attention to Deok Ja and his group. He is walking purposefully towards his goal. Deok Ja is thoroughly exhausted by his ability. His body is covered in cold sweat and he slowly falls on his pillow from fatigue. Lee Ji Hai turns his head back to observe the loud commotion within Deok Ja's group, but continues to follow Jun Hyuk. There is blood on the walls of the subway station, and the young hero examines one of the signs with the number 331 on it. The young hero wakes up to the loud voice of Tokebi inside his head. He opens his eyes and looks around. Jung Hee-won is the only one awake among the guys. She greets the young hero and asks him how he is feeling. Deok Ja realizes that all this time he's been sleeping on the legs of Lieutenant Hyun Sung, who still hasn't woken up. Hyun Seong has a dream about the army, mumbles something to himself about roll call, and then announces that the roll call will be done by the soldier on duty. Deok Ja looks closely at Lieutenant Hyun Sung's face. Now it's clear to him why his pillow seems so uncomfortable. The young hero kneads his neck, Gil Young sleeping peacefully at his feet. Deok Ja looks around and notices the vast amount of information messages from the constellations. Deok Ja is angry that the constellations were studying his past with fervent interest. A message pops up on the information table about receiving the achievement, Endless Night. Deok Ja slowly gets up and puts Gil Young at Jung Hee-won's disposal. He counts the number of gold coins and remarks that he has enough for his next plan. Jung Hee-won gets up and does a little warm-up and then asks the young hero what their team will do the next time the monsters attack. Gil Young sleeps peacefully on a small pillow, and Deok Ja tells Jung Hee-won that the third scenario will be completely finished today. A sign above the restroom stalls speaks to indicate a green zone, now containing 56 people out of a possible 70. Weapons Barn Khan Pil is reading a news bulletin and there are a huge number of people standing around him to guard his peace. Lieutenant Hyun Sung wakes up to the loud talking of his friends. He slowly opens his eyes and looks at Dokja. Hyun-sung quickly gets up from his seat and kneads his back. He asks the young hero if he was able to rest properly. The lieutenant is surprised when Dokja notices that he often talks in his sleep and mentions his army service. Hyun-sung guiltily scratches his head and tells him that it's an old injury from when he was a private in the army. Yoo-sang along with Gil-young wake up and approach Young Hee-won, and then they listen to Hyun-sung and Deokja plot together about serving in the army. Hyun-sung reveals that he was only promoted when he served more than half, so he was a private most of the time. Deokja smiles and looks into Hyun-sung's eyes and says that it's a great blessing to see a lieutenant in their group. Hyun-sung blushes with embarrassment when Dokja points out the lieutenant's talents. He's very happy to be seen as the hope and support of the team. Dokja exchanges a few words with Hyun-sung before slowly walking back to the rest of the group waiting for him. The young hero explains to the guys in a quiet voice, covering his mouth with his palm, that they too need to cheer Hyun-sung up just like he did. Gil-young listens to Deokja's request and looks at Hyun-sung from behind him, while Jung Hee-won says he doesn't understand why he needs to cheer up the lieutenant. The boy looks at Hyun-sung, who is cleaning his shield, and Deokja explains to the guys that the lieutenant has been looking very depressed lately and needs to be cheered up. The young hero remembers that Jung Hee-won was able to save people from the Joldu group, and that's why her attribute was able to blossom. But he knows that in the survival methods, that role was given to Hyun-sung. Deokja doesn't know what Jun-hyuk is doing now, but he thinks it's important to deal with Konpil-do as quickly as possible while making Hyun-sung's attribute evolve. Lieutenant Hyun-sung rubs his shield with his hand. Dokja hopes that because of his praise, Hyun-sung will be able to improve his attribute much faster. Yoo-sang agrees with Dokja's request and notes that he wants to get Hyun-sung's confidence back as quickly as possible. And Jung Hee-won crosses his arms over his chest and asks about Dokja's sponsor constellation. Jung Hee-won suggests that Dokja's sponsor constellation is the constellation of the one-eyed fortune teller, and the young hero turns his head negatively and says that he just has a skill that allows him to understand people better. Deokja is fed up with Jung Hee-won's constant questions and points to Hyun-sung, who continues to clean his shield and asks the guys to talk to him when they have time to do so. Jung Hee-won takes a seat next to Hyun-sung and says that he's like a sturdy pine tree that no wind can bend. Hyun-sung is greatly encouraged by the girl's words. He misunderstands their meaning, so he says that Blue Pine is his favorite song. Jung Hee-won looks at the lieutenant confused and explains that the point she wanted to make wasn't about the song at all. Hyun-sung falls down after the girl's words. He silently stares at his shield, and Jung Hee-won realizes that she shouldn't have said too much. Yoo-sang comes over to Hyun-sung and tries to encourage him too. She says that the lieutenant has a great sense of justice, which is very rare among humans. Hyun-sung's lieutenant thinks about his sense of justice and looks at his shield and says that people like him often don't have that sense. Hyun-sung thinks about Yoo-sang's words, and then he thanks her for trying to support him. Deokja, along with Jung Hee-won and Gil-young, watch Yoo-sang cheer up Hyun-sung, hoping that the girl will be able to find the right words for the lieutenant. Gil-young walks up to Hyun-sung and with a simple expression on his face points out that the lieutenant has a huge muscle mass and gives him a thumbs up. The boys are surprised at the simplicity of Gil-young's approach, but hope that the boy's words were enough to make Hyun-sung start to believe in himself. Gil-young walks slowly back to the guys, while Hyun-sung looks at his shield and ponders the words of his friends who tried to support him. Lieutenant Hyun-sung looks up at the ceiling of the subway station and hopes that he'll have a chance to prove himself and show off in all his glory. Deokja praises Gil-young for the work he's done, and he looks at the boy with a smile and asks him if he was able to get the information he asked for. The boy looks at the protagonist and tries to find the right words but doesn't know where to begin his explanation. Jung Hee-won and Yoo-sang look questioningly at Gil-young, who informs Dokja that Lee Ji-hai is on the first floor, and the young hero says goodbye to the boys and heads for the stairs. Dokja quickly climbs the stone steps and ponders what words he will say to Lee Ji-hai when he finds her on the upper floors. The girl clutches her katana tightly and looks around the upper floors. She guesses that Dokja has gone to look for her. Dokja climbs up to the first floor. He is thinking of a plan to get Lee Ji on his side so he can use her power to defeat the weapon baron. As soon as the young hero climbs to the top floor, he is greeted by a loud voice of men. They recognize him as the man who broke into the arms baron's house not too long ago. The three of Konpil's aides look at the young hero with smiles, one of them pointing out that Jun-hyuk must have helped him survive the monster attack. But Dokja doesn't even look in their direction. The young hero looks around the green areas carefully and pays no attention to the weapon baron's henchmen. The gun baron's henchmen point out that Doc Ja couldn't have accomplished anything without Jun Hyuk's help and suggest that he join their team. But the young hero doesn't pay any attention to their words and climbs up to the next floor. Deok Ja climbs up the escalator stairs and looks around at the green areas that are right by the floor's entrance. The young hero finishes counting the green zones and replies to the disgruntled bandits who continue to harass him that he will think about the weapons baron's offer. Kanpil's henchmen are greatly annoyed that Doc Ja is not paying any attention to them, and the young hero ponders a strategy to carry out his plan. Doc Ja walks to another escalator and is about to go up to the minuscule first floor to find Li Ji and enlist her support. Li Ji appears behind the unsuspecting Doc Ja and slowly draws his katana from its sheath and prepares for battle. The high school girl quickly draws her sword from its sheath and points it towards the cheek of the protagonist. She expresses her disappointment at Doc Ja's actions. Doc Ja glances at Li Ji, who appeared behind his back rather suddenly, and assumes that the girl used a ghost move, and the high school girl silently looks back at the young protagonist with a displeased look. The high school girl voices her displeasure that Doc Ja is about to make a deal with the gun baron and points out that bandits can't be trusted. Li Ji is overwhelmed with anger at Doc Ja's calm voice. Her feet are a few feet lower from the young hero's body, but that doesn't stop her from pointing her long sword at him. The high school girl is greatly surprised at the young hero's words that he only came to talk to her. Doc Ja raises his hands, showing that he won't hurt the girl, and asks Li Ji to put his sword away so they can talk in peace. The young hero turns his head behind his back, and a moment later, Li Ji disappears from his sight, leaving only dust behind him. Li Ji appears in front of the young hero's face with incredible speed and waits for him near the turnstiles of the subway station. Doc Ja walks up the escalator to the first floor and looks in surprise at Li Ji, who has been waiting for him near the turnstiles for a long time. A drop of cold sweat drips from the young hero's face. He's greatly impressed by the speed of the high school student, but he doesn't understand why she is standing ahead of him. Li Ji points towards the broken window and explains to the young hero that Jun Hyung ordered her to guard the place, so she's not going to let anyone through. Deok Ja guesses why Jun Hyung ordered her to guard the place. He realizes that he needs to act fast, so he gets closer to Li Ji. The high school girl is very surprised when Doc Ja's goal was to ask for help. She stares at him intently and waits for an explanation. Doc Ja stands a few meters away from Li Ji Hai. He looks her straight in the eyes and states, without the slightest doubt, that he plans to deal with Gunpil Do's companions today. The young hero looks at the high school girl's face. He is sure that Li Ji's strength is more than enough to deal with the weapons baron, but he is not sure if Li Ji will agree to his proposal. Li Ji tries to hide her joy that the young hero is going to take down the gun baron's gang, but the girl is still hesitant to give her consent. Young Hee-won and his group meet the young hero at the stairwell and ask him if he is sure of Li Ji Hai's help. Li Ji Hai leans on the turnstile and ponders the young hero's proposal. She wants to take down Gunpil's gang, but is not sure if the master will approve of her decision. The high school girl casts her sad gaze downward and ponders her conversation with Doc Ja and his plan to overthrow the weapons baron. Li Ji Hai taps the scabbard of her sword on her shoulder and confidently replies to Doc Ja that she doesn't care about the lives of the people on the station. The girl's eyes widen in surprise, and she stops her gaze on the young hero when he points out that Li Ji Hai is speaking in Jun Hyuk's words. Doc Ja's words make Li Ji Hai's thoughts go back a few days to the past, when she had to go through the bodies of her own classmates to survive. Li Ji Hai abruptly slams her sword scabbard on the floor and asks the young hero to stop bringing up her past because it's the most unpleasant memory for her. Doc Ja continues to say that what happened at school is not Li Ji Hai's fault, and the girl becomes furious, clenches her teeth tightly, and says that the young hero can never understand her feelings. Li Ji Hai sits down on the floor and hugs her knees tightly, a sword hidden in a scabbard at her feet, and just a glimpse of a quiet cry in the air. Doc Ja pulls his phone out of his pocket. The clock on the smartphone screen shows 7 o'clock in the evening, and the young hero says that the time to implement the plan has come. The young hero quickly puts his phone back in his pocket and looks around at his team. Doc Ja warns his friends that the situation may be more dangerous this time than yesterday. Young Hee-won looks around the group with a quick glance and asks everyone to act according to Doc Ja's plan to avoid unnecessary casualties. Doc Ja approaches Hyun Seong and explains what he has to do today, and the lieutenant nods and asks a few clarifying questions. Li Ji Hai continues to sit on the first floor. She holds her knees tightly with both hands around them and is about to head downstairs. Gun Baron Khan Pil sits smilingly in his green area where his most loyal supporters have gathered. He is completely unaware that his reign will soon come to an end. The group quickly ascends to the next floor where there are two green zones that hold two people each. Dokja warns the group to act quickly. The two men notice the strange actions of Dokja and his team and watch closely what the guys plan to do. Jang Hewan pulls out his bone sword and along with Yu Sang-ah and Gil Young quickly head towards one of the green areas where the two young men are standing. Jang Hewan's face takes on a stony expression as she clutches her bone sword tightly and is about to deal with the people in the green zone. Dokja along with Lieutenant Hyun Seong quickly climb the stone steps and head to the gun baron's lair. The young hero turns his eyes towards Lieutenant Hyun Seong as he beckons him over and asks him to wait a bit. Hyun Seong expresses his concern that he's not confident in his abilities and worries that he's an unsuitable candidate for the role. So Dokja asks the lieutenant to calm down and says that Hyun Seong is the kind of person who can be relied on in any situation. The young hero discovers new information about Hyun Seong and his service in the army, which surprises Dokja because there were no such details in the survival methods. The lieutenant walks behind him and holding his bone sword tightly, he looks closely at the young hero who wants to hear his full story. Hyun Seong stops and points out that the young hero has known him for years, and Dokja turns back to the lieutenant and sees the information on the information panel that their rapport has increased dramatically. One of the weapon baron's henchmen screams loudly in pain as the young hero delivers several quick blows to his arms. Dokja and Hyun Seong make their way to the green zone rather quickly through the ranks of bandits, Khan Pil's henchmen shouting angrily in their direction, but the boys pay no attention to these comments. One of the guards warns the gun baron that someone is heading in their direction. Khan Pil takes his gaze away from the newspaper and looks at his subordinate, not realizing what's going on. Hyun Seong holds his shield and bone sword tightly in his hands, while Dokja runs behind him and prepares to cover his comrade. The guys prepare to storm the green zone. The lieutenant, without a doubt, puts his shield forward and is the first to enter the green zone, his eyes shining with a bright confidence in his strength and his imminent victory. A bandit stands in Hyun Seong's way, and so he is the first to receive a heavy blow with his shield, causing him to scream loudly in pain and move aside. A large number of Khan Pil's henchmen try to delay the lieutenant and get in his way, but Hyun Seong flies right into them with a sharp jerk and uses his ability to break through their ranks. Dokja's foot is within the green zone, which slowly turns red. A message pops up in front of him that he has trespassed into a private area. In the blink of an eye, the green zone turns red, and a huge number of mechanical turrets appear all over it, ready to open fire on the enemy. Dokja clutches his long sword tightly in his hand and rushes towards the weapon baron, ignoring the huge number of turrets that fired at him. Lieutenant Hyun Seong realizes that the young hero is in danger, so he throws his heavy shield at him without a second thought. The huge shield flies straight towards Dokja's hand and blocks several shots from the automatic turrets. The young hero anticipates that the red zone will be very difficult, so he pulls his arm towards the shield to deflect the turret's attacks. Dokja manages to catch the shield in his hand just in time. A huge destructive force hits the shield, and the young hero barely manages to stay on his feet. A loud explosion goes off where the young hero was standing. A huge puff of smoke completely covers his silhouette, and the bandits quickly surround the place. The smoke quickly clears, and Dokja stands in his place, clutching his shield tightly, thanks to the timely help of his lieutenant. The young hero managed to avoid serious injury. Khan Pil quickly gets up from his seat and adjusts his cap. He is amazed that Dokja dared to invade his territory, so he asks the young hero what he is up to. The young hero notices that the level of the armed zone has risen dramatically since his last visit. He replies to Khan Pil that he has decided to stop being a tenant. A wide smile lights up the arms baron's face. He can't believe that the young hero dares to look over his territory. A huge turret appears beside Khan Pil, about to fire an enhanced magic blast at Dokja and Hyun Seong. The gun baron is anticipating his imminent victory, so he tells Dokja in advance that he's about to go to the next world. The young hero turns back to the large number of bandits who are running towards the gun baron in fear. The young hero notices a large number of sword scars on each bandit's body. He guesses that they are the work of Lee Ji-hai. Gunpil is distracted from his triumph and asks his henchman what happened and why he's wounded, but the bandit says that they were attacked by a small samurai. Hyun Seong looks at the wounded bandits in amazement, then turns his head to Dokja, who beckons him over. The young hero smiles widely and looks at Hyun Seong meaningfully. He asks the lieutenant to destroy the entire floor to the ground. Hyun Seong looks at his palm carefully, as if it contains all of his power, and ponders the young hero's words. Lieutenant Hyun Seong clenches his palm tightly into a fist, causing it to glow with a bright yellow light, and an information window pops up in front of Dok Ja, informing him that Lee Hyun-sung's character attribute is blossoming. Hyun-sung looks at him proudly. Strong gusts of wind develop around him. A yellow magic circle appears below him, and his body is filled with destructive power. Dok Ja watches in amazement as Hyun-sung's attribute blossoms. For him, the main purpose of this battle is to see the evolution of the lieutenant's ability. The young hero watches mesmerized as Hyun-sung reveals his power. The lieutenant clenches his hand tightly in his fist, and two huge palms appear behind his back. The huge palms slowly approach Hyun-sung's outstretched fist, and the young hero can't take his gaze away from what is happening. Hyun-sung proudly looks forward, his body absorbing the immense divine power. The lieutenant has put all fears aside and is ready to finish off the weapon baron and his minions. Huge angel wings appear on the lieutenant's shoulders. It seems as if Hyun-sung has a power that no one can match. Hyun-sung uses his mountain-destroying ability and brings his glowing hand in for a deadly strike that solves everything in an instant. Lieutenant Hyun-sung's right hand grows to a huge size and tears the clothes on his forearm, while Dok Ja continues to watch this spectacle. With a loud shout, he is about to strike the ground, and all the people around him instantly shudder in fear at the sight of such destructive power. With his huge golden hand, he slaps the floor beneath him, causing the entire floor to tremble from his immense power. Kanpil's minions try to steady themselves on the trembling ground and realize that the floor beneath them is about to collapse, and they will all fall down. The information panel announces that the green zone has been destroyed, and Gunpil screams in fear because the floor beneath him is collapsing. Hyun-sung crouches on the crusts and watches the huge green zone and Kanpil-do's private domain turn into nothing. Lieutenant Hyun-sung is quite tired from using his ability. Cold floor drips down his face and he squats down to catch his breath, while Dok Ja watches the floor stones along with people fly upwards. The young hero is distracted from watching the destruction of the zone when Hyun-sung calls out to him with the intention of telling his life story. Hyun-sung breathes heavily and continues to watch the collapse of the green zone, saying that he wants to hear Dok Ja's story. The lieutenant turns toward the young hero and tells him with a smile that he wants to learn as much as he can about him. The young hero is greatly amazed that one of the strongest characters in the novel he has read wants to know his story. Dok Ja and Hyun-sung exchange a few words with each other and scrutinize the rubble that happened after the lieutenant used his ability. The guys take a break from their conversation and hear the distant voices of people in the gun baron shouting for help. Dok Ja and Hyun-sung walk over to where the floor has collapsed and look down to see the gun baron's gang and himself. The young hero agrees to tell his life story, but first offers to deal with the gun baron who managed to survive Hyun-sung's attack. Gun Baron Kanpil. Do slowly crawls on the ground, his forehead badly smashed. He looks up at Dok Ja and clenches his teeth tightly in anger. Dok Ja squats down to get a closer look at Kanpil-do's face and ignores his insults, while Hyun-sung stands nearby and waits for the young hero to act. The young hero's face lights up with a wide smile as he tells the weapons baron that now is the time when no one has private territories. The loud sound of several footsteps quickly heading towards the boys carries a rumble throughout the floor. The young hero is distracted from mocking the weapons baron and looks in surprise towards the extraneous sounds, while Hyun-seong rises to his feet and prepares to give battle. The guys are surprised to notice that Jung Hee-won has come in with Yoo Sang-ah and Gil Young, who have already finished their mission. Jung Hee-won quickly walks towards Dok Ja, ignoring the huge debris and dust on the floor, and announces that her group has destroyed all the green zones. Jung Hee-won talks about how she, along with Gil Young and Yoo Sang, went around the lower floors and destroyed all the green rooms in their path. Dok Ja is about to praise the guys for their work, but he is interrupted halfway through his speech by Tokabi's voice in his head, who is extremely angered by the destruction of the green rooms. Tokabi's loud voice makes the young hero's ears start to bleed, so he covers his ears with the palms of his hands and smiles as he looks at Gil Young. The young hero uses telepathy and asks Tokabi to be quiet because his head is exploding from the sheer number of messages from the constellations. The minions help their head to his feet from under the rubble and glare angrily at the silhouette that stands right in front of them. As they discuss the situation between them, Dok Ja notices that Lee Ji-hai is walking towards them and decides to join them. The high school girl says she had no problem handling the green areas that Dok Ja assigned to her. The young hero is surprised at the girl's speed, because the green areas he assigned to her were for 8 people. The story moves back a few hours. Lee Ji-hai has no problem kicking people out of the green zone and destroys the green zone in a split second. Lee Ji-hai turns towards the gun baron and his henchmen and points out to the young hero that he will now have to deal with a large bunch of disgruntled people. A large number of Khan Pildu's henchmen take up arms and rush towards Dokja's group to avenge their master. The bandits gradually surround the guys and prepare to rush at them at any second to avenge the destruction of the green zones. Suddenly, information windows appear in front of all the people with the message that all the green rooms have been destroyed. Lee Ji-hai puts the scabbard of her sword on her shoulder and with a smile waves her hand towards the young hero, warning him that she will not interfere in the showdown. Daokja smilingly looks at the high school girl as she walks away and tells her that he wasn't really hoping for her help, then starts flipping through the information panel. Young Hee-won smilingly notes that there is a bounty of 2,000 gold coins on Dokja's head and prepares to fight back against those who dare to attack them. The young hero doesn't feel any danger and glances at Hyun-sung, who quickly runs behind him and prepares to cover him. Dokja opens the information panel and scrutinizes Lieutenant Hyun-sung's stat block, which has been updated with new skills. Several people go up to the upper floors where Dokja's group is. They have heard that there is a bounty on the young hero's head, and they are not going to miss this chance. The young hero puts his hand on Gil Young's shoulder and tells him not to worry too much, because they won't have to fight at the moment. The young hero looks around at the area around him. He notices a huge cluster of red smoke at his feet and tries to remember the plot of the survival novel. Dokja turns his head towards the railroad tracks and notices a red barrier from which comes the muffled sound of claws. The men decide to refrain from attacking Dokja's group when they receive an informational message that the main scenario will be ended early. The weapon baron carefully reads the message from the information window that the scenario will start soon, and its difficulty will depend on the remaining time of the scenario. The young hero anticipates that the main scenario is about to begin. He realizes that all the people on the station will be busy fighting off monsters. An information sign warns the people that an urgent defense is about to begin. A huge number of monsters are trying to break the red barrier to get into the station. One of the gun baron's henchmen is surprised to notice a huge number of monsters moving towards them and tries to escape as soon as possible. A mob of monster bears indiscriminately destroys the humans in front of them and tries to fill the entire station. People don't know what to do. Now there are no green areas where they could hide before, so they try to run away or hide from the omnipresent creatures. The young hero realizes it's time to act, so he gives the order to Lieutenant Hyun-sung to move as fast as possible to the stairs. The young hero, along with the steely team members, run towards another staircase that leads to the upper floors of the subway station. Dokja walks up the stairs and stops abruptly in the middle. He quickly looks around at the people who are about to follow him. A huge crowd of people look at the young hero and his friends with hatred. They demand to be given passage to the upper floors of the station. Dokja sighs heavily and with a quick movement of his hands pulls his long glowing sword from its sheath with the intention of stopping the people. The young hero thrusts his two-handed sword sharply into the middle of the stairs to cause it to collapse and stop people from passing. A huge number of cracks begin to spread rapidly across the stone steps of the staircase, and Dokja tells the people that even if they climb up, it won't help them survive. A bright blue light pushes away the people who are crowded near the edge of the stairs and destroys all the stone steps in front of them, making it impossible to climb up anymore. People run away from the destructive blue blast that Dokja created with his sword. A young hero examines the destroyed staircase and explains to the people that there are no more green zones, so there is only one way to pass the scenario: fight. A huge crater has formed at the foot of the stairs. Dokja stands on the high ground with his team and Lee Ji-hai. Dokja tries to explain to the people that they have no choice but to fight the monsters, or else they will all die. All of the people look at the young hero in anger and accuse him of destroying all the green areas and dooming them to perdition, and they look around the new staircase. Lieutenant Hyun-seong has managed to climb the ladder on the other side, and with his powerful kick, he is about to destroy it too. The people watch in amazement as the lieutenant destroys the stairs and their last chance of escape from the monsters. People grab their heads when they see another staircase destroyed and try to find another way out, but soon realize that all the remaining ways up have been destroyed. Lee Ji-hai is not happy with the young hero's action. She points out that if they leave the people downstairs, they could all die down there. A high school girl looks at the young hero in surprise as a huge blue book appears behind him, but Dokja ignores the girl and activates his special skill. A silhouette of a man appears behind the young hero. Dokja is going to use the incitement skill to convince people to fight the monsters. A huge crowd of people are crowded near the rubble pile and are looking at Dokja, who is addressing the weapon baron in a loud voice. Gun Baron Khan Pil. Du looks at the young hero with astonishment as he urges him to act so that all the people can survive. Du is torn with anger when he hears the young hero's reproachful words. He stares intently at Ja, devouring him with his gaze. A huge number of people surround the weapon baron and ask for his help, noting that the third scenario might not be as difficult as it seems. Ja continues to use his ability and points out that if all the monsters gather in one place, they can be defeated without any problems. The people hopefully grab onto Du's clothes and beg him to save them. They talk about how if they fight together, they will definitely survive. The weapons baron notices that several monsters have already appeared on the top floor. He pushes the people away from him and asks them to come to their senses. Du tells people that it will take some time to establish an armed zone, so he asks people to cover him. The young hero points towards one of the people at the beginning of the stairs and beckons Yu Sang over to him. The girl uses a golden lasso and wraps her arms around the man's body, saving him from the attack of a monstrous bear that was about to tear him apart. The man has a huge number of claw scars on his back. He thanks the guys for saving him, and Yu Sang holds him up so he doesn't fall flat. The young man slowly rises up and clutches the iron club tightly in his hands with the intention of attacking Ja, but the young hero only looks at him with a wry smile. An information window appears in front of them, noting that the time for the prize scenario is up, and Ja points out to the man with a nasty smile that he has managed to get the award. The young hero turns towards the lower floor and watches Du's actions with his squad. Several people get as close as possible to the weapon baron, who managed to activate his private area skill. A huge number of turrets appear in the vast area and open fire on the monstrous creatures that are about to massacre the humans. The people rejoice when they see that the automatic turrets do their job perfectly and destroy all the monsters on their approach to them. Lieutenant Hyun Seong expresses his impression of Du's combat power, and Jung Hee-won folds his arms across his chest and notes that Hyun Seong is pretty good too. Du spends a huge amount of energy and mana to maintain his territory, but he manages to hold off the monsters despite it taking a huge amount of energy. A huge hail of machine gun bursts sweeps away all the monsters indiscriminately, leaving them no chance, while the guys are watching the battle closely and are about to take a break. Ja smilingly sits down on the stairs and says that they managed to get great seats in the auditorium. The young hero with a smile on his face raises his gaze to Jung Hee-won, who wonders what to call the people who were left downstairs fighting off the monsters. Du tries to shout something in a loud voice, but his voice is drowned out by the huge number of turrets that are firing incessantly. The weapon baron stands surrounded by a huge number of people who are ready to defend him with their improvised weapons, while the turrets keep firing at an uncountable number of monsters. Gains an extra skill and uses a sturdy barricade to slow down the monsters' movement. Ja continues to watch as Do fights off the monsters. He notes that the weapon baron's level has increased a lot over the course of the battle. Lee Ji-hai points at the weapon baron's bald head. She laughs and talks about how Du has aged a lot during the battle. Jung Hee-won is settled on the top floor. She puts a pillow under her head and falls asleep, ignoring the loud turret shots. Ja turns toward Jung Hee-won and wonders how a girl can sleep at this hour, then asks Lee Ji-hai where Jun Hyuk went. Lee Ji-hai watches the fight with a smile on her face and without averting her gaze, tells the young hero that Jun Hyuk went to the dungeon at around 9 in the morning. Lee Ji is quickly distracted from watching the fight and looks at Ja when she notices that the young hero is well aware of where her master is now. Ja looks at his phone screen and notices that Jun Hyuk hasn't returned from the dungeon in a while. He looks up at the battlefield and decides to get active. The young hero contacts Bi-hyun using telepathy and asks him to open Tokebi's bag to get a few items. Bi-hyun doesn't really want to interrupt the commercials because of the channel expansion, but realizes he has no choice because of his contract, so he agrees with Ja. Ja spends 5,000 gold coins to become a gold user of Tokebi's kitty and opens the gold console to look for some items. Yu Sang watches the young hero's actions closely. Ja buys some items including a sponsorship contract, and the girl wonders why he needs all these items. Ja spreads out a long roll with the contract on the steps and very concentratedly writes down the information there, and the girls watch the young hero's actions carefully. See, the young hero finishes his work, and the magic roll begins to glow with a golden color, and Yu Sang silently looks at Ja, expecting him to tell her everything soon. The young hero carefully folds the package as he can't read all the information on it and continues to watch as Du and his men fight off the monsters. An hour and a half has passed since the scenario began. The automatic turrets continue to hold back the huge number of monsters that are trying to break through the weapons baron's defenses. Hyun-sung along with Gil-young return to the camp. They have brought several pairs of changes of clothes and huge bottles of water to replenish their supplies. Deokja carefully watches the actions of the constellations who are watching the fight. He hopes that sponsor Kan Pil-do will ask for help to save his ward. The young hero smiles widely when he sees the message on the information console that the constellation sponsor Kan Pil-do is asking for help. The weapon baron is very tired from holding back the huge amount of monsters. He hears Deokja's loud voice coming from above and turns his gaze there. Kan Pil-do looks up in surprise at Deokja, who offers to make a contract with him to help him survive. The young hero clutches the golden contract tightly and in a loud voice offers to sponsor a constellation to help him. The weapons baron is outraged at the young hero's insolence and doesn't know what he's talking about. And Tokubi looks at Deokja in surprise as he tries to make a contract with the constellation. Deokja points to a box containing a huge amount of essences that can restore life force and mana, but in return he demands a contract with the constellation. The monitor screen shows Deokja with his team, the young hero clutching the contract with his right hand and pointing to the alchemical potions with his left. Tokubi is shocked by the young hero's actions. He points out that no constellation would contract with a pathetic human, and Deokja disagrees. The automatic turrets continue to fire at the monsters. One of the gun baron's companions holds him up to keep him from collapsing from fatigue. Kan Pil-do is at his wit's end. His constellation sponsor has spent all the coins to support him and is now unable to help in any way. The story shifts its gaze to the vastness of space, which contains a huge variety of constellations and creatures. A huge number of gold coins fly across the vast cosmic wasteland. They are the embodiment of the power of the constellations that watch the Tokebi broadcasts. Kan Pil falls to his knees. He is breathing heavily and is no longer able to maintain his weapon zone, and his constellation defense master can only helplessly watch the demise of his ward. Yusung looks towards the weapon baron and says that if things stay as they are, the man will die, while Deokja continues to hold the contract and watches the battle between humans and monsters. Deokja stares resolutely straight ahead and expects the defense master to agree to his terms because this constellation always takes care of its wards. Kan Pil-do starts coughing up blood. His strength is at a breaking point. It seems that the defense master has decided to leave him to his fate. Suddenly, an information panel appears in front of Deokja, informing the hero that the defense master wants to know the contents of his contract. From surprise, Tokubi's eyes pop out of their orbits. He is greatly surprised that the Constellation Protection Master begins to read Deokja's contract. A sly smile flashes across the young hero's face as he is notified that the Defense Master wants some time to think. An information panel appears in front of the weapon baron, informing him that his constellation is about to sign a contract with the young hero, and this information infuriates Kan Pil-do. Deokja carefully reads the message that the Constellation Master Defense Constellation wants to add one clause to the contract. And if the young hero approves it, it will agree to the contract. A new clause in the contract appears on the information panel, stating that the performer is obligated to protect the life of Kan Pil-do's incarnation. The young hero carefully flips through his contract once more. He agrees to the constellation's demands. After all, the clause that he can order Kan Pil-do 10 times in a day is important to him. Deokja looks away from the information console and turns his gaze somewhere upwards and says that he agrees to the terms of the defense master. A huge number of companions surround Kan Pil-do, blood gushing out of his mouth profusely. The weapon baron orders the men to leave the monsters that manage to break through his defenses. Kan Pil-do hears a strange sound coming from the stairwell. He turns his head back and sees a jar of essence flying towards him. Yusang uses his ability and uses the golden threads to send several jars of the essence to Kan Pil-do, and Deokja, with a smile on his face, tells the weapons baron to use them to fight. Kan Pil-do clutches the jar of essence tightly in his hand and looks at Deokja with a look of anger and cruelty, then tells him that such help is not enough to earn his forgiveness. The weapon baron quickly uncorks the jar of mana essence and drinks it down in quick gulps to replenish his strength. Kan Pil-do breaks the empty flask and shouts loudly towards the young hero that once he has dealt with the monsters, he will take revenge on Deokja. The weapon baron clenches his teeth tightly with anger and stares menacingly at the young hero with a firm intention to take revenge on him at all costs. The young hero orders Kan Pil-do to be silent, and to everyone's surprise, the weapon baron immediately shuts up and stops saying anything. Deokja's team is shocked that he can now effortlessly give orders to Kan Pil-do, and the young hero gives another order and demands that they rush into battle. Doc Ja, with a gloating smile, demands that Kanpil-do stay away from his companions, and the weapons baron has no choice but to obey the young hero's commands. People are very surprised by Kanpil-do's strange behavior. They surround him from all sides and try to find out what happened, and the gun baron tries to say something, but can't because of the young hero's orders. Tokebi Bihyun looks at the young hero with astonishment. He thinks that there is a real monster in front of him and worries about his fate, and a huge number of constellations admire Doc Ja's strategy. The young hero slowly walks up the stairs and announces that he needs to step away for a few minutes. And Lee Ji resents Doc Ja's actions and points out that now is not the best time to do so. Young Hee-won wakes up to his friends talking loudly and asks where Doc Ja is going, and the young hero informs the guys that there is a scumbag who has decided to get his hands on new items and doesn't care about the fate of people. The young hero purposefully looks ahead and is about to go in search of Jun-hyuk, who went after the artifacts and abandoned the people. Jun-hyuk stands in pitch darkness with only a few small grains of sand lighting his way. His head is splitting with unbearable pain, and he decides to give up. The protagonist loses consciousness and slowly falls down. Before closing his eyes, he keeps repeating that next time he will surely make it. The young protagonist pulls out his phone and reads a survival novel, from which he learns that Jun-hyuk has now overcome the 8th regression. On the screen of Doc Ja's phone is a long text that tells what happened to Jun-hyuk when he poisoned himself to get artifacts. Doc Ja doesn't understand why the main character is moving very quickly through the plot of the novel. Jung Hee-won appears behind the young hero's back and wonders what he's up to. The young hero turns to look at Jung Hee-won without removing the phone from his hands. He realizes that he looks suspicious in the eyes of others and tries to come up with an excuse. Young Hee-won wonders what kind of bastard Doc Ja was talking about. She is surprised that there could be a person much more disgusting than Kanpil-do, and the young hero does not dare to answer the girl's question and dodges the answer. Doc Ja, along with Young Hee-won and Gil Young, leave the group and go to Jun-hyuk. The young hero is not worried about the safety of his friends because he is confident in Kanpil-do's strength. Before leaving Hyun-sung and Yu-sang, he gives them a few orders and asks them to throw mana potions to Kanpil-do every 40 minutes so that he can successfully hold off the monsters. The young hero ponders the current situation. He is not at all worried about the passage of the current scenario and the actions of the weapon baron. Lee Ji-hai interrupts the young hero from his thoughts. The girl stops him with a loud voice and asks him to explain where he is going. The high school girl clutches the sword tightly in her hands. She can see that the young hero is heading towards the master, but she doesn't know his true motives. Doc Ja, in a calm voice, asks the high school girl to go with them and continues to move with his group without explaining to the girl the nature of what is happening. Jun-hyuk continues to stand in pitch darkness, the life slowly leaving him, but thanks to his high performance, he manages to stay conscious for a while. The young hero walks towards the direction of the sign that marks Daehan's underground theater. He assumes that Jun-hyuk is in danger because he fell during the 8th and 11th regressions. The group led by Doc Ja are quickly approaching the entrance of the theater. The young hero realizes that they need to hurry and checks with Lee Ji-hai to see how much time has passed since her master went to retrieve the artifacts. Doc Ja, Young Hee-won, and Lee Ji-hai stand in front of the theater entrance, its entrance completely enveloped by a dark mist that protects the building from uninvited guests. The young hero examines the sign in front of the doors, and in a calm voice warns the guys that if they don't hurry, Yoo Jung-hyuk will die today. The group is separated from the Daehan movie theater by glass doors with dark energy spewing out in huge streams, and an information panel warns the group that they are at the entrance to a dungeon. The young hero holds the hilt of his long sword with his hand and is the first to enter the Daehan theater. A message appears in front of him that he has discovered a hidden scenario. The rest of the group will do for Doc Ja and walk through the glass doors. Lee Ji-hai looks around carefully near the entrance and hopes to find his master. Doc Ja looks ahead of him and sees some more glass doors that lead upstairs. He knows the script of the novel, so he is well aware that Jun-hyuk is somewhere in here. Bloody blobs of energy envelop each member of the group. An information message pops up in front of them that they have entered the underground of the movie theater, and only the young hero looks forward with confidence. The huge mall building towers above the rest of the city's structures, and dark energy envelops it from various sides. The movie theater looks empty and lifeless, as if it had been abandoned years ago, and only Lee Ji-hai's concerned voice interrupts the silence inside. A high school girl follows Doc Ja and tries to find out from him why the master is in danger, while Young Hee-won leisurely looks around and marvels at the fact that the movie theater has become a dungeon. Lee Ji-hai continues to ask the young hero numerous questions about her master in the dungeon, and finally asks him why he decided to save Jun-hyuk. Deok-ja smilingly tells the high school student that he's going to save Jun-hyuk because they're companions, but the girl calls the young hero's words nonsense. The young hero notices a large number of information panels that tell him that the constellations are extremely interested in his actions, and some are even sponsoring him. Deok-ja keeps pacing and tries to recall the novel's scenario of survival methods when Jun-hyuk's regression reaches double digits. The young protagonist scrolls through the footage from the survival novel in his head. Jun-hyuk has already gone through several regressions and wipes his blade. The main character talks about how he always tries to choose a path where as many people as possible can survive. Jang Hee-won explains to Lee Ji-hae that the young protagonist knows so much because his constellation is a fortune teller, and Deok-ja ignores his friend's conversations and ponders how Jun-hyuk's regressions work. Deok-ja notices a broken iron door to the left of the group that leads to darkness. In his head, he can't stop wondering what will happen to the world if the regressor dies. Deok-ja decides that he doesn't want to test on his own skin what will happen if the main character dies, so he's going to save him while Lee Ji-hae looks around and notices that there's nothing in this dungeon. Lee Gil-young points out to the group the huge amount of posters that have been torn up and asks Deok-ja if he could have done this. Deok-ja spots the escalator that leads to the upper floors of the movie theater and suggests that the group use it to go higher. Young Hee-won walks next to Lee Ji-hae and has a casual conversation with her, noting that the high school student uses a sword as well as she does. The girls catch the general wave and marvel at the swordsman's art. They point out that it is very nice to cut something with a sword, and that is why they like this weapon. Lee Ji-hae glows with happiness when Jang Hee-won praises her sword and tells her that her weapon was made by a master. Young Hee-won tries to avoid answering when the high school girl asks about her sword and hides it behind her cloak, and Deok-ja feels guilty for not being able to find a better sword for the girl. Deok-ja turns his head back and wonders in a languid voice why the high school girl is talking normally to Young Hee-won, and the girl remarks that she just likes cool adults. The guy's conversation is interrupted by a loud sound coming from the front. Lee Ji-hae quickly brings her hand to the hilt of her sword and prepares for battle. Deok-ja tries to listen to the sound coming from in front of him. He makes an assumption that Jun-hyuk is next to him. The guys hear the voices of several men talking amongst themselves and talking about some damage in paintings. The four men stand on the top floor and discuss the paintings that they damaged on purpose with their sword. One of them points out that he bought valuable information from the prophets, so he should be trusted. Deok-ja, along with his team, slowly sneaks up the stairs and follows a group of armed men. The guys are strong. Lee Ji-hae asks Deok-ja about how to get through from the surface if there is poisonous gas, and the young hero points out that you can use the meat of the underground animals. Deok-ja realizes that in front of him is a group of men who have gone through the scenarios faster. He is greatly surprised when one of the men mentions the prophets who were not in the survival methods. The men do not notice they are being followed and quietly discuss strategy amongst themselves, and one of them suggests entering the dungeon using a painting. The group of young men approach the untouched painting. They are illuminated by a bright blue light that comes from the ceiling. Deok-ja and his team watch carefully as the group of young adventurers instantly disappear into the blue glow. As the silhouettes of the men disappear, the mysterious blue glow begins to narrow and then disappears from view. Young Hee-won and Lee Ji-hae are surprised that the group of young adventurers disappeared so quickly. The girls try to ask Deok-ja what happened. Deok-ja walks past the wall where a huge number of posters are hung and notices that they have all been cut up. The young hero moves along the wall of cut posters and notices that one of the posters, which is about an era forgotten by mankind, has been left untouched. Deok-ja stares intently at the untouched poster and curses Jun-hyuk to himself for purposely destroying all the other posters and leaving only one version. As soon as the whole group is in front of the untouched picture, a blinding light shines on the entire group. All the guys look at the source of the light with surprise, and Gil-young tries to shield himself from it with his hand and closes his eyes. Lee Ji-hae waves her hand from side to side when she notices that her body is slowly dissolving into the bright blue light. Gil-young hears the loud voice of a high school girl and also waves her hand but keeps her eyes closed. Young Hee-won looks around restlessly trying to figure out what's going on. Deok-ja doesn't turn to her and asks if she likes movies, to which she says yes. The silhouettes of the guys quickly dissolve into the bright light. Deok-ja stands in front of the poster and warns Jang Hee-won that she will soon hate movies. The bright light slowly fades away and the silhouettes of the characters disappear along with it. They don't know what fate has in store for them yet. Doc Ja lazily looks around, his feet firmly on the ground, although just a short time ago he was in a movie theater building. The young hero keeps his hands at his sides and looks proudly ahead of him. His companions have opened their mouths in surprise and are gingerly looking around. Doc Ja and his team stand in front of a vast array of jungle, the bright sun illuminating their clothes and the wind gently rubbing their hair. Li Ji stares open-mouthed at the jungle that appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye and can't utter a single word out of surprise. The group looks around and only Li Ji Hai's loud voice interrupts the silence. The girl asks Doc Ja where they are. Young Hee-won and Li Ji Hai look at the young hero with their mouths open, waiting for him to explain what's going on around them. Doc Ja turns to his friends and explains to them that they are currently inside the movie. He asks them to be careful and follow him. Doc Ja scrolls through the cut posters on the walls of the movie theater building in his head. He makes an assumption that Jun Hyuk planned to go through the script by himself. Young Hee-won puts her hands on her sides and looks around. She expresses her apprehension that the setting is getting weirder and weirder by the minute, and Li Ji Hai continues to look in the direction of the young hero and asks what movie they are in. When the high school student hears the loud sound of footsteps moving away from her, she doesn't have time to listen to Doc Ja's explanation and turns her head to see Gil Young running away into the forest. Li Ji Hai is very annoyed that Gil Young went into the forest without asking. She holds her sword tightly in her hands and heads towards the boy to reprimand him. Gil Young stops a few meters away from the trees and notices a huge green bug rushing towards him. A high school girl notices the dangerous monster and runs towards the boy. She yells for Gil Young to move aside, and with a quick movement of her hand, she unsheathes her blade. Li Ji Hai misses her strike because Gil Young catches the huge beetle in flight and begins to examine it closely to the girl's surprise. The high school girl stares immovably at Gil Young, who uses his unique ability to learn information from the insect. Li Ji Hai points her blade towards the boy and asks Doc Ja with a startled expression why Gil Young is acting so strangely. Doc. Ja folds his hands in front of him and explains to the girls in a calm voice that Gil Young has found a new friend and they have nothing to worry about. Gil Young uses his ability and communicates with the insect. Suddenly he learns information that scares him a lot, and he stares at his new friend with huge eyes, not believing his words. The insect quickly flies upwards using its wings, and Gil Young turns sharply towards his friends and beckons Doc Ja over to him. Doc Ja, along with Young Hee-won and Li Ji Hai, stare at the boy incomprehensibly and wait for him to explain to them what scared him so much. Before Gil Young can warn his friends, a strong earthquake starts. The boys look around for the source of the earthquake, and Young Hee-won almost falls to the ground. Doc Ja notices the huge explosion that went off a few meters away from them. He sees several injured men running towards him and asking for help. Li Ji Hai and Young Hee-won also notice people running towards them. The high school girl recognizes the men and says that they belong to the group that entered the area before them. The silhouette of a huge dinosaur appears between the branches of the trees. The huge creature has no problem destroying the obstacles in its path and trying to catch up with the people running away from it. A nervous smile flickers on Doc Ja's face as he spots the monster. He makes an assumption that the creature in front of him is an 8th grade class creature. The huge dinosaur raises its head towards him so that it appears above the tops of huge trees. It opens its huge maw and lets out a frightening roar. The young hero realizes that things are bad. He quickly takes Gil Young in his arms and, calling the girls, starts to run forward, occasionally looking at the monster that is chasing them. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sweeps a few trees out of the way and notices the group of young heroes. They look at the huge creature and think of a plan to fight it. Li Ji Hai notices that Doc Ja pulls out his two-handed sword and turns his head towards him. The girl expresses her displeasure that the young hero is going to fight this high-level monster. Doc Ja points to the space behind the huge Tyrannosaurus's back and explains to the girl that they need to defeat the monster in order to pass on. The young hero stares intently at the monster and waits for a possible moment to attack. He asks the high school girl to keep in mind that they are inside the movie. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lowers its head closer to the ground and rushes towards Doc Ja and his friends with great speed. It opens its huge mouth and exposes its sharp teeth. The huge monster lets out a loud roar and uses his special skill, Fear of Predators. A huge gust of wind envelops the guys, but they all manage to stay on their feet. Doc Ja uses his skill to block the fear of monsters and gives some commands to his comrades. Gil Young stands not far from the young hero and opens the information console. He uses his skill and tries to find out some information from the dinosaur encyclopedia. Gil Young talks about how tyrannosaurs are very fast despite their size, but they have a narrow field of view and suggests attacking the monster from different angles. Doc. Ja looks at Gil-young with surprise and asks how the boy knows so much information about tyrannosaurs, and Gil-young replies that he saw a guidebook on tyrannosaurs. Tyrannosaurus Rex notices that his menacing shout has no effect, so he decides to attack at close range and runs towards Doc Ja. The young hero yells that he will be the bait for this big monster and asks the rest of the team to come at the Tyrannosaurus from behind. Lee Ji-hai, without further questioning, makes a few jerks and moves away from Doc Ja. She realizes that there is no time for unnecessary arguments now. Jang Hee-won also follows the young hero's commands, while Doc Ja looks at the girls and is happy that they understood him without too much trouble. The young hero gets into a fighting stance and prepares to repel the monster's attacks. He is going to buy as much time as possible so that the girls can deliver the decisive blow. Doc Ja is surprised to see Gil-young shouting that he is going to distract the huge monster. The young hero tries to stop the boy, but he is not going to listen to him. Gil-young uses his ability and says in a loud voice that he can do his job. Bright rays of green light envelop Gil-young. The Tyrannosaurus Rex changes his aim, and with a huge open mouth, he rushes towards the boy. Doc. Ja watches Gil-young's boldness with his mouth open. He wants to stop the boy, but realizes he doesn't have that option, and a huge insect appears in the air above them and flies towards the monster. A huge green mantis flies towards the Tyrannosaurus. It is controlled by Gil-young, who wants to try and distract the monster with the help of his insect. The mantis makes several quick attacks with its sharp natural blades and hits the Tyrannosaurus right in the eye, forcing the monster to retreat backwards. The girls realize that now is the best chance to attack while the Tyrannosaurus is blinded. They run up to the monster from different sides and are about to stab it with their swords. Jang Hee-won and Lee Ji-hai make several lightning-fast attacks on the tail, with the intention of chopping it off and denying the monster the advantage. Doc Ja lowers his blade down and activates his unique attribute, Indestructible Faith, causing his weapon to begin enveloping a bright red flame. He climbs up the Tyrannosaurus' tail and runs towards its head to decapitate the monster while it is distracted. The Tyrannosaurus sharply raises its tail upward to strike the young hero, but Doc Ja manages to jump up in time to dodge the deadly attack. The young hero falls down, but manages to plunge his blade right into the neck of the huge monster, causing the Tyrannosaurus to wail in pain. Gil-young and Jang Hee-won are startled by the young hero's reckless actions, worried for his life and shouting at him to be more careful. Doc Ja uses another skill, causing his sword to be covered in a huge blob of flame that quickly spreads all over the monster's body. A huge swirl of flames envelops the Tyrannosaurus Rex, leaving it no chance of victory. The huge monster cries out in pain and raises its head high up. The young hero jumps off the monster without much trouble and lands on the ground. He keeps a close eye on the Tyrannosaurus and positions himself for the next attack, while Lee Ji-hai watches the flames that are quickly spreading through the monster's body. Gil-young slowly raises his eyes and looks at the nonchalant Jang Hee-won, who is watching the burning monster with a calm expression. The girl notices that it smells like delicious meat. The huge charred carcass of the Tyrannosaurus falls to the ground with a tremendous thud, and a huge wave of air caused by its fall rushes towards the guys and almost knocks them down. Not far away from the battle site, a wounded man lies on the ground, his teeth clenched tightly due to the intense pain caused by the deep wounds. Doc Ja and his team come to the aid of the wounded man. The young hero slowly lifts his head and offers him a drink of water. The young hero pours the water into the man's mouth, but the man only starts coughing harder and puffs out blood. Doc Ja realizes that this man cannot survive because of the deep wounds. Doc Ja continues to hold the man's head and tries to elicit information from him about some prophets who told the other group about this place. The young hero is looking closely at the man who is trying to say something about some kind of revelation, but because of the severe wounds, he speaks very slowly and slurred. The man says something else, but due to the severe wounds, his life is cut short. Doc Ja gently lowers his head to the ground and covers his body with huge leaves. The young hero tries to understand what prophets the man was talking about. He plays back in his mind the memories of Anna Croft, who he thought was the only prophet in this world. The young hero scrutinizes his friends and offers them a break after a hard battle while he continues to ponder in his head what is happening. Doc Ja scrutinizes the area around him while his friends choose a place to camp. He assumes that there are people just like him. After a short period of time, the group continues on their way and find a large warehouse with various vials containing useful potions. The young hero peruses the shelves of various potions. He drools at the realization of how huge a stockpile of items he now possesses. Dokja slowly closes the supply cabinet and glances over at his group, who are holding pieces of roasted Tyrannosaurus meat and gorging on it with a smile. Jang Hee-won holds Gil Young's hand and goes to the labs with him in search of useful items, and Lee Ji-hai notices Dokja standing suspiciously near the cabinets. The high school girl comes closer to the young hero and notices his discovery of a huge supply of stamina-boosting potions. Lee Ji-hai waves her hand toward Jang Hee-won and Gil Young, offering to take some stamina potions, while Dokja fake smiles and gets angry that the girl discovered his supplies. The high school girl makes an innocent face and asks to share the strength enhancement potion with her because she's a helpless girl, and Dokja looks at her stats and realizes she's leading him around. The young hero looks at Lee Ji-hai and ponders her request. He doesn't really want to share rare potions with the high school girl because she serves Jun-hyuk. Dokja offers to play the high school girl in a game of rock, paper, scissors, and for every win, he will give her one potion from the common storage. The young hero holds up a vial of red potion and suggests to start the game as soon as possible. Lee Ji-hai rolls up her sleeves and says with a smile that she is very good at this game. The young hero uses his ability and finds out what figure Lee Ji-hai is going to show, and the girl is completely unaware of Dokja's devious plan. Ja and his team leave the lab. Lee Ji-hai is at the very end. The girl is very upset that she didn't manage to win the competition with the young hero once. The team heads to the helicopter, and Ja explains to Jang Hee-won about how they don't necessarily have to recreate the events of the movie, because the main goal is to please the dungeon master. Gil Young calls up his green friend. He manages to give him a name, but he has to say goodbye to him because the monsters can't move through the floors of the dungeon. The young hero holds a huge amount of potions in his hands and shows them off to Lee Ji-hai, who didn't receive a single item for passing the first floor. Dokja scrutinizes the small vial of green liquid he got after defeating the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The young hero holds the potion in his palms and ponders when best to use it. He knows it's useless outside the dungeon, but he's sure he can't get past the last floor without it. Ja clutches the potion tightly in his hand and looks out the window of the helicopter. He's worried that Jun-hyuk might be in a very bad situation, and his team might not even have enough potions to get him out of trouble. As soon as everyone boards the helicopter, its blades start spinning at a juddering speed, picking up the wind beneath it, and it takes off aloft. Jang Hee-won, Lee Ji-hai, and Gil Young look through the helicopter window at the forest where they recently defeated the dangerous monster. The helicopter quickly climbs towards it and flies away from the danger zone and heads towards the evacuation site. A bright blue light appears over the cut poster of the Jurassic Park movie, and Ja, along with his team, slowly appear at the point from where they disappeared. Ja and his friends continue to explore the movie theater building looking for the intact posters. Lee Ji-hai looks around and asks Ja how many more floors of the dungeon they have to go through. Jang Hee-won and Lee Ji-hai stop by a cut poster of the movie Jurassic Park, and a high school girl asks if they can enter the movie through the torn poster. The young hero explains that they can only get into the dungeon through the whole poster, so they need to move as fast as possible. A huge movie theater building stands lonely among the other buildings in the city. It is surrounded by a strange magical barrier made up of red clots of energy. Ja and his group move along the cut posters. The young hero is happy to see that the movie poster, The Beginning, has been torn, and is surprised to see that Jun-hyuk has managed to pass the movie, The Destination. The young hero examines the raging ocean, which time and again lifts the water surface up and down, causing the water to take on unnatural shapes. Lee Ji-hai is seasick, holding onto the railing of the ship and trying to recover, while Jang Hee-won is standing next to her and trying to support her friend. The young hero, along with his crew, found themselves on a huge ship that is rapidly splitting the waves in front of them. They hit with the help of a whole poster in the movie, Titanic. A high school girl wipes her chin. She still feels bad because of the rocking, but now she can stand on her feet. The girl points out that Jang Hee-won has a very pretty dress. Lee Ji-hai is about to say something else, but she feels really bad and runs towards the ship's side railing, and Jang Hee-won gently pats her on the back. The guys turn back abruptly when they hear a loud voice of a man calling someone by the name of the main character of the movie. The man in the tuxedo points his finger at Gil Young and calls him Jeffrey Dawson, whose name belongs to the main character of the movie. Gil Young scrutinizes the man and points his finger questioningly, not understanding why the man is addressing him using a strange name. Lee Ji-hai fixes his cap and asks Gil Young if he knows anything about the movie, and the boy replies with a confident look that the story of the Titanic is the one where the ship sinks. The boys have no trouble tying the main negative character in the story with rope, but nothing happens. Lee Ji-hai slowly draws a sword from its sheath and offers to finish off the bound man. noting that the scene's host is very fond of carnage. Deok-ja looks apprehensively at the high school girl who is about to massacre the story's main antagonist. He's not sure if it's the right thing to do. The young hero realizes that they are in a movie, but he is not completely sure if the person in front of them is just a figment of someone's imagination and not a real person. But Lee Ji-hai is tired of waiting for Deok-ja to make a decision. The girl says that the person in front of them is just a character in the story, and now is not the time for sentimentality. Young Hee-won isn't sure about her friend's actions either, but she doesn't decide to stop her, and the high school girl brings her blade to bear on the man and says that the man in front of them is a villain and they shouldn't worry about his life. The girl plunges her blade into the man's body, and with a smile she remarks that she was right. The space around the group starts to distort, and they are quickly transported back into the building. Lee Ji-hai points a thumbs up towards Deok-ja and says that this scenario was pretty quick to execute. Her face lights up with a wide smile, and the young hero opposite looks very confused. The young hero puts his head down. The thought that all the characters in the movies could be living people does not let him go. The young hero, along with John Hee-won, climb the stairs of the excavator and notice a huge amount of shiny things in front of them. The girl points out that they have reached the awards room. Ahead of the heroes is a huge room with items and outfits that were used for movie shoots. Each of the items looks like new and stands on a separate pedestal. Deok-ja, along with her friends, slowly walk through the trophy look and look at the exhibits. Lee Ji-hai is greatly amazed by what she sees and opens her mouth in admiration. Jung Hee-won beckons her friends over and points her finger at a beautiful sword that is in one of the display cases in the treasury. She quickly pulls out the sword and admires how perfect it is in her hand, while Deok-ja is also happy to see her friend's find, because now she will have a great sword. Jung Hee-won regrets that she can't get all the items from the treasure room, and Deok-ja asks her to look for an item for Yu Sang while he tries to get the shield for Hyun Sung. Deok-ja quickly pulls out a huge shield from the display case and starts to look at it, but suddenly he hears the girl's menacing voice trying to get something. The young hero turns towards Lee Ji-hai's exclamation and tries to find out why the girl is shouting so loudly, while the high school girl clenches her teeth tightly and curses at her inability to get the item out of the display case. The high school girl holds onto the handle of the Thunder God's huge hammer with both hands, but she can't move it a millimeter. Deok-ja holds up the new shield and smirks at the fact that only a select few can use the hammer, but the high school student continues to try and say that she is worthy of using the weapon. Gil-young approaches Lee Ji-hai and decides to try her hand at lifting the heavy hammer. The girl expresses her displeasure that some little kid is claiming her find. To everyone's surprise, Gil-young lifts the heavy hammer of the Thunder God in a split second, and the high school girl can't say anything out of surprise and looks at the boy with her mouth open. Lee Ji-hai stands there for a while in a stupor of surprise, completely absorbed in her own thoughts and very upset that she was unable to lift the hammer of the gods. The high school student turns back and looks at the legendary weapon that Jung Hee-won and Gil-young were able to get. Lee Ji-hai lowers her arms and walks slightly hunched over to the guys. She's very disappointed that she didn't get any item from the treasure trove. Jung Hee-won turns to the young hero and asks him if he will be picking up an item for himself. Deok-ja hesitates a bit and starts looking around. The young hero finds a pretty good armored suit with an offload and decides to put it on to increase his stats. The guys get together and are ready to head out. Jun Hyuk stands in the middle of the forest edge, his silhouette illuminated by a lone moon that lazily moves across the sky, casting a faint light on the surface of the planet. Deok-ja and his team quickly rush up the escalator stairs, the young hero asking his friends to hurry up because they have little time left. Together, the team quickly passes several floors and gets quite unusual rewards, among which is a special book, which gives its owner the skill, cold-blooded observation. Deok-ja goes up to the 7th floor of the movie theater building and warns his friends that they will soon meet Jun Hyuk. In his head, he thinks about how best to use the special book that the team recently received for the floor they passed. The young hero looks around and picks up a few cut posters, among them a Hulk movie, a John Wick story, and a Pirates of the Caribbean saga. Deok-ja, along with his friends, quickly run through the cut posters. Jung Hee-won points out that there is not a single whole poster on the floor, and the young hero makes the assumption that Jun Hyuk is outside the boss's room. The young hero continues to run forward and hopes that he will catch up with Jun Hyuk soon, but suddenly he hears a familiar sound and stops to listen. A loud click sounds over one of the posters, and then a bright light envelops Deok-ja and his team. The young hero realizes that they will have to go through one more movie to get to Jun Hyuk. Doc Ja stares intently towards the source of the light and curses to himself over the fact that they'll have to waste a lot more time before they end up in the boss's room. The young hero opens his eyes and sees far ahead of him a huge island surrounded by the choppy waters of the ocean. Doc Ja's figure quickly appears on the upper deck of some old ship. The young hero looks around and spots several cannons nearby. The young hero smells a familiar ashy odor in the air, causing him to assume that he and his companions are back in the ocean. Doc Ja clutches his new shield tightly in his right hand and looks toward the raging sea, while young Hee-won looks ahead of him with some apprehension. Abruptly, there is a loud shout from a man who orders the entire crew to quickly get on the ground, and the boys look at the strange man incomprehensibly. Young Hee-won, Gil Young barely have time to duck as a huge volley of shots fly towards them. Doc Ja raises his shield up and uses it to deflect the flying bullets. And the captain's loud voice echoes on the deck of the ship. He orders everyone to get off the ship as fast as possible and jumps into the water. A huge number of shots fly towards the ship. Bullets with great ease demolish wooden beams on their way and leave behind small holes in the hull of the ship. The ship, where the young hero and his crew are, is being bombarded from all sides, and because of the large number of holes, the ship is slowly sinking. Doc Ja holds the shield tightly near his face. He realizes that he is caught in the hardest movie he could have ever been in. Jang Hee-won runs up to the young hero and points his finger towards the sea, from where a huge number of gunshots are heard. A huge armada of ships speeds towards the burning ship and continues to fire all their guns at it without stopping. Doc Ja sees the huge armada of ships moving towards them. He tries to keep calm, but it succeeds with great difficulty. He clenches his teeth tightly and looks around in the hope of salvation. The young hero is surprised to notice that there are no allied ships behind them, and on the deck, curled up, lies a soldier who is scared to death of what is happening. A lone ship is standing in the middle of the sea, and enemy ships are quickly approaching it. Doc Ja is cursing loudly because according to the plot of the movie, there should be 12 more allied ships. Doc Ja approaches one of the frightened soldiers and tries to find out where the great commander Lee Sun-shin is. And the soldier doesn't understand which command the hero is talking about. Cold sweat breaks out on Doc Ja's face, and he realizes that the stage master has changed the plot, so there will be no reinforcements. The young hero leaves the frightened soldier alone and looks towards the approaching ships. He tries to think of how he can win this battle with only one ship. The soldiers grab their heads and run from side to side like crazy, trying to dodge the shots. Young Hee-won and Gil Young look towards Doc Ja and wait for orders from him. Doc Ja throws his huge shield aside and calls Lee Ji-hai to him with a loud voice, hoping that the girl will help them in this battle. The story shifts back a few hours. Doc Ja talks to Lee Ji-hai and asks her how a great admiral could choose a man with seasickness. The high school girl examines her weapon and explains to the young hero with a calm expression that her ancestor was an admiral, and so she inherited her ability by inheritance. The young hero shouts the high school girl's name several times because he can't find her and hopes the girl will answer his call. Doc Ja realizes that his shouting has no effect, so he decides to walk the deck and look for Lee Ji-hai. The young hero looks around carefully and ignores the gunshots. Luck smiles on Doc Ja, and to his surprise, he finds Lee Ji-hai. The soldiers are running in different directions and trying to fight back, while the high school girl is sitting in the shelter and covering her head with her hands. Doc Ja approaches the girl and grabs her shoulder. He tries to bring the girl to order, but Lee Ji-hai is too scared and won't listen to anyone. The young hero notices tears flowing from the high school girl's eyes, and the girl says that she won't go anywhere. Doc Ja quickly realizes that the girl is talking to someone else. He tries to speak more calmly and asks Lee Ji-hai to get up as soon as possible. The young hero tries his best to get the girl to get up and pull herself together, but Lee Ji-hai continues to cry and points out that the guys can manage without her help. Doc Ja continues to stand over Lee Ji-hai and says that he is well aware that it's not just about seasickness. Lee Ji-hai continues to cry and tries to wipe her tears with the sleeve of her clothes, but suddenly Doc Ja tells her that this movie was his friend's favorite, and the girl's eyes widen in surprise after saying that. Lee Ji-hai's mind flashes back to her survival in high school. She had to deal with her best friend with her own hands to survive. The high school girl slowly turns her crying face towards the young hero and asks how he knows this information. Doc Ja stares intently at the high school girl and hopes she will pull herself together. He knows quite a bit of personal information about the girl but doesn't want to reveal all the cards right now. The story shifts to a few hours back when Lee Ji-hai reveals that she then Liu Qi, who was Lee Su-shin's battle buddy during the war. Admiral Liu Qi holds his helmet tightly and looks forward proudly. Together with his battle comrade, he was able to win several battles. Doc Ja explains to Li Ji-hai about how the Grand Admiral chose her because he couldn't watch his battle buddy turn into a hideous monster afterward. An information window appears in front of Doc Ja with a text saying that a new prize scenario has been opened, and he is greatly surprised that even without a sponsorship contract, one can get the stigma. The dialogue between Doc Ja and Li Ji-hai is interrupted by a loud voice of a soldier yelling that several ships are beginning to board. The three ships come as close as possible to the ship where the heroes are, and use boarding hooks to send their troops on deck. Doc Ja sits down opposite Li Ji-hai and holds the girl tightly in his arms. He shakes her from side to side and asks her to get up as soon as possible, because otherwise she will die, and her friend's sacrifice will be in vain. Tears flow abundantly from Li Ji-hai's eyes and become like a small waterfall. The girl looks at the young hero but can't say a single word. Enemy soldiers are quickly climbing up the ropes. They are going to take over the ship and kill anyone who gets in their way. Young Hee-won and Gil-young stand back to back and prepare to fend off the enemy soldiers who are heading in their direction with a vicious grin. Several enemy soldiers pull out long muskets. They point them towards Li Ji-hai and fire at her without a second thought. Doc Ja quickly picks up his huge shield and manages to block all the bullets that were flying towards the girl, while Li Ji-hai continues to sit on her knees and cry. The young hero continues to hold the shield and shield the high school girl from the bullets. He realizes that time is running out, so he turns to Li Ji-hai and asks her to come to her senses for the sake of her friend. The high school girl is too scared and can't come to her senses. The very thought of taking her friend's life destroys her from the inside out. Li Ji-hai recalls how she and her best friend went to the movie theater after school, watching a historical movie together and eating popcorn with smiles on their faces. The high school girl can't forgive herself for what she did. Through tears, the girl talks about how she is disgusted with herself. Li Ji-hai looks at the young hero and asks him about whether she has the right to exist after all she has done. Doc Ja continues to hold back the onslaught of shots with his shield and talks about how he too thinks he is disgusting. Memories of how Li Ji-hai dealt with a negative character without hesitation flashes through the young hero's mind, and it leads him to think that he is just like her. A few enemy soldiers run towards Doc Ja, but he pulls out his long sword and straightens them out without much trouble. The young hero doesn't turn to the high school girl, saying that since she survived, she has to take responsibility. Young Hee-won uses his new sword and easily pierces the soldier's armor, while Gil-young hits the soldier in the torso with his Taurus hammer, causing him to fly a few meters away. Li Ji-hai continues to sit on her lap and listen to the young hero who is trying to reach her heart and cheer her up. The high school student closes her eyes and tries to comprehend Doc Ja's words. She realizes that if she continues to do nothing, her friend's sacrifice will be in vain. The young hero looks at the high school girl with a glassy stare and asks her in a cold voice, "Does Li Ji-hai want to die so easily right here?" Doc Ja continues to repel the numerous attacks of the enemy soldiers. In front of him, an informational appears that his understanding of Li Ji-hai's character has improved, while the high school girl silently watches the young hero fight. Li Ji-hai decides to gather her thoughts and help her friends. She clenches her fists tightly and rises from her knees. The high school girl wipes her tears from her cheeks with one hand and clutches her sword tightly with the other. The constellation of the god of war reacts to the girl's will and is about to lend her some of its power. Li Ji-hai stares menacingly straight in front of her, constantly wiping her eyes from her tears. The girl has made a decision that she will not part with her life for nothing. The sea around the ships begins to swirl rapidly around a single point, turning into a huge whirlpool that quickly sucks the enemy ship inside itself. Bright rays of sunlight illuminate Li Ji-hai's silhouette. The high school student, with quick movements of her hands, exposes her blade and prepares to fight. Doc Ja, along with young Hee-won and Gil-young, are actively fighting off the enemy soldiers. The ship's deck is turned into a bloody mess during the battle. Suddenly, there's a loud pop, and a strong column of air hits the deck of the ship, shattering the planks underneath and leaving a large hole. Li Ji-hai activates her special ability called Ghost Fleet, and the girl is immediately enveloped by purple energy lines. Doc Ja fights off the enemy's attack with his shield and looks at the high school student with a smile, happy that the girl was able to overcome her fear and activate her unique skill. Huge streams of seawater under the effect of Li Ji-hai's ability quickly transformed into a bending energy vortex that tends to the sky itself. Several soldiers rush towards the high school girl with battle cries to massacre her, but the ship starts to wobble violently in different directions due to the raging sea, and the soldiers file to the floor. Huge torrents of water lift the enemy ships into the air in an instant, and then carry them away in a huge whirlpool that turns the ships into wooden wreckage. The sea rages more and more violently with each passing second, leaving no chance for those unlucky enough to fall overboard. Due to the strong gusts of wind and the raging sea, the boarding hooks detach from the hero's ship and fall down, preventing the soldiers from continuing the assault. Several new enemy ships continue to move towards the hero's ship. The enemy soldiers are completely unconcerned about the storm because they are confident of their imminent victory. A huge wave rises over the arriving enemy ship and covers all the enemy soldiers, then carries them into the depths of the ocean. Dokja watches with a wide smile as Lee Ji-hai manages to fully unleash her ability, and watches mesmerized as the high school student tackles a huge army all by herself. Lee Ji-hai holds her sword with one hand, which has its blade pointing downwards, while behind her stands the huge silhouette of a warlord. The high school student makes a few swings of her sword, and the silhouette follows her every move. Deafening explosions rumble across the battlefield, and enemy ships explode and go down. Around the battlefield, several ghostly ships appear on the water surface, and they attack the enemy ships without delay, causing them to catch fire in the blink of an eye. Lee Ji-hai is severely exhausted from using her ability, but the girl grits her teeth tightly and continues to order the ghost fleet, ignoring her fatigue. The high school girl makes a high leap over the enemy soldiers and takes several broad swings of her sword before fiery pillars of air pierce her enemies. The huge catapults on each ghostly ship hurl fireballs at the enemy ships without stopping, leaving them no chance to escape. A powerful fire blast hits the last enemy ship, and several soldiers immediately fall into the water and the ship quickly goes down. Dokja, along with Jang Hee-won and Gil Young, look around. Fire is burning everywhere, and long columns of smoke are coming from where the enemy ships were. All the enemy ships have been destroyed. From them, only the remaining lonely broken planks and the cloth that displayed the battle banner. Lee Ji-hai was breathing heavily and leaning on her sword to keep from collapsing from fatigue, cold sweat pouring from her face. There is a huge number of enemy soldiers' bodies near the high school student. They were confident of their victory, but now they are lying immovably on the ground. Lee Ji-hai's forces are at an end, and the ghost fleet disappears from the battlefield quickly, leaving behind only fiery smoke. Young Hee-won walks over to her friend and helps her to her feet, while Lee Ji-hai complains that she's getting carsick again. Dokja looks at Lee Ji-hai warily. He thinks that the girl's ability is incredibly strong and is afraid to put such a weapon back into Jun-hyuk's hands. An information console appears in front of Dokja, announcing the completion of the ghost scenario. The young hero looks at it intently and hopes that he will receive the stigma of the sea god of war as a reward for completing the scenario. The young hero scrutinizes the blue plaques that inform him that he will receive the special reward of completing the scenario in the form of the Song of the Blade. The young hero's eyes pop out of his head in surprise. He didn't expect to receive the Song of the Blade so early, as Lee Ji-hai only receives this ability in the middle of the novel. The young hero is in a state of shock that he was able to get such a strong stigma, and Young Hee-won looks around and remarks that they'll be going back to the movie theater soon. Dokja reads the messages from the constellation of the sea god of war, saying that the latter is giving him special thanks for the work he's done. Young Hee-won is a little worried about his friend and asks about her well-being, while Lee Ji-hai wipes the sweat off her face and says that she'll be fine. Dokja looks at his friends with a smile. He thinks they managed to create a perfect ending for such a good story. The guys show up in full force at the movie theater building. Dokja leans over the high school girl who has fallen over from exhaustion and suggests that she wait for them here while they rescue Jun-hyuk. The young hero urges the high school girl not to risk her life and to rest while he rescues her master. Lee Ji-hai looks really exhausted after doing the scenario. Her new Sigma has used up all the girl's life resources, so she is unable to oppose the young hero. The young hero turns towards the escalator that leads to the top floor of the movie theater. He realizes that he has a battle ahead of him with the dungeon master, who is quite a strong opponent. Dokja and his companions quickly climb up the escalator. He tries to move as fast as possible because he is worried that he may not be able to come to Jun-hyuk's aid in time, and all his efforts will disappear. The young hero climbs to the very top and uses coins and potions along the way to increase his basic characteristics several times. Dokja's feet stop in front of a blue glow, the young hero praying that Jun-hyuk can hold out until he arrives. A few leaves quickly fly past the young hero's face. Dokja's eyes widen greatly in surprise as he reaches the top floor and sees the room with the boss. A strong wind picks up the clothes of Dokja and his companions. Gil Young holds his baseball cap with his hand so that the wind doesn't carry it away. When the young hero moves into some space and finds himself in a heavenly garden, he holds a shield in his hands and looks ahead of him. Deok Ja sees Jun Hyuk standing immovably on the stone path in front of him. The young hero looks around but sees no source of danger. Gil Young along with Young Hee-won appear behind the young hero. The girl points her finger towards Jun Hyuk and asks Deok Ja why the man is standing immovably in their path. Jun Hyuk continues to stand with his back to Deok Ja and his companions. He doesn't utter a single word, and the wind peacefully ruffles his clothes. Deok Ja becomes very angry, and because of this, veins appear on his face. He looks at Jun Hyuk standing in front of him and doesn't understand why he is standing in one place. The young hero with a wry smile on his face takes quick steps towards Jun Hyuk to find out why he is standing idle in the center of the park. Deok Ja hits Jun Hyuk on the head with all his might because he's really annoyed that he spent a huge amount of time trying to save him. The young protagonist sighs in relief after hitting Jun Hyuk on the head. Deok Ja finally fulfills his dream and punches the cocky main character with all his might. Deok Ja rubs his hand and then scrutinizes Jun Hyuk's silhouette and notices that something is not right here. The young hero moves closer to Jun Hyuk and tries to find out why he didn't say a word, even though he hit him with all his might. Cold sweat drips off of Deok Ja's face as he looks at Jun Hyuk's face and realizes that he is in mortal danger after all. Jun Hyuk's face is frozen in a grimace of bewilderment, a green aura spreading around him, and Deok Ja realizes that the main character won't be able to tell him anything anytime soon. Deok Ja hears the creak of a wooden bench and quickly turns towards it. He remembers that in the story of the novel, Jun Hyuk lost not because he was weak, but only because he was unlucky. An elderly man with a black mustache sits on a bench. He leans firmly on his wooden cane and greets Deok Ja, taking off his hat in front of him. The young hero begins to worry that the stage master has shown up in front of him, for this is the worst possible outcome for the regressor. Deok Ja turns his head towards Jun Hyuk, who starts to slowly move towards him, and a window appears, saying that the stage master is controlling Jun Hyuk's character. The young character starts to back away from Jun Hyuk and asks him to calm down. He realizes that he is unable to fight him now, especially with the stage master controlling his body. Jun Hyuk makes a sudden dash and hits Deok Ja's stomach with his right hand. He activates his skill-enhanced lunge and sends the young hero flying. Deok Ja flies a few meters and crashes at great speed into the force barrier that stands at the edge of the entire boss arena. The young hero is badly damaged after one hit from the regressor. His protective suit is badly damaged and his damage resistance is reduced. Jung Hee-won shrieks loudly towards Deok Ja, trying to figure out if the young hero was able to survive after such a severe hit, and then exposes his blade. Jung Hee-won's eyes light up with an orange light because the girl activates her special skill, Demon Slayer. Jun Hyuk shoves his hands into his pockets and doesn't pay attention to anyone but Deok Ja. Young Hee-won takes advantage of the regressor's indiscretion and makes a lightning lunge, attacking him from behind. Deok Ja is about to warn his girlfriend of the danger, but after being hit so hard, he loses his voice. The young hero clutches his chest in pain and expectorates blood. Jung Hee-won makes a quick strike, but Jun Hyuk's abilities are far ahead of the girl's and he has no problem dodging her lunge. Young Hee-won notices that Jun Hyuk is reaching for her face with his hand and is startled by her opponent's reaction. The girl barely manages to dodge Jun Hyuk's hand, but the regressor continues to hold her by the hand that clutches the blade and doesn't let her get far. Jung Hee-won frees herself from Jun Hyuk's grip with a sharp kick of her foot and flips her sword into her other hand to strike again. The girl does a somersault and backs away from Jun Hyuk not a few meters. She realizes that she doesn't stand a chance in a normal fight. Young Hee-won clutches her sword with both hands and ponders her strategy against her opponent. Cold sweat drips down her face, which is filled with anger and helplessness. Young Hee-won doesn't have time to catch her breath before Jun Hyuk reaches her with a quick jerk and is about to deliver her powerful dark fist strike. Lee Ji-hai decides not to listen to Deok Ja's plea and quickly climbs the escalator stairs to come to her master's aid. The high school student barely manages to dodge the devastating explosion aimed in her direction. She cries out in fright and glares at the projectile that was thrown at her. The smoke quickly clears and Lee Ji-hai is horrified to see Young Hee-won being thrown towards the wall by Jun Hyuk. The girl looks badly injured and shows no signs of life. Deok Ja yells through the pain in a loud voice towards Lee Ji-hai to be careful and falls down from exhaustion. And Gil Young runs towards the young hero and tries to help him. Lee Ji-hai is completely unaware of what's going on. She looks around frightened and notices her master rushing towards her at breakneck speed. Jun Hyuk reaches the high school student quite quickly and is about to give her a powerful punch with his dark fist skill. The high school girl looks at Jun Hyuk, who was in front of her in a second in horror and tries to ask him if he's okay. Jun-hyuk ignores the words of his former companion and delivers a deadly blow with his fist, punching through a thick concrete wall and causing a loud explosion. Lee Ji-hai manages to dodge her master's blow in time. She jumps back and prepares to fight, but Jun-hyuk's fist slams into the concrete wall. Young Hee-won lies immovably against the wall, and Lee Ji-hai tries to reach out to her master, but Jun-hyuk doesn't pay any attention to her words. Jun-hyuk turns towards Lee Ji-hai and prepares for his next attack aimed at her. Dok-ja shouts out a warning that Jun-hyuk is just a puppet now. Dok-ja tries to get to his feet, but his strength has left him after Jun-hyuk's punch. He points his shield towards the stage master and asks his comrades to deal with him as soon as possible. The stage master sits on a bench and adjusts his hat slightly. He likes to watch from the sidelines as his puppet does all the dirty work for him. Lee Ji-hai pulls her sword out of its sheath and with quick jerks tries to reach the stage host, shouting insults at him. The high school student hears a loud stomp of footsteps rushing towards her. She turns back and notices a swift kick that is aimed in her direction. Lee Ji-hai fails to react in time, causing her to receive a powerful naked kick to her jaw and fall to the ground. Jung Hee-won comes to her senses while Jun-hyuk was distracted by the high school student. The girl clutches her sword tightly with both hands and is about to cover her friend. Jun-hyuk finds himself surrounded, with Young Hee-won on one side of him, who is about to stab him in the back, and Lee Ji-hai on the other side, who is trying to knock him off balance with her foot. Jun-hyuk's reaction is so great that he manages to jump high up and dodge both of the girl's punches without much trouble. Jung Hee-won decides to put everything on the line, so he uses his unique skill, Time Justice. Gil-young stands in front of Deok-ja and activates his warhammer to protect his friend. Gil-young points his warhammer towards Jun-hyuk, and a long lightning bolt flies out of the weapon and starts chasing him, while Jung Hee-won prepares to repel the main character's attack. Jun-hyuk uses his unique skill and activates a huge shield that blocks most of the damage from the electric hammer. The scales behind Young Hee-won start to collapse because the constellations of absolute goodness are not going to share their power with the girl. The girl looks at the disappearing clock of justice, and at that moment Jun-hyuk flies towards her with the intention of making a decisive strike. Jun-hyuk delivers a strong blow to Young Hee-won's neck with his hand, causing her to cry out loudly and fall to the ground unconscious. Lee Ji-hai rushes towards her friend to protect her, but Jun-hyuk immediately kicks her in the chest with his foot and throws her aside. Jun-hyuk isn't tired at all from the long battle. He looks around for his enemy and heads towards Deok-ja. Dark green smoke envelops Jun-hyuk's figure, and the young hero uses his unique ability and tries to recognize the characteristics of the main character. Dok-ja puts his hand on Gil-young's shoulder and asks him to act according to the plan, and the boy nods silently and points his electric hammer towards Jun-hyuk. Dok-ja takes out the rare orange essence he got in the battle with the Tyrannosaurus Rex and quickly drinks it, which increases his basic characteristics. A huge amount of golden lightning bolts envelop the young hero's body, and he draws his sword in preparation for a fight with Jun-hyuk. The young hero's sword takes on a golden color due to the overall increase in characteristics. Dok-ja hopes that the potions he drank will give him a chance to defeat Jun-hyuk. Jun-hyuk slowly approaches the young hero and several special skills are activated. He exposes his black sword, which is covered in lightning charges. The young hero points his sword at the regressor and prepares for a heavy battle. Soon the swords of two skillful warriors will meet in an unequal fight. Dok-ja shouts a few curses at Jun-hyuk and runs at him with his sword. The two men clash swords in a fierce rush, and their blows make the entire arena shake. The two heroes make several strikes, and at the place where they collide, the ground turns into several shattered rocks. Deok-ja tries with great effort to resist Jun-hyuk. Even with his enhanced stats, the fight with regression is extremely difficult for him. Jun-hyuk, without any emotion on his face, continues to attack Dok-ja, and the young hero activates his special skill Next Reader to break through his defense. The young hero continues to successfully parry his opponent's attacks, but each time it becomes more and more difficult for him. Jun-hyuk's attacks are so strong that the slightest swing of his sword turns the stone under his feet into dust. The young hero tries to read the main character's mind in order to anticipate his opponent's attacks, but he is surprised to notice the strange thoughts lingering in Jun-hyuk's head. Jun-hyuk looks depressed, tired of being reborn in this world, and wonders how many more times he will have to go through this. A grimace of displeasure appears on Deok-ja's face as he overhears Jun-hyuk's thoughts, annoyed that the regressor has already given up. The young hero makes a wide lunge and deflects Jun-hyuk's attack. He speaks to him in a loud voice and demands him to come to his senses. Dok-ja makes a sword feint, and when Jun-hyuk opens up to strike, The young hero points his fist in his direction. The young hero shouts several insults at Jun Hyuk in a loud voice, and then delivers a powerful uppercut right on his jaw, knocking the main character aside. Deok Ja freezes in place as he realizes the fact that he was able to break through Jun Hyuk's defenses and land a powerful punch on him. Jun Hyuk stares up at the sky and continues to replay countless questions in his head. He's tired of constantly coming back to the same point time after time. Above Jun Hyuk's head, a huge number of gears are turning to start the old mechanism, and the main character keeps sinking deeper and deeper into his thoughts. The stage master with a smile on his face is sitting on a bench watching the battlefield. He has very low characteristics, but he has a huge number of psychological tricks to take his victim under his personal control. Deok Ja is very surprised when Jun Hyuk looks down and asks in a languid voice why he is fighting. The young hero is greatly annoyed that Jun Hyuk has lowered his gaze so quickly, even though this is only his third rebirth. Jun Hyuk continues to fly in the labyrinths of his mind. He will look under his feet, continues to claim that he is the only one who is truly alive in this world. The young hero clutches his sword tightly and prepares for another attack. He tries to get through to the regressor and tells him that he promised not to give in to bad thoughts. Deok Ja makes a series of powerful lunges with his golden sword and says that if Jun Hyuk can't find meaning in his rebirths, then let him stop losing, and the main character has no problem dodging the hero's blows. Jun Hyuk takes a few broad swings of his sword and tips Deok Ja off to the side, and the young hero continues to communicate with the main character and hopes his words reach reason. The young hero continues to fight Jun Hyuk, bringing his maximum strength into each blow. His skin starts to burn with anger, but he tries to ignore it. Jun Hyuk and Deok Ja continue to attack each other, but their swords reflect each other identically, not allowing anyone to gain an advantage on the battlefield. Jun Hyuk continues to mutter strange words to himself and talks about how he is always alone, while Deok Ja's face expresses an emotion of surprise when he hears those words. Deok Ja grows angrier with each new word from Jun Hyuk. He clutches his sword with both hands and with a wide swing tries to reach the regressor, telling him that it was very hard to get here. The young hero lunges at Jun Hyuk with words about why the protagonist suddenly thinks he's alone, and the regressor barely has time to defend himself with his sword against Deok Ja's blow. Jun Hyuk is still very strong, so he has no problem defending himself from the young hero's blows and pushes him away, causing his black boots to slide backwards. Lee Ji-hai grabs her head and slowly tries to get to her feet. She is very exhausted from the last battles, but finds the strength to raise her sword, and beside her lies Jong Hee-won, who still hasn't recovered. The young hero jumps up sharply and brings his huge golden blade over Jun Hyuk's head. Deok Ja continues to talk to Jun Hyuk in an attempt to get through to him. Jun Hyuk dodges Deok Ja's powerful blow and is about to parry his blow with his sword. The swing of their blades raises a lot of smoke that blocks the visibility of others. Deok Ja scrolls through the memories of his hard life in his head. Every time fate threw him a setback, he took out his phone and read a short story on how to survive. The young hero continues to make quick attacks and tries to explain to Jun Hyuk that because of his actions, he continued to live and did not give up. Deok Ja sits at his computer screen and lights up with a beaming smile when he manages to find some free time and read a short story about survival techniques. Young Hyuk and Deok Ja's swords clash, and all the destructive power that had been building up inside them erupts outward, causing the whole place to light up in a bright blaze of fire. Deok Ja lowers his eyes towards Jun Hyuk and explains to him that he only read the novella to get on with his life. The young hero gets into a fighting stance and waits for Jun Hyuk to attack, but notices that his opponent has disappeared from his sight. The young hero turns back and sees that Jun Hyuk has sneaked up on him from behind and is about to strike him hard. Jun Hyuk jumps up high into the air and brings his huge sword over Deok Ja with the intention of finishing off his opponent with a single blow. Deok Ja manages to cover himself with his sword at the last moment. Jun Hyuk's kick causes the young hero's feet to break the ground, causing a huge amount of rocks and dust to fly in different directions. The young hero clenches his teeth tightly and continues to hold back Jun Hyuk's blade, but it becomes harder and harder with each passing second. Jun Hyuk looks at the young hero with a menacing gaze. After Deok Ja's words, he regained his consciousness, and now he intends to find out what kind of person is in front of him. The young hero notices that something has changed in Jun Hyuk's gaze and realizes that the main character has regained his sanity. Jun Hyuk continues to point his sword at Deok Ja, and in a loud and disgruntled voice, he tries to ask Deok Ja who he really is. The young hero is greatly surprised that his words have helped young Hyuk regain his sanity. He looks at the regressor's menacing face in amazement and continues to defend himself with his blade. Doc Ja takes a wide swing of his sword and pushes Jun-hyuk away from him to take a short break and find out if the regressor has actually come to his senses. The young hero looks at the main character in amazement and can't believe that he was able to regain his sanity. His face is covered in cold sweat, and many rocks land on the ground near his feet. Jun-hyuk holds his blade and keeps asking the same question to Deok Ja with the firm intention of finding out what kind of person is in front of him. The stage master is confused. He quickly gets up from the wooden bench and holds up his hat. The monster can't believe his puppet is free from his control. Simulation directs streams of green energy towards Jun-hyuk to increase his control over him and continue using his body as a puppet. Jun-hyuk grabs his head in pain. He tries to resist the monster's influence, but the green energy completely encompasses his body. The main character of the short story, becomes under the control of the stage master again, and Doc Ja looks sadly at Jun-hyuk and is upset that he will have to fight again. Doc Ja crosses swords with Jun-hyuk again and gets an informational message that Jun-hyuk's ability has increased. The young hero is highly annoyed that even at a time like this, the main character's strength is increasing. The young hero realizes that he can't hold Jun-hyuk back for long. He tries to appeal to Jun-hyuk to regain consciousness. The young hero talks to Jun-hyuk and tells him that he allowed him to hit him a couple times, then turns his gaze towards Gil-young. Deok Ja is amazed at Jun-hyuk's strength. He realizes that in the future, the main character will become so strong that he will never be able to catch up to him for anything in his life. And Gil-young stands behind him and uses his ability. Gil-young clutches his hammer tightly and uses his insect control ability, but the boy has used too much mana, so his nose is bleeding. The young hero hopes that he will be able to gather all his power in one blow, so he activates the unique fire attribute of indestructible faith. Doc Ja's sword bursts into flames, and Jun-hyuk is unable to fend off this deadly attack, so he decides to step back a bit. Jun-hyuk covers his face with one hand and is slightly squirming from the strong gust of hot air that is flying towards him. The young hero decides to use his trump card, so he's going to use his new skill blade song. His sword is covered in black sparks that quickly spread all over the hot metal. Doc Ja hopes that the blade song will greatly increase his damage and allow him to equal the power of Jun-hyuk for a while, and even possibly defeat him. Blue energy begins to rage around the young hero, and bright discharges of black energy appear around Doc Ja, piercing the space. Lightning bolts mixed with water envelop the sword and the young hero's body, creating an impenetrable seashell. Jun-hyuk looks at the young hero in surprise as he prepares to repel his next attack, and a huge number of electric arrows fly in his direction. A huge number of water arrows pierce Jun-hyuk's body, preventing him from moving, and Doc Ja takes advantage of this moment and jumps away from the main character. Doc Ja makes a few quick leaps, and in the blink of an eye, he appears in the face of the stage master, who didn't expect to be approached so quickly. Jun-hyuk suffers several wounds and is covered in electricity. He looks menacingly in the direction of the young character and clenches his teeth tightly with hatred. The main character uses his recovery skill to heal his injuries, and at that moment, Doc Ja slides his sword over the stage master to finish him off. Doc Ja finds himself near the stage master and is about to deliver a decisive blow on the monster to free Jun-hyuk from his shackles. Jun-hyuk teleports in front of Doc Ja's attack and tries to cover the monster with his body, much to the surprise of the young hero, who is hoping for a quick victory. The young hero continues to charge towards the stage master, even though Jun-hyuk covers him with his body and shouts towards Gil-young to get into action. Gil-young's pupils disappear, a strong sweat of green energy emanates around him, and he lets out a loud scream that makes the entire ground shake. The silhouette of a huge insect appears above the glass dome of the arena. The monster strikes the barrier several times and breaks through it without much trouble. The sixth-grade insect arrives at Gil-young's call because of his ability and rushes towards the unfolding battle to help Doc Ja. Doc Ja and Jun-hyuk match up, and they silently watch the huge insect whose silhouette appears above their heads. The huge insect rushes towards Jun-hyuk, letting out a menacing shriek. The young hero realizes that he'd better step aside, so he quickly jerks backwards. The stage master watches the battle scene with a smile, amused that a huge insect has appeared out of nowhere, and completely unaware of Doc Ja sneaking up on him. The young hero finds himself near the stage master and draws his sword for a strike to cut off the monster's head and end this battle. The stage master realizes the difficulty of his situation, so he activates his unique skill and uses mind absorption on the young hero. The old man points his cane towards the young hero, and a huge amount of green energy is directed towards him to take over his mind. Doc Ja tries to keep his composure, but the dark energy completely envelops his body, not allowing him to move even a millimeter. The stage master's face lights up with a wide smile. The monster is fully confident of his imminent victory and is enjoying the triumph. The stage master adjusts his hat and moves through Dokja's mind, hoping to find his weakness, but the word survival appears before him every now and then. The monster looks around and notices that the mind he has captured is filled with strange words, and then a bright light appears and drives away his green energy. The bright light completely expels the poisonous energy, and thanks to the fourth wall's special skill, the stage master is completely expelled from the young hero's mind. Dokja comes to his senses and puts all his strength into his punch to finally finish off the stage master once and for all, while the old man tries to defend himself with his wooden cane. The stage master looks with surprise at the young hero who managed to break the spell. He is about to say something before his doom, but does not have time. A long sword is thrust straight into the monster's head. He lets out a loud scream and quickly disappears from the young hero's sight, turning into blue cubes. The monster's silhouette disappears completely, leaving behind a golden glow, while Dokja's sword stabs into the ground and throws several rocks in different directions. The young hero looks in surprise at the direction where the monster once was. Several information windows appear in front of him, informing him that he was the first to pass the scenario and was rewarded with gold coins. Dokja is greatly surprised that he only needed one strike to deal with the dungeon master. A blue window appears in front of him, informing him that the conditions of the hidden scenario have been met. The young hero rises to his feet and wonders why the stage master's ability didn't work on him. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice turns towards Gil-young, who beckons him over. Gil-young walks up to Dokja to tell him something and immediately collapses from fatigue because he spent a large amount of mana to summon a huge insect. Dokja kneels down and takes the boy in his arms. The huge insect looks at him and does not reproduce hostile actions, and not far from them, Jun-hyuk lies unconscious. The young hero is greatly relieved by the fact that the huge insect decided to just fly away and leave him alone. Dokja crouches down on the ground and gently holds Gil-young. He looks towards Jun-hyuk, who is lying unconscious, and contemplates what happened. Jun-hyuk was a pretty strong opponent, but even he couldn't handle the strong punches of Dokja and the level 6 monster. Young Hee-won and Lee Ji-hai hold each other and slowly approach the young hero. They wonder if he's all right. A message appears in front of all the guys that the time of the third scenario is coming to an end. John Hee-won notices this information and makes an assumption that it will be over soon downstairs. The guys stand on the roof of a building and take a good look around the city, which from their position can be seen from the palm of their hands. They notice the huge amount of burning buildings and explosions that are now and then flashing all over the city. The streets are littered with people who failed to hide underground in time and were victimized by gangs or dangerous monsters. Young Hee-won looks sadly at the city and says that it is now completely destroyed, while Gil-young comes to his senses and points his finger at the sky, saying that a shooting star is flying towards them. Dokja looks in the direction the boy is pointing and sees a huge amount of meteorites falling on the city. Thanks to reading the short story, he knows that these shooting stars are a harbinger of more trouble to come. Bright stars light up the entire sky and rain down on the city with great speed. Dokja turns towards the injured girls and examines them. Gil-young looks at the young hero and suggests that he make a wish, but the young hero isn't sure if it's appropriate to make a wish for the harbingers of nightmare. Dokja turns his gaze towards Gil-young and says that he has already made his wish. The boy is very curious and wants to know what the young hero has made. But Young Hee-won says that if you tell him about the wish, it won't come true. Jun-hyuk is the only one lying unconscious on the ground, the rays of the morning sun slowly creeping up on him and shining the light on his sword. A small sword scar on his head, from which scarlet blood slowly pours out and the sun's rays reach his face. The young protagonist steps away from the rooftop balcony and his team follows silently behind him, the information panel announcing that the hidden scenario has been completed. A huge number of empty cans lie at the feet of the gun baron. Around him, a huge number of people whose faces light up with a bright smile because they managed to survive. The sun gradually rises higher and higher, marking a new day. Lee Ji-hai falls to his knees beside the body of his master and waits for his awakening. See, the young hero scrutinizes the information window that appeared in front of him and is surprised to read the information that the fourth scenario is about to begin. Dokja lifts Gil-young in his arms and asks Lee Ji-hai to stay to look after Jun-hyuk, who still hasn't come to his senses. The high school girl is greatly surprised by the young hero's kindness, and then puffs up her cheeks in indignation when she hears Dokja say that her master can cause a lot of trouble if left unattended. Jun-hyuk lies peacefully on the grass, unaware that Dokja is planning to slap him again for his unnecessarily risky actions. As Dokja carries Gil-young on his shoulders and walks down to the underground subway with Jong Hee-won, the young hero is surprised to notice that Tokebi is trying to contact him through telepathy. The young hero and his companions descend the long escalator steps, and Tokebi points out that the young hero is constantly lucky in his adventures. Deok-ja watches the recording of Bi-hyun's broadcast and notices that most of his words directed toward Jun-hyuk have been censored. And the young hero scrutinizes the recording of his battle with Jun-hyuk and realizes that the main character's personal information has been hidden from the constellations. Deok-ja is surprised that Bi-hyun's filter has blocked so much information as he watches Jun-hyuk's attacks and wonders how he survived. Bi-hyun says that Deok-ja doesn't have to worry about the words he said during the battle because his censors have hidden it all, even from him. The young hero is greatly surprised by this turn of events. He makes the assumption that everyone is now subject to the constraints of probability. Deok-ja and Jong Hee-won quicken their step to meet their friends as quickly as possible, and Bi-hyun reveals some messages from the constellations he hid during the battle. Jong Hee-won notices that Deok-ja is quite tired. She equals him and offers to carry Gil-young on her shoulders so that the young hero can get some rest after a hard battle. Deok-ja gently rests Gil-young on Jong Hee-won's shoulders and looks at his friend apprehensively. He assumes she might have overheard his conversation with Jun-hyuk. The young hero decides to ask the girl directly about whether she heard his strange remarks to the main character. Jong Hee-won looks at the young hero carefully and responds with a positive nod, confirming his hunch. Cold sweat runs down the young hero's face as he realizes that censorship doesn't work on people, so now he'll have to explain to his girlfriend for a long time what his words meant. Jong Hee-won looks at the young hero for a few seconds and wonders who he really is and why he knows so much about the horror going on. Deok-ja doesn't know how to properly respond to the girl's words. He looks at the sleeping Gil-young and weighs his every word. The young hero decides not to tell the whole truth and informs Jong Hee-won that he knows a little about future events. Jong Hee-won and Deok-ja continue walking quickly down the long hallway of the movie theater building and approach the huge doors. Jong Hee-won asks the young hero how many people know about his ability. The young hero is greatly surprised when Jong Hee-won asks him if he's going to straighten up with her during their adventure together. Jong Hee-won suggests that she knows quite a lot of unnecessary things about Deok-ja, and it would be easier for him to just get rid of her as an unnecessary witness. Jong Hee-won calms down a bit after the young hero says that he's not going to threaten her, but instead wants the trust between them to grow. The girl doesn't quite understand what the young hero wants from her after those words, and Deok-ja asks her to stay as close to him as possible. Deok-ja explains to Jong Hee-won that each next scenario will be more difficult than the previous one, so he will need the help of a loyal companion like her. The young hero and Jong Hee-won quickly descend the stairs. They hear the familiar voice of the gun baron who wants to see Deok-ja. Hyun-sung, along with Yu-sang, go down to the bottom floor to all the survivors and try to calm the weapons baron down so he doesn't do rash things. The lieutenant and Yu-sang notice that Deok-ja has returned with his group. They greet their friend with a smile and rejoice at the fact that they no longer have to calm the weapons baron. Deok-ja quickly jumps down and finds himself next to Hyun-sung and Yu-sang, greeting his friends and ignoring Gunpil's cries. The gun baron grits his teeth in anger at the sight of the young hero, and Deok-ja notices that during the course of the script, Gunpil's performance has increased dramatically. Information panels appear in front of all the people, warning that the fourth scenario is about to begin. Gunpil-do continues to glare at the young hero, while Deok-ja pays no attention to him and is rather cold to the threats of the weapons baron. Suddenly, Tokebi appears over the heads of the people. He asks the people to shut up and listen carefully to the details of the fourth scenario. Tokebi warns people that this time the fourth scenario will be held along with other stations for more fun. Tokebi points out with a smile on his face that there are quite a lot of people at each station, so he asks them to choose a commander who will be in charge of the whole station. Gunpil-do and the rest of the people look at the flying Tokebi in surprise and don't understand why they need a commander. A sign with the name of the station and an indication of what other stations are nearby hangs above the people's heads. Information placards appear in front of all the people, and Tokebi indicates that there is to be a warm-up encounter in front of the station's inhabitants. A blue flag appears in the distance from the people, which will allow the person who grabs it to become a representative of the station. Gunpil-do, without the slightest shadow of doubt, pushes the people in front of him and quickly heads towards the flag to capture it. The weapons baron reaches the flag stand rather quickly. He smilingly extends his hand towards it with the hope that once he becomes the representative of the station, he won't have to obey Deok-ja anymore. Deok-ja watches carefully as Gunpil-do is carried towards the flag. and then orders him to lie down with a loud voice. The weapons baron falls headfirst against the concrete floor immediately after the young hero's words, because Doc Ja has invoked his right to order. The young hero shamelessly steps his foot on Konpil-do's back and takes the flag for himself. Doc Ja makes a guilty look on his face and tells the gun baron that he didn't notice him. A tremendous energy engulfs the young hero's body. A message appears in front of him saying that if the owner of the flag doesn't change within 5 minutes, Chunmuro Station will come under his personal control. Gun baron tries to get up from the ground, but because of the order he has received, he cannot move, while Doc Ja watches the timer and waits for someone who dares to challenge him. Konpil-do raises his head and shouts towards the men that they only have 5 minutes to wrestle the flag away from the young hero. A few people pick up tools and run towards Doc Ja to take the flag away from him. Among these people are the young hero's comrades who are trying to protect their friend from adversity. Doc Ja throws his shield towards Hyun Sung, who runs towards him, saying that it is a gift from the dungeon. The lieutenant catches the huge shield with both hands and is amazed that he now has a new weapon that looks much better than the old shield. Hyun Sung clutches the new shield tightly with both hands, his face lighting up brightly with joy that he now has a new shield. Lieutenant Hyun Sung stands in front of his friends and uses the unique area defense skill to keep his comrades safe from the enemies. Several people come close to Doc Ja's group, but they fail to break through the barrier Hyun Sung made with his new shield. Konpil-do asks all the people to move aside and uses his unique skill to use turrets to destroy the protective dome. Doc Ja lazily looks at the weapon baron and invokes his right to order, causing Konpil-do to cancel his ability and fall face down on the floor again. The young hero is amazed that the weapons baron can summon 8 turrets to his aid, and Konpil-do glares menacingly at Doc Ja and his friends, then orders his men to get him to his feet. Konpil-do tries to get to his feet, but because of the order he only has to lie down and watch Doc Ja hold the flag. He is greatly angered by what is happening and hurls insults at the young hero. Doc Ja is very fed up with the gun baron's inane chatter. He orders him to be quiet for a few minutes and then asks the people at the station to listen to him carefully. The men clutch their weapons tightly and grind their teeth angrily at the young hero. They don't like Doc Ja holding the flag, but they realize they don't stand a chance against him. Konpil-do puffs up his cheeks in anger and tries to object to the young hero's words, but all he can do is lie on the ground silently and watch. Hyun Sung continues to hold his shield in front of him to maintain a protective barrier, while Jung Hee-won and Yu Sang stand in a fighting stance in case the people decide to attack. The Doc Ja suggests that the humans either join him and serve faithfully, or go to another station and try their luck there. The young hero looks toward Jung Hee-won and thinks about how he only wants people he can trust around him. The story moves back a few hours. Jung Hee-won and Deok Ja are standing across from each other near a wall of posters and discussing their collaboration together. Jung Hee-won looks at the young hero with surprise as he offers her to be his loyal companion in the coming battles. Doc Ja looks at Jung Hee-won without emotion and waits for her to answer his question. He sees more potential in the girl and hopes that she will give her consent. Jung Hee-won smiles widely and doesn't understand why Doc Ja is making her such an offer now. She asks the young hero about the fact that weren't they companions until now. The young hero offers Jung Hee-won a deal. He will provide her with all the information she needs, and the girl will help her in the fight. Doc Ja's feet stand a few meters away from Jung Hee-won. He hopes that the girl will agree to his terms and waits patiently for her to respond. The young hero looks at Jung Hee-won with surprise when the girl asks him about what will happen to her in the future. Jung Hee-won is dumbfounded by the information from the young hero that she is not mentioned anywhere in the future he knows. Deok Ja assumes that after the script ends, the second choice of sponsors will begin, so he sees Jung Hee-won as a great ally, and the girl says that this whole situation is bothering her a bit, so she needs time to think things over. The young hero stands behind Hyun Seong's shield and waves a white flag in front of a large number of people. He demands that they answer the question whether they will follow him or go to the next station. The crowd of people are very confused. On one hand, the young hero has no plans to keep them by force. But on the other hand, if they stay at the station, they will have to obey him. Doc Ja explains that the people will have to obey him in case they decide to stay on the station, but he will not charge them rent. The crowd ponders the young hero's offer. They are interested in the fact that the young hero can keep them safe while leaving them to decide their own issues within the group. One of the gun baron's henchmen approaches his master and suggests that they leave the station as soon as possible and not listen to the young hero. To everyone's surprise, Doc Ja declares with a smile on his face that Konpil-do is now his property and will remain on the station regardless of his choice. A few people couldn't accept the fact that the young hero will be in charge at the station. He packs up and leaves along the railroad tracks to another location. When the time for holding the flag has come to an end, and Dokja is proclaimed as the representative of Chunmuro Station, he approaches the people and gives them a few orders. One of the people apologizes for his harsh speech and says that he was wrong to the young hero, and an information panel appears in front of Dokja, saying that part of the group has confidence in him. Dokja uses the information console to study the new effects and abilities that the white flag has given him. He notices that there is a possibility of getting the titles of king, but to do so, he needs to get some glory points. And there is a loud click in the air and Takabe appears near the ceiling, looking at the remaining people on the station and their new leader with interest. Huge blue windows appear in front of all the people with information that the fourth main scenario is about to begin. Young Hee-won flips through the information panel and notices that there is too much information for the main scenario. Deok-ja quickly familiarizes himself with the information and thinks of a strategy for the near future to get through the fourth scenario. The young hero looks at the map of the subway stations, as his team will have to defend their flagpole and stick their flag in the flagpole of another station. Jung Hee-won finishes studying the information through the blue panel and points out that their first target is at Changxing Station, which is not far from here. The young hero opens the subway map and once again checks the information he received. He thinks of a strategy to get to Changxing Station as quickly as possible. Yu-sang feels uncomfortable at the thought of having to fight other people again, but Hyun-sung notes that they can avoid bloodshed if they capture the flagpole. Yu-sang is very happy about the fact that all they have to do is capture the flagpole and not have to take the lives of so many people. The young hero, along with Young Hee-won, listen to Yu-sang and Hyun-sung talk, who are positive about going through the current scenario. The young hero knows the story of the novel, so he realizes that despite his group's best efforts, the fourth scenario will still cause a huge number of casualties. Dokja hears a screeching noise coming from the railroad tracks and notices that the fog protecting the stations is dissipating, and it is now possible to move between them without any obstacles. Young Hee-won, Yu-sang, and Hyun-sung discuss strategy for the coming battle, and Deok-ja remembers that not far from him lies Kon Pil-do, who can't move or say a word because of orders. The young hero examines the weapon baron and ponders how best he should be used in the coming battle of the flags. The weapon baron looks angrily at Dokja's feet. He can't raise his head due to the strong order, so all he has to do is silently be angry and wait for the order to end. The young hero leans over the lying Kon Pil-do and suggests a truce. He talks about how they share a common goal and could get along. He listens to the young hero in silence. He is filled with hatred at being bossed around by a boy, but he realizes that he has no strength to stand up to Dokja right now. Dokja proposes to the weapon baron that he will take the role of protector of this place, and if he doesn't agree, he will force him to carry out his orders. Kon Pil-do thinks about the young hero's proposal, and if he agrees to cooperate voluntarily, he can get a good reward. The conversation between Gun Pil-do and Dokja is interrupted by the loud sound of motorcycle engines coming from the side of the railroad tracks. The young hero and the weapon baron look up in surprise as they look in the direction of the sound and try to figure out what's going on. The bright light from the tunnel of the subway station illuminates the faces of everyone on the station platform, and the noise of the engines grows louder by the second. Finally, a huge number of people are seen on the railroad tracks, sitting on motorcycles and rushing towards the station entrance. The young hero and his friends are amazed to see the people who are quickly moving towards them. Dokja is amazed that the invaders have reached the station so quickly. The noise of the engines are drowned out and the motorcycles stop near the entrance of the subway station. The young hero scrutinizes the vehicles and prepares to fight. One of the men quickly jumps off his motorcycle and complains that the people from Chunmuro Station took too long to get through the scenario. The two men instantly stop talking to each other when they hear Dokja's loud voice ordering them to stop. The young hero pulls out his sword and along with his companions and a small group of men jumps onto the railroad tracks. He orders the newly arrived men to lower their weapons and slowly approach them. The man raises one hand up and with the other hand gently places his weapon on the ground. He asks everyone to calm down and not to get heated over nothing. The representative of the group raises his hands up and followed by all the people repeating his actions. He says that he did not come with his people to fight. The group representative puts his hand on his chest and calls himself Kang Il-hoon, identifying himself as the deputy head of the Dongdaemun group. The young hero calls up the information panel in front of him to assess Kang Il's characteristics and remarks that he is most likely a minor character in front of him. The deputy representative of the Dongdaemun group introduces his friends with a smile and chats to Deokja, asking him to introduce himself as well. For a split second, Kang-il's face contorted in horror when he heard the young hero's name. He stares at him intently and then tries to hide his expression. Il-hoon starts to stammer slightly, and then his face regains its former good-natured expression. The deputy representative points to the flag that Deokja is holding and suggests that the station representative is standing in front of him. The young hero points out that Kan-il and his men have already looked over everything, so he asks to get to the point as quickly as possible to avoid wasting time. A few motorcycles are peacefully standing near the railroad tracks. They look rather unusual because they don't have a single scratch on them. Deokja opens the information panel and realizes that according to the rules, without a station representative, no one can claim another territory. The young hero doesn't really trust Kan-il and his men. Even though there is no one who can hold the flag, he is sure that there is a catch and asks the deputy what kind of offer he is talking about. Kan-il quickly looks around and then looks at the young hero with a smile and says that he and his team have come to make an alliance. Deokja listens carefully to the deputy's suggestion. He's slightly surprised that someone from another station came to him just to make an alliance. The people at the station are puzzled by the deputy's proposal. He and discuss the situation amongst themselves and try to come to a common solution. Young Hee-won approaches Deokja and points out in a quiet voice that Gun Il-hoon looks very suspicious and she doesn't trust him. Deokja thinks about the deputy group representative's suggestion. He goes over the dialogue over and over in his head and tries to find the best solution. Gun Il-hoon points out that it doesn't make sense for his group to take over the flagpole because an alliance is much more profitable, and if he wanted to do it, he would have brought more fighters with him. The young protagonist notes that in the scenario, Dongdaemun Station might be the target of his group and asks what the deputy representative would do in that case. Il-hoon points out that he knows his opponents very well, so he sees no problem in cooperation between them, and points out that it's much more profitable to go through the scenario as an alliance. Deokja considers Kan-il's offer to provide information as a goodwill gesture, and the young hero sees it as a great opportunity since his group started the script a little later than the others. Gun Il-hoon notes that an alliance would be beneficial to both parties, and also points out that he knows some of the secrets of the fourth scenario. The deputy representative says with a smile on his face that Deokja won't regret it if he agrees to the alliance and team up with them. Gun Il-hoon is proudly surrounded by his subordinates and waits for the young hero's response, a few girls standing behind him and not paying much attention to what's happening in front of them. The young hero indicates that he wants to meet the leader of Dongdaemun and specifies where he is now, and Gun-il indicates that he can escort Deokja to a private meeting with him. Deokja agrees to Kan-il's offer and calmly heads toward the deputy representative and his men, and Yu-sang wants to stop the young hero but doesn't know what to say. Yu-sang understands the hand-stopping Deokja and Kan-il's men, and then asks the deputy a question about why those came to Chunmuro Station. Yu-sang points to the subway map and says that there are a huge number of other stations around Chunmuro that they can form an alliance with. Yu-sang's question has Kan-il stunned, cold sweat running down his face, and he says that the other stations have formed alliances for a long time, and Chunmuro has just opened. Deokja, along with his companions, look at the deputy representative with suspicion and misunderstanding as he tries to wriggle out of Yu-sang's uncomfortable question. The young hero gets on the back of Kan-il's motorcycle and asks Gil-young to stay at the station, while Kan-pil orders him to protect the boy. The group of Dongdaemun Station starts the engines of the motorcycles and rush along the railroad tracks of the subway station with great speed. The motorcycles rush down the railroad tracks with great speed, and Deokja leans over to Gun Il-hoon to ask him some questions. The young hero asks the deputy representative of the Dongdaemun group if he's heard anything about Chunmuro Station and its scary guardian named Jun-hyuk. The deputy representative pretends not to understand what the young hero is trying to tell him and continues to drive along the railroad tracks without slowing down. Deokja contacts his team and prepares to order the operation against Gun-il and his henchmen. Deokja abruptly jumps off the back of Gun Il-hoon's motorcycle, and Yu-sang uses his ability and golden threads to hit the ground to knock the men off the transport. Dongjaemun's group tries to handle the controls, but due to the rough road and Yu-sang's impacts, they lose control of their vehicles. The young hero and his comrades continue to attack Kan-il's group from the air to prevent them from getting away. The deputy representative falls on the railroad tracks from his motorcycle and tries to find out from the young hero why he attacked them with his team. The story shifts back a few hours. Deokja stands surrounded by his comrades and offers to pretend that they agree to Gun-il's proposal. Doc Ja and his team hangs in the air with the help of the golden threads that Yu Sang created. The young hero points out to Kong Il that he ambushed them. The young hero and his team quickly descend to the ground. They bear their weapons to deal with the deputy representative and his gang. Gil Young sits near a stone pillar and quietly sniffles his nose. The recent events have exhausted the boy a lot, so he quickly falls asleep. Kanpil-du sits beside the boy and guards him on Doc Cha's orders. The weapons baron is very angry that he has to obey some juvenile brat. The weapons baron hears the restless voices of people. He turns his head back and tries to find out what is going on. Zhang Hewan uses her unique skill. Huge bowls of justice appear above her back, giving her blade devastating power. The girl has no problem massacring the people in front of her and rejoices in the fact that she's finally been able to fully utilize her ability. Hyun Sung holds his sword over the head of one of the men who is badly wounded and holds his hand over the wounds on his face. The lieutenant is ready to deal with anyone who threatens his friends without a doubt. Doc Ja has no trouble tossing aside the motorcycles along with their drivers and points his glowing sword towards Kon Il-hu. Yu Sang hears strange cries coming from the direction of the station and looks in its direction to see what's going on there. The young hero is distracted from dealing with Kon Il-do because Yu Sang beckons him over and points to the station that was attacked. At Chunmuro Station, all hell is breaking loose as a huge crowd of people break into the station, breaking through the glass windows with the intention of taking it over. Kanpil-do looks around and doesn't understand why there are suddenly so many armed men at the station. Doc Ja asks Yu Sang to tie up the survivors from Dong Diamond Station, while he goes to Chunmuro Station to protect the flagpole. Several armed men from Myeongdong Station climb onto the platform and attack all the people in their path, trying to clear the way to the flagpole. In the center of the enemy squad is a guy with a red armband on his head, giving his team some orders and telling them that they need to insert the flag into the flagpole. On the armband of the man who commands the squads is painted the name of Myeongdong Station. He shouts loudly towards his guys and directs them to attack the flagpole. The young hero in quick spurts finds himself near his home station and peers with interest at the man with the red patch on his head. Deok Ja runs along with Jang Hee-won along the railroad tracks and spots the Myeongdong Station representative, who soon finds himself at the station's flagpole. Bright electric discharges completely envelop the Myeongdong Station representative's body, because the man is using his unique red flag ability. The man in a furious outburst gives the order to clear the passage to the flagpole, and his loyal comrades join the fight to help their commander. The young hero notices that the representative of Myeongdong Station has a flag that wears red. He knows that in the battle for flags, his color is one of the important parts of passing the fourth scenario. Deok Ja recalls the story of the Survival Methods novella where there were several different colored flags, and with each successive color, the buff for the group became noticeably stronger. The young hero looks at the representative of Myeongdong Station and makes the assumption that he either took away the other station's flag or dealt with its representative. Kanpil-du grits his teeth in anger as he sees a large number of armed men rushing towards him. The gun baron covers the retreating men and uses his unique ability to activate automatic turrets and open fire on the enemy. The men from Myeongdong Station did not expect to meet such strong resistance. They try to fight their way through the heavy barrage of machine gun fire, but the turret bullets catch up with each of them. One of the Myeongdong Station representative's personal bodyguards runs up to his boss and points out that they had no information that Chunmuro Station had such strong weapons. The station representative gives his men the order to retreat in a loud voice and jumps onto the railroad tracks with them. The young hero is not going to let the Chunmuro Station representative and his gang go. He activates the unique attribute of his blade and rushes into battle. With one swing of his sword, Doc Ja causes the earth to split in two. The people of Chunmuro Station fall to the ground and try to protect themselves from the strong fire with their hands. The commander orders his squad to break through the wall of fire that the young hero has created as quickly as possible, and immediately gets shot several times in the back by a machine gun turret. Chunmuro, the station representative, cries out in pain and falls to the ground with his men, and his blindfold is picked up by a strong wind and blown off his forehead. The red armband that was the symbol of Myeongdong Station falls to the ground. The attack of the station representative ended in a complete failure. A huge number of people are lying unconscious on the railroad tracks. They have received a huge number of wounds from the turret bullets and sword blade, so they are no longer able to move. The gun baron notices the flag of Myeongdong Station falling to the ground. His eyes light up brightly from the anticipation of getting a quick profit. Kanpil-do runs out of the subway station and runs towards the Myeongdong Station flag to retrieve it for himself. But suddenly, he hears the familiar voice of Doc Ja and stops. The gun baron is about to raise the red flag and is already anticipating a quick victory. But Doc Ja runs up to him and tells him that if Con Pil-du takes the flag, he'll be lying face down on the floor. Con Pil-du curses loudly and reluctantly gives up his plan and walks up to the subway station while Doc Ja raises the flag of Myeongdong Group. As soon as Doc Ja raises the red flag, his personal flag changes its color to red, and the information panel informs him that he is one more step short of the rank of king. The young hero looks at his flag, which quickly changes to red. He is happy that he got the extra flag because all the colored flags give an advantage to all the members of the group and its representative. Doc Ja looks over the bodies of the people of Myeongdong Station and points out that Kun Pil-du could have shown mercy, while the weapons baron crosses his arms over his chest and says that he's not going to spare the invaders. The young hero examines the bodies of the men. He is very upset that he now has absolutely no one to ask questions, but Doc Ja is sure that the attackers knew exactly what they were facing on the station. Doc Ja turns towards Hyun-sung and Yu-sang, who are running towards him and carrying the captives on their shoulders. The young hero makes the assumption that some prophets have sold information about Chunmuro Station. The young hero examines the subway map, which has become stained with blood after the battle. He notices that Myeongdong Station is very close to Chunmuro. Yu-sang uses his golden thread to bind Gun Il-hoon, and Hyun-sung lays him down near the wall to interrogate him and find out as much information about the enemies as possible. The representative of the Dongdaemun Station deputy looks expectantly at Doc Ja's group and asks them what they're going to do with him. The young hero draws his sword from its sheath, which begins to burn with a bright blue flame, and warns Kong Il that if he doesn't start talking, he will deal with him without much trouble. The young hero slowly walks towards the deputy station representative and starts counting down, and the girls look fearfully in his direction. Kong Il shakes with fear as he sees Doc Ja approaching him with quick steps and tries to free himself from his restraints, but he doesn't have the strength. The deputy station representative asks Doc Ja to stop his rash actions and promises to give him all the information. Kong Il-hoon tells him that there are prophets who have told his gang all the information about Chunmuro Station. The young hero looks at the deputy with horror, but does not remove his sword from his face. Doc Ja turns to Yu-sang and asks the girl to gag Kong Il with golden threads as fast as possible, and the girl reaches forward and does what the young hero ordered her to do. Kong Il's eyes are completely devoid of pupils, and he tries to mumble something through the gag of threads, but you can barely make out the incoherent speech. The young hero examines Kong Il's face and makes the assumption that someone used hypnosis to keep the deputy from saying something unnecessary. Doc Ja climbs to the roof of the movie theater and addresses Lee Ji-hai, who is greatly startled by the young hero's sudden voice. The young hero comes closer to Jun-hyuk, who is lying on the ground, and asks Lee Ji-hai how he is feeling. The girl wonders what is going on downstairs, and Doc Ja tells her not to worry about it. Jun-hyuk has suffered a serious psychological trauma and several sword scars, so he's still not recovered and is slowly recovering while lying on the ground. The young hero takes out a small notebook from his pocket and tries to draw something on the paper. He says that Jun-hyuk will need some more time to recover and asks Lee Ji-hai to sit with him for a while. The young hero urges the high school student not to read the note, even though he's sure the girl will read it. The young hero examines the messages that appear on the information panel and notices that the information from the note has also been hidden from the constellation's eyes. Doc Ja is distracted from the information boards when he hears Lee Ji-hai's voice turned in his direction. He slowly turns his head to listen to the high school girl. Lee Ji-hai scrutinizes the folded note and tries to ask more about the words that the young hero shouted towards Jun-hyuk in the heat of battle. The young hero has completely forgotten that he said too many unnecessary things during the battle, so he worries that Lee Ji-hai might have suspected something. Doc Ja tries to play dumb and says that he doesn't understand what Lee Ji-hai is trying to say to him, and the older girl tries to find the words but is too shy to voice her thoughts out loud. Lee Ji-hai loudly says the words that Doc Ja spoke to Jun-hyuk during their last battle. The high school girl really wants to know why the young hero was saying that. The young hero is shocked by Lee Ji-hai's phrase. He doesn't know what to say back to the high school girl, so he's in a slight stupor and doesn't say a word. Lee Ji-hai continues to quote the young hero's words, and Doc Ja takes his eyes off the girl and mentally wonders why the high school girl is distorting the tone of his words. The young hero continues to listen to the high school girl's words, and he feels sickened by her words and curses himself for deciding to come to her. Lee Ji-hai doesn't pay any attention to Doc Ja and twists the young hero's words with great persistence. Doc Ja tries to explain to the girl that he didn't mean it, but she doesn't listen to him. Constellations listens attentively to the conversation and rejoices at the interesting turn of events. Ja becomes furious, but realizes that there is no point in arguing with the high school girl. The young hero is tired of listening to Lee Ji-hai's ramblings and heads towards the underground station. The girl wants to ask a few more questions, but Ja suggests asking Jun-hyuk when he wakes up. The young hero walks down the escalator steps and studies a short story about survival techniques. He's very interested in the prophets that weren't in the main story. Ja goes over his encounter with the prophet Anna Croft in his mind and makes the assumption that perhaps there are other prophets like her. The young protagonist returns to his friends and comes to the realization that there are other readers besides him who have access to the survival novel as well as he does. Hyun-sung, Yu Sang, and Deok-ja go to the nearest station to find out information about the prophets. The lieutenant offers to take as many people with him as possible, and the young hero refuses the offer and says that he is not going to fight. The young hero is about to go to Myeongdong Station. He warns his companions that if the people of the station are left alone, they will quickly die. Ja remembers the people who belong to the Landlord Alliance and left Chunmuro Station. He is sure that such people cannot survive in the current world. The young hero moves forward and notices that Yu Sang has lost her spirits. She looks down at her feet and walks forward in silence. Ja realizes that Yu Sang is very disappointed that they were not able to team up with the other people on the station. He asks the girl not to dwell on the situation and not to trust other people so much. The girl realizes that the current world is very harsh. However, she feels very sorry for people, and if possible, she would like to coexist peacefully with others without hurting anyone. Yu Sang turns towards the young hero and points out that she is only around him now because she was once able to trust him. Ja is shocked by the girl's words and doesn't know what to say to her. He ponders Yu Sang's phrase about trust and then turns towards the lieutenant, who calls him over. The lieutenant points towards Myeongdong Station, which is dotted with a huge number of those peaceful people. The guys look around carefully and try to figure out what happened here. 3 people are standing in the center of the station. They are dressed in military gear and talking about something. All of their clothes are completely covered in scarlet blood. The suspicious individuals notice Ja's group approaching the station. They look in their direction and contemplate an escape plan. They jump on their motorcycles and leave Myeongdong Station at a fast pace, leaving behind a puff of smoke. Hyun-seong looks at the bodies of the people with surprise. He asks his friends if they realize what happened here, and the young hero looks around the station without much emotion and says he has no idea what could have happened here. The young hero looks at the departing mercenaries and makes the assumption that these people knew full well that he would be arriving with his group. Deok-ja climbs onto the platform of Myeongdong Station with Yu Sang and Hyun-sung and looks around for a flagpole to take over the station. The young hero quickly finds the special stone circle for the flagpole and approaches it to take over Myeongdong Station. Ja removes his red flag from his back and places it in the center of the circle. The station lights up bright blue and welcomes its new owner. As the ritual of capturing the station comes to an end, several informational signs appear in front of Ja, indicating that until the flag is captured, Myeongdong Station will belong to the young hero. Ja looks at his red flag, whose strength has been increased by capturing the new station. He is sure that the flag's strength will definitely come in handy. A huge blue panel appears in front of the young hero, showing him the conditions of a hidden scenario called the King's Road. A huge sign with the names of the subway stations is covered in dried blood, and somewhere in the distance, the voices of Deok-ja and his comrades can be heard discussing the scenario. Hyun-sung expresses his joy that it is the young hero who will fight for the title of king, while Deok-ja can't understand why his companions are so happy about the fact that he got the hidden script. Young Hee-won laughs at the young hero and jokingly suggests that he address him as Your Majesty, but Deok-ja laughs nervously and asks him not to do that. The young hero listens to his friend's jokes and continues to read the description of the hidden scenario. He notices that every day he needs to capture at least one station to not lose in this race against the clock. Deok-ja offers to find out more about those who attack them. He is about to head towards Dongmyo Station and asks Jung Hee-won and Hyun-sung to accompany him on this difficult journey. Yu Sang raises her hand, asking to go along with her friends, but Deok-ja asks the girl to stay at the station. The young hero realizes that he has puzzled the girl with his abrupt refusal and tries to find the words to explain the reason for his refusal. Yu Sang is distracted from her thoughts when Deok-ja beckons her over to him. Jung Hee-won and Hyun-sung watch Yu Sang and Deok-ja's conversation. They are worried about their friend, who is still undecided about her role in the group. Gil Young is lying peacefully by the flag pedestal, asleep, and unaware of the fact that the station has recently managed to hold off a powerful attack from the other groups. Yu Sang is greatly cheered up by the young hero's words, she says with a smile that she always writes down Dokja's words in her notes. The young hero points Yu Sang in the direction of the huge number of people and asks the girl to calm them down in case of trouble, while the weapons baron sits leaning against the wall and folds his hands in front of him unhappily. Dokja reveals a map of the subway station to his friends. He points to Hui Yun's station and warns Yu Sang that they may have to defend themselves against raids from that direction. The young hero turns to his friends and offers to give Yu Sang some of his authority so that she can more easily control the processes at the station. Hun Seong and Young Hee-won agree to the young hero's idea, and the lieutenant points out that Yu Sang is an excellent candidate because she can be trusted. The young hero shakes Yu Sang's hand and with a special ritual appoints the girl as the deputy representative of Chunmuro Station. Several information panels appear in front of Yu Sang describing her new abilities that she has gained paired with her appointment as deputy. The young hero looks confidently in the direction of the confused girl. He has no doubts that Yu Sang can definitely handle her duties. Yu Sang's cheeks slightly blush with excitement, and a slight smile of happiness appears on her face. The girl is very happy that her friends are relying on her. Yu Sang proudly raises her head up and promises her friends that she will try her best not to let them down and protect Chunmuro Station. The young hero carefully examines the subway map. He draws a route to Dongmyo Station and realizes that there are several other stations to pass through to get to his destination. Dokja, along with Hyun Sung and Jung Hee-won, walk down to the train tracks and head along an information sign that points with an arrow in the direction to Dongdae Cultural Park. The young hero explains to his friends that he appointed Yu Sang as his deputy, not just to cheer her up, but because he has confidence in her abilities. As Dokja and his team walk quickly along the subway tracks, they discuss Yu Sang's appointment, and Jung Hee-won asks her to give her a special assignment too. Jung Hee-won remembers Jun Hyuk, who is still lying on the roof, and asks the young hero if it was worth leaving the crazy man unattended. Dokja asks Jung Hee-won not to worry about Jun Hyuk, assuring her that there's no reason to worry that the main character might do something unpleasant. The young character asks the girl about her family, and Jung Hee-won talks about her brother who is always getting into trouble and annoying her. Dokja compares Jung Hee-won's brother to Jun Hyuk and says that the main character gives him a lot of little troubles and worries, but he still cares about him. The young hero explains to the girl that he hates Jun Hyuk a lot because he has gotten into arguments with a lot of people because of him. The young hero ponders in his head about who might be hiding under the mask of a prophet. Dokja and Jung Hee-won turns towards Hyun Sung, who notices that they have become very friendly. Jung Hee-won looks at Hyun Sung with a smile and teases him that he's jealous of their happiness. But Hyun Sung blushes and says he didn't mean it at all. Dokja and his team move quickly through the subway tunnel, seemingly without anyone in front of them, the walls covered in dried bloodstains, and a light flickers in the distance. The young hero, along with Jung Hee-won and Hyun Sung, climb into the station and prepare to fight. The young hero points out that the station is too quiet and asks his friends to stay alert. Dokja approaches the pedestal where the flag is to be placed. The young hero looks around and hesitates to use his flag. Konil-do, who Hyun Sung has been carrying on his shoulders all this time, starts to move and gradually regains consciousness. The vice chairman comes to his senses and says something about Dongdae Station in a loud voice, which scares the whole group. Konil-do doesn't have time to finish his sentence, and his consciousness disappears again, leaving behind an empty shell of a man who can only mumble. The young hero scrutinizes Konil-do. An information panel appears in front of him that informs him that the deputy has become a wanderer, and Dokja makes the assumption that Dongdae Station has been taken over. As the young hero thinks about the situation, he realizes that the people who sent Myeongdong and Dongdae to Chunmuro Station had set up the situation in advance and framed their allies. Dokja recalls that a huge number of people came from Dongdae Station, which allowed his garrison to be severely weakened. The young hero plays back in his mind the memories of Myeongdong and Dongdae's joint attack, and then makes the assumption that they were an easy target after their failed sortie. Dokja suggests that the people he discovered at Myeongdong Station were precisely the invaders who carefully planned their attack. Hyun Sung gently pulls Konil-hoon off his back and places him on the floor, while Dokja folds his hands in front of him and thinks about how he should handle the situation. Dokja examines the pedestal on which the image of Dongmyo's flag still hangs and makes sure that he has to deal with people who are also familiar with the story of how to survive. Hyun Seong hears strange footsteps coming from the far end of the station and warns his friends that someone is coming in their direction. A strange man appears on the train tracks and scrutinizes Dokja's group, then looks at Il-hoon and rebukes him for bringing unwanted guests. On the railroad tracks stands a guy whose clothes are covered with golden designs. He stands surrounded by his loyal men and looks at Dokja and his companions with a smile. The man's face takes on a calm expression, and he waits patiently for Dokja and his companions to answer his question. The young hero uses his ability and tries to look up information about the man in front of him, and then answers the strange man that he and his group came from Chunmuro Station. The strange man doesn't really trust the young hero. They use their ability and try to check Dokja's characteristics. The man sharply closes his eyes in pain because the unique fourth wall skill prevents him from learning about Dokja's characteristics. The strange man removes his hand from his face and looks perplexed at the people in front of him. He doesn't understand why his skill didn't work. The young hero reaches for his two-handed sword and prepares to give battle in case of danger, and the strange man asks him what his name is. Dokja realizes that he is facing one of the prophets who was well aware of the state of affairs at Chunmuro Station. The young hero looks up and makes an indifferent expression on his face. He decides to use his opponent's knowledge of the history of the novella to his advantage. A faint smile appears on Dokja's face as he comes up with a great plan to fool the prophets. The strange man is startled when Dokja makes a haughty face. He and his companions take a few steps back but continue to wait for the young hero's answer. The young hero carefully watches the actions of the strange man and his companions. He looks at them with a haughty expression and is about to say his name. To Hyun Sung and Jung Hee-won's surprise, the young hero decides to introduce himself as Jun Hyuk to scare one of the prophets who is standing right in front of him. Hyun Sung and Jung Hee-won look at each other fearfully. Not realizing what's going on, they try to hold back their emotions so as not to give away Dokja. The strange man takes a few more steps back when the young hero introduces himself by another man's name. He knows the story of the survival novel, so he understands exactly how dangerous Jun Hyuk can be. The young hero decides to continue playing the role of Jun Hyuk until the end. He notices that the strange man is scared of him and decides to ask him why he is scared after learning his name. The strange man becomes much more polite and tries to pretend that Jun Hyuk's name didn't embarrass him at all. The man's eyes light up with a greenish hue, and he uses his ability on the other companions of Dokja to gauge the strength of their skills. The young hero continues to follow the strange man and allows him to gather information about Hyun Sung using the skill detector. Dokja asks the strange man to stop looking at the characteristics of his comrades. The young hero pretends to use the sage gaze to scare his opponent even more. Sweat drips profusely down the strange man's face. He swallows his saliva and tries to choose his words correctly when speaking to the young hero. One of the strange man's companions steps forward and speaks loudly about how Dokja is being too disrespectful to them. The strange man quickly draws his blade and stabs his subordinate in the back, causing him to scream in pain and fall to the ground. The subordinate receives a few more blows from his boss and falls to the ground, while other people watch with horror and fear in their eyes. The young hero and his friends are shocked by the strange man's performance, but continue to follow his movements. The strange man apologizes for the disrespectful communication of his man, who has shown undignified behavior. He puts his sword in its scabbard and decides to formally introduce himself. The strange man introduces himself as Lee Sung-guk and says that he is the vice chairman of Dongmyo Station. Dokja and his team quickly find themselves at Dongmyo Station, where a small sign covered in blood hangs at the entrance. A huge number of people from Dongmyo Station come closer to scrutinize the newly arrived guests. The young hero and his comrades follow the deputy representative of Dongmyo Station to meet the leader of the group. Hyun Sung wants to talk to Dokja and addresses him by name, but Jung Hee-won punches him sharply in the stomach, silencing the lieutenant. The young hero turns to Jung Hee-won and asks her if she understood what she had to do, and the girl nods her head and replies that she roughly understood the situation. Lee Sung-guk is greatly surprised as Dokja asks him in a rough voice to go far away. The man doesn't dare to object because he's frightened by Jun Hyuk's strength. The young hero continues to play the role of the main character. He demands Sung-guk to give him the rights to the station and then go far away. The young hero continues to stand calmly on the edge of the platform, while Sung-guk pivots back and tries to negotiate with him on different terms. Sung-guk flinches when he hears the young hero's refusal to accept his terms, drops of sweat slowly dripping down his face, and he steps back. Dokja points out that the deputy station representative has the right to hand over the station, so he demands to do it as soon as possible. Sung-guk's companions raise their swords but shiver in fear as Dokja starts counting down, and the strange man ponders how he should handle this situation. The young hero points out that Sunguk doesn't take his words seriously. He says he's not going to joke and grabs the hilt of his sword. Dokja slowly pulls out his sword, his face takes on a menacing look, and the weapon is covered in electric shocks. The young hero continues his report and heads towards Sunguk. The young hero points his sword towards Sunguk and demands him to hand over possession of the station to him as soon as possible, and the man frightenedly raises his hands in the air. A deputy representative Lee Sunguk looks warily at Dokja as he rebukes him for the man's tardy response and begins to demand the Donda station from him. Lee Sunguk falls to his knees and asks Dokja to spare him. He points out that he can hand over the culture park without much trouble, but he'll have to meet with his representative to hand over the Dongdaemun station. The deputy representative leans slightly in front of Dokja and points towards the tent, saying that he should go there. The young hero and his companions walk proudly down the path. But Hyun-sung has no idea what's going on, so he follows his friends in silence. Deokja scrutinizes Lee Sung-guk and makes the assumption that this man definitely has a phone with a file on survival techniques. The young hero continues to follow Sung-guk and wonders why he didn't use the skills, character search and character description, while the man walks ahead and looks at his phone. Dokja stops abruptly in preparation for a quick dash and uses a huge amount of gold coins to increase his agility. The young hero is behind Lee Sung-guk's back in a split second and looks at his phone. He asks the man what is so interesting he is looking at his phone. Sung-guk abruptly puts his phone aside and says he has no secrets from the young hero and tries to handle the situation. Young has time to see that on the screen of Sung-guk's phone was a chat group that he was actively texting with someone. Deokja assumes that the head of Dongmyo Station is a nerd who is great at communicating with technology, and Sung-guk points the young hero in the direction of the tent entrance and says that they're on the spot. Young Hee-won looks around. She notices a tall man watching other people work and giving them orders. Two young men are using long knives to cut up the monster's meat, cutting out the necessary pieces. The man stands over the men and orders them to move faster. A few strong-armed men stand over the men and supervise the work process. Dokja asks Jung Hee-won to stay outside and observe the situation. The young hero comes closer to Jung Hee-won and asks the girl to follow Hyun-sung to make sure he doesn't say anything unnecessary. Deokja and Jung Hee-won slowly turn towards Hyun-sung, who still doesn't understand what's going on here and why the young hero is pretending to be a different person. Kon Il-hoon is lying on Hyun-sung's back. Quite some time has passed, but the man still hasn't come to his senses, and cold sweat is actively running down his face. Young Hee-won decides to play along with Deokja. She gets down on one knee and says that she will obey her master's order, and Hyun-sung drops to one knee as well. A subway map is placed near the entrance to the tent, and the young hero scrutinizes it and thinks of a retreat in case he fails. The young hero sees a man in front of him who is typing nonstop on a large keyboard, making loud noises as he types. Dokja picks up the cloth and walks into the tent. Lee Sung-guk points him in the direction of King Dongmyo and asks him to walk a bit forward. The young hero looks around carefully and notices the representative of Dongmyo Station in front of him. The representative does not pay any attention at all to the people who have entered his tent. He sits in front of the monitor screen and continues typing on the keyboard. A young guy is sitting on a chair holding a blue flag. She has a small headphone around her neck and the sound of keys being pressed on the keyboard is coming from her finger. A nerd sits in front of a computer typing some message, huge bags under his eyes caused by lack of sleep. The young hero looks around the room and is surprised to find a nice bed in the shawl. Han Dong-hoon continues typing a message and ignores Deokja. Han Dong-hoon uses his unique skill of comment manipulation. His fingers are covered with small lightning bolts, and his typing speed increases several times. Representative Dong-hoon is completely oblivious to being beckoned over by Sung-guk and continues typing on the keyboard. Dong-hoon takes his eyes off the computer screen after a few minutes. Lee Sung-guk points his hand towards Dokja and asks the representative to greet the guest. Han Dong-hoon ineptly greets the young hero. He doesn't know what to say because he tries to avoid socializing with people he doesn't know much about. The representative becomes very worried that a stranger has appeared in his room, and out of panic, he starts biting his nails and returns his gaze to the monitor screen. The young hero makes a menacing expression and reprimands Lee Sung-guk for clearly bullying him by bringing him here. Deokja says that he will never believe that the station representative is such a pathetic person. He asks to be taken seriously. Lee Sung-guk doesn't know what to say when Dokja pushes him against the wall. He decides to confess and says that he is the one in charge of Dongdaemun Station. The tent inside looks very well kept. with a luxurious bed in the center of the room and a bedside table next to it, filled with lots of empty boxes. Lee Sung-gok tells Deok-ja that the skill used in this room is noise isolation, so no one can overhear their conversation. The young hero is greatly surprised when Lee Sung-gok introduces himself as one of the prophets who sees the future. Hyun-sung and Young Hee-won are standing outside the tent waiting for their friend, discussing the situation and thinking of a battle plan. Lee Sung-gok raves about how Young Hyuk is the only one with a special ability, the miracle of regression that can constantly rebirth him over and over again. The seer continues to praise Jun Hyuk. In his head, he imagines the main character standing in front of a huge mechanism that allows him to experience multiple lives. Lee Sung-gok puts his palms to his chest and thanks Deok-ja for his hard mission, believing that he is facing Jun Hyuk, whom he idolizes. Han Dong-hoon has no interest in the conversation between Deok-ja and Lee Sung-gok as he continues typing on the keyboard and doesn't pay attention to what they say. Lee Sung-gok talks about how the prophets have been blessed and sent here to help Jun Hyuk with his mission. The young hero listens with a smile to Lee Sung-gok, who tells him that the prophets have received a great revelation with which they will be able to guide Jun Hyuk to the right path. Deok-ja realizes that the survival novel is the revelation that Lee Sung-gok is talking about. He is surprised by the information and continues to listen to one of the prophets. Hyun-sung and Young Hee-won stand near the tent and talk to each other on distracting topics. They are completely unaware of the dialogue that is going on between Deok-ja and Lee Sung-gok. The young protagonist wonders where the records of the revelation Sung-gok is talking about are, and the man says that the original source has been lost forever. Sung-gok asks not to worry about losing the source of the revelation, as each of the prophets remember different parts of the revelation perfectly. Deok-ja crosses his arms over his chest and thinks of a plan of action, while the prophet stands in front of him and tries to persuade him to follow the instructions of the revelations. The young hero is amazed at Sung-gok's skill at coming up with a complicated plot on the fly, and the man stares at the young hero in a cold sweat, waiting for him to respond. Deok-ja asks Sung-gok what exactly he has to offer based on the revelations he's had access to. Hyun-sung and Young Hee-won are distracted from their conversation when they hear a man's footsteps quickly approaching in their direction. A man with a sword on his back heads towards Deok-ja's companions. He notices that he hasn't seen their faces on the station before. The man scratches his beard and then speaks in a loud voice to Jung Hee-won and Hyun-seong, asking them to join the squad. The young guy puts his hands in his pockets and slowly approaches towards Hyun-seong and Young Hee-won, and the guys look at the man and don't know how best to act in such a situation. Sung-gok continues to persuade Deok-ja to join the alliance and lead all the prophets. The young hero realizes that the prophets actually, though, to take cover behind the protagonist's back. Sung-gok continues to persuade Deok-ja to join the alliance and lead all the prophets. The young hero realizes that the prophets actually, though, to take refuge behind the protagonist's back. The young guy takes a closer look at Young Hee-won and Hyun-sung and demands them to give an answer as to what they forgot at Dongdaemun Station. Deok-ja is perfectly into his role as Jun Hyuk. He gives Sung-gok a cold stare and tells him that if he wants to team up with him, he will be required to give him all the information about himself. Young Hee-won seems to be copying the young hero's demeanor. She turns to the man with a cold stare and asks him why he is picking on them. The guy is shocked by the girl's insolence. He is in a complete stupor after her words and doesn't know what to say. Sung-gok clutches his phone tightly with both hands. He's a little worried after what Deok-ja said and doesn't understand the true meaning of it. The young hero stares at the prophet and silently waits for the man to finally understand the true meaning of his words. Jung Hee-won stands a few meters away from the man and reaches for his sword with the intention of fighting if necessary. Deok-ja takes a seat on the bed and scrutinizes it, and Sung-gok says something about how he doesn't understand the young hero at all, since he revealed his true motives long ago. A wide smile appears on Sung-gok's face, which quickly transforms into an emotion of fear when Deok-ja demands him to fall to his knees in front of him. The young hero puts his foot on his leg and looks at him expectantly. He is sure that the prophet will do exactly as he said. Deok-ja looks up from below with a piercing gaze at Sung-gok, and once again demands him to kneel down and tell him what attribute he has. Sung-gok is very shocked by the young hero's question. He knows that Jun Hyuk has a special ability that can easily determine a person's attribute, and doesn't understand why he is demanding such information from him. Sung-gok doesn't understand at all why the main character would ask about something he already knows about. He assumes the main character is going to test him. Sung-gok falls to his knees in front of Deok-ja and stares somewhere in the floor. Then he looks up and says that his main attribute is hypnosis. The young hero remembers what happened to Kang Il-hoon when he was about to tell him information about the prophets, and makes the assumption that the person who hypnotized that guy is sitting in front of him. Sung-gok gingerly watches the young hero and wonders if the young hero still has some questions about his person. The young hero sits on the bed and waits for Sung-gok to tell some more about the prophets who know about the novelization of survival methods. Cold sweat is actively dripping down Sung-gok's face. He doesn't want to tell too much about the prophets, but he's afraid to make a mistake and lie because he believes that Jun-hyuk is in front of him. Sung-gok interrupts the silence that has fallen on the room with his voice and talks about how he is the 9th descended prophet. Han Dong-hoon continues to type on the keyboard without stopping, interested in what is on the monitor screen and not listening to the conversation between Sung-gok and Deok-ja. The young hero demands an explanation as to why the prophets call themselves the descended ones and not the guardians of a special revelation, and Sung-gok doesn't know what to say to Deok-ja's questions and tries to mumble something. Sung-gok explains to the young hero that those people who quit reading the prophecy have become numbered, and the young hero tries to find out the principle behind the distribution of the ordinal number among the prophets. The young hero learns that Sung-gok is the 9th prophet in number. He points out that such a prophet is of no use to him. Sung-gok clutches his phone tightly in his hands and begs Deok-ja to change his mind. He promises that he can definitely help the young hero in his endeavors. Deok-ja looks disdainfully at Sung-gok and rebukes the man for constantly holding onto the screen of his smartphone, but the man apologizes and says it's just his addiction. The man puts his hand down on the hilt of his sword. He thinks that the third-rate characters in front of him, so he decides to fight them to punish them for their insolent behavior. Jun Hee-won lazily scratches her ear and doesn't understand why the man is so angry with him. She's confident in her abilities and doesn't see him as a threat. The young hero and Sung-gok interrupt their dialogue. They feel the vibration that pierced the tent room and instantly fall silent. The young hero looks towards the exit of the tent and makes an assumption that an additional scenario has opened up that caused this vibration. Deok-ja, along with Sung-gok, exit the tent and see a fight unfolding in front of them between Jung Hee-won and an unfamiliar swordsman. The man with the mask on his chest stabs his sword with all his might where the girl was standing, and Jung Hee-won jumps up into the air and is about to counterattack her assailant. Jung Hee-won looks at the man and insults him with a loud voice. The girl exposes her sword and prepares to deliver a decisive blow. The young hero tries to call out to the girl to draw her attention to himself, but Jung Hee-won strikes hard and the wind drowns out the young hero's words. Jung Hee-won doesn't hear the young hero's words. She throws several crushing blows and throws her opponent aside. The huge gust of wind that appeared after Jung Hee-won's punch envelops the young hero and Deok-ja, who are greatly shocked by what is happening. People from all over the station come to the scene of the fight. A huge hole is left after Jung Hee-won's punch, and everyone is looking at it with interest. Sung-gok introduces his friend to Deok-ja and on his knees apologizes for the inconvenience, asking him not to swear at his friend because he was unaware of what was going on. The Deok-ja sits in a cozy chair with his foot on his leg and waits for an apology from the man who is kneeling in front of him. Behind the young hero are Jung Hee-won and Hyun-sung, who are looking intently in the direction of the instigator of the fight. The young guy apologizes for the inconvenience, and Deok-ja uses the information console to look at the character description and realizes that there is another prophet in front of him. The young hero doesn't raise his gaze to Jung Hee-won and addresses her, claiming that the girl was responsible for the mayhem. Jung Hee-won says that the man started the fight first, but Deok-ja's loud voice interrupts her accusations and asks her to be held accountable for the misdeed. Both prophets watch in amazement as Jung Hee-won falls to her knees and apologizes for her misdeed to Deok-ja, addressing him by the name of Jun-hyuk. Jung Hee-won leaves the tent with a disgruntled grimace, followed by Hyun-sung, who glances warily at Deok-ja, who remains in the tent. Han Dong-hoon continues typing a message on the computer. He doesn't take his eyes off the computer screen for a second, even considering the violent shaking of the room that was caused by Jung Hee-won. The young hero looks towards the two prophets who have stepped aside to discuss personal matters amongst themselves. He asks them not to linger too much. After all, they are wasting his precious time. Sung-gok reprimands his friend and goes away from the tent while Deok-ja goes outside and buys a special skill from Tokebi to enhance his hearing so that he can overhear what the prophets are saying to each other. Deok-ja uses the hearing enhancement skill and overhears the prophets talking about the appearance of the mid-level Tokebi, which may happen in the 4th scenario. Sung-gok and his friend talk over Deok-ja. They argue about whether the young hero is Jun-hyuk or just pretending. The man points out that the young hero seems strange and not handsome at all. And Sung Gok looks at his friend with surprise and asks him not to talk nonsense. Doc Ja gets really angry when the prophets point out that he has some wrong facial features. He worries that the prophets might suspect him of being deceitful. The young man points out that Sung Gok is only the 9th prophet, so he might have long forgotten everything and confused Jun Hyuk with someone else. The young man points toward Jong Hee-won and points out that this girl wasn't with Jun Hyuk during his 3rd regression. Deok Ja stands on the other side of the tent and listens intently to the argument between the 2 prophets. He's amazed that even in this world, arguments about the novel's plot of survival methods don't stop. Sung Gok's friend Young Min Seop returns to the tent with everyone else and apologizes deeply for causing Doc Ja so much trouble. The young prophet bows low and introduces himself with a smile on his face. He is amazed that Jun Hyuk is in front of him and can't believe it. Sung Gok and Jung Min Seop are very surprised when Deok Ja asks a question about the young prophet's ordinal number. Young Min Seop's face is veined with anger for telling his friend about the prophet's ordinal numbers. He tries to keep a smile on his face so as not to anger the young hero. Han Dong-hoon continues to chew his nails and stare into his computer screen, while Jung Min Seop talks about being the 1089th descendant among the other prophets. The young hero learns that there are about 48 prophets at the moment. Doc Ja assumed there would be quite a few prophets, so he isn't surprised by Jung Min's answer. Sung Gok points out that there were many more prophets in the beginning, but they failed in the first scenario, and Doc Ja expresses that he doesn't understand how you can fail a scenario if you know what will happen in the future. Sung Gok points out that he only recently realized what the real revelation means, and Jung Min expresses that he is honored to have met Jun Hyuk. Jung Min Seop asks permission to ask Doc Ja some questions, and the young hero remarks that the man likely doubts the veracity of his words. Young Hee-won talks to Hyun Sung and complains that she is uncomfortable at the station, and the lieutenant tries to support her friend. Deok Ja listens intently to Jung Min's question about why he's traveling with some strange girl who wasn't in the survival novel. The prophets are surprised to learn that the crazy demon doesn't exist because someone managed to straighten him out in this regression. The young hero points out that the crazy demon was probably killed by some prophet, but he doesn't know who. Doc Ja reveals that he has been wondering for quite some time where the crazy demon could have disappeared to, but now he has come to the conclusion that it was the work of one of the prophets. Sung Gok is pretty shocked by the fact that there's some prophet who managed to get through all the hidden scenarios faster than Jun Hyuk. Deok Ja is standing in an expensive suit and holding his cell phone. He stands against the starry sky and smiles mysteriously. The young hero decides to brazenly act, so he tells the prophets that there is a man pretending to be him in order to pass the script more successfully. Sung Gok stares intently at his phone screen, and Jung Min says that he's now 100% sure that the real Jun Hyuk is in front of him. Sung Gok abruptly jumps up from his chair and says that he might know who might have dealt with the crazy demon. The young hero is slightly surprised when Sung Gok tells him that not all prophets act together and have the same goal. Several people are sitting on the floor near the doors at the entrance to the subway station, thinking about how they're going to get through another day. The young hero sighs heavily and walks back to his friends, the dark blue flag on his back that he was able to obtain through his agreements with the prophets. Deok Ja falls to the ground from exhaustion, and Hyun Sung tries to find out from the young hero what is going on and why the young hero is making himself look like Jun Hyuk. The young hero extends his hand towards his comrades and asks them to wait for a while. He spends 3,500 gold coins to activate the dark blue flag effect. Doc Ja activates a group chat using the new flag, and his companions are greatly surprised by the new opportunity for communication. The young hero opens the subway map in front of his team. He tells them that they now own exactly 5 subway stations. Doc Ja is upset that Changsing Station has not been taken over by him. He was sure that the prophets from Dongmyo Station had taken it over long ago, but as it turned out, this was not the case. The story is transported back a few minutes as the young protagonist chats with 2 prophets. The men tell him that there is a group of people who call themselves the 12 Apostles. Sung Gok points out that there are 11 apostles known to exist at this point. According to his guess, the man who was able to surpass and overtake Jun Hyuk is the last unknown apostle. The prophet tells that every apostle wants to take over the world with the knowledge they got from the revelation. He condemns these people because they don't care about humanity and the world. The young hero scratches his beard and ponders the prophet's request to lead them to stop the apostles who are leading this world into chaos. Doc Ja demands that Changsing Station be handed over to him, but the prophets throw up their hands and say that this request is impossible because the station is not in their power. The young hero is greatly shocked by the prophet's words. He didn't expect Changxing Station to be ignored by the prophets. He knows that he is one of the few people who can fight Junhyuk as an equal, and the prophet's stories about Changxing Station further confirm his guess. The young hero sits back and contemplates a strategy to take over the station. He is unhappy that because of the actions of the other prophets, the tyrant king got his power too early. Young Hee-won and Hyun-sung communicate mentally with Dok-ja through a shared chat room. Dok-ja's friends are greatly amazed that there are people who can see the future. Jong Hee-won suggests staying at the station for a while and learning as much as possible about the prophets, while Dok-ja points out that it's not necessary. The young hero recalls the words the prophet said to him last. Jung-min and Lee-sung assured the young hero that they were preparing the strongest army to destroy the tyrant king and then begin a confrontation against the apostles. Sung-guk and Jung-min are greatly encouraged to have Junhyuk with them. They suggest going to the Night of the Prophets, where everyone but the apostles will gather. The young hero ponders the words of the prophets and thinks that if left unheeded, they are very likely to make a mess of things. Hyun-sung and Jong Hee-won look at the young hero with surprise as he asks them to help him deal with the prophets once and for all. The whole station is filled with a huge number of people. Some of them are sleeping on cardboard boxes and some are luckier and are covered with warm plaid. The young hero follows the trail with his companions and passes by the sleeping people. His clothes take on a bluish hue and become transparent. The young hero uses a special skill to hide himself from prying eyes. All his clothes become covered with a blue veil, hiding his presence. Dok-ja enters the tent where Han-dong is sitting. He gently reaches out to his neck with the intention of grabbing the guy and immobilizing him. The invisibility cloak falls off the young hero's clothes. He firmly covers Han-dong's head with two hands and with one of them covers his mouth so the guy won't have time to scream. The young hero takes out a vial of blue liquid and is about to pour it into Han-dong's mouth against his will. The boy looks at the potion fearfully and doesn't know what he should do. Dok-ja makes a few quick movements and forcefully pours the entire vial of potion into Han-dong's mouth, and then clenches his jaw and forces the guy to swallow all the liquid. Han-dong's eyes go back to normal and he feels a strange sense of freedom. His face is covered in cold sweat, and he tries to understand what's going on. Han-dong stands up abruptly and steps away from the young hero. He clenches his teeth tightly and prepares to fight for his life and clutches his flag in his left hand. The young hero raises his hands high up, demonstrating to the recluse that he is not going to harm him in any way. Dok-ja continues to hold his hands up and explains to Han-dong that he has no intention of taking his flag or harming him. The recluse clutches his flag tightly and shakes with fear. He tries to ask Dok-ja something, but he's having a hard time communicating with people. The young hero slowly steps towards the recluse. He explains to Han-dong that he wouldn't remove the hypnosis if he wanted to hurt him. Han-dong silently looks at the young hero who is slowly approaching him, his body no longer shaking with fear. Yet he remains silent and doesn't say a word. The young hero points his finger at himself and with a smile on his face says that he is worth being friends with, and then Han-dong won't have any more problems. On the floor is a hermit's cloak that allowed the young hero to stealthily reach Han-dong. Dok-ja spent about 3,000 gold coins on it and hopes that this expensive purchase will pay off. Not far from the cloak lies a vial of awakening potion. The last drops of blue liquid are slowly flowing out of it. The young hero spent 3,000 gold coins on the potion. The young hero tries to appease the reclusive king. He points out that he doesn't need his flag and suggests a mutually beneficial alliance. Dok-ja tries to speak slowly so as not to scare Han-dong. He points his finger at himself and suggests the reclusive king become friends. A man with a stick on his shoulder stands near the tent where Han-dong is. He was supposed to guard the passage to the recluse but fell asleep at his post. The young hero points to his smartphone screen and suggests Han-dong to communicate in his usual way using the internet. Han-dong clutches his blue flag to his chest and ponders the young hero's suggestion. He knows the right thing to do. After all, the prophets have used him for their own purposes before. A bright charge of electricity pierces the young hero's phone. Dok-ja looks at his smartphone in surprise, and Han-dong uses his special skill, the internet, on a wide area. The whole tent where Dok-ja and Han-dong were in is surrounded by blue lightning bolts that create several smooth lines. An information window appears in front of Dok-ja, saying that he can use the internet in the Seoul area. The young hero holds up his phone and looks at Han-dong with a smile. They silently look at each other and communicate using the internet using the phone. A bright light is on in one of the tents. Despite the late hour, the loud voices of the prophets are coming from there as they discuss the current situation in their meeting with Junhyuk. Jung Min sits on the floor and discusses with his friend Lee Sung about the difficult conversation with Jun Hyuk. He indicates that everything will come to an end tomorrow. Lee Seon points out that Jun Hyuk drilled him with his sage skill, and Jung Min laughs at his friend and says that Lee Seon only read the prologue and doesn't know anything about the sage skill. Lee Seong holds the phone tightly in his hands and talks about how the other prophets don't believe his words at all and are going to go to Chunmuro Station. Han Dong snatches his phone out of Lee Seon's hands and is about to personally talk to the prophets to convince them of the truth of his friend's words. Han Dong stares at the screen of his phone and waits for Deok Ja to tell him exactly what he needs to do. The young hero puts his finger to his lips and asks the reclusive man to do absolutely nothing and just be by his side. Jong Min Seop examines his friend's phone and notices that there is no internet connection at all. He reboots the phone several times, but that doesn't solve the problem. Lee Sung makes the assumption that Han Dong just fell asleep, and that's why the internet stopped working. He suggests his friend to go to the recluse's house and check what happened there. Jung Min lazily gets up from the floor, but suddenly his head hits something hard, even though there is nothing in front of him. Jung Min grabs his forehead and tries to realize what he hit, and Lee Sung looks away from his phone screen and looks questioningly at his friend. Deok Ja grabs the fabric of the invisible veil and demonstrates to the prophets that all this time he was in their tent. The prophets are greatly surprised when the young hero removes his disguise and appears before them. Chung Min is startled by Deok Ja's sudden appearance and crawls back a bit. Jong Hee-won runs into the tent and warns Deok Ja that she and Hyun Sung have dealt with a few people, but they won't be able to hold out much longer. Lee Sung and Jung Min can't believe their eyes when they see Hyun Sung and Jong Hee-won fighting against their men. Deok Ja condescends to the prophets, who assure the young hero that even the great Jun Hyuk won't be able to handle all the people on the station. The young hero swings his sword and hits Jung Min's clothes, and then talks about how he only needs to deal with the group's representative to win this battle. Jung Min's clothes tear from the light contact of the blade, and a real blue flag that belongs to the Dongmyo representative falls out. Jung Min is quite taken aback that Deok Ja guessed his flag trick, and the young hero points out that no one would have put the flag out in public. The story moves back a few days. Jong Min and Lee Sung break into Han Dong-hoon's room and use hypnosis on him to get the recluse to obey their commands. Jong Min trembles in fear and crawls as far away from Deok Ja as possible, while the young hero picks up the flag of Dongmyo's group to absorb his power. The young hero's flag transforms into a brown color and grants Deok Ja a new ability, allowing him to grant himself protection with the power of the flag. Lee Sung points out that Jun Hyuk's actions will not go unnoticed, and the other prophets will surely find out. And the young hero points out that the prophets no longer have an internet connection and won't be able to find out what happened here. The young hero crosses his arms over his chest and is not going to answer the prophets' questions about why he chose to do this to them. The prophets are very surprised when the young hero admits that he isn't Jun Hyuk, and Deok Ja talks about how he would never make an alliance with people like them. The young hero looks at the prophets with a smile and tells them that it was worth it to finish reading the novella to avoid falling into his trap. Jung Min and Lee Sung look towards the young hero with a downcast expression. They realize that they are now in the full power of the young hero. The young hero wakes up in his room and does a little exercise to stretch his muscles. He is happy that he managed to get a good night's sleep for such a long time. Deok Ja opens the subway map and counts 9 stations that now belong to his team. He is 1 station short of passing the hidden scenario. The young hero looks at his phone screen and notices that he has been asleep for quite a while. Information windows appear in front of him, informing him that some of his unique skills have been updated. Jong Hee-won and Hyun Sung are standing outside the tent waiting for the young hero to wake up. They hear a noise coming from inside the tent and turn their gaze to it. The young hero slowly comes out of the tent and greets his friends. Jong Hye-won informs the young hero that they are ready to move out right now. Deok Ja spots Jong Min and Lee Sung standing not far away from him. He heads in their direction and asks his friends to wait a bit. At the subway station, there are several vending machines whose front windows have long since been broken by people or monsters that attack the station. The young hero approaches the prophets, who beg the young hero to keep them alive. Deok Ja examines them carefully and decides to keep them in the group for now because they can be useful to him. The young hero uses his power of representation and puts restrictions on Jong Min and Lee Seon and forbids them from telling anyone about themselves. Jong Min and Lee Sung are well aware of the dire situation they are in, so they agree to all the restrictions and conditions that Deok Ja places on them without much debate. Lee Sung and Jong Min look at each other and rejoice at the fact that they have survived, but Deok Ja warns them that his opinion can always change, so he requires them to do their best. Young Hee-won and Hyun-sung stand not far from Dok-ja and wait patiently for their friend to finish dealing with the prophets. The young hero warns the prophets that they must call him Jun-hyuk in front of other people. Min Seop flinches sharply when Dok-ja addresses him. He looks at the young hero carefully and says that he will do whatever he orders. Min-sung looks at the young hero with a smile and is frozen in place in surprise when he hears Dok-ja's demand for the use of the fugitive's mask. The young hero points to the mask that is hanging on Min-seop's body and demands that the prophet slowly give him the item. Young Min and Lee-sung look at the young hero with their mouths open in surprise as he uses the fugitive mask on himself to change his appearance. As the fugitive mask artifact transforms the young hero's face to look more like Jun-hyuk, the prophets unanimously confirm that the revelation is true, and Jun-hyuk is indeed handsome. The young hero decides to use a fugitive mask to impersonate Jun-hyuk, and young Min Seop and Lee Sung-guk admire the young hero's beauty. Dok-ja decides that he needs to learn more about the prophets in front of him. He turns towards Jung Min and asks him to name his attribute. Suddenly, an information panel with all of Jung Min's characteristics and attributes appears in front of the young hero, much to Dok-ja's surprise. The young hero is surprised that he now has access to the character description and blames the new feature on an update in the system. Jung Min is about to name his attribute, and the young hero opens the info bar and asks the prophet not to say anything, as he now has all the information he needs. Dok-ja reaches forward and urges the prophets to give him the cell phones, and they have no choice but to agree to this condition. Young Min and Lee-sung look sadly at Dok-ja because the young hero first took the artifact from them, and now he's taken their cell phones. Dok-ja pulls his phone out of his pocket and an information panel appears in front of him, warning him that he now has access to the internet, and an electric field appears around the phone. Han Dong-hoon sits in his room and uses his basic skill allowing Dok-ja to access the internet. He picks up his cell phone and sends the young hero a few messages. Dok-ja looks at the screen of his phone and reads a message from Han Dong-hoon, who warns him to trust the young hero, but only once. The young hero examines the phone he took away from the prophets. Dok-ja carefully flips through some of the message and notices a strange chat. Dok-ja looks at Lee Sung-guk and asks him about how many prophets are in the group chat, and the man replies that there are exactly 36 people in the chat. Dok-ja looks carefully towards the prophets and listens to their explanation as to who is in the general chat room. Young Min and Lee-sung look at the young hero with admiration. They are delighted that Dok-ja has a lot of information related to the revelation. Dok-ja doesn't understand why the prophets are looking in his direction with such admiring gaze. The young hero looks back and forth at the prophets and back and forth at the phone screen in which he is trying to find useful information for himself. The young hero's face lights up with a wide smile. He's very happy about the fact that he has a huge amount of information compared to the prophets. Young Min and Lee-sung exchange comments about the young hero with admiration, but Dok-ja is tired of listening to the prophets and goes to his friends. Dok-ja's face contorts in anger when he learns that Lee Seon has spiraled the novel. He liked reading survival techniques so much he is sure that such work should be bought. Lee-sung and his comrade Young Min lead Dok-ja's team to the next subway station. The young hero doesn't keep his eyes on the road at all and digs into his cell phone. Dok-ja takes his eyes off his cell phone and sees a sign with the name of Anguk Station on the wall. The wall near it is cracked as if there was an earthquake. Dok-ja's group along with the prophets stops abruptly because they hear strange sounds in the depths of the tunnel, and Lee-sung warns the guys that the remaining prophets are ahead. Dok-ja looks up at the flagpole and points out that this station is unoccupied, and Lee Sung-guk tells them that there's an agreement between the prophets to keep Anguk Station vacant. Several people in warm clothes are standing at the station talking about something, and one man notices the loud footsteps of Dok-ja and his companions, so he turns his head in their direction. Jung Min Seop walks ahead of the whole team. He raises his hand up and greets one of the prophets with a smile, addressing him by the sequence number 763. The prophets shake hands firmly and discuss the dire state of affairs, due to the tyrant king who may bring down all their plans. Dok-ja is looking around carefully with a nonchalant face, and a great number of people are looking in his direction because they see him as the protagonist of Jun-hyuk's novel. One of the prophets comes forward. He comes closer to the young hero and bows low in front of him, saying that he is honored to meet the greatest Jun-hyuk here. The prophets surround Dok-ja from all sides, admiring his beauty and not even trying to hold back their emotions, and the young hero becomes uncomfortable because of it. A huge number of prophets approach Jun-hyuk and introduce themselves, calling their serial number, and Dok-ja is constantly looking around and trying to find a way out of the situation. Cold sweat runs down the young hero's face. Dokja is not used to such a flood of attention directed in his direction, and doesn't understand why so many people admire Jun Hyuk. Suddenly, the young hero is approached by another vice who has been behind him all this time, and he says that he has always wanted to hear about Jun Hyuk's adventures from him personally. The prophet looks at the young hero with a smile and says that he is very happy to meet him. He is number 1168, which means that he is the smartest prophet among the others. The young hero takes a closer look at the prophet and realizes that he is most likely the person who has read the most chapters among the others present. Dokja and the young seer exchange a few sentences about Jun Hyuk's past, the man talking about how the first regressions were very boring, and his words make Dokja angry. The young hero notices that there are several prophets clustered around Hyun Sung, among them mostly women, who admire the lieutenant's strength. Dokja also notices that Jung Hee-won is not ignored by the vices. A man asks the girl if she's a naval admiral and gets upset when she says no. The vices shower the young hero with flattering comments, and Dokja thinks in his head that he has come to a fan meeting, not a meeting of prophets. Dokja decides to end the praise directed at him, and ask one of the prophets about the perfect weapon that has been talked about so much. The man turns to point towards a huge object covered in a black cloth. He tells the young hero that underneath the cloth is this weapon. Vice quickly runs over to the strange object and pulls the coverlet off of it to demonstrate to the young hero what it is all about. The young hero scrutinizes the huge stone in front of him. He doesn't quite understand why the prophets are showing him this stone, and tries to take a closer look at it. The young hero remembers standing on the roof of a movie theater building and seeing a star fall from there. He guesses that most likely the stone in front of him is one of the ones that fell from the sky. Several prophets with smiles on their faces flank the rock on all sides and explain to the young hero that according to Revelation, there is a powerful weapon inside this meteorite. One of the prophets stands behind Dokja's back and tells him that the meteorite most likely contains an item of higher rank or even a star relic. The young hero examines the huge stone with a look of apprehension on his face. He is sure that the meteorite takes a huge amount of time to mature and doesn't understand why the prophets are so sure that the stone contains a powerful weapon. Dokja examines the stone and makes the assumption that only the prophet who has read the novella Beyond the Fourth Regression has knowledge of the meteorite. He turns to the prophet and asks him who provided the information about the stone. Dokja turns to one of the prophets and pointing towards the stone loudly asks him who exactly provided the information that there is a weapon inside the stone. The man is just slightly distracted after the loud question from the young hero. He stammers a bit and says that prophet number 1124 provided the information about the meteorite. Dokja realizes that prophet number 1124 could not provide information about the meteorite in any way, so he asks all the people to leave the station with a loud voice. The stone begins to shake visibly for everyone and soon releases what is hidden inside it. No one notices this, and the prophets try to find out from the young hero why he is so excited. Dokja notices the strange sounds coming from the meteorite. Cold sweat runs down his calm face, and he prepares for something bad to happen. The stone begins to shake with unprecedented force, causing the entire subway station to shake with it. The prophets begin to panic and back away, and Dokja curses himself for deciding to come here. All exits from the station are covered by a red barrier, preventing anyone from leaving the place where the suspicious meteorite is. The young hero tries to explain to the vices that this place is a trap, and they need to get out of here as fast as possible, then runs to the first exit. Dokja tries to open the door to the exit, but the red force barrier prevents him from doing so. A huge number of constellations are watching with interest to see what happens next. The young hero tries to find out more information from Jong Min about the suspicious prophet who reported the meteorite, but the man knows nothing. Dokja uses the command chat and tells his friends that the situation is very dangerous. He asks Jung Hee-won and Hyun Sung to hide behind his back and prepare for the worst. The prophets are not at all worried about what is happening to the meteorite. They surround it from all sides, and some even take out their cell phones to capture the moment on camera. The meteorite starts to split in half. According to the events of the survival novel, this stone is one of the elements of the fifth scenario that must never be awakened. The prophets are talking amongst themselves and trying to figure out how the sacred object hidden in the meteorite will choose its bearer, and the huge stone begins to crack all over its surface. A man comes closer to the meteorite and scrutinizes the deep crack inside it. He tries to see what is hidden inside the stone. A bright beam of fire flies out of the meteorite and obliterates the curious man's head. The Vices do not realize what is happening and stare dumbfounded in his direction. The curious man falls to the ground with a loud rumble, and the huge, scorching beam carries in a straight line and ignores any obstacles in its path. The young hero covers Jang Hee-won and Hyun-sung with his body. He is well aware that the meteorite is very dangerous and can destroy his friends in a second. The prophets move away from the meteorite, which is glowing with a bright yellow light. They don't pay attention to the fact that their colleague is hurt and are still waiting for the star relic to appear in front of them. Huge paws of a strange creature appear from the meteorite and try to break through the remaining walls of the meteorite. Dokja and his team looks toward the strange meteorite with fear and doesn't understand. Dokja asks everyone to stay behind his back, and Jang Hee-won asks what's going on. A huge dragon igniter, a Class 5 monster, appears from the meteorite. Its body is surrounded by a strong flame that spreads throughout the station and wipes out all the prophets who were standing near the stone into dust. The prophets realize that there is a dangerous monster in front of them, so they scatter from it in different directions, and some of them run towards Dokja, hoping that the young hero will protect them. The young hero doesn't move from his spot and orders all the seers to scatter to the corners to protect themselves from the magma flows. The huge dragon suddenly freezes in place as if time has stopped, and a huge electric ball appears above his head. Tokabi in a business suit appears in place of the huge electric ball. He is looking carefully at the scene around him and trying to figure out what is going on. Takebi in a business suit adjusts his glasses and addresses all the people present, asking how they managed to cause such a commotion. All the people on the station look in surprise at the Tokebi who has appeared, and the young hero notes that the middle-level creature is in front. Tokebi uses his power to make the dragon stop. He explains that the humans, by their actions, activated the 5th disaster scenario, which is an impossible task for everyone here. One of the prophets turns towards Tokebi and tries to explain to him that fighting the dragon is not fair to them, as they have not even passed the 4th scenario. Tokebi looks scornfully at the prophet who dares to dictate terms to him, and says with a nonchalant look that he made his decision long ago. The prophets are very frightened by what is happening as Tokebi ignores their request for rescue and is not going to lower the difficulty of the scenario. Tokebi talks about making some concessions and then snaps his fingers and adds a voluntary additional scenario to the current one. Information windows appear in front of Dokja and his companions, and they announce that a hidden scenario with some conditions has been added. Hyun-sung looks apprehensively at the dragon and asks the young hero how they can defeat it, and Dokja explains to the lieutenant that there is no hope that they can handle this level of disaster. Tokebi surrounds himself with an electric barrier to head back. He smiles slightly and wishes everyone present to enjoy the scenario properly. The young hero orders everyone to run clockwise after him, and all the people follow his orders without question. A huge dragon opens its huge maw and exhales a huge sweat of fire towards the running people. The dragon's breath crashes into the wall, and Jang Hee-won covers his face with his hands to avoid getting burned by the fiery air. The young hero runs and watches the dragon to see what attack it is going to use this time, and the huge monster looks at the running people expectantly and is about to use a skill, the Fire Flower of Destruction. Dokja turns towards his friends and tells them to watch the tiles under their feet where numbers might appear. People run after each other, and suddenly one man steps on the floor and a light comes on under him, illuminating a small area in a circle with the number 3 written on it. A line of information appears in front of the man, informing him that 3 people in his area will receive an absolute shield for 10 seconds. Prophets start fighting among themselves to get a place on the tile, because if there are more people on it than there should be, the absolute shield will not activate. The young hero observes the situation and assumes that the event was carefully planned by someone to get rid of all the prophets at once. Idak. Ja and his team use the internal chat room to quickly exchange information amongst themselves. Jang Hee-won and Jang Min scrutinize the area around them, but can't find any loose tiles. Lee Seon smiles at his luck and finds a safe area. However, he reports it very tentatively, as if there is some kind of catch in it. The young hero and his team stand around the area that Lee Seong found and stare in amazement as they realize that they will not all fit inside it. There is a number 4 painted inside the green zone, which represents the number of people who will be affected by the absolute shield. But Dokja's team has 5 people, including himself. The dragon opens its maw wide and prepares to activate the fiery flower of destruction to get rid of all the people on the station in one fell swoop. Ja and his team look towards the dragon who is about to use his skill. They don't know what to do and assume that they will have to sacrifice someone. Suddenly there is a voice of a man who is not far from the guys, He shouts towards Doc Ja and asks the young hero to move towards him as fast as possible. The young hero, without a shadow of a doubt, runs towards the prophet who called him to him and shouts towards his team to activate the shield as fast as possible. Doc Ja manages to get to the green zone the prophet called him to in time, and an information window appears in front of him, announcing that the absolute shield has been activated. A huge line of flame released by the fire dragon illuminates the entire space of the station, and only the absolute shield protects people from the deadly danger. The young hero, together with his savior, stand in the green zone and cover themselves with their hands because the hot air burns their face. Due to the heat, cold sweat drips profusely from the young hero's face. He turns his gaze back and examines the prophet who saved his life. Doc Ja's savior turns out to be a smiling man who is the 1168th prophet. The young lad is not at all upset when he realizes that Doc Ja has completely misremembered him. The prophet is greatly surprised when he sees the menacing expression on the young hero's face. He takes a few steps back and waits for Doc Ja to retaliate. Doc Ja quickly draws his two-handed sword. He realizes very well that the prophet in front of him is no ordinary prophet. The young hero points his sword at the man and tells him that the prophet in front of him is actually an apostle. The man laughs nervously and with a smile on his face tells Doc Ja that he is not so easily fooled. He confesses that he is indeed an apostle. The young hero continues to point his sword at the suspicious man and waits for him to explain, but the false prophet bows slightly and says that he is the fifth apostle. The defense zone begins to fade quickly. A notification appears in front of the young hero that the location of the salvation slabs will be changed in a minute. The young hero jumps aside and tells the man that he suspected the location was a trap, and the apostle smiles and tells him that a storm may soon be brewing. The dragon lets out a loud scream to the entire station, and with its huge tail hits the man who failed to escape the monster's sight in time. Lee Sung-guk looks questioningly at the young hero and hopes that he will tell him what to do, while Doc Ja writes in the general chat room that people should act on their own. The young hero points his sword at the apostle and tries to find out from him what he needs, and the man explains that he only wants the protagonist to survive. The apostle looks toward the dragon with a smile on his face, and without translating his gaze explains to Doc Ja that if the main character goes to the other world, the information from the revelation can be discarded. The young hero notes that the apostle knew perfectly well that he would show up at this station, and the man with a smile on his face says that his team had to adjust the plan in a matter of hours. A huge dragon speeds towards Doc Ja and the apostle. It interrupts their conversation with its powerful tail strike, causing the men to jump back in different directions. Green slabs with numerical expressions reappear all over the battlefield, causing people to fight for being in them. Apostle tightly clutches the hand of the injured man who managed to get into the green zone. He takes out a small knife from his pocket and is about to massacre him. The dragon-type monster stands in the middle of the station and activates his unique ability again, the fire flower of destruction. The young hero and his companions manage to get into the green areas again and escape the dragon's dangerous breath, and the apostle stands in front of Doc Ja and tells him to open a hunt for the dragon. An information panel appears in front of Jong Hee-won and Hyun Sung and warns them that the number of safe plates has been reduced. The young hero looks toward his exhausted companions and tells the prophet that it's impossible to deal with the dragon with their strength. The apostle is completely confident in his abilities. He places his hand on his chest and promises the young hero that they will have little trouble dealing with the dragon. A blue aura appears around the young apostle because he drank a special potion that allows him to resist even the strongest attacks for 30 minutes. Doc Ja notices the strange glow around the prophet and notes that even with good potions, he will not be able to deal with the dragon, but the apostle waves his hands and says that he did not come here alone. The young hero looks around and notices that 5 other people are affected by the blue ice drop potion, and realizes that there are several apostles here. The dragon, without the slightest shadow of doubt, continues its attacks and uses its tail to catch up with the people who have lost their protective barrier. The apostle offers Doc Ja to drink the protective potion and join his party in dealing with the dangerous dragon, but the young hero looks warily in the man's direction and asks him what will happen if he refuses. The apostle points out that if the young hero will not assist in the battle with the dragon, his dear companions will not survive this infernal ashes. The young hero is greatly surprised when the apostle points out that his team is about to take over Chakdo Station. All is quiet at Chakdo Station for now. The weapons baron keeping an eye on the sleeping Gil Young while Yu Sang and Lee Jihai make harmless jokes at him. Apostle points out that if the young hero loses Chakdo Station, it will be very difficult for him to start fresh. The young hero is extremely amazed that the apostle anticipated everything in advance and made a clear blackmail plan. He can't believe that someone is capable of taking over Choctaw Station. The apostle and the young hero continue to talk to each other while dodging the dragon's dangerous blows. The man points out that his group has already completed the king's journey and possesses monstrous power. Deokja looks at the apostle warily. He is extremely amazed that the man in front of him was going to blackmail Junhyuk, fully aware of his power. The young hero is intensely interested in the apostle, who is chief among his fellows, and the man points out that their king is not a descended one. The apostle steps into the protective field and says that their king is the only one who has managed to read the revelation to its logical end. The young hero is greatly amazed that there is a man among the apostles who knows all about the past and future besides himself. The apostle notices that after his words, Dokja has frozen in front of the entrance to the defense zone and is moving, while the young hero looks somewhere under his feet and ponders the man's words. The bright light of the fireball the dragon is about to use illuminates the young hero's back. The apostle asks Dokja to stand on the tiles to get protection from the deadly attack. Jong Hee-won looks cautiously towards Dokja. She uses the command chat and asks her friend what's going on. The young hero only asks the girl to stay in the safe zone. The young hero's face is covered in cold sweat. He raises his eyes to the apostle and talks about how he completely forgot what his distinguishing feature is. The man, along with his companions, look at the young hero with surprise. They don't understand why he doesn't want to join the protective circle. The young hero puts his sword away in its scabbard and prepares that he has no reason to take shelter from the dragon, because if he loses, he can just start again. And the apostle, with a frightened cry, asks Dokja to return to the safe zone. Dokja continues walking towards the dragon, ignoring that the monster is preparing a deadly attack. He tells the apostle that he is extremely curious about what will happen to them if the next regression comes. The young hero looks at the dumbfounded apostles with a smile and tells them that they can use revelation to find out what will happen in the next regression. The apostle realizes that things are bad. He beckons to his companions and orders them to grab Dokja and take him to the green zone. Dokja uses a quickened step and is carried across the red-hot floor towards the huge dragon, who is about to use the fiery flower of destruction. The young hero is completely oblivious to the fact that the dragon is pointing its head in his direction and continues to close in on him. The young hero hopes that he has enough time to reach the flagpole before the dragon strikes its decisive blow. Dokja notices that the flagpole of Anguk Station is directly under the tail of the huge dragon and hopes to be able to place his banner there before the dragon's fiery breath. The young hero jumps towards the flagpole and sticks his flag into it, but the dragon uses its breath and the entire floor of the station is enveloped in flames. The flagpole lights up brightly and begins to transform with the help of the young hero's flag. And Dokja clutches the flag tightly in his hand and hopes that he managed to make it in time. On the subway map, 10 stations are highlighted that belong to Dokja and his team. A blue panel appears in front of the young hero, announcing that he has captured 10 stations. The young hero sighs heavily and rises to his feet. He opens the information panel in front of him, which offers him to become the king. The dragon opens its mouth and unleashes a huge pillar of flame on the apostles, and the young hero uses the blue panel to choose which king he wants to become. The apostles who tried to stop Dokja are now completely enveloped by the dragon's flames, and even their potion cannot save them from this fate. The young hero looks towards the burning apostles and tells them that they should have been more careful. After all, one only lives once in a lifetime. The huge dragon quickly runs towards Dokja and opens its huge maw to rain down fiery flames on him. But the young hero silently looks at his opponent and has no intention of dodging. The dragon unleashes a volley of fire towards the young hero. Dokja hears the cries of his friends asking him to dodge the attack, but he stands immovable and awaits his fate. Young Hee-won and Hyun-sung want to run out of their defenses, but they are well aware that they are too far away to help their friend. The dragon's fire completely envelops the young hero's body. The equipment that Dokja received earlier starts to disintegrate under the monster's breath. The young hero, with a smile on his face, defends himself from the dragon's breath with only his bare hands. He knows that even if the dragon defeats him now, it won't change anything. The bright flames completely envelop the battle arena, and only the defense zones remain untouched by the dragon's attack. The young hero cries out sharply, his face covered in cold sweat and slightly pale from the pain caused by the dragon's last attack. Dokja clutches his heart and tries to catch his breath. The dragon attack had seriously harmed him, and he was in a lot of pain because of it. But thanks to his unique skill, he was able to avoid mental harm. The young hero opens the information panel and notices that his fourth wall skill has helped him keep his sanity. He notes to himself that survival techniques have become the reality he lives in. Doc Ja decides that there is no time to rest and quickly rises to his feet. Thanks to the fact that he was given the privilege of a king without death, he managed to escape. Several information plaques appear in front of the young hero. One of them warns Doc Ja that due to a conflict of skills, the activation of his privilege has been delayed. Doc Ja doesn't understand what could have caused the skill conflict. He studies the information on the blue panels and notices that the third stage of the omniscient reader skill has been activated. The young hero grabs his head due to dizziness. He tries to realize what new skill he has gained, but his body starts to blur in the twilight of space. All is quiet at Chunmuro Station. A map hangs in its center without much change, marking the neighboring stations and their locations. The gun baron sits with his arms folded across his chest, extremely unhappy at having to listen to Doc Ja, while Gil Young sleeps peacefully at his feet. Conpil. Do taps his fingers nervously on his shoulder and tries to figure out what kind of force is making him obey the young hero, while Gil Young sees Doc Ja in his dreams and speaks his name in real life. The gun baron casts a disgruntled glance in the direction of the boy sleeping on his lap and ponders the situation. Conpil Do casts his gaze downward and recalls the words of those close to him who asked him to stop thinking only of the land. Yu Sang walks over to the weapons baron and says with a smile that it's good to be in peace and harmony, but Conpil Do doesn't look up at the girl and says that he's looking forward to it being over. Yu Sang looks at the gun baron and then talks about how Conpil Do was called the chief landowner of Chunmuro because of the huge amount of land he owned. At Chunmuro Station, the people with a smile on their faces exchange a few words with each other. They keep their weapons at the ready, but are confident that thanks to their strong leader, they won't have to fight. The weapons baron points out that he didn't have much land, but his territory was always of a quality that everyone desired. The young hero is surprised to find himself at Chunmuro Station. He doesn't understand what is going on and looks around in surprise. Deok Ja stands in front of the gun baron with Yu Sung and listens to their dialogue. He makes the assumption that this is due to his ability as an omniscient reader. Gil Young wakes up abruptly and Conpil Do and Yu Sang hear some loud noises heading in their direction. The weapons baron rises to his feet and Gil Young and Yu Sang look towards Doc Ja in surprise. The young hero assumes that the guys noticed him and steps aside. A small beetle lands on Gil Young's arm and warns him of the impending danger, while Conpil Do asks all the men in a loud voice to prepare for battle. A huge troop of ratsops quickly approaches Chunmuro Station, the small monsters moving in leaps and bounds and preparing to tear apart anyone who gets in their way. The weapons baron activates his special stigma, and Yusan gives a few orders and asks all the people to gather around Conpil Do. The girl divides all the people into 3 groups and asks the squads to act according to the given plan. Huge turrets appear all over Chunmuro Station, ready to open fire on the enemy. Ratsops rush from all feet along the railroad tracks and aim toward the station entrance. They make a loud screeching sound, warning the surrounding area of their arrival. Automatic turrets unfurl their gun muzzle and open fire on the monsters, destroying their units with great speed. Several people stand near the station's entrance and prevent the monsters from climbing the platform so that Conpil Do can continue to use the turrets. After a few minutes, the people of Chunmuro Station manage to repel the monsters' attack. Yusan wipes the cold sweat from his face and looks at the monsters' bodies, while Conpil Do looks down and tries to catch his breath. A huge number of bodies of small ratsops lie on the railroad tracks. Despite their large number, they fail to reach at their target. Yusan scrutinizes the bodies of the monsters and notices several silhouettes of people appearing in the distant tunnel of the subway station, slowly moving towards them. The 5 men are moving towards Chunmuro Station with the intention of capturing it, each member of the squad wearing a number to indicate the general hierarchy. The gun baron scrutinizes the group of men and senses that they are very different from those they have dealt with before. Conpil Do turns to one of the people at the station in a loud voice and asks for Li Ji Hai, and the high school girl stands behind him and says that she is already here. Gun baron and Yu San's face lights up with a smile. They are very happy that a strong girl like Li Ji Hai is on their side. Li Ji Hai walks to the edge of the platform and grasps the hilt of her click, preparing to fight back against anyone who dares to attack Chunmuro Station. An unknown group stands near the entrance to Chunmuro Station and surveys its hosts. One of the apostles notices that the naval admiral and the armed lord are on the same team, and Conpil Do demands that the strangers get the hell out of where they came from. The weapons baron continues to shout insults in the direction of the strange group and the leader of the apostles tries to find out which of his men are involved in the capture of the dragon. The group of strangers continue to chat amongst themselves as if nothing has happened, and several veins of anger at being ignored protrude on Khan Pildu's face. The full man smiles and asks Li Ji-hai to give the battle to him because he's sure that the girl without a C isn't particularly strong. Li Ji-hai becomes furious after the full man's words about his ability. She looks in his direction with a cold stare and exposes her blade. The gun baron gives a command and a huge number of automatic turrets open fire on the unfamiliar group of people. Li Ji-hai jumps down and prepares to give battle on the railroad tracks. Dakaja, as a ghost, watches Chunmuro Station trying to fight back the invaders. He wants to help his friends, but he can't do it. The young hero didn't expect that the apostles were really ready to take over Chunmuro to get their hands on Junhyuk and with him the whole world. One of the apostles quickly jumps onto the platform and uses a magic shield to block the magic projectiles of the automatic turrets. The high school girl in her hands tightly clutches her blade that scrapes the ground and rushes towards her enemies to stop them. Li Ji-hai makes a quick dash and strikes at the full man, but he manages to block the attack with his pole. The high school girl unleashes a tremendous amount of attacks on the full man, causing him to take a few steps back, and one of the apostles points out that Li Ji-hai is too strong. The apostles have a hard time getting into the station. They try to make their way to the weapons baron, but they can't make it through the crowd of people. They are amazed that Khan Pildo has high characteristics. The first apostle leader makes a quick dash to the station platform entrance and orders his companions to temporarily retreat. The leader of the apostles pulls a fiery projectile of mass destruction from under his cloak and hurls it toward the Chakdo station platform. The projectile causes a huge blue explosion that sweeps away all the defenders of Chakdo station and even hits Li Ji-hai. The destructive force of the projectile reaches the high school student's body, causing her to cry out in pain and lose consciousness. Yu Sang and Gil Yan manage to jump away from the epicenter of the projectile, covering themselves with their hands against the huge gust of wind to prevent the flying rocks from hitting them in the face. The young hero watches from the sidelines, his fists clenched tightly and his face veined with anger at what the leader of the apostles is doing. The Apostle King and his squad climb onto the platform of the subway station. Thanks to the explosion, most of the weapons zone is gone, and now they are in no danger. The Apostle King takes a quick look around the station after the huge explosion and tries to figure out who escaped his bomb. A full man crouches over Li Ji-hai's body and says with a smile that minor characters should know their place and stay on the ground, while a high school girl tries to stand up, but her strength has completely left her body. The man grabs the girl by the hair and says that he will abuse her slowly and painfully, and Li Ji-hai spits out blood from her mouth and insults the apostle. The apostle leader turns to the seventh apostle and says that they don't have time to deal with Li Ji-hai and demands that everything be dealt with quickly. The seventh and the apostle leader figure things out between themselves and try to decide what to do about the high school girl, while Li Ji-hai looks somewhere toward the tunnel. The young hero is surprised to notice that the high school girl is looking right at him. He is amazed because no one could notice him before. Dokja's mind is filled with a lot of thoughts. He doesn't understand how he ended up here and doesn't know how to help Li Ji-hai, who is begging him for help. Li Ji-hai continues to look at the young hero. She is badly injured from the huge explosion and is breathing heavily with a bruise on her face from the impact. The young hero is outraged that a man would dare to grab a schoolgirl by the hair. His heart is pounding faster at the thought of it, and his face is veined with anger. The ground begins to shake. The seventh man continues to hold the girl by the hair and looks around hoping to realize what is going on. Dokja starts coughing violently, and his soul separates from his body and flies somewhere upwards. An information panel appears in front of him with a message saying that the omniscient reader skill level has increased dramatically due to the strong interference. The young hero falls to the ground and his head starts to spin again. He tries to gather his thoughts, but he is completely unable to do so. A full man notices that a strange silhouette has appeared in front of him. He looks in his direction and tries to realize who is standing in front of him. A strange man in a black cloak appears in front of the full man. He stands immovably in front of him and stares straight into his eyes with a piercing gaze. Li Ji-hai looks hopefully toward the dark silhouette. A lone tear rolls down her face in pain. She hopes someone will come and save her. Junhyuk slowly walks towards Li Ji-hai and the man holding her hair, his shoes illuminated by the bright light of the subway station. The attention of all the apostles is focused on the strange man who has suddenly appeared in the depths of the subway tunnel. They look intently in his direction and wait for him to act. Junhyuk quickly takes his sword out of its sheath. He can't understand how he ended up at Chunmuro Station so quickly and can't find an answer to his question. Seven continues to hold the girl by her hair and looks puzzled towards Junhyuk, whose silhouette looms over him. Junhyuk makes a swift strike with his light sword, causing the seventh apostle to lose his head once and for all. The seventh apostle doesn't immediately realize what's happening, and his headless body continues to hold the girl and squat in front of her for a while. The apostle leader and his team are extremely stunned to find Junhyuk in front of them, who, according to all the information they have, shouldn't be there. Yusang is injured and lying immovably on the edge of the platform. She looks at Junhyuk and can't believe her eyes. Junhyuk gently places Lee Ji-hai on his lap and anxiously examines the senior's ragged face. The main character raises his disdainful gaze toward the apostles, who are standing immovably at the station and don't understand what's going on. One of the apostles hesitantly asks the main character who he is, and the man gently lays Lee Ji-hai on the ground and introduces himself as Junhyuk. Junhyuk points his electric sword towards the apostles and informs them that he will deal with each of them very soon. The young hero's body begins to quickly recover and transform in the real world, his eyes glowing with a bright blue light and his gaze directed forward. Doc Ja comes to his senses after hearing the menacing howl of a fire dragon coming from his left. He sits on the ground like a stumbling block and tries to regain consciousness. The young hero's whole body is covered in cold sweat due to the hot air around him. Doc Ja remembers that he fought the dragon and looks around. Doc Ja quickly runs his fingers over and realizes that he managed to revive without much trouble. He quickly gets to his feet and hides behind one of the pillars of the station. The young hero goes over in his head what he saw at Chunmuro Station and makes the assumption that he was able to become Junhyuk and see through his eyes for a while. Junhyuk walks quickly and silently along the train tracks of the subway station and heads towards its entrance to deal with the remaining apostles. The main character grips the hilt of his sword with his long fingers and prepares to finish off his opponents with a single blow. Junhyuk looks at the apostles with a cold, piercing gaze and delivers a few swift blows without the slightest hesitation. The young hero knows that Chunmuro Station is now safe because Junhyuk will be protecting it. He opens the information panel and tries to understand what just happened to him and why he became the main character for a short period of time. Hyun-sung and Young Hee-won look at the young hero with their mouths open in surprise. Tears appear on the girl's face, but she is really happy that Doc Ja is alive. All of Doc Ja's clothes are burned by the dragon's breath, so he carefully moves around the subway station naked and hides from the dragon's gaze with the help of the columns. When Doc Ja quickly moves around the arena, he tries to find the #1 plate to occupy. Thanks to his rebirth, he got an increase in characteristics, which made him very happy. Jung Hee-won asks Hyun-sung to go to Doc Ja's aid as soon as possible and take the vacant tile with him, and she and the other members of the group take the next tile. The lieutenant rushes towards the young hero with great speed to help him activate the invulnerable shield in the green area. Hyun-sung and Deok Ja manage to activate the green area's defense function and escape the destructive flames of the fire dragon that engulfs the entire room. The young hero sighs heavily and looks towards the dragon to read its next attack, while Hyun-sung looks at Doc Ja and asks him if he's okay. Hyun-sung is very happy that the young hero is unharmed. He was very worried when Doc Ja was attacked by the Fire Darkon and is happy that his friend is still alive. Lieutenant continues to share his experiences with the young hero and is a little surprised at Doc Ja's request for some clothes. Hyun-sung finally realizes that the young hero's clothes were completely burned in the dragon's flames, and a sepulchral silence descends between them. The lieutenant grabs the belt of his pants and is about to provide the young hero with his clothes, but Deok Ja raises his hand up and suggests Hyun-sung forget about his request. The huge dragon looks around for human survivors. Under his belly lies the flag of Doc Ja's team and the sword of unbreakable faith. The young hero and Hyun-seong turn around to the shouts of their friends, who are overjoyed at the young hero's return, and rush towards him. Young Hee-won tearfully rushes towards the young hero along with Young Min and Lee Seon. And when they arrive at the scene, they notice that Doc Ja is completely unclothed. Doc Ja is extremely embarrassed by the presence of so many people around him. He shrinks into a ball and tries to cover himself somehow. The young hero is extremely upset that his clothes are completely burned along with his good defense. He sits on the ground and thinks about what to do in such a situation. Jung Hee-won gently covers the young hero with his cloak and tells Doc Ja that there is absolutely no time to think about any nonsense right now. The young hero is amazed by the girl's kindness. He covers himself with her cloak and with a smile on his face thanks her for her help, while Jung Hee-won moves away from him a little frustrated. The huge dragon spots Doc Ja's team. It lets out a loud cry, drawing attention to itself and prepares for its attack. Dokja orders his group to keep running in the opposite direction of the dragon, and Lee Seong turns towards the young hero and tries to find out what their next move should be. The young hero notices that there are blue ice blobs lying where the apostles' burned bodies were, which for some reason didn't burn with them. The dragon moves with great speed through the subway station and with its tail attacks all the survivors on its way. See, the young hero quickly moves to the back of the huge dragon with the intention of taking his shield and flag, which are lying at the monster's belly. Dokja quickly grabs his sword flag, and an information panel appears in front of him saying that he can use the black flag effect again. The dragon uses its fire breath and directs it towards the young hero, but Dokja manages to dodge in time and he yells towards his friends to look for the defense plates. The team manages to find a safe zone in time for the 5 men. They activate the protective barrier and watch carefully as the dragon activates the fire flower of destruction. The huge fire dragon opens its maw from which huge streams of fire erupt endlessly, covering the entire station area. Tokebi, in a business suit, watches the events unfold, noting that Dokja's team is doing well and saying that they can't be lucky forever. Young Hee-won is extremely unhappy with Tokebi's statement, suspecting that he may be setting a trap for them. The protective barrier quickly dissipates and Young Min asks the young hero what to do next. The young hero wipes the sweat from his face and says that they will most likely have to fight the dragon, and that's the only way they can get through the scenario. Dokja scrolls through the memories of the blue ice drops that the apostles brought with them on the floor, and suggests that they can use them to defeat the dragon. The young hero scrolls through his memories of the number of apostles that were at the station and counts exactly 5. Dokja realizes that 1 ice drop will be enough for each companion, so he orders his companions to go in search of the blue beads lying on the ground. Hyun-sung rushes forward rather quickly and finds one of the ice drops that was lying not far from the original green area. Daeok-ja analyzes his friend's characteristics and thinks about strategy, while Jung Hee-won finds one of the ice drops and picks it up from the floor. The young hero helps Lee Sung-guk retrieve the ice drop, and together he dodges a series of dragon attacks and then uses the gold coins to increase his skill in magic. Dokja, with a quick movement of his hand, he pops an ice drop into his mouth to activate the item's ability and shouts towards his companions to repeat after him. An aura of cold envelopes the young hero. A notification appears in front of him that his attacks now deal an additional 40% cold damage. The young hero opens the information panels and with the omniscient reader skill, he wants to find out the weaknesses of the fire dragon. Dokja is surprised to see that one of the skills that Jun Hyuk possesses is available to him because of his omniscient reader skill. The young hero freezes in place in surprise, an icy aura emanating from his feet that turns the ground beneath his feet into ice. Dokja studies the information panel and is completely oblivious to the fire dragon, whose maw is rapidly approaching him with the intention of swallowing him alive. Jung Hee-won sees that the young hero is in mortal danger, so she does not rush to his side to save him. The girl grabs him by the neck and pulls him away from the dragon. She reprimands Dokja for freezing in place while fighting a dangerous enemy. Jung Hee-won stumbles in place with the young hero falling to the ground, flying several meters across the ground and raising large columns of dust and dirt underneath. The dragon quickly approaches Dokja and Jung Hee-won. The girl looks towards the dragon and tries to catch her breath, while the young hero studies the information panel and tries to choose a skill. Daeok-ja is extremely surprised to see that the panel highlights several options for the young hero to choose from. The young hero is extremely frustrated that he can choose a skill like self-defense or enhanced lunge, so he decides to choose flame resistance to fight the dragon. Dokja closes his eyes and tries to think of his next plan of action when fighting the dragon, while Jung Hee-won quickly gets to his feet and prepares to dodge the dragon's attack. The young hero picks up his flag and tries to remember the scene from the Survival Methods novel where the battle with the fire dragon takes place. Dokja quickly rises to his feet and uses his unique attribute to try to recall the pages of the novel he read earlier to figure out the monster's weaknesses. Jung Hee-won notices the dragon heading towards them at a great speed, her face covered in sweat drops due to the heat, and she asks the young hero to act quickly. The young hero is in a state of meditation to find a necessary fragment of a story from a novel about ways to survive. Dokja's gaze becomes extremely determined. With the help of his attribute, he managed to find the necessary information to defeat the fire dragon. Dokja uses the information panel and decides to learn the cold resistance skill, and a huge amount of blue energy begins to swirl around his body. Hyun-sung runs towards Dokja, and the young hero asks his friends to give him the ice bead so he can use them. Young Min Sung and Lee Sung-guk are about to use their ice beads, but Doc Ja stops them and demands that they give them to him, and the prophets look at the young hero with annoyance because he keeps taking everything away from them. Doc Ja collects ice drops from everyone and takes them inside his body to utilize the power of cold to its fullest. The effect of the ice drops are summed up, and the young hero's body is quickly covered in an ice crust. Under his feet, the floor turns into an icy coating. A strong vortex of ice energy surrounds the young hero, causing his comrades to look in his direction in surprise. A blue panel appears in front of Doc Ja, informing him that his attacks will now deal 200% cold damage. Hyun-sung looks at the young hero with surprise and concern and tries to find out if he's okay because his friend's body is quickly becoming covered in ice. Doc Ja sighs heavily and looks ahead of him. Thanks to his new cold resistance skill, he manages to utilize all the ice drops to their fullest. The young hero pulls his sword out of its sheath and asks his friends to hide behind his back as quickly as possible, while the fire dragon takes a quick step towards the guys. The young hero's whole body is covered with ice and a light crackling sound is heard. Doc Ja draws his sword and is about to deliver a decisive blow to the dragon. Doc Ja uses all his skills at once to make a powerful sword attack, and the fire dragon comes closer and concentrates fire in its mouth. The fire dragon opens its mouth wide and lets out a deafening roar that echoes throughout the subway station. The fire dragon gets into a fighting stance, and its body begins to emit a bright scarlet color, much to the surprise of the young hero. Doc Ja thanks the Sea Admiral for sharing his power with him. He makes a few quick jerks and heads towards the fire dragon. The young hero makes a high jump and finds himself above the fire monster's head. The dragon turns its head up and watches what Doc Ja is about to do. Doc Ja quickly lands on the huge dragon's back and performs a powerful kick on its back, causing the monster to let out a loud roar of pain. The Class 5 dragon-type monster creates a fireball in its mouth, about to use the fire flower of destruction. Doc Ja scrolls through his head the information about the number of tiles that were left in the arena. He remembers how his team managed to find one tile with the number 5 and makes an assumption that they might not be so lucky next time. The young hero clutches his sword tightly and hopes that he can use his attack to stop the fire flower and decapitate the dragon. Doc Ja clutches his sword tightly with both hands and tries to recreate Jun Hyuk's attack to leave the dragon no chance. The young hero remembers every move Jun Hyuk made when he swung his sword, his heart pounding with an incredible amount of excitement, because his mistake could cost the lives of not only him, but everyone at the station. Doc Ja swings his sword sharply and prays to all the gods that he will be able to repeat the main character's attack at least once. The young hero's sword pierces the neck of the huge dragon and covers it with a huge layer of ice, causing serious damage to the monster. The young hero clenches his teeth tightly and delivers several blows to the dragon's neck to interrupt its deadly attack. The hero's mind is filled with doubt, but his gaze expresses a firm confidence in his strength. The dragon's wounds are covered in ice, and the monster lets out a menacing roar of pain. The dragon's flame quickly fades. He lets out a loud roar and his head swings in different directions. The monster's shoulder is covered with a huge wound covered with ice, which was left by the young hero. Hyun-sung puts his huge shield forward to protect his friends from the remnants of the flames that managed to escape from the dragon's mouth, while Jong Hee-won shields her face from the fiery wind with her hand and tries to see what's going on ahead of her. The young hero lands on the ground and looks intently at the wounded dragon. He clutches his sword tightly and prepares for the next attack. Doc Ja is breathing heavily because he spent a huge amount of energy on the last attack. He hopes that he was able to defeat the dragon. The young hero gets distracted and notices a huge dragon tail coming towards him, hitting him on the head and throwing him aside. Doc Ja fails to dodge the dragon's attack. He lets out a loud cry of pain and flies towards the wall, losing any chance to finish the monster off. Doc Ja is completely immersed in his thoughts and cannot believe that his adventure will end here and now. Doc Ja is sure that if he was like Jun Hyuk, he would have no problem dealing with the dragon and defeating it with one blow. The dragon opens its maw again and transforms a huge fireball, intending to use its devastating attack, and young Hee-won points towards a loose green slab and beckons his comrades to run after it. Doc Ja can't believe that it has to end for him right here. He comes to his senses and clenches his teeth tightly against the pain, his cold and piercing gaze fixed on the dragon. The young hero throws his sword with all his might and says with a loud shout that even he can defeat the fire dragon. The young hero's sword, like a huge lightning bolt, is carried to the body of the huge dragon, where his weakest vengeance, his heart, is located. Dokja's weapon easily cuts through the fire dragon's scales and plunges straight into the red heart, causing the dragon to let out a loud roar and leave its breath. The heart continues to beat even though the sword is stabbed in, but suddenly cold smoke begins to emanate from the blade, completely enveloping the monster's internal organs and turning them into ice. And the dragon's heart becomes covered in ice at a great speed. The young hero's sword continues to generate a strong ice aura, and soon the dragon is completely transformed into an ice statue. Shaim. Swollen Dokja folds his arms on his chest and says that he has no right to die at the beginning of the story, and the ice statue of the defeated fire dragon stands in front of him. The head of Seoul's Tokabi Param clutches the report on the plausibility check of Jun Hyuk's regressions tightly in his hands and is not happy with the information given to him. Tokabi Param is distracted from studying the report and scrutinizes the brethren in front of him. He asks them about who exactly gave him the information. One of the Tokabi reports that the report was generated by a colleague of his from Japan who has a strong interest in Jun Hyuk's strange abilities. Param flips through a few documents inside the report folder and urges the other Tokabi to stay away from Jun Hyuk and not dig into his abilities, or it might cause a storm. Param snickers unhappily about the fact that the Tokabi should throw all their strength into preparing the fifth scenario, which should happen soon. Dokja walks over to the ice monster statue and grasps his sword with both hands to pull it out of the dead monster's body. The young hero jumps as far away from the defeated dragon as he can, and in his hand he holds the special artifact he managed to get when defeating the monster. Dokja clutches the fifth-grade dragon essence tightly in his hand and looks at Tokabi, worried that his persona may soon be subjected to discussion among the higher powers. The young hero is completely oblivious to Jang Hee-won, who comes up behind him and slaps him on the back with all her might, causing him to drop the dragon orb from his hands. The dragon orb falls to the floor in front of the young hero's face. Dokja falls next to the magical artifact after the blow of Jang Hee-won and asks the girl not to do it anymore, because his health is at 0. An information panel appears in front of Dokja with a message saying that a huge number of constellations are extremely affected by his actions, but Dokja doesn't pay any attention to it and looks towards Jang Hee-won. Jang Hee-won is extremely shocked by the young hero's recklessness, and she glares menacingly at him and asks if Dokja knew his plan would work. The girl swings her palm towards Dokja and reprimands the young hero for being too risky in the battle with the dragon, and the other guys quickly run towards him to check on his well-being. The entire subway station is strewn with a huge number of burned prophet bodies, and only the loud voices of Dokja and his friends echo throughout the room. Dokja and his group examine the bodies of the burned people and try to find something useful in them. Jung Hee-won points out that the resurrection skill that the hero got is extremely useful and can save a life more than once. The young hero points out that he can't use resurrection all the time, and for that ability to work again, he needs to save a huge number of lives, and Jang Hee-won clenches his hand tightly in a fist and promises Dokja that he can help him in this matter. Hyun-sung turns toward Dokja and notes that the new world has a huge number of different abilities, and it's all reminiscent of a fantasy novel, and Jung-min and Lee-sung flinch when they hear such words from the lieutenant. Dokja stares intently at Jung-min and Lee-seon, and with his menacing gaze tries to hint to the prophets to keep their mouths shut, and then tells Hyun-sung with a smile that he's extremely happy that everyone is unharmed. Lee Sung-guk notes that Dokja has become suddenly polite to him as his friend and glances warily at the young hero, expecting some kind of setup. Lee Sung was completely right in his speculation, because a split second later, Dokja reaches out his hand in his direction and demands that he hand over his cell phone again. The young hero talks about taking that cell phone for himself, and Lee Sung tearfully says that Dokja is no longer playing the role of Jun Hyuk, and he has no reason to be so cruel to them. Dokja scrutinizes his phone screen. All his belongings along with his phone were destroyed by the flames, and he is extremely concerned that the file from the author might be gone forever. But suddenly his phone receives a message that he can synchronize the data from his old device. Dokja presses the consent button and watches with excited anticipation as the download window fills up rather quickly. Jung-min scratches his head and shares his impressions of the past battle with his friend, while Dokja looks toward the prophets and thinks about being careful with the data he has in his personal possession. Dokja is quickly distracted from the screen of his phone when the familiar voice of Tokabi Bi-hyun rings in his head, contacting him via telepathic communication and complaining about his hard life. Bi-hyun tells the young hero that there was a management meeting where they discussed his person and were outraged that no one could find detailed information about him. The young hero looks around with a calm expression and is happy that he didn't intentionally avoid using his strongest ability, while Bi-hyun tells him that his efforts will keep Dokja from being penalized. Dokja stares intently at the electric sphere in which the top-ranked Tokebi is about to appear, and Bi-hyun warns the young hero that many in management are unhappy with his actions. The space of the station lights up with a bright yellow light. Tokebi appears in front of the young hero in a black suit. He apologizes for the delay and is about to give Dokja a reward for completing the script. In front of the young hero and his companions appear a huge number of information boxes with notifications about the reward. Among them, Dokja notices a protective amulet of the Immuntar people, which will be perfect for passing the 5th scenario. The young hero notices that all of his companions have received good rewards, but there is a doubt in his mind that he has received rather little for overcoming the disaster. Tokiyui interrupts the young hero's musings and points out that Dokja is conducting too much action, which led to a lot of problems during the scenario. Tokyubi reports that the management has decided that the difficulty of the script will be doubled because the level of incarnations is not appropriate for the upcoming script. The young hero and his team look at the Tokebi flying in the air with surprise. They are extremely amazed that the scenario complexity will be increased in this area. Tokebi looks around at all the people present on the station with a slight smile on his face, and then snaps his fingers and activates the complication of the scenarios. Dokja opens the information panel and is very angry that Tokebi has drastically reduced the time to run the last scenario, giving only 48 hours to run it. Yu Sang notices familiar silhouettes in the back of the subway tunnel. He holds on to his injured shoulder and tries to figure out who is heading towards the station. Konpil-do gives orders to the people in the station and points out places to take up defenses. Dokja and his squad return to the station with the bodies of wounded people scattered everywhere. Young Hee-won looks around fearfully and asks Yu Sang what happened during their absence. Jongmin flinches in horror and points toward the railroad tracks with a pale expression, as if he saw a ghost there. The young hero and his friends look in the direction Jungmin pointed and notice a huge number of apostles' heads neatly displayed on the railroad tracks. Dokja involuntarily looks at the apostle heads. He is extremely uncomfortable with the way Junhyuk is dealing with the problem. He looks around and tries to find the main character with his eyes. Suddenly there is a noise and the guys notice another apostle's head rolling down the train tracks of the subway station. On the floor lies the head of the leader of the apostles. Now the entire Seer squad has been completely destroyed and only one head remains of their former greatness. The young hero cautiously looks towards the head that is rolling rapidly along the railroad tracks and notices Junhyuk slowly heading in his direction. Junhyuk holds his sword firmly in his hand and stomps his feet loudly along the railroad tracks. The young hero looks back and forth at the main character and the heads left behind and is amazed that Junhyuk has decided to massacre all the apostles. Junhyuk stops near the entrance of the station and casts his indifferent gaze in the direction of the young hero, as if expecting him to explain. Suddenly there is a loud voice of a man that scares all the people in the station. The young hero realizes that the voice is coming from a severed head. Dokya can't believe his eyes that the severed head of a man is capable of saying anything. He gingerly looks in his direction and freezes in surprise. And the head of the first apostle rolls closer to Dokja and says that she is glad to finally see the man who prevented her brilliant plan from coming to fruition. As the story moves back a few hours, Jungmin Seop tells about how there was a man who brought all the prophets together and helped them acquire rare items. Jungmin says that a strange apostle came to the stations after the end of the first scenario and suggested that he and his friend join the prophets. Jungmin notes that similar invitations have happened at other stations, and Dokja pays no attention to his words and turns to Lee Seon demanding that he give him his pants. The Apostle King with a smile on his face continues to look at the young hero and his companions. Despite missing his entire body and the rest of his limbs, he looks more alive than ever. The young hero knows of the existence of several skills that allow one to live with a severed head, but cannot believe that the prophet has managed to acquire one of these. Dokja quickly jumps to the side of the head, and the apostle looks at the young hero with a smile and remarks that he has done an extremely incredible thing, managing to pretend to be Junhyuk while fooling the rest of the apostles. The young hero puts all the information together and tries to figure out what kind of person is right in front of him, while Junhyuk stands not far away from them and listens to the dialogue. In Dokkaja's mind, there is an ability that allows for the creation of avatars, and the young hero concludes that the first apostle has just such a skill. Dokja looks at the smiling head of the first apostle and is amazed that someone managed to obtain such a rare skill. The first apostle continues to look at the young hero and watches with interest to see if his opponent will be able to figure out who is in front of him. The smile on the first apostle's face quickly disappears when the young hero makes the assumption that the author of survival techniques is in front of him. Dokja visualizes the image of the first apostle in his head. It seems quite obvious to him that the person in front of him could very well be the person who is the writer of the short story. The young hero squats down in front of the head of the first apostle and asks him if the person in front of him is really the writer. The people at Chunmuro Station watch mesmerized as the young hero talks to the first apostle, but they are completely unaware of the meaning of what the two men are talking about. The young hero stares intently at the surprised face of the first apostle. He assumes that the body in front of him is not a real body but an avatar. The face of the first apostle lights up with a broad smile. The first apostle is extremely impressed by the ingenuity of the protagonist and confesses that he is the author of the revelation. The young protagonist looks at the apostle with an indifferent expression on his face. The words of the man in front of him seem to him to be complete nonsense, which he does not want to believe at all. Dokja turns his head toward Junhyuk, hoping for his help, and then turns to the first apostle and tells him that that's not what he asked him. Young Hyuk activates his lie detector skill, and Dokja asks the first apostle if it's true that he owns the revelation and is the author of it, to which he gets a positive answer from the head. The young hero doesn't believe the first apostle's words at all and thinks they're nonsense, and then he's surprised when Junhyuk's lie detector shows that what the head said is true. Dokja stares absent-mindedly at the head of the first apostle. He can't believe that this man also has a file of novella ways to survive. The head of the first apostle looks at the young hero with a smile. It seems that the author of the revelation takes great pleasure in talking to the young hero. The young hero recalls how he received a message from the short story author. He is sure that the writer of survival ways would definitely recognize his reader. Ja tries to calm down and not give away his excitement. He demands the apostle to tell him what revelation he is talking about and what the document means. The first apostle explains to the young hero that a revelation is a document that reveals the truth for the future, and then decides to ask Dokja how he knew about his operation. The first apostle assumes that Dokja is also a prophet, and the young hero is amazed at the fact how the man who wrote the revelation doesn't know the answers to all the questions. The apostle smiles broadly and starts laughing at the top of his voice. He talks about how being an omnipotent author is very boring, so he prefers to remain in ignorance. Ja remembers the message the author sent before the apocalypse. The young hero is once again confirmed that he is definitely not the author of the novel. The young hero is surprised by the information from the apostle that there is a girl in Sondaman prison who is another apostle. The first apostle proposes a deal and asks Dokja to give up his identity, and in return he will share a little information with him. But the young hero refuses the offer and says that the apostle can't offer him anything in return. The first apostle continues to look at Dokja with a smile and warns him that the body in front of him is not a real body, but the young hero interrupts the apostle half a word and says that he knows the future. After the young hero's words, the smile from the first apostle's face instantly disappears. His head looks at Dokja intently and tries to understand what he is talking about. Dokja decides to add some spice to his dialogue with the apostle, so he tells the head that it knows the future much more than he does. Junhyuk uses the lie detector and realizes that the young character is telling the whole truth. His face still shows no emotion, but the main character starts thinking about something in his head. The first apostle cannot believe in the words of the young hero. He does not understand how he can be a man who knows much more than he does. The young hero looks closely at the head of the first apostle and begins to slowly guess that the thief of the novella may be in front of him. Dokja recalls that there was a pirated copy of the survival novel that was not very popular among users. The first apostle looks questioningly in the direction of the young hero and is startled when the young hero starts hurling accusations at him and calling him a thief. The young hero puts his hands at his sides and a wide smile lights up his face. He points out that the first apostle is just a thief who copied the short story and calls it some kind of revelation. Jung Min Sung stands with Jung Hee-won and Yu Song, the man scratching his beard and not understanding how one can communicate with his head, while the girls follow the dialogue closely. The first apostle looks fearfully at the young hero. He is shocked by Doc Ja's words of calling him a thief who gains profit at the expense of others and profits at other people's expense. The apostle turns sharply towards Jun Hyuk and asks the main character to come closer to him because he has a great offer. The creator of the revelation is very disturbed by Doc Ja's words, and he suggests that Jun Hyuk join him and take his side so that together they can destroy all the offenders. Jun Hyuk looks at the talking head without too much emotion and listens to her offer to see him through to the end of the story if they join forces. Doc Ja stands nearby and listens as the first apostle tries to convince Jun Hyuk to side with him. The young hero remembers that when he was pretending to be the main character, the other prophets also tried to get him on his side. Jun Hyuk says that he hasn't heard of any revelation and isn't interested in the offer from the head, but the first apostle continues to insist and offers to look at his attributes as proof. Jun Hyuk uses a sage look while Doc Ja looks at the young protagonist warily and uses the omniscient reader skill to find out exactly what the main character is up to. Doc Ja is too exhausted after the fight with the dragon and can't use his unique ability, and the first apostle continues to convince Jun Hyuk to join him and offers to deal with the young hero who changed the future. The young hero is very angry that the first apostle is trying to blacken his name. He points out that the creator of the revelation was also pretending to be Jun Hyuk for his own purposes. Jun Hyuk is fed up with the pointless conversation. He holds the sword in his hands and quickly heads towards the talking head to make up his mind about his choice. The main character steps his foot on the first prophet's head, causing the revelation writer's face to change drastically from smiling to incomprehensible. The young character looks at Jun Hyuk apprehensively and steps back a bit, while the main character asks the question, if someone really knows the future, let them tell what will happen soon. Jun Hyuk continues to keep his foot on the first prophet's head and the blade of his sword direction to the young hero's throat, and waits for the answer to his question. The young hero puts his hands up and young Hee-won grabs the hilt of his sword and prepares to attack the main character if he hurts Doc Ja. Jun Hyuk presses his foot on the first apostle's head and asks the young hero to anticipate his actions and tell him what he will do to the writer's head. Jun Hyuk is fed up with this squabble and turns to the head in a disgruntled voice and says that the first apostle can only flail his tongue and then puts his blade back in its sheath. Cold sweat drips down Doc Ja's face as he looks at Jun Hyuk in surprise and doesn't fully understand which side the main character has chosen. Jun Hyuk stares directly into the young character's eyes, as if trying to find the answer deep inside of Doc Ja's soul. The main character abruptly turns around and heads towards the subway station tunnel, and Doc Ja looks at him in surprise and asks where Jun Hyuk went. Doc Ja yells at Jun Hyuk to stop, but the main character ignores him and continues walking forward. Jun Hyuk stops and says that if the future has been changed, it's worth changing plans, and the young character points out that it's more beneficial to stay together and offers his help. The main character talks about paying back his debt, and Doc Ja hints that Jun Hyuk is in his group and can't leave the station at will, or he'll get punished. Jun Hyuk quickly exposes his blade and is about to get away from the young hero. And Doc Ja puts his hands up and says that he knows full well the plan the main character will follow. The young hero offers his help, and Jun Hyuk looks smugly at Doc Ja and thinks aloud about just taking his flag. Doc Ja talks about how Jun Hyuk can try to take the flag from him, but then he'll use punishment, and it'll all be solved in a split second. Jun Hyuk realizes that the young hero's words are much faster than the blade of his sword, so he puts his weapon away in its sheath and listens to the young hero's plan. All the navigation signs of Chunmuro Station are covered in dried blood, and in the station's compartment, the voices of Doc Ja and Jun Hyuk can be heard discussing strategy amongst themselves. Jun Hyuk continues to insist that he can handle capturing the flag himself, but continues to listen to the young hero who offers him an alternative plan. The main character's eyes widen in surprise when the young hero points out that Jun Hyuk has a reason to go north to save his family. A dark blue aura envelops Jun Hyuk, and he clenches his hand tightly on the hilt of his sword and is about to massacre the young hero, while Doc Ja realizes his hands are up and says that he only has good intentions. Hyun Sung watches Doc Ja and Jun Hyuk's dialogue. She's worried that something might happen to her friend, so she stands at the ready. The young hero points towards the head that Jun Hyuk crushed and asks him what the man's main attribute was. There's hardly any space left on the navigation map of Chunmuro Station that isn't splattered with blood. The young hero returns to the station. He folds his hands in front of him and contemplates how he should deal with the prophets he took with him. Youngmin Seop and Lee Sung-guk kneel in front of the young hero and wait meaningfully for Doc Ja to give them their next order. Lee Sung-guk raises his hand and confirms the young hero's hunch that the prophets are familiar with the novella titled High Class Infinite Regressor. Young Min Seop and Lee Sung-guk quickly look at each other and start discussing the novel, the young hero said. Dokja takes a seat on the stone bench and waits for the prophets to finish discussing amongst themselves. The young hero recalls that he once saw a frame on the internet that showed a tall, handsome man with a huge number of gold coins falling around him. Dokja reports that the first apostle is the author of the novella Infinite Regressor High Class, and this information perplexed the prophets. The computer screen shows a line with a huge number of comments, among which is a message from Dokja, who accuses the author of the novel of plagiarizing a story about 3 ways to survive in a destroyed world. The young protagonist gets upset when he remembers the huge number of accusations that were hurled in his direction after he wrote the comment. Young Min and Lee Sung look at each other and notice that the short story about the high-ranking regressor did have a lot of similarities to the original file. The young hero thinks about whether he can beat the author of the plagiarized file if he is also familiar with the source, and suggests that the more time passes, the less useful information the apostle has. Dokja lowers his gaze to the prophets and informs them that as soon as enough time passes, the first apostle will lose all his advantage, and then says that he has a task for them. Yu Sang carefully lays Lee Ji-hai down near the flagpole and tries to treat the girl's wounds. Hyun Sung polishes his shield to a shine, and Gil Young looks towards the protagonist and waits for his return. The protagonist learns from Young Min and Lee Sung that the Tyrant King has been using the prophets as sources of information. Dokja's face lights up with a wide smile because he has come up with a great plan. The prophets look at the young hero in amazement and wait for the plan to be explained, while Dokja tells him that a part of the revelation must fall into the hands of the Tyrant King so that he will be confused. The young hero looks expectantly at his charges, hoping they will figure out what his plan is, and a beaming smile spreads across his face. Dokja can't stand it and declares with a joyful voice that with their joint efforts, they will create a top-rank infinite regressor file, and then they will distribute it. The blood that covers the entire wall of Chunmuro subway station gradually dries up and turns maroon in color, as if someone had spilled paint on it. The young protagonist walks towards Kanpil-do and asks him to give him the notebook he's been clutching so carefully to his chest and won't part with. Kanpil-do's face becomes menacing. He insults the young hero and demands that he take care of his notebook, but the young hero pays no attention to the gun baron's anger and tells the prophets that they will write the plot of the novel themselves. The young hero in his head presents the image of a plagiarizing writer and a tyrant king who has learned of the existence of some kind of revelation. In Dokja's mind, the image is drawn that the tyrant king, who seeks sole possession of the information, will fight against the plagiarizing writer who wants to know as much as possible. The young hero opens a laptop and creates a file on it, and explains to the prophets that with the file they create, they will force the tyrant and the writer to face off against each other. Jung Min needs his hands and points out that he's grown to respect writing because composing is hard enough. And Dokja points out that they can write down information roughly because they don't need a whole work. Dokja worries that Hyun Sung and Lee Ji-hai might overreact to being characters in the novella, so he asks the prophets to change the characters' names. Jung Min asks Dokja not to worry that Hyun Sung and Yu Sang might react wrongly to the information that they are characters in the novella. The prophets recall how they did an experiment on one of the novelization characters and notice that he doesn't understand anything and reacts like a normal civilian in the games. The information provided by the prophets comes as a surprise to the young hero. He crosses his arms across his chest and comes to realize how the writer was able to find the prophets so quickly. The young hero wonders how they are different from the characters in the short story. Lee Sung-guk looks up and says that they are real people, and the characters are just part of the work. Deokja looks at the prophets and wonders to himself exactly at what point the work begins and the real world ends. The young protagonist opens the information panel and examines the characterizations of Lee Seon and Young Min. He can't figure out whether he is a character or a real person. The young hero notices that over time he started to see information about the prophets. He makes the assumption that over time, each person becomes a character. Dokja is distracted from his thoughts and notices that Gil Young is watching him closely. The young hero activates his unique skill, character description, and looks towards Gil Young and the not-too-far-away Jung Hee-won and Yu Sang with a slight sadness. Dokja waves towards the boy with a nervous smile, and Jung Min beckons him over and informs him that the file is ready to be used. The young hero reads the written document and makes a remark that if the work of the prophets were released, it would fail immediately, and Jong Min and Lee Sung get very upset after Dokja's words. Han Dong-hoon receives a message from the young hero asking him to distribute the said file. The recluse uses his ability and with the help of the internet helps Dokja to distribute the file. The young hero looks towards Konil-hoon and says that he knows a great candidate to distribute the file to the stations where there is no internet, and the prophets look at the young hero with incomprehension. Konil-hoon pats himself on the chest with his fist and tells Dokja that he will use all his skills and flawlessly complete the task presented to him. The former deputy representative of Dongdaemun Station completely relies on Dokja to keep him alive and is willing to help the young hero in all his endeavors. The young hero gathers his team around him and stands near the navigation sign of Chunmuro Station. The young hero notes that they need to capture Changshin Station in 40 hours, or they will be forgotten. Young Hee-won notes with a cheerful smile that difficulties have always haunted the team. The girl folds her hands in front of her and asks Dokja who their opponent is this time. Yu Sang and Gil Young listen attentively to Dokja's explanation that their opponent this time will be a tyrant king who has a huge territory. Jung Hee-won holds his head with his hand and points out that if he fails, Dokja could become a slave and she could become a concubine. And the young hero points out that the tyrant king has a very strong sponsor constellation, so it won't be easy to defeat him. The young hero points to the subway map and raises 2 fingers up, explaining that they have a few options for victory. Capture the flag or capture the Dobon base station. Jung Hee-won folds his hands in front of him and doesn't understand why they'll go to Kwanghwamun Station, which is on the other side of the enemy base, and the young hero explains that he's prepared a special trap. The young hero says that they will recover in a few minutes and suggests his team to prepare thoroughly. He's about to say something else, but his voice is interrupted by a loud notification sound. In front of Dokja, a huge number of information placards appear with messages saying that several items he auctioned off have been sold out. Dokja picks up his phone and receives a message from Han Dong that the recluse has spread the word that the revelation can be purchased on the exchange. The young hero looks up and uses the power of thought to contact Bi-hyun. Tokebi tells Dokja that the constellations are extremely happy with the course of the current scenario. Bi-hyun notes that a large number of constellations have bought the revelation and are giving it to their incarnations. He notes that this turn of events could be dangerous for the young hero. But Dokja ignores his words and asks him to transfer the money from the sale of the revelation to him. A blue panel appears in front of Dokja with the message that they have managed to sell about 16 copies of the revelation of the infinite regressor. The young hero waves goodbye to his team and talks about going to bed, and Jung Hee-won watches the young hero's equanimity with surprise and notes that Dokja is too relaxed. Eitan Dok. Ja lays down right on the floor and talks about how a good night's sleep is the key to health. And Yu Sang walks over to the young hero and covers him with a blanket. The young hero scrolls through the stages of his ability development in his mind. The first stage allowed him to defeat his first opponent due to the fact that he recognized his opponent's elemental desires and feelings. During the development of stage 2, Dokja managed to read Jun Hyuk's mind, allowing him to negotiate with the main character and stay alive. During the development of the third stage, the young hero was able to see through the eyes of another character, and was later able to learn one of his traits. The Dobon station where the Tyrant King reigns is quite lively, with a clear signboard with the location of the neighboring stations painted in the center of the station. The Tyrant King sits in a comfortable leather chair, and a large number of people are crowded around him, kneeling in front of him. Konil-hoon has reached the enemy station. He quietly mutters to himself that he has already made the revelation spread throughout the Tyrant King's territory. Dokja uses his unique ability and follows Konil-hoon, watching from the shadows as the former deputy reports that soon the Tyrant King's men will start moving. Konil-hoon is aware of the protagonist's ability. He speaks his thoughts aloud to keep Dokja informed of the progress of the operation. The Tyrant King sits proudly on his throne, a golden crown on his head, and listens to his subordinates report that some revelation has come to light. A girl kneels down and brings a bowl of fruit towards the king. He tells his master that the information from the revelation is completely reliable and can be trusted. A horrible evil grimace appears on the face of the Tyrant King. He tells his servants to go to the Kwanhwamunu station to capture it. The young hero has learned all he needed to know, so he closes his eyes and is about to be transported to another scout who is gathering information about the plagiarist writer. Dokja closes his eyes and tries to visualize in his mind the image of Jungmin Sop, who is on the surface watching the other person. Bright rays of sunlight illuminate a wide road that is covered in a huge number of cracks, with cars scattered all along its length, some of which are still running. The young hero moves his consciousness into the body of Jungmin Sop, who has climbed to the top floor of a huge building and is using his binoculars to watch his target. Doc Ja and Jungmin use their binoculars to notice a man who is wearing a black hoodie. They make the assumption that it is the plagiarized writer in front of them. The writer is completely unaware that he's being followed. He has black glasses over his eyes to protect him from the bright light, and there are several people standing around him and guarding him. The young hero follows the actions of the writer closely. He is aware of the fact that there is an important item in Gwangwaman that his opponent has most likely come for. Doc Ja notices that there is a huge number of people crowded together in the city center. Among them are the king from all the subway stations. The young hero smiles widely because for the moment everything is going according to his plan. He continues to watch the kings and waits for something to happen. Doc Ja abruptly opens his eyes. His unique skill was deactivated, so his body woke up earlier than he expected. The young hero tries to get up from his seat, but he gives it to him with great difficulty, because the third stage of his ability is wearing his body out a lot. Doc Ja realizes that he got Jun Hyuk's ability because he was able to use the first-person view, but at the moment, he doesn't know how to do it with other people. Jung Hee-won was standing nearby while the young hero was sleeping. She greets Doc Ja with a smile on her face and points out that he talked a lot in his sleep. The girl tries to mimic Doc Ja's voice and tells the young hero that he was calling for his mom's help and talking about her all the time. Doc Ja strokes his head with his hand and tries to come to his senses. He doesn't know if Jung Hee-won is joking or telling the truth. He dismisses his thoughts and tells the girl that he has a personal request for her. The young hero slowly gets up and picks up the plaid that Yu Sang used to cover him with. He takes a long look at Jung Hee-won and then urges the girl not to participate in the upcoming battle. Jung Hee-won's eyes widen in surprise. She didn't expect to hear the hero ask her not to participate in the battle. She froze in place and hopes that Doc Ja was just joking. A large number of people are cheering for Doc Ja and Yu Sang. The people of the station are wishing them good luck. But ahead of them is a disgruntled Kan Pil-do, who has his arms folded across his chest. The young hero looks at the young girl with a bit of apprehension and marvels at the fact that despite her short reign as deputy, Yu Sang has become very popular. Yu Sang waves cheerfully in the direction of the people and then casts her eyes downward and ponders the upcoming battle, worrying greatly. Hyun Sung looks at Kan Pil-do with a smile, while the weapons baron nervously tisks and averts his gaze somewhere to the side and tries to ignore the lieutenant. The young hero decides that he has left the protection of Chunmuro to Kan Pil-do and Hyun Sung because their skills are best suited for the role. Hyun Sung moves along the railroad tracks in quick spurts, eager to fulfill the special assignment that Doc Ja has handed to her personally. The young hero has taken Yu Sang-ah and Gil Young with him. Along with some people at the station, they head towards Gwangwamunu to prepare a trap. Yu Sang smiles widely and is distracted from her sad thoughts when Doc Ja asks her to search for the items he had last time at the statue of the monk of the Four Seas. Doc Ja recalls how Yu Sang received the Four Seas monk's rosary and makes the assumption that if he collects the whole set, it can greatly strengthen its owner. Yu Sang's knowledge of Korea's history and her help are the key to the young hero's success, and the young girl clenches her hand tightly in her fist and says she will do her best to help Doc Ja. Doc Ja assesses the strength of the tyrant king and the plagiarist writer. He hopes that he will be able to find some relics along the way that will allow him to level up his strength with the current kings, who bring several incarnations with them. Yusan taps a finger on his chin and notes that there must be a shrine somewhere nearby that might hold a sacred object. On the surface, there's a lonely shrine that at first glance seems completely unaffected by the chaos that has engulfed the entire city. This shrine, the girl assures her, may contain a powerful object. Doc Ja and his team reach the shrine. The young hero can't believe his eyes that there is a temple on the surface that is so well preserved despite the disaster. Yu Sang and Lee Sung-guk discuss among themselves about the poisonous mist that was a feature of the second scenario, while the young hero scrutinizes the shrine and realizes that in front of him is the place of reverence of one of China's top generals. Doc Ja comes closer to the information tablet and studies it with his companions. He assumes that it is possible to destroy everything here, but he is not sure if he will be able to get the item that way this time. Yu Sang offers to pay her respects in front of the general's temple. She pours some water into a bowl and carefully places it near the temple door. Doc Ja, along with his companions, fold their hands in prayer to pay their respects to the Chinese general. The young hero hopes it will be enough to get the sacred object. An information placard appears in front of the young hero's face and informs him that the Guandao constellation is very happy for those people who choose to visit it. A bright flash of blue light envelops Doc Jia and his team. The constellation blesses the group and grants them hanging characteristics for 24 hours. The young hero is surprised to find a temple dedicated to the Chinese warlord in the center of the city. He is happy that the constellation has blessed his team, but he was expecting to receive a magic item. Gil Young points towards the street with a loud voice, from the direction of which a huge number of armed men are moving towards the Chinese general's temple. The belligerent silhouettes approach the group of the young hero rather quickly. Doc Jia realizes that there is no point in running away, so he decides to meet the strangers face to face. The soldiers march and control their every step, trying to act as synchronized as possible. They clutch their spears tightly in their hands and do not react in any way to the people in front. Lee Sung-guk scrutinizes the soldiers' outfits and says in Doc Jia's ear that he has definitely seen this strange uniform somewhere. The red officer walks ahead of his soldiers and orders his troops to stop when his squad and Doc Jia's group are separated by a few meters. The officer points his spear towards Doc Jia and asks the men in front of him in a menacing voice how dare they stand in the way of the queen. Doc Jia nonchalantly looks around at the officer and his squad who are dressed in strange clothes. He is not going to move from his seat and asks the red officer to introduce himself. At the back of the squads of soldiers, a girl's calm and melodious voice is heard noting that Doc Jia has a brown flag. A girl in a strange red outfit steps forward to her subjects and asks the young hero if he is the king. Min Ji-wan is overjoyed when a lone voice from Doc Jia's group recognizes her. She smiles sweetly at Doc Jia's group and tries to figure out what another king has forgotten here. Lee Sung-guk looks towards Queen Min Ji-wan with a smile and tells the girl that he's a big fan of hers, and Doc Jia swings his hand and hits the back of the prophet's head with all his might to bring him to his senses. Doc Jia lightly probes his hand and disappointed by the fact that the hypnosis master couldn't handle Min Ji-wan's frostbite. The young hero makes an assumption that the character in front of him is not a character from the novel. The queen covers her smile with her hand. After Doc Jia hits the prophet on the head, the young hero scrutinizes Min Ji-wan and assumes that the beauty queen in front of him might be a character. Doc Jia opens the information panel and examines the girl's main characteristics. He learns that Min Ji-wan's sponsor is the lady on the silk sheets. Queen Min Ji-wan starts laughing when Doc Jia calls her by name. She asks the young hero if he is her fan, and when he hears a negative answer to his question, he stops laughing. Doc Jia looks at Min Ji-kan emotionlessly and tells the girl that everyone knows about the Queen of Songdong District. The young hero tells the girl that she has a high level of connection with her sponsor and asks her to tell the constellation that he is honored to meet the Scylla Queen. Queen Min Ji-kong is greatly impressed by the young hero's awareness. She looks in his direction with wide-open eyes, and the girl's constellation starts to get very worried after his mention. The young hero asks Min Ji-kan not to be surprised much. He points out that the girl has come here to fulfill Queen Scylla's cherished wish. Doc Jia imagines in his mind a map of the city. From a short story about survival techniques, Seoul was divided into 3 districts, each preparing for battle. Doc Jia hears the light ringing of a bell that notifies him of a new message. He opens the information panel and is told that a new prize scenario has been opened. Min Ji-kan looks at the young hero with a serious expression and tells him that her sponsor constellation wants to see his sincerity. A blue panel appears in front of the young hero describing the scenario. According to the information panel, the hero is to put Queen Min Ji-kan in charge of 3 states. Doc Jia scrutinizes the contract that Min Ji-kong offers him. He is extremely disappointed that the reward is only 2,000 gold coins. Queen Min Ji-kan is confident that Doc Jia will soon join her. She says that soon there will be a war among the kings and all the small groups in the area will disappear. Min Ji-kong folds her hands in front of her and tells the young hero that he can only survive if he enlists the help of the great constellation. But Doc Jia, to everyone's surprise, refuses. Queen Ji-kong is greatly shocked when Doc Jia refuses her offer and tells her that he has no intention of being her subordinate. Doc Jia says he has to hurry and heads in the opposite direction of the queen, while Min Ji-kong tries to stop the young hero and says he can give more coins if the original price didn't suit the young hero. Queen Min Ji-kan points her hand out and says that she will be the person who will unite the 3 states under her. The girl says that Doc Jia was the one who should have paid her to be under her protection. Hua Yu-sang turns towards the girl and raises her hand to address her. She talks about how, according to history, Scylla was the weakest of the kingdoms, so it is not very beneficial to join the queen. Queen Min Ji-kan looks at Yu-sang with surprise. She doesn't know what to say to the girl's question about how she plans to unite all 3 territories. Minji Khan becomes furious after the girl's words. She asks the girl how she knows everything, and Yu Sang replies to the queen that she has a first level in history. Dokja turns to Yu Sang and asks the girl to hurry up because they need to hurry, and the queen watches the young heroes group and doesn't know how to contradict Yu Sang's words. Queen Minji Khan raises the original amount she offered to make the cooperation, and Dokja refuses without much thought. The young hero continues to move forward and ignores the queen's offers, as he gets more than Minji Khan can offer for every hour he sells copies of the Revelation. The young hero, stops when he hears the offer of 3,000 gold coins from the queen. He thinks about Minji Kong's offer and turns towards her. Dokja ponders over the queen's offer and tries to think of how he can turn the queen's offer in his favor. Queen Minji Kong is happy that Dokja has stopped. She waits with a smile on her face for the young hero to accept her generous offer. The young hero chuckles and offers 10,000 for joining the queen, then says that he said the amount was too small and doubles his bid. Minji Khan is amazed that Dokja demands to pay him 20,000. She looks at the young hero with a smile and asks him, does he really believe he is worth 20,000 gold coins? The queen's face takes on a perplexed expression as Dokja talks about how he's going to buy her for 20,000 gold coins. The young hero snaps his fingers and talks about how he's going to buy Minji Khan along with her army of loyal subjects. Dokja opens the information panel and demonstrates to Queen Minji Khan that he has a huge amount of money that he's willing to spend to buy her soldiers. Queen Minji Khan looks at her counter in amazement, which begins to rapidly increase in value as Dokja sends 20,000 gold coins to her account. The girl is very surprised that Dokja has a huge amount of gold coins. She looks at her increasing counter and can't believe her eyes, and the young hero points out that the girl was wrong to assume that if she doesn't have that kind of money, then no one else can have that amount. The young hero shows off his number of golden moment and notes that he has a decent amount left after he made a deal with her. Queen Minji Khan is stunned by Dokja. She stands in one place and can't move, and the young hero tells her that he was extremely disappointed. Minji Khan stands in front of her soldiers and looks at Dokja walking away. Yu Sang points towards the queen and says that the officer looked very suspicious. The young hero recalls his first meeting with Kwang Chang. He knows that the queen's officer is nothing of value in himself, but his loyalty is high beyond belief. The girl sadly turns around and looks in the queen's direction. She says that Minji Khan seems completely unknown to her, and she doesn't understand how Sunguk and Deokja recognized her. Gil Young turns to Yu Sang and says that she has no idea who Queen Minji Khan is either, and that calms the girl down a lot. Deokja keeps watching the queen with the corner of his eye. He thinks that if Gil Young and Yu Sang don't know anything about Minji Wan, then she is a character in the novel. But he is still wondering how Lee Sung knows about this girl. The young hero asks Sunguk to stop looking at the queen. He asks the prophet to come up to him and tell him more about Minji Wan. Lee Sunguk tells Dokja that Minji Wan used to be a very famous actress, which is why he knows her well. The prophet starts scratching his head and tries desperately to remember why he liked Minji Wan. He can't even figure out if he once liked her or not. And Dokja looks fearfully at the distracted Sunguk. Ja opens Sungok's character specifications and scrutinizes them carefully. The prophet scratches his beard and tries to remember when exactly he saw Minji Wan for the first time. The young hero looks at Sungok apprehensively. He makes the assumption that the prophet has become a character, and that's why he knows Minji exists. Dokja ponders the situation, an image of a phone with a file of a short story about survival techniques playing in his head. The young hero scrutinizes the prophet's characteristics and makes the assumption that as soon as the information from the novel is no longer known to the descendant, he instantly turns into a character. Dokja ponders the situation around Sungok and worries that one day there will come a time when he himself will turn into a character. His train of thought is suddenly interrupted as he receives a sound alert. An information panel appears in front of the young hero with the information that the character Minji Wan is extremely interested in him. The young hero stares blankly at the blue window that appears and doesn't know exactly what to do with the information at hand. He pushes the puzzled Sungok aside and tries to find out what Minji Wan is doing now. The young hero watches Queen Minji Wan arguing and discussing with her guards. He can't believe that such a girl would be interested in him. The young hero recalls the story of the short story about Jun Hyuk's second regression, in which the main character roughly grabbed the queen by the collar of her clothes the first time they met. After Jun Hyuk behaved so unceremoniously with the queen, Minji Wan constantly looked in his direction with a facial expression full of love. Deokja ponders over the situation that happened in the novella and is sure that the queen has no romantic feelings for him. After all, he didn't do anything like Jun Hyuk. The young hero approaches Queen Min Ji-won, who is standing surrounded by her soldiers and officer, and waits for Dokja to approach her. Well, Queen Min Ji-won covers her mouth with her clothes and watches intently as Dokja quickly disappears over the horizon. The young hero and his team find themselves near the National Museum, which holds a huge number of items, with a real treasure hidden amongst a huge pile of trash. Dokja goes inside and sees the most powerful object in all of Gwangwamun on a pedestal, a weapon of 4 tigers that can decapitate any demon. The young hero opens the screen of his phone and carefully reads the chapter of the short story that Lee Seon wrote and notes that it's pretty damn cool, and the prophet is glowing with happiness after Dokja's words. Gil-young takes a seat next to the young hero and asks him why they don't poison inside the museum to get the item first, and Dokja points out that they have nowhere to rush. The Tyrant King sits on his portable throne, and his personal assistant approaches him and reports on the current state of affairs. The young hero calls his friends closer to him and tells them that they need to find other treasures, and the sword will be a decoy and buy them a huge amount of time. High in the sky, a middle-ranked Tokebi appears. He scrutinizes the people who have gathered on the surface of the city, and a smile appears on his face. The young hero realizes his gaze upwards and looks carefully at the Tokebi, who speaks of how obedient children deserve to be rewarded accordingly. Tokebi snaps his fingers, and then the earth begins to shake as if an earthquake had started. A huge crack appears in the center of the city from which a strange throne-like structure begins to appear. All the people look around frightened and try to find the source of the earthquake, and only the Tyrant King enjoys the process. A message appears in front of all the kings that the main scenario has been updated, and a huge golden throne can be seen under huge pillars of smoke. Tokebi slowly descends down and takes a bird's-eye view of the golden throne he has created. The powerful being uses some of his energy to give the throne even more grandeur, and then announces the start of the battle for the throne scenario. A huge golden pyramid appears in the vast expanse of the intersection, and in its center is a golden throne that must be captured. Information windows with detailed information about what will happen in the scenario appear in front of all the people. Lee Sung-guk absent-mindedly studies the blue panel and says that he is extremely worried about the new scenario. The young hero scrutinizes the information panel. He realizes that the current scenario is clearly not in his favor, as his team still hasn't managed to capture the target station. Tokebi notices that a large number of people are extremely worried about the new scenario. He urges them not to worry, as they have plenty of time to go through the new scenario. Queen Min Ji-won and the other kings scrutinize the rules of the new scenario while listening to Tokebi's voice, who points out that only those who prove their right to the throne will take the throne. Dokja reads the first condition that the true king must be braver than all others and must possess a black flag that demonstrates his status. Cold sweat runs down the young hero's face. He is extremely concerned that 20 stations must be captured to receive the black flag. Yu Sang scrutinizes the conditions of becoming a true king and asks the young hero what they need to do, as they need to capture 10 more stations, and there are none available nearby. Dokja reminds Yu Sang that there are several ways to change the color of the flag, and all they need to do is take flags from other groups to change the color of their own flag. A man's loud voice interrupts the grave silence. He raises his longsword up and urges his supporters to go on the attack. A huge number of kings, along with their subordinates, meet in the center of the city and head towards the nearest enemy to take the flag from him. A girl points towards the museum and asks her team members to ignore the other squads and go for the powerful artifacts as soon as possible. The huge squads pounce on each other without regret or pity. They use various weapons to defeat their enemy and don't hesitate to use dirty tricks. Lee Sung-guk looks at Dokja with astonishment because he has no fear, and the young hero explains that this place has always been Korea and will remain so with only a few changes. Pro-roy is extremely amazed that the young hero knows no fear, and Dokja looks out from one side of the wrecked car and watches the battle between the royal units. Idok. Ja remembers his former life. He worked in the sales department, and every so often he goes to the roof of the building to spend his lunchtime alone with a mug of coffee. The young hero remembers when he and his squad gave a hard fight against bandits. He realizes that in either world, he will not be able to escape oblivion. Dokja turns towards his friends and tells them that as soon as he gives the signal, it will be necessary to run with all his legs straight down the street. The young hero makes a sharp wave of his hand and runs with his companions through the narrow city blocks and past major confrontations. The buildings of the Seoul City Historical Museum stand proudly alone, waiting to let in new visitors who are hungry for knowledge. The young hero looks at the signboard of the museum and ponders the next plan of action. His group is very tired and trying to catch their breath after a long run. Yu Sang wipes the sweat from his face and asks Doc Jia why they need to visit the historical museum, and the young hero explains that they need to retrieve a magic disc from the building. An object from an old era similar to the disc is behind a glass display case. It hasn't been used for its intended purpose for a long time, and the object is eagerly waiting for people to use its knowledge again. Wei Doc Jia is about to give Sunguk some instructions on how to find the magical disc, but he is halfway interrupted by a loud sound that rushes towards him. The young hero reacts in time to save Yu Sang and Gil Young from a huge red arrow that flies over their heads. Several additional red arrows fly towards the young hero's group. Doc Jia quickly moves to block the backs of his allies and draws his sword with the intention of deflecting all the arrows. The young hero makes a series of quick attacks and deflects all the magic arrows. At a glance, he can realize that his opponent is a superior archer who has mastered the skill of magic arrows. Master Huang Sanbo greets the young hero with a smile. He carefully watches Doc Jia, who tries to dodge his arrows and starts to taunt him. Behind Huang Sanbo are a large number of people who are loading their bows and preparing for another shot. The Black King suggests that Doc Jia surrender his flag without a fight, and then he will spare the young hero and his allies. The young hero, with quick movements, jumps from side to side trying to dodge the hail of arrows that are aimed in his direction. The Black King watches with a smile on his face as the hail of arrows rains down on Doc Jia. He is sure that the young hero will soon run out of strength and surrender to him without a fight. The young hero realizes that just jumping from side to side will not be enough, so he exposes his blade and with broad strokes reflects the arrows aimed in his direction. Suddenly there is a loud voice of Queen Min-ji-won, who points out the cowardice of the Black King and tells him that using the name of the three nations to attack the weak is shameful. The smile instantly disappears from the Black General's face. His archers freeze in identical poses and wait for a command from their captain, and the young hero looks with surprise at the queen who saved him from a difficult situation. A huge army led by Queen Min-ji-won comes almost close to the positions of the Black King and his warriors. The Black King's face smiles again, and he asks the queen what she is doing here, and Min-ji-won says that she didn't expect more from a warlord who has ruined his own state. The young hero tries to catch his breath and looks towards the queen and her army with surprise. He can't believe that Min-ji-won has come to his rescue. Doc Jia looks towards the beauty queen and an informational message appears in front of him that Min-ji-won is extremely interested in him. The young hero looks at the queen emotionlessly and can't believe that she is standing next to them, offering him her gratuitous help in the battle. Doc Jia's face is covered in cold sweat, and Queen Min-ji-won explains that she only came to see him to make amends to him. The Black King laughs at the queen and points out that it's a rather strange act for Min-ji-won to defend some passerby. The Black King also notices Hwarang standing next to the queen and points out that it's pretty funny to make a contract with a severed head. Varan nods with anger. He steps forward and bares his elegant hilt. He demands that the Black King immediately take back his words and not utter another word. The young hero sighs heavily and watches the two men squabble. He is grateful that the queen has come to his aid, but he is extremely reluctant to witness a showdown between Warren and the Black King. The young hero scrutinizes Warren and Kabak, who are facing each other and preparing to cross their weapons. Doc Jia looks toward the growing tension between the two generals and asks the queen to retreat with her army. Yu Sang's sharp voice interrupts the young hero's musings, and he and Queen Min-ji-won turn toward him and try to find out why the girl is calling him over. Yu Sang, with a radiant smile on her face, along with Gil Young, quickly walk down the stairs of the museum building. In her hand, the girl is holding the disc-shaped artifact that the young hero was looking for. In Yu Sang's hands is clutched a huge disc that goes by the name Kak Pyung. The young hero is sure that with this artifact they will be able to turn the tide of the battle. The young hero asks Yu Sang to give him the artifact as soon as possible. He proposes to repeat the Battle of Hwangsanbol, and Queen Jinji looks at the young hero with surprise and does not understand what he's talking about. The battle begins, with the Black King's troops heading towards the Queen's army, whose army is led by the experienced General Hwaran. Doc Jia recalls the Battle of Hwangsanbol, which took place centuries ago, and according to the information the young hero has, he knows that the battle was fought between the combined forces of Silla and the Baekje army, under the command of General Gyebaek. Young Hwaran is eager to fight, determined to repeat the success of his victory, even if he has to go to the grave again to achieve his goal. Hwarang's loud voice urges his army to move forward, shouting that his army is truly loyal to the queen and will fight for her until the end. Kumdo Baike smilingly looks at the army heading in his direction. He raises his sword and orders his troops to deal with Scylla's army as quickly as possible, comparing it to a horde of cockroaches. A massive battle ensues. On one side, people in traditional clothes holding long spears in their hands and rushing towards their opponents. And on the other side, people with modern clothes using whatever they can find to crush their enemy. The young hero points out that Kwang Chung must not be allowed to fight General Giebek, and Min Ji-won realizes the dire situation and uses his unique skill to order his troops to retreat. A blue window appears in front of Queen Minji with a message that the soldiers under her command have worn out their minds and cannot carry out her orders. The Black King comes face to face with Hwaran. He deftly wields his wedge and gives his opponent a fatal wound in the abdominal region. The young hero nervously surveys the battlefield. He realizes that Hwaran alone will not be enough, so he tries to activate the artifact to gain an advantage, while the queen does not understand what is going on and watches the battlefield fearfully. The battle zone is surrounded by a huge blue barrier that creates the very scene where the famous warlords clashed with each other for the first time. Lee Sung-guk runs out of the museum building and is startled to notice that the surroundings have changed dramatically, and the young hero looks around and realizes that the old battle is about to be staged. The Black General spreads his arms apart and declares with a loud laughter that he has greatly missed the Battle of Hwasonbolu. Hwaran holds onto his open wound and tries to catch his breath. He has lost his weapon and can no longer defend himself from his opponent's attacks. The young hero holds a disc in his hands and looks meaningfully at Queen Min Ji-won, who looks very frightened by what is happening, while Lee Sung-guk moves his head in different directions and tries to understand what is going on. Queen Min Ji-won looks fearfully at the young hero. She holds her finger near her mouth and hopes that the young hero will help her solve the situation. Hwaran is clutching the wound on his stomach tightly. A huge amount of blood is pouring out of his mouth due to the fact that his internal organs are badly damaged. The officer clenches his teeth tightly in anger and pain, his face contorted in a grimace of anger towards his opponent. He tries to get to his feet, but he can't because his strength is leaving his body. The young hero offers several options. He points out that Hwaran's death would greatly boost the morale of the Scylla army and win the battle. But there is a second way in which history must be changed. Queen Min Ji-won listens attentively to the young hero's proposal. She asks him what will happen if the plan fails, and Dokja explains that if the plan fails, the queen's army will suffer a crushing defeat. The queen says without further thought that she chooses the first option, and Dokja adjusts the artifact in his hand and says that he doesn't care what the queen thinks. The young hero looks towards Min Ji-won with a cold stare and talks about how he's choosing the second option because he doesn't want to sacrifice anyone in this battle. A bright light envelops the strange disc that Dokja is holding in his hands. The queen asks why the young hero asked her about the options if he ended up choosing one of them, and Dokja says that he decided to give the girl a chance, so he asked her opinion. The young hero is scrutinizing the magic disc that was created for observing the celestial bodies. He purposely diverted the other teams to look for the sword so he can get this artifact without any problems. The Black General is about to destroy his opponent, but turns his gaze towards the young hero who wants to call on the constellation for help. The Black General moves closer to the young hero and tries to find out what kind of strange ritual he is trying to perform, while Lee Sung-guk stands in front of Dokja and loudly warns that he is going to defend his representative. The young hero raises a glowing disc up and addresses the king of the Hwarans, the great Hongmu, calling for his help in this battle. The whole sky is suddenly illuminated by a huge number of stars. The battle stops, and all the soldiers look at the sky, which is covered with a huge number of stars. And the young hero looks up at the blue sky and watches as the stars begin their movement, actively moving across the sky. The constellation Great General Hongmu looks at the young hero and waits for him to answer what he has called him to do in this hour of need. The young hero remembers that in one of the suburbs of the city, there is a huge monument dedicated to the Hwaran king Kim Yu-shin, which is why he decided to seek his help. Dokja looks up at the night sky in surprise, but he hears a report that the great General Hongmu is completely unwilling to interfere with current events. The young hero didn't expect that the constellation could refuse him. He speaks to General Hongmu in a loud voice and asks him to wait for a while. Yu Sang decides to take the initiative. He turns to General Hongmu and says that he knows a great number of legends and stories from his life. Yu Sang is well aware of the fact that the general refuses the request for help because he doesn't want to interfere with a story that has long been accomplished. But the girl asks him to reconsider because the story doesn't end the moment it is written down. The Black General is tired of listening to the constellation appeals, so he rushes towards Lee Sung-guk, who is trying his best to protect Dokja. A bright star illuminates the sky dotted with thousands of constellations. The constellation Great General Hongmu listens intently to the words of Yu Sang-a's incarnation that cries out to him for help. Yu Sang looks toward the starry sky with great hope and hopes that her words can convince the general to help in this battle and side with them. The young hero is once again amazed by Yu Sang's abilities. He remembers that during his work internships, the girl had a nickname, the Queen of Presentations. A bright light illuminates Dokja's body. He looks up at the starry sky in amazement and realizes that the constellation has answered his call and agreed to help. A huge stream of energy pierces the young hero's body. Dokja feels his heart begin to beat at a tremendous speed, and his body gains unprecedented strength. The constellation general asks the young hero to lend his voice for a while so that it can properly participate in this battle. The people look in surprise at Dokja, who is covered in some strange energy vortex, and freeze in place. Yu Sang looks at the young hero with apprehension and worries that his life might be in danger. She calls Dokja to her, but her friend does not react in any way. The Black King stops and stares intently at the young hero, realizing that the great General Hongmu is now in front of him. General Hongmu uses the young hero's body to his own advantage. He greets Quebec with a languorous voice and grasps the hilt of his sword. Huaran is extremely startled to see the general appear before him. He tries to say something, but the open wound on his stomach prevents him from doing so and stifles his breathing. The general looks up and says that the story on the field of pain is rather ironic, for this battle has long been hidden in the ages, and he wonders why his constellations have gathered in the same place again. The Black King laughs loudly and scrutinizes the silhouette of the young hero in which the constellation of the great General Hongum is located, and asks him if the general does not understand the simple truth. The constellation of the last hero of Huang Sanbo penetrates its incarnation and says that it dreamed of meeting the general again on the battlefield to fight. Behind the young hero, the silhouette of the great general appears. Through the body of the young hero, Hyungma says that he is the commander of the 15th Huaran unit, and now he will fight again with his opponent. The general puts his long sword in front of him and uses the power of the Blue Dragon Sword to soothe the poor constellation's soul and set history right. The general calls out the name of his squad in a loud voice and is about to summon it to the battlefield to change the course of history. General Hunma thrusts his sword sharply into the ground, making it shudder with a powerful impact, and recites an incantation to summon his army. The sword stabs deep into the ground. A huge amount of electrical projectiles pierce the ground and cause the dead that were once laid to rest in the land to wake up. General Holmes' warriors quickly crawl out of the ground. They look like skeletons that are dressed in strange clothes that look like ancient armor. In front of the young hero's body, a huge army of dead men appear, ready to side with the great General Hyungma and give battle to the lost constellation. Queen Min Ji-won covers her mouth with her clothes to keep from screaming in fear and fearfully examines the warriors who have appeared from under the ground. The Black General's men look towards the reanimated dead men with horror. They are greatly frightened and can barely contain their fear. General Hunma uses the body of the young hero and orders his skeleton warriors to attack the enemy, and a huge army of skeletons heads towards their enemy. The skeletons rush into battle without a second thought. They know no fear and do not hesitate in their attacks. Quite quickly, they overpower the army of the Black King and force it to retreat. Young Min Seop uses his invisibility cloak and heads towards the museum building to meet his team and share the information he has learned with them. Prophet arrives at the meeting place and watches with horror in his eyes as the skeleton army massacres a bunch of people rather quickly. The Black General expectorates his blood from his mouth and stands immovably still. He has lost this battle and now awaits the next move from General Hun. A huge number of skeletons thrust their spears into the Black King's body, and the general turns to Kabik and asks him why he has infiltrated his incarnation. The great general remarks that if K-Baek's incarnation dies, the constellation will disappear with him, and the young hero looks toward the wounded Black Corol and also remarks that the constellation's action seems rather strange to him. General Hanma looks toward Quebec with surprise, who notes that the general knows absolutely nothing about this world. Guy Beck is surrounded by a huge number of skeletons, but he pays no attention to them and looks away from the general, saying that he really wanted to fight him one-on-one, even on this fake stage. Yu Sang watches the drama between the constellations closely and tells Lee Seon that General Guy Beck's special unit had never lost to Kim Yu-shin's unit until the day of the Battle of Hwangsanbol. General Hongma listens attentively to General Guy Beck's words. He comes closer and is about to finish the mock battle with his own hands. The great general points his sharp blade towards Guy Beck's wounded body and waits for his rival to finish his speech. General Hungma is about to slay Gaibek's body with his own hands, but the young hero asks the great general to take his time and points out that he must not be killed by his own hands. The great general respects Dokja's request. He summons one skeleton from his army and asks his loyal soldier to do what he started. Hyungma looks towards General Gaibek and tells him that they will definitely meet again, and the skeleton brings his sword over the Black King's head and is about to take his head off. The skeleton, with a broad sweep of his sword, instantly decides Quebec's body of his head, and information placards appear in front of the young hero, informing him that the Battle of Hwangsanbol has been concluded and the king's privilege of no deaths will be preserved. The battlefield takes on urban colors again. The warriors scrutinize the battlefield and check the bodies of their defeated enemies. The young hero asks his team to move as fast as possible. He says that they need to head north where a squad of General Kim Yu-shin's soldiers will be waiting for them. Kim Yu-shin's soldiers massacre all the squads in their path without much regret, and the men have no choice but to run away. In the center of the battle stands a monument to a great man who appeared untouched in the thick of the battle, and the bright starry sky washes over him from all sides. The skeletons have quickly dispatched their enemies. They stand immovably over the bodies of the men and wait for the young hero to take the flags. Lee Sung-guk walks carefully across the battlefield and marvels at the fact that the skeletons have quickly dealt with the huge armies of humans, while the young hero pays no attention to anyone and just collects the scattered flags of the kings. Dokja collects some brown flags in his hand, and an information panel appears in front of him announcing that the young hero can absorb all the enemy flags and change the color of his banner. The young hero holds his banner tightly in his hands, which visibly transforms and takes on a purple hue due to the other flags. Dokja hears the voice of General Hyungam in his head, who finds the young hero extremely entertaining and notes that Dokja's mind has not wavered for a second, despite the constellation taking over his body. The young hero notes that he's just a mentally stable person, so he was able to handle the incarnation. And the great general asks that Dokja not forget Dokja, that it's now his responsibility to help him, because the constellation broke the rule of probability. Dokja thanks the general for his help and promises that he will never forget his noble deed, and the constellation sadly notes that the young hero does not yet have a legacy to carry into the world. Gil-young and Yu-sung scrutinize the area around the battlefield, and the young hero steps forward and continues to talk to the general about various topics. The great general wonders to Dokja why he doesn't have a sponsor constellation. The great general appears in front of the young hero's face. He looks him over carefully and offers to make a contract with him to travel together. General Hyungma extends his hand towards the young hero and waits for him to respond. And the young hero looks at the constellation with surprise and ponders the general's offer. Dokja, with a nonchalant face, tells the great general that making a contract with him is an extremely impossible task for him. The great general is extremely impressed by the young hero's refusal. He points out that he has shown the hero his true power and assures Dokja that with his Sigma, he will make the young hero the strongest in the world. The young hero presents a pyramid in his head which divides all the constellations into 3 categories. The great general is not even a legendary constellation, which means Dokja will never become the strongest under the general. The constellation is watching the young hero closely with the monitor. Dokja smiles affably and worries that he might have overused his words. The great general is extremely unhappy with the young hero's words. He reminds Dokja that his blessing is still working on him. Constellation gives the young hero one more time to think about his proposal and then uses his endless energy and penetrates the young hero's body with great force, causing him to squirm in pain. Yu-sang cautiously looks at the hero and tries to find out what's going on, and Dokja asks the girl to stay away from him because he can no longer control the power of the constellation. The young hero tries to resist, but the constellation takes control of his body and tries to take his 2-handed sword out of its sheath. Yu-sang looks fearfully at the young hero, whose body has been taken over by the constellation. The girl stares at Dokja and doesn't know what to do. The constellation threatens the young hero and demands a contract with him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will use Dokja's body and terminate the young girl's life. The young hero grits his teeth and tries to resist the constellation's influence. The great general demands Dokja to promise to choose him as his sponsor, but the young hero remains unchanged in his decision. The great general is about to use the young hero's body to carry out his threat, but Dokja uses his unique fourth wall skill to regain control of his body and kick the constellation out of his head. The young hero successfully uses his skill and sends the constellation away, sending it into deep space to other cosmic luminaries. The great general is about to say something last, but does not have time and disappears among the huge number of stars. In front of the young hero, there is an information message that the blessing of the constellation has disappeared. The young hero breathes heavily and looks towards the starry sky. He realizes that now the constellation Great General Hongmu will be watching him closely. Doc Ja tries to catch his breath and looks around. He notices that the army of skeletons that surrounded the entire battlefield is quickly disappearing and dissolving into thin air. Yu Sang looks around the battlefield around him fearfully, and without looking at Doc Ja's eyes, asks the young hero if he is all right. Doc Ja notices that Yu Sang used golden threads and bound the young hero's body so that he wouldn't harm others and himself. Doc Ja looks at Yu Sang with a smile and notes that the girl has come up with an interesting solution to the problem. Yu Sang apologizes and begins to untangle the young hero. The young hero notices that Queen Minji Wan is watching him from around the corner with her loyal royal guard behind her. Doc Ja turns toward the queen and asks her why she's still here, and Minji notes that they have to go in the same direction, so she offers to go together. The queen notes with regret that she originally came to help and ended up being the one in need. The young hero notes that the next time they meet, they may become enemies to each other. Minji Wan notes that they are now close friends. She holds out her banner to Doc Ja and hopes that fate will soon bring them together again. The young hero is extremely impressed with Minji Wan's good-natured disposition. He looks at her and thinks that she might be the perfect queen for this regression. And then he turns to Lee Sung-guk and says that it's time to move on. The young hero and his team approach the entrance of a huge temple whose walls rise high above people's heads. Doc Ja looks around and tries to find Jongmin Sop, whom he sent here to scout the area. Chongmin has been standing near the temple wall all this time. He takes off his invisibility robe and greets the young hero and his team. The seer takes the invisible robe in his hands and tells the young hero that there are about 9 kings inside the building, including the first apostle and the tyrant king. Jong Minseop points out that 7 purple flags and 2 brown flags pass by him. He notes that the 2 purple flags were much more saturated than the others. Lee Sung-guk and Jong Min are extremely taken aback by Deok Ja's request that the prophets stay outside the building while he goes inside the building with Yu Sang and Gil Young. The sky above the roof of the building continues to shine with a large cluster of stars, and only the quiet voices of Doc Ja and his team interrupt the sepulchral silence. Doc Ja takes Yu Sang and Gil Young with him, and he heads forward with them to where the other purple-flagged kings have gone. The young hero sees the majestic temple before him, and only a light wind picks up leaves from the ground and sways them in front of Doc Ja and his team. Doc Ja opens the information table and selects the copper acupuncturist room to go to the 3-man dungeon. A bright light illuminates the face of Doc Ja and his companions. Soon they will be in the dungeon and face hard challenges along the way. Bright tables of light dissolve into the air and take Doc Ja, Yu Sang, and Gil Young with them. And the young hero is informed in front of him as he enters the dungeon for the 3-man team. The copper acupuncturists stand immovable and wait for someone to appear in front of them to attack the person who dared to disturb their peace. The young hero, along with Gil Young and Yu Sang, appear in a dark room, and only a bright pillar of yellow light illuminates their silhouette and the small area around them. The copper monsters rush towards the girl with great speed and stretch out their long paws, their faces showing different expressions ranging from joy to fear. Yue-san quickly pulls out his sword and strikes the strange copper monster with all his might, causing it to fly away. The copper monster stops abruptly and spreads its arms wide, and Yu-san looks at it bewildered and doesn't understand why her powerful attack had no effect. Yu Sang turns towards Doc Ja and asks the young hero to tell her why the monsters are not paying attention to her blows. The young hero points his finger at the inscriptions on the monsters' bodies and asks his companions to look closely at the inscriptions. Doc Ja explains that each individual mark has a different effect and urges his companions to strike the monsters with precision. Doc Ja lunges and hits the copper monster in the shoulder, causing the creature to make a strange expression and stop. The young hero seizes the moment and makes another attack on the copper monster. The creature makes a strange grinding sound and begins to fall face first towards the young hero. The creature falls to the floor and dissolves into thin air. The young hero looks around at his team and hopes that through his personal example, they have understood the rules of the game. The copper acupuncturists crowd each other and try to get to the young hero and his companions. Each time the monster crumbles into golden pieces, the death meter updates to show how many golems must be defeated to finish the dungeon. Doc Ja and his team successfully mop up the dungeon and exit through a huge orange portal. Each team member receives 4 items as a reward. The young hero gets the special skill jab he sought to go through the dungeon for. He turns to face Gil Young and Yu Sang and explains that they will now go to a hidden dungeon where they can obtain the sword of 4 tigers that decapitates demons. Ja gets some comfortable shoes and walks carefully on the concrete floor, trying not to make too much noise so as not to attract attention. The young hero talks about how they're not going to take the artifact. They're worried about the flags that belong to the kings who came to take the sword. Gil Young talks about how he will personally deal with all the kings, and Yu Sang freezes and looks apprehensively at the boy who is saying monstrous things. Gil Young quickly guesses that the young hero can't take the lives of other creatures, so the boy clutches the hammer tightly in his hands and says that he will deal with the kings together with him. The young hero squats down in front of the boy. He sighs heavily and explains to Gil Young that reprisals are not a game. Ja urges the boy to be careful. Yu Sang walks forward down a long corridor and notices an iron door that leads to a hidden dungeon. On the door hangs an information panel with a message saying that special coins must be used to open the iron door. The young hero and his friends pour the special coins into their hands, and they have just enough to open the iron door. Ja carefully inserts the coins into the special holes for them. He assumes that only those people who went through the first dungeon were able to get inside the hidden dungeon. Once all the coins are in their places, the iron door lights up with a bright golden light and provides an opportunity for Ja and his small squad to pass on. The young hero and Yu Sang slowly open the heavy door. They cover themselves with their hand from the bright light that illuminates their faces as they pass further inside the room. Ja and Yu Sang's eyes quickly get used to the light. They watch as a huge bonfire burns in front of them. The bright flames sway in different directions in the breeze. The logs make a familiar and satisfying crackling sound as the fire reaches their middle, and in the distance they hear the noise of people talking. The whole room is covered with huge bloodstains. Somewhere in the distance are the bodies of people lying around, and near the fire several people are gathered and talking to each other on distracting topics as if nothing happened. Ja notices that there are a huge number of bodies near the fire, which are then thrown inside the fire. The room is full of iron doors, each of them covered in fresh bloodstains, as if a major battle had recently taken place here. One of the men pushes his friend in the shoulder and points towards Ja and his friends, noting that new people have come into their cozy corner. Yu Sang is extremely shocked at what's happening. She looks down and tries not to look at the bodies. Gil Young and Ja, on the other hand, are not the least bit concerned and look around without the slightest shadow of doubt. The 2 men approach Ja and his companions. They scrutinize the newcomers and then ask the question of which one of them is the king. The young hero turns back and notices that a group of armed men are heading towards him, who are not friendly. The man points his finger in Ja's direction and demands a response, but the young hero is not going to listen to the 2 men's ridiculous conversation anymore and makes a few quick swings of his sword. The men don't have time to react to Ja's quick movements and quickly fall to the ground without uttering a single word. The men scream from their wounds and look at Ja with anger. They order their comrades to deal with the newcomers who dared to attack them. Ja moves with incredible speed. He leaves the bandits no chance of success and carries serious wounds to incapacitate them. The battle ends in a split second. Ja shakes off his sword from the blood and looks disdainfully at the wounded bandits that milled about at his feet. The young hero hears the loud voice of Yu Sang and Gil Young, so he turns his attention away from the bandits in front of him and looks towards his friends. Gil Young doesn't hesitate to walk through the ranks of bandits and gives them crushing blows with his formidable hammer. The men are too wounded and watch with fear as the ordinary kid massacres their friends. Yu Sang runs to Gil Young and grabs his shoulder. The girl urges the boy to stop and tells him that she can handle the task herself. And Gil Young looks at her frightened face incomprehensibly and says that it's not hard for him to do the dirty work. Yu Sang is very worried about the boy. She's very scared, but she doesn't want Gil Young to do all the dirty work. So she insists that she's the only one who can finish off the bandits. Ja walks over to her friends and asks them if everything is okay. Yu Sang slowly nods and informs them that she's now taking over Gil Young's part of Gil Young's duties. Yu Sang gently rubs the boy's head, and Gil Young puffs up his cheeks and says with a little resentment that he could have handled the situation much better. Yu Sang decides to help Gil Young, and she hides her feelings, but her shaky hand clutching the sword shows her fear. She doesn't want to hurt people, but she doesn't see any other way out. The young hero and his team turn around towards the approaching footsteps and look at the man who starts clapping his hands loudly. The man raises his hands in the air, showing that he is not going to cause any harm. He indicates that he has decided to welcome the newcomer and is not going to pick a fight. The man marvels that Dokja and his team managed to take down a group of people without a single passive skill who were left without a king. Dokja examines the bodies of the bandits, now realizing full well that they only attacked him because they had absolutely nothing to lose. The man with a smile on his face notes that Dokja and his team are a bit late because most of the kings are already in the dungeon and now they are fighting each other. The young hero looks around and notes that after one of the kings, the place has turned into a battlefield with bodies of people lying everywhere. The man kneads his hands slightly and tells the young hero that it was the tyrant king who turned this place into a bloody mess. He warns the young hero that the tyrant king is the most powerful man and will surely take his place on the throne. The young hero is surprised when the stranger expresses his disdain towards the tyrant king and remarks that there is no way such a man would take the throne. The man notes that a true king must put the needs of the people first, and that no amount of force can make a man a true leader. The stranger spreads his hands and says that only his king is able to occupy the throne. He says that his master is followed by a great number of incarnations, which once again proves the rightness of his words. The young hero carefully examines the doors, which are painted in bloody color. He takes a quick look around, but continues to listen to the strange man. The man spreads his hands and says that he wants to make a proposal to Dokja and his companion. He suggests that they unite together to oppose the tyrant king. The young hero looks questioningly at the stranger. He asks why recruiting such a huge number of people for a simple camping trip. Several people stand by and watch as the stranger tries to convince Dokja to join his righteous campaign against the tyrant. Dokja says that the stranger's words do make sense. He recalls the plot of a survival novel in which an alliance of people against the tyrant king was also formed. The man warns that a battle with the tyrant king is imminent. He suggests that the young hero talk to his king if he is still unsure of his choice. Yu Sang and Dokja discuss the proposal for an alliance against the tyrant king, and the stranger rather quickly runs off to the side to greet his king. Yu Sang slowly moves behind Dokja and points towards the strange man, asking the young hero if this man is the king the stranger was so actively talking about. The young hero looks in the direction Yu Sang pointed him and opens his mouth wide in surprise when he sees a strange man in front of him who looks very much like a Buddhist monk. A huge number of people surround the strange monk and greet him with a loud cheer, calling him their king. The young hero absent-mindedly looks at the strange king and notices that the man has decided to shave the same way as his constellation, and Yu Sang stands with his mouth open, unable to contain his admiration. The stranger who proposes that Dokja and Yu Sang join an alliance tells his king quite briefly about his encounter with the new people. The young hero gets close to the monk Cha Sang-yong and uses his ability to learn the main characteristics of the bizarre king. Dokja exchanges a firm handshake with Cha Sang-yong. He's extremely happy to see the monk in front of him and regrets that young Hee-won won't be able to meet him. Cha Sang-yong says that he can see a lot with his gift of seeing into other people's destinies, and Dokja smilingly agrees to the monk's offer. Monk Cha Sang-yong uses his unique stigma of understanding the soul, which gives general information about his opponent's personality. Dokja recalls the image of Hyun Sung in his head and thinks of the monk calling the lieutenant a naive demon. And when he recalls the image of manager Han, he thinks of the monk most likely labeling him a treacherous demon. Monk Cha Sang-yong takes a close look at the young hero's aura and observes that the demon in front of him is a demon that is best never to be messed with. Cha Sang-yong jumps aside when he sees the demon in the young hero's face, and his men, along with strangers, surround the young monk and try to figure out what happened. The monk changes his mind in a split second because his constellation told him that it is better not to fight Dokja, and he talks about how the young hero is a good man. The stranger rubs the back of his head and looks at his king. He talks about how Cha Sang-yong scared him a lot, and the monk warns that the plan will start in an hour. The man talks about how tense it was and is happy that it all worked out. And the young hero takes a closer look at the stranger's face and notes that the man across from him clearly wanted to be branded a demon. Dokja stares into the stranger's face and asks him to introduce himself since they will be working together against the tyrant king. Han Soo-young gives his name and says with a smile on his face that he is Mr. Cha Sang-yong's senior assistant. The young hero opens the information panel and tries to find out more information about Han Soo-young, but a blue sign tells him that such a character will not enter the database. Han Soo-young notices a strange expression on Dokja's face. He's very concerned about it and asks the young hero if everything is all right. The young hero pretends that Han Soo-young is not suspicious and with a fake smile on his face tells his new acquaintance that he thought he saw a demon for a second. Han Soo-young realizes that Dr. Ja has discovered his deception. He chuckles slightly and stares intently at the young hero, trying to figure out who exactly is in front of him. Han Soo-young and Dr. Ja look at each other with fake smiles on their faces and laugh loudly, but they actually hate each other. Han Soo-young and Dr. Ja's conversation is interrupted by a man's loud voice saying that the kings are returning to the common room. The first to emerge from the nearest door is the timid King Yoon-gi-yeon, who is immediately greeted by a large number of people running towards him and asking him questions. The young hero looks carefully at the kings and asks who is in the alliance against the tyrant king. And Han Soo-young says that all the kings have decided to explain themselves to them and have sworn allegiance to the alliance. The timid king scrutinizes the people who have surrounded him and asks questions. He doesn't like this kind of attention. He tries to get away to a deserted place as fast as possible. The brave king Kim Baekjo appears next from the doors. He removes his hand in a fist and merrily walks towards his subordinates. Last to emerge from the iron doors is the Earth Dragon King, who wears his ancient uniform and bestows a broad smile on his subjects. The Earth Dragon notices the monk Cha Sang-yong, who is standing not far from him and calling him a one-eyed old man, waves his hand cheerfully in his direction. The monk is very angry at this attitude towards him and turns to his companion, calling him an earthworm. Yu Sang looks at the Earth Dragon and notes that this man probably has a great sponsor. The girl talks about what she read about King Baekjo, who was born an Earth Dragon. The young hero is extremely amazed by Yu Sang's knowledge of history. He couldn't imagine that the girl would be able to recognize the sponsor constellation due to her knowledge. The Earth Dragon doesn't pay any attention to the displeased expression on the monk's face. He comes closer to him and with a smile on his face tells him about his adventures. The Earth Dragon is a very friendly man. He surrounds himself with other kings and together they discuss a plan to destroy the tyrant king. The story shifts its attention to other countries where there is also an unequal battle between humans and constellations. In Japan, Oda Nobunaga and other heroes of the Sengoku era fight using their incarnations. In England, Richard the Lionheart has already encountered the incarnation of Henry VIII, and throughout the rest of the world, the battle between the constellations is unfolding. Inside the bonfire, a huge number of human bodies are burning, and the rest who were unlucky enough to fit lie not far from the fire waiting for their turn. The Earth Dragon opens the third door and points towards the passage, where the tyrant king is gone. He urges the alliance of kings to follow him and avenge the tyrant for the deaths of the innocent kings who managed to fall by his hand. The young hero listens carefully to the Earth Dragon and realizes that the dragon has taken the pearls from the other kings by force, which is why there is a huge mountain of human bodies in the waiting room. Dr. Ja carefully looks towards the kings, each holding one of the pearls in his hands. The young hero suggests that he may be lucky enough to get hold of the pearls of the 7 stars if he goes to the third room with the other kings. King Maitreya possesses only one pearl, which he hides in his golden staff and has no intention of parting with it. The tyrant king sits on his mobile throne and tosses into the air 3 colorful stones that he managed to get in the dungeon. The Earth King raises his sword above his head and says that a legendary battle lies ahead and everyone will be remembered as true heroes who have made a new page in history. The young hero stands in the middle of the cheering crowd and marvels at how excited people are about the idea of an Earth Dragon. And Han Soo-young stands not far from Dr. Ja and talks about how breathtaking the king's words are. The Earth Dragon is the first to enter the third room and leads a squad of volunteers and other corals who have agreed to overthrow the tyrant king. The young hero and Han Soo-young go along with each other and discuss various works and Oriental short stories amongst themselves. Dr. Ja points out that he has read quite a few Oriental short stories in his humble life. He explains to his new friend about how every cliché has a sudden twist. Han Soo-young is extremely interested in the young hero's story. He listens attentively to Dr. Ja's explanation and partially agrees with his position. The brave King Kim Baekjo walks forward and scouts the area in front of him, warning the people behind him of the possible threat. While Han Soo-young and Dr. Ja continue to chat with each other about the novellas, the young hero noting that he would be extremely disappointed if their righteous campaign turns out to be a typical cliché. Han Soo-young agrees without a doubt that a cliché like the fake treasure map looks corny and nods a few times, showing that he agrees with the young hero's words. The man talks about how any cliché is good because it's time-tested and therefore a guarantor of quality. Dr. Ja pays close attention to Han Soo-young's words and thinks his colleague is using pathetic excuses. Dr. Ja talks about how if an author would use clichés just because they are time-tested, that author should be ashamed of their existence. And then he points out that he and Han Soo-young are not in a novel right now and have nothing to worry about. Han Soo-young lets the young protagonist's words pass his ears. He is extremely pleased with the direction that Deok-ja is taking. Han Soo-young's footsteps begin to quicken. He kicks a few rocks in front of him, and then he suggests for a second that he imagined that there is an author who wrote everything that is happening right now, and asks Deok-ja what he would do if he were the author. Deok-ja touches his chin with his hand, thinking hard about Han Soo-young's words. He talks about how his name means the word reader, but he's never thought about how he would act in the author's shoes. Han Soo-young smiles slightly and says that if Deok-ja was a reader, he would have come up with a cliché sooner or later to provide the reader with a good ending. Deok-ja's face expresses utter bewilderment at Han Soo-young's words. He looks carefully in the direction of his new acquaintance and notices that the man speaks just like the author of the short story. Han Soo-young's face takes on a surprised expression as the young hero notes that he doesn't mind clichés at all, but doesn't like it when someone is going to copy them. Han Soo-young narrows his eyes sharply and talks about how all the stories are similar except for small details and says that it can't be called plagiarism. Deok-ja looks at Han Soo-young with a smile and talks about how his story was written completely differently, and the man stares at him intently and tries to understand what the young hero is talking about. The young hero quickly places his hand on the hilt of his blade, and with a slight movement of his hand, he unsheathes his two-handed sword. Before Han Soo-young realizes what has happened, Deok-ja makes a swift swing of his blade and strips his former comrade of his head. The young hero's face lights up with a bright smile. She is glad he was able to demonstrate to the writer what the surprise ending means. Deok-ja looks with a smile towards the head of the first apostle, which slowly rolls on the stony ground and says that there is no point in pretending anymore. People start to get indignant when they see Han Soo-young's body in front of them, which is now lying separately from the head. They try to understand what's going on and look towards Deok-ja. Han Soo-young's head suddenly comes to life. A wide smile appears on his face, and the man says that the young hero has made an interesting move. A huge number of people surround the young hero from all sides and prepare to start a fight, but Deok-ja doesn't pay any attention to the people around him and heads towards the plagiarizing writer's head. The young hero leans over the ground and lifts the writer's head by the hair with his left hand, scrutinizing it from all sides. Deok-ja realizes that there is another avatar in front of him that belongs to the first apostle. He learns that Soo-young Han is the plagiarist writer's real name. The first apostle voices his assumption that Deok-ja was the one who started spreading the revelation to others. The young hero corrects the first apostle and says that he was rather spreading his plagiarized novel. Deok-ja's words are strongly disliked by Soo-young Han, and the writer urges him not to compare his masterpiece with the disgusting work. The plagiarized writer speaks in a loud voice to the people and orders them to deal with the young hero as soon as possible. But the people are shocked that a severed head is talking to them and move away from Deok-ja in the opposite direction. Deok-ja looks at the irritated face of the plagiarizing writer with a smile on his face and tells him that the plagiarizer himself will soon become the cliché he talked so much about. The Earth Dragon beckons one of the men over to him and tells him to look around carefully. Suddenly, a fire lash appears a few meters in front of the king and decapitates the body of his friend. A huge crowd of people notice the fire whip which passes between the people and destroys everything in its path. Among the crowd, you can hear the screams of people who are scared or badly injured due to the whip attack. The people are watching the fire whip closely, which disappears rather quickly in the twilight of the tunnel. Everyone is absolutely sure that they have met the Tyrant King. The Tyrant King sits on his throne and looks towards the people who have come for his soul. He orders his slaves to pick up the stretcher as fast as possible and move forward. Several men are near the main support points and carry the Tyrant King forward as he uses another devastating spell while sitting on his velvet throne. The young hero sees the Tyrant King preparing for another attack. He runs to Yu-sang and Gil-young and demands them to run back as fast as possible. A huge number of people carry the Tyrant King on their shoulders with great speed, rushing to the center of the crowd at his command. The king's stretcher rushes through the huge crowd of people without stopping and knocks down anyone unlucky enough to stay in the Tyrant King's path. The kings see that the Tyrant King is approaching them with great speed, so they quickly run towards the exit, away from the monster that appeared in front of them. The Tyrant King makes a gesture with his hand, and his slaves instantly lower the stretcher to the ground. The man slowly descends from his throne and takes a quick look at the men who dared to come after him. The young hero uses his unique ability to get a brief information about the main characteristics and features of the Tyrant King. Thanks to the information he received, he learns that the constellation sponsor Young Yonghu is the great king of Joseon. Dokja is amazed by the power of the tyrant king. He notices that Jung Young-hoo has a special hidden item called a tricyclic ring that greatly increases the power of its owner. There are several tokebi circling above Jung Young-hoo's head, making sure the tyrant king doesn't stray from his role, and the young hero notes that the man in front of him has a powerful connection to his constellation. The tyrant king scrutinizes the people in front of him, a rare artifact hanging around his shoulder that gives him strength, his loyal servants standing behind him ready to pounce on anyone at his king's command. He declares that he will rewrite the history of the land because he is the great king of Yongsan-gun. The tyrant king harnesses the energy of a magic crystal and uses it to immediately massacre several people who were standing opposite him. The Earth Dragon, along with other commanders, asks the people not to give up and urges them to fight until the very end to throw the tyrant off his throne. The young hero hides Yu Sang and Gil Young behind his back and watches as the two armies intertwine with each other in a fierce whirlwind of battle. The young hero looks at the writer's head and offers to join the battle, but the first prophet only smiles broadly and watches the men fight each other. The first prophet turns his gaze towards Dokja. He says that he is well aware of the young hero's plan and knows that Dokja is waiting for the kings to deal with each other, and then he will quietly take the sword. The first prophet says that he will not let the young hero's plans come to fruition because he has been preparing for this day long before their first meeting. Suddenly, the space of the cave is illuminated by a bright light in which Tokebi appears and greets all the people who are in the dungeon. Tokebi addresses the great constellations who are interested in rising to legendary levels and tells them that he is going to present them with a great opportunity for promotion. Tokebi snaps his fingers and tells them that he has good news for all the participants, as the second condition is now open for everyone to enter. Information windows appear in front of all the people telling them what the second condition contains, and Tokebi warns the people that only 5 kings will be able to challenge the throne. The people are surprised to learn that there are about 14 kings left at the moment. The brave king Kim Baekjo makes an assumption that there are also kings left outside the dungeon. Tokebi notes that there are now 12 kings in the hidden dungeon. The young hero studies the information panel and can't why so many kings are in the dungeon. The tyrant king starts laughing loudly and says that all the dungeoneers have been brazenly deceived. He urges everyone to fight only for themselves. The Earth King is not going to give in to the provocation. He says that they have no time to look for traitors and demands all the people to attack the tyrant king. The head of the first apostle calls attention to himself with a loud voice and says that one of the kings is near him. The first apostle gets enough attention and then talks about Dokja having a flag because he is one of the kings. The people slowly turn towards the young hero. They point their weapons in his direction and intend to deal with Dokja to capture his flag. Dokja realizes that things are bad. He exposes his blade and covers his back to Yuseng and Gil Young, who are also about to take part in the fight. In the back of the squad, a loud cry is heard from the brave king Kim Baekjo, who receives a treacherous kick in the stomach from his fellow king and falls to the ground. The brave king quickly rises to his feet, but receives a lightning blow to his stomach and then falls to the ground, unconscious. The Earth Dragon and the monk stand with their backs to each other and prepare to defend themselves against the humans, whom they used to consider their closest allies. The tyrant king notices that his personal slaves have rebelled against him and are now trying to finish him off. One of them stabs him in the leg with a blade while another rushes towards him, holding a two-handed sword. The tyrant king is stunned by the insolent antics of his slaves. His face contorts into a vicious grimace, and he looks with hatred at the men who dared to attack him. Jung Young-hoo becomes enraged and with powerful lunges beheads all the people who dared to harm him. The heads fly off the men's bodies but continue to live separately from their bodies. They look at Jung-hoo with a smile and laugh at him, and the tyrant king realizes that these are the antics of the first apostle. A fast figure sweeps across the battlefield, and in her hands she holds a huge amount of gems that she stole from the kings. People try to stop the man who stole the gems, but they can't keep up with his movements, and the man skips past the crowd with deft movements and jumps over their shoulders. The young hero notices a girl appearing in the distance whose face lights up with a bright smile. She talks about how her cliché always wins. The girl stands in front of a huge crowd of people who are completely unaware of what is going on around them and why some little girl has all the crystals in her hands. Fake King Han Su-yan holds the star gems in his hands and with a smile on his face watches the people who don't understand what's going on. The young hero looks at the first prophet with surprise. He didn't know that the plagiarizer is actually a girl. He thinks the nickname, Fake King, is perfect for her abilities. The girl tells of using avatars to infiltrate the ranks of the kings then waiting for the right time to strike to steal all the gems at once. The first seer burns all the star crystals in his hands and sacrifices them to create a brand new item. In the empty space above the palms of the fake King Hansuyun's hands, the legendary sword of the four tigers appears, decapitating demons. The girl grabs the legendary sword with her hand and says with a smile on her face that she will now deal with everyone inside the dungeon. Yusan is worried about the first prophet getting her hands on the legendary sword. She asks the young hero what they should do in such a situation, and the young hero, with a nonchalant expression, says that everything is fine and asks her friend to relax. The first prophet goes into a frenzy and attacks the first person he meets on his way, laughing with joy, while Gil Young doesn't understand why the young hero is so calm, and notes that Dokja himself says that this sword is a very cool weapon. The first apostle is in complete triumph. She wields her sword skillfully, and with a thunderous laughter, she breaks through the ranks of people and strikes them with her new weapon. The girl stops and notices that after her strike, all the people are still alive. She looks carefully at the man's neck where she recently struck and does not understand why the man was not injured. Dokja watches with a smile as the first apostle unsuccessfully tries to use the legendary sword that does no damage. And the first prophet notices with annoyance that the legendary sword is completely useless. And the people who notice the girl's weakness point their fingers in her direction and talk about grabbing her and taking the blade away. The girl desperately waves her legendary blade and tries to fight off the people who intend to take her weapon and end her. The girl doesn't notice as she crashes back into the young hero, and Dokja tells the first apostle that she came up with a great cliché to use in her novel and offers her helping hand. The first apostle is very upset that her plan failed. She swings her sword towards Dokja, but the latter does not harm the young hero in any way. The tyrant king goes mad after the betrayal of his subordinates. He uses the crystal energy and says in a loud voice that he will deal with anyone who dares to come near him. The first apostle tries to hold off the attack of the man who is about to take away her sword, while the young hero points his long sword in the direction of the enemies and is amazed at the mess the men have made. The young hero looks around and waits for Junhyuk to arrive. He realizes that the North Station is far away, but it has been quite some time since the main character set off. Junja turns his attention to the information panel and notices that the number of current kings is starting to dwindle very quickly. The young protagonist's face lights up with a wide smile. He is very happy that Dokja has finally found his way to the hidden dungeon and has taken on the kings. The other kings, with the help of the information panel, notice that the number of their comrades starts to dwindle in a matter of seconds. People continue to monitor the king's counter. They make the assumption that someone has purposely opened a hunt for all the kings. The tyrant king doesn't care at all about the fact that the number of kings has drastically decreased. He waves his red whip left and right without paying any attention to the confusion. John Yong-hoo hears a loud crack of stone. He realizes a look up and notices a crack forming on his head, which is only growing in size with each passing second. The tyrant king looks carefully in the direction of the crack and sees how it turns into a huge hole from which huge stones are flying in an endless stream. A number of rocks fall to the ground and crush several people who failed to react in time and jump aside. The men stop fighting among themselves and carefully approach the rubble with great interest. The first prophet is distracted from her battle. She looks towards the shattered ceiling and cannot believe what she sees before her. Junhyuk's silhouette appears out of the huge hole, and he looks around for his new victim without much trouble. Junhyuk's clothes are illuminated by rays of bright light coming through the hole in the ceiling. In his right hand, the main character clutches his sword, and in his left hand he holds a black flag. Ija lands on the ground and looks around at everyone present. He looks extremely displeased and tries to find someone among the crowd of people. Junhyuk gives off a dark aura of death. All the people are mesmerized by the main character, who is without a doubt the supreme king. The young hero remembers in his head all the kings who are still alive, including the reclusive Han Dong, Queen Min Ji-wan, King Maitreya, and Gu Taesong the Earth Dragon. The tyrant king finds himself buried under huge rubble of rocks. With his hand he tries to reach the crystal, but he lacks strength. The young hero remembers the existence of a neutral king who has not appeared in the light until now, but cannot realize which of the kings he forgot to count. The young hero gingerly glances in the direction of Junhyuk, who emits a dark aura and slowly heads in his direction. Dokja realizes that Junhyuk is in a terrible state of mind right now. He extends his hand towards the first prophet and demands the girl to give him the legendary sword, but the girl refuses. The first prophet flinches slightly when he hears Dokja's warnings that if the girl doesn't give him the sword now, she will say goodbye to her life. The young hero turns toward Gil Young. and asks the boy to use his ability to summon a huge monster to the scene of the battle. Junhyuk hears a strange rumbling noise coming from above and turns his gaze in his direction to find out what exactly is making that nasty noise. The insect lord suddenly appears not far from Junhyuk and tries to force his way in using his limbs and long tail. The young hero catches the moment when the first apostle is distracted and lightly hits the girl on the head, causing her to drop her sword. Dokja deftly steals the purple flag from the first apostle and uses it to repaint his banner black.